Chapter 1: The Old Beggar of Ping'an Crossing. In the early morning at Ping'an Crossing, Chun Xia, bent and limping, traversed the uneven streets of the town. He arrived at the back door of a household, knocked twice, then stepped aside, quietly awaiting a response. After a brief pause, the door creaked open. Chun Xia's face blossomed into a smile as he extended his hands, palms upward, giving a gentle shake. The homeowner, upon seeing Chun Xia, shook his head regretfully and gestured dismissively, indicating there was nothing today. Chun Xia nodded in gratitude, smiled, and retreated, turning to leave. He approached another back door and knocked twice. As was his custom, a man's voice called out from within. "Who is it? Come in." Moments later, the back door swung open, revealing a curious head. Chun Xia's face lit up with a smile as he again extended his hands, palms up, shaking them slightly to, "Oh, it's you." "Wait a moment," the homeowner replied, rushing back into the courtyard. Shortly after, he emerged, carrying half a bowl of leftovers and handed it to Chun Xia. "There's only this much left from yesterday. It's gone a bit sour." Chun Xia swiftly accepted the offering. "Thank you, kind sir. May your family enjoy peace and safety." He expressed his gratitude profusely, his already stooped frame bending even further in appreciation. His heart brimmed with joy. Fortune had smiled upon him. This morning, 2 houses visited, and already he had received food. Those who often beg understand the unspoken rule. One should not disturb others during their meals. Households with pets tend to be less generous, as leftover food is often given to cats and dogs. Conversely, smaller homes that do not keep pets are reluctant to waste leftovers, saving them for the next day, which may have soured, making them easier to acquire. Turning away, he opened his mouth and poured the food inside, his eating manner somewhat unrefined. Yet in all of Ping'an Crossing, none savored their meals with greater relish than he. Although the stale food of the previous night could hardly be deemed palatable, he had been consuming it for decades. Now at 60, he had long forgotten the taste of proper meals. In Ping'an Crossing, the only thing that could satiate his hunger was the leftover food from various households naturally. This had become his finest fare. As he was eating, a sudden glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. How could a blind man perceive light? He paused momentarily, the radiance dissipating. "Father, who is he?" Amidst his bewilderment, a child's innocent voice emerged from behind the door. Chun Xia turned his head, joyfully exclaiming, "Ah, it must be the young master of this household. From your voice, I can tell you are of noble birth, exceptionally bright." His teeth still lodged with pickled vegetables. "Father, is he blind?" the child timidly inquired. Chun Xia smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am blind and cannot see you, young master. Your family possesses a kind heart. You must be exceedingly handsome." The man who had offered food chuckled, and Chun Xia joined in his laughter. In days gone by, hearing the term blind would have sent Chun Xia into a fit of rage, even leading him to suspect that his parents had chosen the name Xia to mock him. He would always remember who had robbed him of his sight. That individual now lay decomposed in the earth. As time passed aimlessly, the sting of the word blind held little significance for him now. In contemporary times, when he hears himself referred to as the blind man or Chun the blind, he responds with a cheerful, "Oh, are we sharing food?" At this stage of life, having reached such an existence without a home, occupation, spouse, or children, yet not starving what remains to be contentious, being blind is merely a symbol he bears that in the presence of children. Chun Xia continues to consume his stale rice. A glimmer flickers in his eyes, seemingly reflecting strange characters, momentarily rendering him lost in thought. "Father, he is both blind and lame. A beggar, how pitiable." The innocent words of the child pulled Chun Xia back to reality. What a kind-hearted young lad. You are destined for great success. Chun Xia genuinely admires the child. In Ping'an Crossing, there are few children who have not spat at him or teased him. "Why are you blind and lame?" The child, with a naive candor, fails to comprehend that some things should not be spoken so loudly, as it may come off as impolite. Yet, Chun Xia feels no anger. 40 years ago, chaos engulfed the land. War, calamity, and famine led to a great hunger, followed by plague. "I fled with my parents and younger brother to this place, fighting with other starving souls for scraps of food, and as a result." When Chun Xia recounts this part of his life, he feels no sorrow. For some inexplicable reason, he finds great joy in conversing with children. Perhaps it is due to the melancholy realization that he would never have a wife or children of his own. What about your parents and brother? They have all passed away. Chun Xia's voice falters, and his body instinctively shudders. He can bear the mention of his own suffering, but the thought of his parents and brother invariably brings forth an overwhelming sadness. They were his only kin in this world. Alas, how unfortunate you are, child. Your innate kindness shall surely lead you to greatness. I, Chun the Blind, wish you a life free from illness and filled with happiness. Having finished the stale rice, Chun Xia feels a sense of satisfaction, returning the bowl to the host and expressing his gratitude once more. Then he turns to depart. Father, he has endured so much hardship, it is more than enough. The child speaks to his father from behind. Indeed, a person suffering so greatly, even if guilty of grave sins, has endured enough. Ultimately, those willing to share their food and perform acts of kindness possess hearts filled with compassion and understanding. Chun Xia feels immense gratitude towards this father and son duo. He is a man easily touched by gratitude, able to bloom with the slightest drop of kindness. Suddenly, the light in Chun Xia's eyes expands, his body involuntarily trembling as he stumbles slightly. He has truly suffered enough. The dialogue between the father and son continues behind him. Enough, enough. These words echo in his ears, harmonizing with the peculiar light in his eyes, as if a spell had been cast, unlocking something within him. Rapidly, his mind floods with an array of bizarre images. A house on four wheels, a small board capable of singing and conversing, a towering quadrangular building, an increasing array of extraordinary phenomena surged forth in his mind, each image imbued with profound emotional resonance, plunging him into an unparalleled state of astonishment. Suddenly, he struck the ground forcefully with a bamboo pole, trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "By the hounds, I am indeed a time traveler. Today, I unravel the enigma of my existence, 60 years old, and only now do I realize I am a time traveler. What a shameful revelation." His unexpected outburst startled the child behind him. "Father, what is wrong with him?" The father hastily restrained the child. He may have lost his senses. Observing Chun Xia's motionless figure, he muttered, "He has suffered a lifetime at such an advanced age. Perhaps it is time for his end. Whether in madness or death, it would be a relief." With a sharp click, the door was shut. How could I possibly be a time traveler? That morning, Chun Xia had consumed half a bowl of spoiled rice, and the phrase "suffered enough" had shattered the mystery of his existence, transforming his once placid life as a beggar into a realm of unbearable anguish. And oh, one comprehended why this elderly beggar stood in the middle of the road, seemingly lost in thought and reality. His spirit was being assailed by the clash of two worlds. Steamed buns, cream cakes, cold jellyfish, squid ink salmon. These visions were accompanied by enticing aromas, wielding unimaginable potency over a hunchbacked old beggar who had subsisted on spoiled food for decades. Power law, equality for all, what nonsense. Such things do not exist, surely. It is all a deception. He had yet to fully accept the reality of his time travel, and these absurd concepts felt like malevolent forces intent on shattering his soul. As images proliferated in his mind, his resistance to them waned, and he ultimately sighed. Indeed, in that world, there exist many things absent from this one. Chun Xia shook his head in contemplation, while passers-by circumvented him, pondering whether the old beggar had lost his mind. Yet, this world, too, possesses wonders that world lacks. Monsters, magic cultivators. What misdeeds had he committed before his time travel? Had he perhaps wronged someone gravely? Why, at the age of 60, did he finally unravel the mystery of his existence? It seems I have acquired a seemingly useless ability in that world. They refer to it as a golden finger. Chapter 2. Tell your story inexplicably. Chun Xia realized that he had acquired an unusual ability. By merely touching an object and silently uttering the phrase "tell your story," that object would reveal certain truths to him. He found himself murmuring to the blind cane in his hand, "Tell your story." In an instant, a vision of a long bamboo pole appeared before him, accompanied by a lengthy inscription. This is the cane used by the blind Chun Xia for 8 years, both ends filled with dog excrement, unbeknownst to him. Stunned, he reached out to touch the words, clearly feeling the texture of a bamboo pole. In his childhood, when his parents were still alive and calamities had not yet struck, he had attended a private school. Decades had passed without encountering written characters, yet he could read them without a moment's thought. Despite his blindness, which rendered him incapable of seeing other things, he was inexplicably able to perceive these words. As the cane brushed against a tree, he steadied himself against it and silently intoned, "Tell your story." Before him manifested a grand tree, its trunk inscribed with the words, "I am merely a willow tree, yet I am often subjected to the breaking of my branches," thought to symbolize the desire to retain. Beneath the earth, a colony of termites had moved in, and within 3 years, my life shall come to an end. Reaching out to touch these words, he indeed felt the roughness of the tree trunk. Ecstatic, he continued to explore the street. In a corner by a wall, he unearthed a copper coin, an object he had not touched in many years, evoking a surreal sensation. Furthermore, at the bottom of a drainage ditch, he discovered 3 fragments of silver. Silver was a rare commodity. 1 tael equated to 10 coins, and 1 coin equated to 10 cents. This trifling amount of silver, no larger than a booger, represented a fortune he had never before encountered in his life. He wondered which wealthy individual had lost it, now rendered as unclaimed wealth. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chun Xia felt tears welling up. Thank the heavens for granting me this ability to scavenge for treasures. In the expansive realm of Ping and Fairy, there must surely be numerous lost valuables. Consequently, the townsfolk began to notice the infamous old beggar, Chun Xia, with his filthy hands, rummaging about indiscriminately. "The old beggar has gone mad," they murmured. "His time has come, his mind is no longer clear." The sentiments expressed were difficult to decipher, whether sympathy or disdain, yet everyone seemed to agree that after enduring years of hardship, the old beggar's fate approaching was perhaps not entirely a misfortune. Throughout the streets of Ping and Fairy, Chun Xia had gathered 3 pieces of silver, 10 copper coins, and a fragment of a bracelet no larger than a fingernail. He then made his way to the tavern in town, where the aroma of wine had previously sent shivers down his spine each time he passed by. "Innkeeper, warm me a bowl of wine and a plate of fried beans," he called out, placing 10 copper coins on the counter. Although he had never dined here, he had often heard others shout the prices, thus he was aware. Understanding that his appearance would not allow him to enter the establishment, he cautiously stood at the corner of the counter, revealing only his head. The innkeeper and the patrons indulging in their morning libations were taken aback, staring at him in shock. Who has bestowed copper coins upon Chun Xia? They wondered. Hasn't he always begged for scraps of food? Chun Xia shyly bowed to the patrons, saying, "Esteemed guests, I have saved my pennies for many years, wishing for a simple indulgence in drink. I apologize for intruding upon your gathering." Over the years, he had cultivated the habit of offering kind words to others, refraining from any contention. He was taken aback to find the tavern bustling with patrons at such an early hour. Should they refuse a beggar a drink, he would simply reclaim his coin and venture to the next establishment. If denied there as well, he could endure until the place was empty before returning. "Enjoy your drink. It is none of my concern," one courteous drinker remarked, indicating no intent to expel him. At that moment, none had yet indulged excessively, and conversation remained genteel. The innkeeper chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "In this establishment, we treat all with fairness, regardless of who they may be." He instructed a servant to warm a bowl of wine for Chun Xia, accompanied by a dish of fried beans, and even offered him a stool outside to savor his meal at leisure. Chun Xia felt a surge of gratitude, though Ping and Du was not affluent. Its people were kind-hearted, and for decades he had not starved. Holding the bowl of wine, he said, "Share your story." Each time he filled the bowl, the servant would discreetly dilute it with water. Today, the mixture was a perfect 7 parts wine to 3 parts water, truly a testament to their honesty. Chun Xia was delighted. The customary dilution was no deception, and the wine remained delightful. He took a sip, the slight spiciness invigorating him, and he sighed deeply. How exquisite! He had not anticipated that even the watered-down wine could be so enjoyable. Unadulterated, it must surely be divine. He still had 3 coins in his pocket, enough to procure some meat, yet he hesitated to spend. Why squander it all in one go? He popped a fried bean into his mouth, savoring the taste, relishing the rare pleasure of consuming wholesome food. Another sip of wine, another bean, and he was enveloped in a radiant joy. Is fried bean truly this delectable? His immersive enjoyment astonished those nearby. Having eaten fried beans for decades, he had never relished them so. "If you beg for a few years, you'd eat just as well," one jested. "You are the one who should beg," another replied, and laughter echoed throughout the tavern. Qianxia laughed too, feeling no embarrassment in this lively atmosphere. After so many years, he had become accustomed to the disdainful glances toward him, which were, in truth, directed at all beggars and not solely at him. They did not mock him, nor did they insult him directly. By their actions, they were indeed kind. One bowl of wine down, the fried beans alleviated his hunger, and he felt content. He quietly made his way back to the mountain deity temple. Although Ping'an was a ferry crossing, a temple dedicated to the mountain god stood at the town's edge, explaining the lack of worshippers. It was in such disrepair that it might collapse at any moment. Qianxia had resided there for over 30 years, sitting beneath the headless statue of the mountain deity. He broke down, tears streaming down his face in sorrow. "In my childhood, my parents intended to nurture both my brother and me for scholarly pursuits and official careers. Alas, a calamity befell us, claiming the lives of my parents and brother, leaving me unaware of their final resting place. Fate has played a cruel trick, for my life should not have been reduced to such desolation." He lay beneath the headless statue of the mountain deity, gradually drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he continued to receive vivid images of life on the mortal realm known as Blue Star, awakening with tear-stained eyes as dusk settled around him. Having undergone a profound civilizational baptism, he could no longer accept his current self. "Though I am a modern individual basking in the radiance of civilization, I should not find myself reduced to the status of a wretched old beggar. Ironically, at the age of 60, devoid of any skills. Even if I wish to strive for improvement, time is no longer on my side. If I were to claim any merit, it would be my resilience to the perils of long-term sustenance derived from refuse, if one could even call spoiled food sustenance, cohabiting with insects and vermin, rendering my body immune to toxins." As indignation surged within me, my stomach growled in protest. It was once again time to beg. At this hour, visions of countless bowls of spoiled food would normally flood my mind, eliciting salivation. Yet today, an urge to retch overcame me. The mysteries of birth were unbroken. Yet the days remained unchanged, though my spirits had soured. Qianxia pondered sorrowfully. After awakening to a new life, I inexplicably acquired a peculiar ability, one that allows inanimate objects, which cannot speak, to convey certain truths to me, as well as the fortune of discovering lost treasures along the peaceful riverbank. Is this the extent of my newfound advantage? From a beggar to a scavenger? Certainly, there is one aspect I cherish. When I narrate a story to an object, it reveals its outline, a remarkable ability for one deprived of sight, compensating for my visual shortcomings. Upon traversing into this realm, this gift was bestowed upon me, surely not intended for such trivial use. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I find myself at the age of 60, and this power has only now manifested. What a cruel twist of fate. With a forceful strike, I pounded my hand against the statue of the mountain deity. Feeling the pain surge through me ignited my fury. "Even you dare to mock me? Reveal your story." In an instant, the outline of the headless statue materialized before my eyes. A lengthy inscription appeared, and as my astonishment grew, I slapped my thigh in realization. So, this mountain deity is of such nature. Chapter 3. The Mountain God Temple. Upon the silhouette of the deity, an extensive narrative unfolded, recounting the origins of this temple established several decades ago. It was revealed that this sanctuary was never intended to be called the Mountain God Temple, but rather was erected in honor of a monk named Zhu Shanshan. In that year, a water demon had descended upon Ping'an Crossing, and Zhu Shanshan pursued it, ultimately vanquishing the creature at the cost of his own life. The grateful populace, acknowledging the monk's valor in ridding them of the menace, constructed this temple to pay homage to Zhu Shanshan. Over time, however, the temple fell into disrepair, and its name was corrupted. The statue within the temple was likely crafted in the likeness of Zhu Shanshan, yet now, no one remembers his name, nor can they recall his visage or the deeds he had accomplished. Even the greatest of merits may fade into obscurity with the passage of time. Qianxia sighed. Upon reaching the conclusion of the lengthy inscription, he discovered a solitary line. "The object beneath the divine seat unsettles me. Were it to emerge into the present world, it would undoubtedly shatter me." Startled, Qianxia pondered. Was there something hidden beneath this dilapidated temple? He hurriedly reached out to touch the base of the statue, each brick whispering tales of yore. Why had he chosen to conceal himself here? Indeed, He was positioned directly above the entrance. Had he been buried for 50 years, or perhaps 40? It was well known that his counting was rather poor. Chun Xia's astonishment grew. Having resided in the mountain god temple for over 30 years, every blade of grass and every brick was familiar to him. Yet he was unaware of the presence of something buried beneath. The statue spoke of an object, while the bricks seemed to converse about him. He wondered if these two entities shared a common grammar when referencing the same object. Was it a person, an object, or something neither human nor material? Within the mountain god temple lay a half-buried iron shovel, a remnant of an unknown year. He retrieved it to excavate the soil beneath the divine seat. After a short while, he unearthed a neatly formed brick. Why had this individual buried themselves in the earth while still alive? New stories unfolded from the brick, igniting a surge of alarm within him. What was this situation? Was a person buried beneath? Moreover, was it one who had interred themselves while still living? What purpose lay in such an act? To take root and sprout? He ceased his digging. If his conjecture was correct, the individual below was likely a malevolent practitioner. The world was rife with tales of immortal beings, and any strange or peculiar cultivation methods were deemed wicked. To unearth this individual would be perilous. He must avoid courting disaster. He hastily covered the soil. Fearing for his safety, he decided to relocate. Thus, he began to gather his belongings. Even a beggar possesses their possessions, albeit meager: a tattered straw mat that had served him for a decade, a second set of clothes with numerous holes in the seat, and a bowl that had long since lost its bottom and remained unused for alms. Just then, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. Being blind, he had been oblivious to the ominous clouds that had been brewing since morning, and now, the rain fell in sheets. He stood in stunned silence. Was this what they referred to as rain keeping a guest? Rain was typically his greatest nuisance. The rain not only makes the roads slippery and prone to falls, but also transforms familiar surroundings into chaos in a matter of moments, rendering it quite unfriendly for the blind. Nevertheless, having coexisted with this element for 30 years, one more day hardly matters. Lying once again before the deity, it wasn't long before the temple door was suddenly flung open. Just a step away, we would have reached the town. Why did you dawdle, turning into a drenched chicken? Two individuals entered, their accents revealing them to be outsiders. Chun Xia was perplexed. The mountain god temple was not situated near the main road, so where had these two emerged from? Big brother, there is someone here. Two gusts of wind rushed in, aimed directly at Chun Xia's face. The blind have particularly acute hearing, and sensing the presence of a blade, his heart tightened as he shouted, "Are you here to seize my territory, Chun Xia?" This statement was, in fact, a reminder to them that he was merely a blind man. The wind ceased abruptly. The skin on his face could feel the chill emanating from the tip of the knife. The two intruders drew closer, allowing him to sense the warmth of their breath. For eyes were fixed intently on Chun Xia's face, and from the dim light, they discerned his vacant gaze. A sharp slap struck Chun Xia's face, causing his head to collide with the base of the statue, rendering him unconscious in an instant. My blade was merely an inch from him, and he didn't flinch. He must either be an exceptional master or simply a blind man. Clearly, it's the latter, a frail, blind old beggar. The two were convinced of his blindness. Noting his age and hunch, the younger brother inquired, "Should we kill him?" The older brother disdainfully shook his head. "Do you think such a hunchbacked old beggar could jeopardize our endeavors? Brother, from this day forth, let us accumulate some virtue for our descendants and refrain from bloodshed." It turned out that their decision not to harm Chun Xia stemmed solely from their desire to be virtuous. After receiving a slap, Chun Xia briefly lost consciousness but regained his senses within mere seconds. Unsure whether to awaken or continue feigning death for safety, he remained still. The two began to roam about the mountain god temple, securely closing the temple door before returning to sit beneath the statue. They completely ignored Chun Xia and opened a large bundle, casting it onto the ground, revealing several shining ingots of silver, totaling around 300 to 500 taels. "Once we complete this haul, we shall wash our hands of this life," the older brother stated calmly. Indeed, the younger brother responded cheerfully. The two commenced dividing the silver. "We are not excessively greedy, though this sum is not vast. With frugality, we shall never have to worry about hunger in our lifetime." The older brother was right. From now on, they would live as good men, leading a peaceful existence. As they envisioned their promising future, their faces radiated happiness. Chun Xia, feigning unconsciousness beneath the statue, overheard every word, his astonishment growing. He surmised the duo's intentions. Some individuals are law-abiding citizens by day and robbers by night. Such is the nature of the world today, a lifestyle adopted by many. Such individuals generally present themselves as amiable and benevolent, interacting kindly with their neighbors. It is only when they engage in their side occupation as robbers that they transform into ruthless criminals. Whether they are deemed good or evil hinges upon their circumstances and intentions. At present, it is evident that these two are indeed nefarious wrongdoers. Yet removed from the crime scene and nearer to their homeland, they aspire to embody the role of virtuous citizens. As an outsider, one wonders if their disposition might shift once again from benevolence to malevolence. This situation necessitates careful navigation. As the rain intensified, the duo decided against leaving. Instead, they scavenged dry wood from the nearby mountain god temple and ignited a fire. Why did you use the window for fuel? One questioned. What else can be done? There is no firewood here, and the old beggar lacks even a stove. The old beggar, a mere vagabond, living to this day, is nothing short of miraculous. Chinxia, passively relishing the warmth of the campfire, reflected on how long it had been since he last kindled a flame. Even during snowy winters, he had been too lethargic to spark a fire. In truth, he harbored a peculiar wish to perish from the cold one winter, thus concluding his miserable existence. Yet, his robust constitution and resilient spirit had carried him to the age of 60. Time passed, and he could no longer feign unconsciousness. Oh, why is it so warm? Has dawn arrived? He murmured as he rose, groping for his bamboo pole, unaware that it had already been sacrificed to the flames. Blind man, you are awake? The elder brother remarked politely, having just delivered a slap to Chinxia's face. Who are you? Just passers-by. Ah, well then, once the rain ceases, you may leave, but do not encroach upon the old beggar's territory. Haha, certainly, we shall not intrude. The two men chuckled merrily. Chinxia feigned ignorance of their true intentions, resolving to play the part of a diligent guardian of the territory, ensuring that he did not unravel their secret. This strategy would likely allow him to survive until the morrow. His acting skills were somewhat lacking, yet his demeanor was such that no one would perceive him as a threat. Perhaps these two gallant figures would indeed disdain the thought of taking his life. Chapter 4. The villains. The two bandits kindled a fire and roasted meat, filling the air within the mountain deity's temple with an unusual aroma. Chinxia felt a bit dazed. Could it be that he had not tasted meat for so long that its flavor had become foreign to him? Or perhaps the people of Ping and Du were so impoverished that they had never experienced the delight of fine meat. Yet, this fragrance was peculiar. Are you hungry? The younger brother inquired gently, resembling a compliant soul. The elder brother handed a piece of meat to Chinxia. Let us partake together. May we all share in this fortune. Intrigued by this offering, Chinxia silently contemplated. Reveal your story. In the darkness, words appeared on the piece of meat resting in his palm. I am XXX's XX. In an instant, beads of sweat dampened Chinxia's back. This was food that should not be spoken of. These two brigands dared to consume such unspeakable fare. Memories of a severe famine in his youth flooded back, when, on the road to escape, he had seen meat hanging in a butcher's shop, and his parents had forbidden him and his siblings from looking, declaring that they would rather starve than succumb to such temptations. In times of famine, there might be justifiable reasons to resort to abnormal sustenance. But now was not an era of scarcity. These two rogues had successfully plundered, yet chose to indulge in this illicit food. As men, their hearts were akin to demons. His hands trembled slightly. Eat. Surely you are ravenous? Chinxia could not see them, but felt the icy, merciless gaze of four eyes fixed upon him. He forced a smile. I have eaten today. Let this piece of meat be saved for tomorrow. Eating it today would only leave me hungry again tomorrow, which would be wasteful. The elder brother erupted in a fit of laughter, abruptly ceasing to say ominously, You, a decrepit old beggar, must not have tasted meat in years. With it in hand, you can still resist. Truly remarkable. The younger brother, as if enlightened, remarked, Elder brother, does he know what we have given him? Chinxia shouted defiantly, Of course I know. In my youth, I lived lavishly and often indulged in delightful feasts. This is venison from the mountains, not something one can simply wish for. With this meat, I, the old beggar, need not beg tomorrow. I can feast and recline for the day. How splendid! The elder brother, taken aback by his eloquence, refrained from pressing him further, merely muttering ominously, Very well, let it be saved for tomorrow. Chen Xia could not see their expressions, but the tone of their speech revealed their intentions. They did not plan to spare him. Having endured a miserable life filled with turmoil, he understood that human hearts are unpredictable, especially those of demons. This night, he sensed he might not survive. Playing the fool would not guarantee his life. Thus, disregarding all else, he resolved to fight to the end. After much contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Kind gentlemen, as you have graciously gifted this old beggar meat, allow me to bestow upon you the promise of wealth." Oh, the two seemed to have heard an amusing jest, regarding him with astonishment and disdain. Wealth? To hear such a word from the lips of an old beggar was utterly ridiculous. The opportunity lay before them. Chen Xia pointed to the ground, indicating a shallow pit he had recently dug just a foot in front of the statue's throne. It was evident to anyone with sight that it was freshly disturbed soil. What entrance! The tip of the elder brother's knife was once again withdrawn from Chen Xia's presence. He chuckled, "Ah, the entrance to riches," with a mysterious smile. Chen Xia replied, "I cannot say for certain what it is. Dig it up, and you shall discover." The younger brother questioned, "If you know there are treasures here, why do you not dig for them yourself?" A look of sorrow and helplessness crossed Chen Xia's face as he lamented, "I have only just learned of it. Alas, I am already 60 years old and blind. Even if there were treasures, I could not hold on to them. It would be better to let the two of you have them." Not wishing to elaborate further, as the logic was already tenuous, Chen Xia was merely gambling with his life. To bolster his persuasion, he added, "Once you find the treasures, have pity on this old beggar and grant me 100 or 80 taels of silver. That would suffice." The younger brother chuckled silently. Even if they did uncover treasures, how could they possibly part with 100 or 80 taels? It would be a miracle if they allowed him to leave alive. Nevertheless, the mention of 100 or 80 taels served a curious purpose, hinting at the great value of what lay beneath. The elder brother and the younger brother exchanged glances, one silently inquiring, "Is this reliable?" The other responded with a look that suggested, "Why not give it a try?" They both noticed that the ground indeed bore signs of freshly dug earth. They surmised that this old beggar must have discerned the nature of the buried treasure and, fearing for his life, offered information in exchange for his safety. With nothing else to occupy their time on this rainy night, they decided to dig and see for themselves. They promptly retrieved a finely crafted small shovel from their backpack, combining it with Chen Xia's worn-out spade, and began to excavate swiftly. These two were not just robbers. They were murderers who brought along shovels to quickly bury their victims. Unlike other bandits who fled after committing their crimes, leaving corpses to rot in the wilderness, these two were meticulous, leaving no trace behind. "Old beggar, if you are deceiving me, this pit shall become your new residence," the younger brother jested, hurling a piece of excavated rubble at Chen Xia, striking him with considerable force, causing pain. To be buried alive for decades was undoubtedly a form of sinister sorcery. Chen Xia confirmed this in his heart. He had never heard of any legitimate immortal practicing such dark arts. The fate of those who unearthed such wickedness was assuredly grim. As for himself, he likely had no chance of survival. He only wished to hear their cries of despair and not perish before them. Feigning tears, the younger brother pretended to sob while subtly inching away. "Elder brother, is the old beggar attempting to flee?" he said cheerfully. "He cannot escape," the elder brother replied coldly, his attention not truly on Chen Xia. Yet, he felt it necessary to issue a threat. "If you dare to run, I shall not be merciful." Being blind and crippled, and with the rain falling outside, Chen Xia had no intention of escaping. He merely sought to distance himself from these malevolent figures, wishing not to die before them. The elder brother observed that the soil they had unearthed was unlike the surrounding earth. It was backfilled soil, indicating it had been excavated and then replaced. "This soil is peculiar." "Indeed, it is," he acknowledged. Beneath, there truly lay something buried. The two individuals hastened their movements. Chen Xia, uncertain if they had been observing him all along, refrained from making a sound, quietly preparing himself to flee at any moment. As they excavated to a depth of 3 feet, a soft thud resonated, indicating contact with a solid object. The duo carefully removed the earth, revealing a stone slab. "Oh, there is indeed something," exclaimed the younger brother in delight. The older brother cast a glance at Chen Xia, his expression one of disbelief. "Old man, if there truly is something valuable beneath, we shall not neglect you." Chen Xia remained motionless, silently hoping that the malevolent spirit below would not shortchange the two. He hesitated to take flight, feeling increasingly agitated. However, he mused that trading his 60-year life for the lives of two scoundrels was not a bad bargain. The pair expanded their excavation, unveiling a stone slab measuring 5 feet long and 4 feet wide. The brothers, possessing commendable strength, completed this considerable task in no time. Upon lifting the 5-inch thick slab, they discovered 3 ceramic jars beneath. Cautiously, they cradled the jars, fearful of any traps, and hurled them against the wall. The jars shattered, scattering yellow and white fragments across the ground. The brothers stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Upon hearing the sound of the jars smashing against the wall, Chen Xia, fearing the malevolent spirit might emerge, crawled on the ground, mere steps from the doorway. Yet, he overheard the brothers' uncontainable exclamations. The old beggar did not deceive us. We are about to strike it rich. Chapter 5. Unearthing great wealth. The circumstances were rather unexpected. Chen Xia did not encounter an attack from malevolent cultivators. Instead, he was met with the unrestrained revelry of 2 individuals, leaving him bewildered. 3 ceramic jars had been opened, and heavy objects tumbled onto the muddy ground, emitting dull thuds. If they were not stones, they must surely be silver. Chen Xia felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had he truly squandered his past life on others' misfortunes? Blinded, limping, and begging for over 30 years, had he not atoned for his sins? Today, he had unwittingly become a benefactor of wealth. The elder brother began counting the silver while the younger brother, overtaken by excitement, hurled a small stone at Chen Xia. Old beggar, don't leave. I'm giving you silver. A stone struck Chen Xia, and understanding the threat, he dared not move. A flicker of hope lingered within him, believing it might truly be silver. He reached out, following the sound, only to grasp another stone. This action elicited laughter from the younger brother, who threw another rock. Hee, here's another one. This stone landed upon him, and upon touching it, Chen Xia discovered it was yet another stone. Here's another, and this time it's genuine silver. Chen Xia remained still, neither despondent nor elated, silently sitting on the ground. The last shred of hope dissipated. How could heartless brigands, capable of consuming human flesh, waste even a single copper coin on a blind old beggar? Enough, he cannot escape. Let us cease this folly, the elder brother commanded, summoning the younger to divide their spoils. Chen Xia tightly clutched the stone that had struck him, his heart bleeding. Was it truly the case that wealth and power came to those who commit heinous acts, while the virtuous suffer? In this life, he had not engaged in any noble deeds, nor had he committed any atrocious acts. Surely, he was of higher moral standing than these 2 rogues. Why then did he face such a fate? The stone he held bore the unmistakable dampness of having been unearthed. Stones are devoid of emotion and cannot deceive. Had he misunderstood? Desiring clarity, he silently murmured to the stone, "Reveal your story." These 3 jars were mere decoys. The true treasure lay deeper still. A spark of realization illuminated his mind as he comprehended the nefarious tactics of the underground cultivator, placing gold and silver atop a genuine grave, ensuring that anyone who unearthed such riches would cease their excavation. Is this all you seek? Chen Xia spoke with a tone of disdain for the impoverished. The 2 paused, bewildered, casting him a perplexed glance. What? Do you possess knowledge of further treasures? This silver is merely a ruse. If you continue digging deeper, a far greater fortune awaits. Are you speaking the truth? Why would I deceive you? The duo became agitated. They had never encountered someone so forthright. The younger brother asked, "We have not treated you well. Why share this with us?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Xia replied, "I am 60 years old. Immense wealth has no bearing on my life. I only hope you possess a shred of conscience. Take the treasure and depart. Do not take my life." At last, he spoke the unvarnished truth. This old beggar merely wished to survive. The 2 robbers were quite moved as they declared, "If there are treasures below, I shall spare your life and even share some silver with you, allowing you to return and enjoy your retirement." Chen Xia was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these flesh-eating fiends could utter words that hinted at humanity. "When the malevolent cultivators come for you, I wish you a swift demise," he retorted. The duo first filled their sacks with gold and silver before resuming their excavation. After digging 2 feet deeper, they encountered a hard object once more. Clearing the loose earth, they discovered yet another stone slab. The 2 were momentarily stunned. What sort of individual would devise such a ruse? The elder brother exclaimed in horror. You should rather inquire what kind of treasure necessitates such concealment. The younger brother replied, his voice trembling. I can't go on. I need to take a strength pill, he declared. After consuming the pills, they resumed their vigorous digging, ultimately lifting the stone slab. Holding up a torch, they peered inside. Brother, it's a cavern. Nay, it's a corpse. The torch flickered as they finally discerned that beneath the stone slab lay not an entrance, but a large urn, within which a figure sat cross-legged. My heavens, brother, he is alive. He is moving. A monster. With an earth-shattering roar, the ground beneath the mountain god temple trembled violently, sending the bandit brothers crashing against the walls before they fell to the ground. Tiles scattered about as a wall behind them collapsed. You dare to unearth me prematurely. An extraordinarily eerie and chilling voice emanated from the corpse's lips. I demand your company in death. The voice was sharp and piercing, indiscernible in gender. Perhaps even that of a eunuch, laced with malice and a thirst for blood. The voice seemed to emanate from underground, at a distance, indicating that the malevolent cultivator's true form had yet to emerge. What manner of being could have endured decades buried underground? Chen Xia could not fathom nor wish to know. He felt fortunate to remain unseen, lest he scream as those brothers had, as if a specter had grasped his throat. He hastily rose to flee, but as he stood, he was suddenly knocked to the ground and pinned down by another person. You've doomed me. Is this what you call wealth and prosperity? It was the younger brother's voice, filled with despair. I curse your ancestors. This is no fortune. It's a monstrosity. Get away. Get away. The younger brother called out. Though it was unclear to whom he spoke, his voice now unrecognizable and terrifying. Chen Xia could not see what horror had unfolded, but he soon felt a weight lift from him as the younger brother was seized by an unseen force. He then heard the sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground. Whether it was the malevolent entity pursuing the younger brother or an attempt to seize Chen Xia that had inadvertently been thwarted by the younger brother, remained unclear. In any case, the younger brother's cries echoed in anguish as he was pulled away, and then silence fell. What followed was a series of sickening sounds. The unmistakable noise of something being torn to shreds. It was evident that someone had been dismembered. You shall all perish. A shrill, piercing scream rent the night air surrounding the mountain god temple, instilling terror in the hearts of all who heard it. Chen Xia struggled to rise. But at 60 years of age, with a crippled body and years of malnutrition, the collision left him with a tingling sensation throughout his body. Miraculously, he had not broken any bones, yet the prospect of standing seemed utterly unattainable. The malevolent cultivator was screaming wildly. Chen Xia lacked the strength to lift himself. Suddenly, he heard the footsteps of his elder brother. Having been thrown back and momentarily rendered unconscious, his brother quickly regained his senses and understood the situation. Seizing the opportunity while the sinister presence attacked, he stealthily crept along the wall towards the door. He believed his movements to be silent, yet to Chen Xia, they sounded heavy and frantic. Not wishing to be the last, Chen Xia, despite enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise from the ground, only to collide with his brother, sending him flying. Both brothers were as blind as Chen Xia. Soon after, Chen Xia heard his brother's anguished cries followed by a dragging sound, and then a sickening thud. All fell silent. A faint smile crept across Chen Xia's face. Splendid. These two had met their end before him. It was worth it. Dazed from the impact, he lost all sense of direction and could not discern the location of the door. Noticing a torch nearby, hurled towards him by the malevolent cultivator, he hastily reached for it. Having never ignited a fire due to the fear of inadvertently setting himself ablaze, he instinctively grasped the torch, fortunately not seizing the ignited end. As he held the torch, he waved it about aimlessly. With a thud, the torch struck something, followed by a sizzle akin to the sound of skin burning, and then a piercing scream. How dare you injure me? The malevolent cultivator's shriek echoed through the mountain temple, sharp and disconcerting. Yet, Chen Xia felt a surge of joy. Evidently, the sinister being feared fire. Chapter 6. By chance, I vanquished the malevolent cultivator with newfound confidence. Chen Xia arose from the ground, disoriented and unsure of the direction of the door, left standing in trepidation, uncertain from which angle the sinister entity would strike. Moments later, he felt a long, slippery appendage coil around him, reminiscent of a tentacle. Instinctively, he thrust the torch towards it, eliciting a distant, anguished scream as the tendril released its grip. The cry emanated from a pit, indicating that the true form of the malevolent cultivator had yet to breach the surface. What monstrous transformation had it undergone? The flickering campfire still radiated warmth, guiding him to approach it. All around him, the air was thick with the cultivator's ragged breaths, imbued with rage and sorrow, while the peculiar aroma of charred flesh wafted through his nostrils. The cultivator, devoid of human semblance, remained an enigma. Its true visage was unfathomable. He stepped on a piece of extinguished wood and gently nudged it toward the source of heat, hoping to stoke the flames higher. Having lost his sight, his other senses heightened in compensation, he discerned the presence of 3 distinct fire sources encircling him. Suddenly, his foot encountered something soft, and the sensation through the worn toe of his shoe revealed it to be a hand. A chill coursed through him, and he instinctively kicked it away. "Oh, celestial being, allow me to depart. I shall remain silent." Chun Xia contemplated negotiating with the malevolent entity, primarily to ascertain its whereabouts. The cultivator remained silent, yet the pervasive chill of its vengeful aura enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of dread. Without warning, a gust of wind swept overhead, and realization dawned upon Chun Xia. The cultivator lurked directly above him. Instinctively, he sidestepped while raising the torch high. He was violently struck down. Yet the cultivator emitted an even more harrowing wail, evidently scorched by the flames. "You have thwarted my century of cultivation. I shall end your life." The cultivator's anguished roar pierced the air, laced with fury and malice. As Chun Xia fell, he felt the heat sear his foot, aware that the fire lay close by. With a sudden sweep, he hurled the entire blaze toward the origin of the voice. Simultaneously, the anguished cries of the cultivator reverberated from all directions, likely ignited and thrashing uncontrollably upon the ground. Chun Xia, too, felt disoriented from his falls, his frail back nearly straightened by the force. At 60 years of age, after multiple tumbles, one might expect his demise. Yet, the old beggar possessed a singular trait, an unwillingness to resign to fate. Inwardly lamenting, he thought, "It appears I may not survive this night." But even in death, he yearned to inflict one last burn upon the creature. Listening intently, he thrust the torch forward along the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the cultivator, now a grotesque shadow of its former self, slithered toward him with its gaping maw ready to bite. The torch struck true, piercing its mouth. The greatest fear of humanity lies in the unknown. Chun Xia's fortune was that he could not behold the monstrous visage that lay before him. At this moment, within a great pit of the mountain god temple, the body of the malevolent cultivator remained seated, albeit only partially intact. From his back sprouted 2 tentacle-like appendages, each stretching 2 yards in length. The 2 men who had previously ventured near this site were instantly paralyzed with fear, for had they not been so terrified, they might have indeed escaped. Chun Xia, in his ignorance, felt no fear. Standing close to the fire, the cultivator's boneless appendages slithered silently along the wall and above him, attempting a stealthy assault. However, upon encountering the torch, they recoiled in pain, sending Chun Xia crashing to the ground. After being knocked down, he found himself merely a foot away from the edge of the pit. The cultivator, with great effort, extended his long neck to deliver a fatal bite. But as he opened his mouth, the torch was thrust inside, igniting a fierce blaze. The malevolent being's body seemed to have been soaked in oil, catching fire with devastating effect. When the cultivator finally managed to fling the torch away, half of his face was already burned away, and in anguished fury, he rasped, "I have secluded myself here to cultivate, causing no harm to anyone. Why do you seek to destroy me? You have unearthed 3 enormous jars of gold and silver. Is that not enough? Why persist in your excavation? Have mercy on my countless years of arduous cultivation. To render me powerless, how could you bear it?" Chun Xia, increasingly astonished, decided that since death was inevitable, he might as well voice his disdain. "You are no true cultivator. You are a malevolent being." The cultivator retorted, "What do you know? The purpose of cultivation is to achieve immortality and enlightenment. Regardless of the means, what difference does it make between the righteous and the wicked?" The cultivator's voice weakened, his grip on Chun Xia's shoulder tightening. Terrified, Chun Xia groped around for the torch, but found nothing. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself. "Fine. I shall grant you my life. I am 60 years old. I have endured enough of this wretched existence." He closed his eyes and lay there, waiting for the final moment, thinking that his last utterance would be a simple puff. Yet, After the malevolent cultivator's words, silence ensued. The anticipated attack from the tentacles never materialized. Had he vanquished his foe? Qianxia could hardly believe it. In truth, the cultivator, sealed away underground and deprived of light, had been prematurely unearthed, causing his vitality to swiftly dissipate. He had intended to exact vengeance upon those who had disturbed his slumber, but to his surprise, Qianxia had proven remarkably resilient, enduring until the very end. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any further movement, Qianxia regained a measure of strength and forcefully broke free from the grotesque grip. With a sharp snap, the hand shattered. Trembling, he dared to touch the severed appendage and demanded, "Reveal your tail." "I am the hand of Zhu Shan, stunted in development, transformed into this abominable form," it replied. Qianxia was taken aback. Buried beneath him was none other than the legendary Zhu Shan, who had sacrificed himself for the people. Was this temple not erected in honor of this disciple of cultivation? A true disciple of the celestial would never resort to such dark sorcery, contorting themselves into a monster. Realization dawned upon him. This entire affair was a deception. Zhu Shan was indeed a malevolent cultivator, likely orchestrating this charade while slaying demons in Pinyin. The mountain god temple had likely been established to harness the power of incense for his sinister arts. Yet, alas, the people of Pinyin had long forgotten him. Decades ago, a great calamity ensued, leaving nearly all souls extinguished, to the extent that even the origins of the mountain deity temple have been miscommunicated. Is there any purpose left in this incense? Qianxia deduced that since Zhu Shanshan's body had remained motionless for such an extended period, he must have perished completely. He had buried himself here, akin to a vintage Huadiao wine. If unearthed prematurely, it would spoil. Struggling to rise, Qianxia stumbled only a few steps before crashing into a deep pit, shattering the body of the malevolent cultivator. In a frantic search with his hands, he discovered that this pit was surprisingly deep, almost as tall as a person. The fact that such a profound hole could be excavated in just a couple of hours testified to the extraordinary strength of the two bandits. By chance, he touched a round orb. "I am the blood pill formed from 300 years of Zhu Shanshan's cultivation. Consuming me will open your meridians, activate your dantian, and set you upon the path of cultivation." Qianxia was overwhelmed with excitement. Although he understood little of meridians, dantian, or qi, he thought, "I have heard that those who cultivate to a certain degree attain a robust physique, mending all ailments. At 60 years of age, I am somewhat advanced in years. Achieving immortality seems unlikely, yet if I could restore my eyesight before I depart this world, my life would not be deemed a regret." Without hesitation, he swallowed the blood pill. It was the finest substance he had ever tasted. Initially, the blood pill elicited no sensation, but moments later, a force akin to crimson flames enveloped by icy chill sank into his dantian, which then surged forth, radiating through his limbs and bones. This power was peculiar, both frigid and soothing. He comprehended neither its nature nor its control, yet it flowed through every corner of his being, bringing immense comfort. Is this the sensation of a cultivator? So, this is what cultivation truly feels like. Chapter 7. The schemes of Zhu Shanshan after a cup of tea. The formidable energy dissipated, and he felt invigorated, as if his body was brimming with vitality. The pain from the earlier collision and fall inexplicably vanished. Have I truly attained spiritual cultivation? He was overwhelmed with excitement, sensing that his physique resembled that of a man in his 40s. Yet, there lingered a deep regret. He remained blind. This was indeed the essence of transformation from despair to hope. Who could have imagined that a man on the brink of death could embark on the path of cultivation? Perhaps, in the near future, I shall regain my sight and even straighten my hunchback. Whether such effects were possible, he could not be certain, but he began to indulge in fantasies. His hands groped in the pit, uncovering nothing but the peculiar corpse of Zhu Shanshan, and was on the verge of surrendering when he stumbled upon a palm-sized pouch. Without a visible opening, it felt as though it contained something. As Zhu Shanshan was an evil cultivator, whatever he kept nearby was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Reveal your tail," he murmured. "I am an eightfold pouch, capable of expanding and contracting in size, usable only by those who possess spiritual cultivation." The subsequent lines appeared to be incantations. Reciting the first line, the pouch in his hand suddenly swelled to the size of a burlap sack. Momentarily taken aback, He recalled the legends of mystical storage pouches that could alter their dimensions. This must be one of them. Reaching out, he discovered the pouch's opening was ajar. Delving inside, he found 2 books, a short sword, a long sword, and 3 vials of elixirs. The short sword was Zhu Shanshan's weapon of choice, also serving as a magical artifact. The long sword was a fine blade, a staple for sword immortals. The elixirs, numerous and diverse, promised to significantly enhance one's cultivation. The 2 books, naturally, contained the secrets of immortal cultivation. However, being unable to see, he instinctively recited, "Reveal your tale." To his astonishment, a line of text appeared on the surface of one book. I am a tome entitled The Art of Urn Burial. A flicker of interest ignited within Chen Xia, though blind. He wondered if it would convey its wisdom to him. Upon opening the first page, the command re-emerged, "Reveal your tale," and indeed, a substantial block of text materialized. This page provided an overview of the spells, and before he could finish reading, Chen Xia comprehended the essence. In this world, immortals were categorized by realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, progressing towards the ultimate goal of becoming an immortal. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Most individuals, even if they embarked on this journey, remained stagnant at the Qi refinement stage, never reaching foundation establishment. The Qi refinement stage was still that of a mortal, living perhaps a century at most, with a rare few reaching 120 years. The art of urn burial was conceived to address the issue of insufficient lifespan. When one's time was nearly up, one would find a secluded spot, entombing oneself within a grand urn, buried underground for a period of 7 sevens, or 49 years. Or alternatively, 8 sevens, which equated to 56 years. Within the grand urn, the cultivator would undergo death, decay, gestation, and rebirth, ultimately emerging in the form of a child, retaining a portion of their prior cultivation. The younger the physical form upon rebirth, the greater the retention of spiritual prowess. To overcome the limitations of one's lifespan through this method, possessing all the knowledge from a previous existence along with a solid foundation in cultivation naturally allows for greater achievements within a finite life than in the past. However, the technique of burial carries significant risks. If the entombment lasts too long and is discovered by others, being unearthed prematurely could transform centuries of cultivation into mere blood essence, becoming trophies for others. Should one manage to receive offerings from others, this process may be expedited. Indeed, this temple serves merely as a fade. The legend states that this mountain god temple was established over a century ago. Such rumors are grossly exaggerated, likely due to its dilapidated state leading people to assume it has stood for hundreds of years. Following the Great Famine decades past, those knowledgeable of its origin have perished, distorting the tale of Zhu Shanshan. This is a gamble with one's life, Zhu Xian family, and you have lost. Zhu Shanshan has lived for over 3 centuries, likely employing this method at least twice. Regrettably, he ultimately failed. It is unknown what level of cultivation Zhu Shanshan originally possessed, nor how much the blood essence he transformed into could grant in terms of cultivation. Chen Xia lacks any knowledge in this regard. Another book contains basic spells and Zhu Shanshan's insights into cultivation amassed over the years. Chen Xia has no time to delve into it. He thinks that since he possesses the cultivation secrets and has consumed the blood essence, he might as well attempt the path of immortality, hoping that not all the contents of the book are malevolent. However, he must first vacate this place. With 2 bandits and a monstrous corpse lying here, he cannot linger any longer. After a thorough search, he found nothing more in the pit. Surely, Zhu Shanshan would not dig another hole beneath his own grave to hide items? With a powerful leap, he astonishingly vaulted out of the pit, landing steadily on the ground. A surge of joy filled his heart. How many years had it been since he had leaped like this? Crawling across the ground, he gathered all the gold and silver scattered around the mountain god temple, never before having touched such wealth, heavy enough to fill a sack to the brim. He placed it into a bag of 8-fold capacity and recited a spell. With a bang, he was suddenly slammed against the wall by a soft, massive object. Unable to move. Initially thinking he had triggered some mechanism, he reached out and felt something soft. It was merely a piece of cloth. Suddenly recalling that he had mispronounced the spell, invoking one for enlargement instead. The small pouch, when acquired, was only the size of a palm, presumably in its shrunk form. The sack size represented its normal state. reciting the spell once more to enlarge it by eightfold. A palm's length of several centimeters transformed the sack into a length of about a meter. Multiplying it again by 8 would result in a size of 8 to 9 meters, which indeed could cause one to collide with the wall. Hastily reciting the shrinking spell, the pressure dissipated, and he groped along the ground, locating the sack. He recited the shrinking spell again, reverting it to the small pouch. 3 jars of gold and silver, along with 2 books of secrets, were astonishingly contained within the palm-sized pouch. Remarkably, they bore almost no weight. He felt immense delight. This item is truly useful. At this moment, the torrential downpour outside had transformed into a gentle drizzle, and all that had transpired in the mountain god temple remained unknown to anyone. Chen Xia reached the great door and, without hesitation, stepped outside. He first ventured into the nearby thicket, wielding a rogue's knife to fashion a bamboo pole to serve as a new walking stick. Though the bamboo might be tainted with filth, it was still his preferred choice. In the dead of night, crossing by boat was out of the question, so he chose to tread the land instead. Lacking a sense of direction, he wandered aimlessly, determined to distance himself from the mountain deity's temple. The path to Ping'an-du was familiar to him, yet beyond its confines, everything felt foreign. The blind are often most apprehensive in new environments, and he could only muster the strength to explore uncharted territories under the incessant drizzle. After a lengthy trek, he ascended a stone bridge. Unaware that it was a bridge, he mistook it for a cobblestone path leading to another town. Beneath the bridge, water flowed gently, its sound mingling with the rain, rendering it indistinguishable as a river. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he plunged into the water. The river surged into his mouth and nose, nearly submerging him completely. Panic set in. How could he have fallen in? He couldn't swim. Instinctively, he held his breath, floating and allowing the current to carry him downstream. To his astonishment, he realized he had held his breath for what must have exceeded 3 minutes, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary person. A sudden clarity washed over him. He was now a person of cultivation. Even without swimming skills, he would not succumb easily. Thus, he mimicked the movements of others, experimenting with various strokes in the water. Gradually, he mastered the technique of backstroke, reclining on the surface, allowing his mouth and nose to emerge, breathing easily as the panic dissipated, replaced instead by a newfound enjoyment of his aquatic surroundings. With no sight of the shore, he surrendered to the whims of the current. Time became a blur as he floated, until the driftwood along the bank interrupted his passage. Stretching out his legs, he surprisingly found solid ground beneath his feet. After a few steps, the water became shallower, and he was soon ashore. What lay ahead remained a mystery to him, yet, recognizing that fate had brought him to this place, he resolved to heed its call. Chapter 8. Seeking an escape. 3 months have swiftly elapsed. Chen Xia has traversed several villages and is now residing in an inn in a place called Yangshu Town. The name may sound rustic, yet it surpasses Ping'an-du in size. Having lived for 60 years without ever departing from Ping'an-du, he was oblivious to the bustling thoroughfares of land travel, far more vibrant than the waterways he was accustomed to. As memories from his past life emerged in his mind, they gradually faded into oblivion. Matters devoid of significance in the present need not be recalled with such clarity. At this moment, he is no longer the destitute beggar, Chen Xiazi, but rather the blind gentleman, Chen Yuanwei, lost in a foreign land. Clad in clean garments and partaking of the regular meals delivered by the inn, he has replaced his old blind stick with a sturdy birchwood cane. During this period, despite his blindness, he has utilized his unique method of reading to thoroughly absorb the esoteric knowledge contained in 2 ancient tomes authored by Zhu Shanshan, acquiring a wealth of previously unknown cultivation wisdom. The texts encompass 2 primary practices related to cultivation, one named Sanqing Tanagong, which guides the ethereal energies of heaven and earth into the body, transforming them into true qi. The second, Hua Wan Wu, necessitates the use of this technique after ingesting medicinal pills, allowing the released true qi to directly settle in the dantian. Additionally, there are around 10 other spells, all of which require true qi as their foundation. Each spell is accompanied by hand seals and incantations. Once unleashed, true qi follows a predetermined pathway through the meridians, erupting outward and invoking the forces of the celestial laws, yielding formidable results. However, he is unable to perform any of these spells due to insufficient true qi within him. According to Zhu Shanshan, The foundation of all immortal techniques lies in the Dantian's Qi Si. The smaller the Dantian, the dimmer the prospects ahead. On the path of cultivation, the essence of youth is paramount. A gifted child, fortunate enough to encounter an immortal's guidance, can cultivate correctly from an early age, expanding their Dantian while still in a youthful state. A Dantian attained through personal enlightenment remains eternal and inexhaustible, while one opened through external forces, including blood pills, risks dwindling if not properly solidified. Once the external influence dissipates, the Dantian will gradually wither. The size of the Dantian hinges on the initial years of enlightenment, a blend of effort and divine providence. It is precisely due to his diminutive Dantian that Zhu Shanshan resorted to the urn burial technique, wagering his life in hopes of manifesting a grander Dantian. Lacking any knowledge of cultivation, Chen Xia, upon consuming the blood pill transformed by Zhu Shanshan, failed to execute the correct procedures, resulting in a Dantian no larger than a Meng being. Though his eyes perceive not the world outside, his spirit possesses the ability of internal vision, faintly discerning a flickering light within his lower abdomen, the activated Dantian. Despite the blood pill, a culmination of Zhu Shanshan's life work, sinking into his Dantian, 3 months have elapsed without Chen Xia fully digesting it. The blood pill floats above the Dantian, gradually diminishing each day, filling the minuscule Dantian to its brim, yet it refuses to expand. Regrettably, he has missed a splendid opportunity. Had he obtained the tomes first and mastered Hua Wan Wu before consuming the blood pill, his Dantian would undoubtedly have been larger. At that time, there was simply no opportunity for study. Now, he has devised a solution, to find a secluded spot to bury himself, only to emerge decades later with a flawless infant body, having healed his blindness and hunchback, and to truly embark upon the path of cultivation. Yet, he is resolute in avoiding this course unless absolutely necessary. The cautionary tale of Zhu Shanshan, who met his demise in such a manner, weighs heavily on his mind, and he cannot afford to gamble with his life. Having consumed the blood elixir, he has crossed into the ranks of cultivators, for now. He will ascertain how far he can progress in his cultivation before contemplating matters of longevity. However, he is wholly ignorant of the intricacies of cultivation. Relying solely on the scant knowledge of others leads nowhere. He must urgently seek out a sect to have the opportunity for systematic learning in the art of cultivation. The innkeeper of Yangshu town has encountered people from all corners of the world. Seeking information, one cannot go wrong by consulting him. However, the innkeeper is merely a mortal, possessing limited knowledge regarding the affairs of the immortal realms. He is aware of a cultivation sect called Yushu sect, located 1,000 miles away. Though he does not know its precise location, he does know, however, that there is a large city nearby, named Tianjiang City. In this vast world, a journey of 1,000 miles is but a fleeting moment for an immortal, yet for a mortal, it seems an insurmountable distance. As an old blind man who has spent his entire life in peace, he cannot fathom how one could traverse such a distance. Nevertheless, he must go. He resolves to ask the innkeeper to hire a carriage to transport him to Tianjiang City, armed with a few thousand taels of silver intended for such expenses. Yangshu town is a bustling hub with many drivers engaged in transport, yet none have traveled such a long distance. With a generous reward, brave souls will inevitably arise. In any world, wealth holds sway. The innkeeper is eager to assist, selecting a trustworthy and earnest driver for him, assuring him of the man's diligence, integrity, and reliability. Chen Xia, now a cultivator, is unafraid of mortals posing a threat, but his blindness necessitates a guide, and he happily agrees to a reasonable fare, setting off swiftly. After 3 days, they journey further from Yangshu town. One night, while lodging at an inn, Chen Xia is suddenly roused by the sound of the door latch. A thief? Remaining still, he patiently waits as the latch is unfastened, and the door creaks open, allowing a gust of wind to enter. A figure stealthily slips inside, reaching for the bundle hanging from the bed frame. How could such a wealthy blind man possess so little? It is none other than the driver who has been transporting him. Chen Xia sighs inwardly. His greatest fear has indeed come to pass. Over the past 3 days, the driver has persistently pried into his motives for traveling to Tianjiang City, inquiring about his origins and how he ended up in Yangshu town. When someone exhibits such curiosity about you, it could be mere chatty inquisitiveness, or perhaps there are ulterior motives. Faced with a blind, hunchbacked, lame, Elderly man with a bit of money. One might feel compassion or perceive an easy mark. It all hinges on a single thought. Chen Xia remains motionless, pretending to be sound asleep, providing the driver with an opportunity. If this is merely a case of petty theft, and the thief absconds after obtaining what he desires, then Chen Xia will let him go, ensuring he is sent back tomorrow. Wishing to avoid raising a commotion or resorting to violence over a mere handful of silver coins, the ruffian rummaged through his bundle, revealing a meager sum that left him dissatisfied. Had he truly squandered all his money during his extended stay at the inn? Undeterred, he approached the bedside and abruptly lifted Chen Xia's blanket, reaching for his undergarments. This action roused Chen Xia from his feigned slumber, compelling him to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" "Produce the banknotes," the ruffian demanded with blatant disregard and no hint of trepidation. "There are no banknotes. Just a few pieces of silver in the bundle. Take them if you wish." The ruffian glared menacingly, withdrawing a short knife and brandishing it threateningly at Chen Xia's nose. "Do you believe I won't end your life?" Chen Xia interpreted this aggressive gesture as mere intimidation and offered one last chance. "I truly have no money left. It's all been spent. Upon my arrival in Tianjiang City, once I locate my relatives, I will repay you, I assure you." The ruffian retorted coldly, "I have no intention of accompanying you to Tianjiang City. I will take the silver home now. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my actions. I am certain you have something to offer." With a heavy sigh, Chen Xia shook his head, speaking softly. "This is an inn, filled with people. Should you kill me, how would you escape? You have a family in Yangshu town." "Foolishness. I would simply load your body onto a cart and dispose of it at any convenient location outside. Who would ever find me? I would move away, and no one would be the wiser. In this desolate world, even neglecting the body would greatly diminish the chances of apprehending the murderer." Chen Xia had hoped that his well-meaning caution would awaken the ruffian's sense of reason. But it proved futile. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and with a swift motion, the ruffian's knife plunged into the bed. This man was not merely posturing. However, what transpired next exceeded all expectations. How did the blind man suddenly appear in the center of the room? How had he managed to rise, descend from the bed, and flee in the blink of an eye? "You are a villain. You should not remain in this world," Chen Xia lamented sorrowfully. In daylight, he may be a law-abiding citizen, but under the cover of darkness, he could easily transform into a brigand. Such a person had now crossed paths with another. What a grim state this world had fallen into. "Ah, no. I have an aged mother of 80 and dependents below. I implore you, spare my life." The ruffian's eyes widened in terror, seemingly unable to close them in death. Chapter 9. Divergent paths do not conspire. Chen Xia bestowed upon the coachman a swift yet bloodless demise. He harbored an aversion to the sight of blood, both for its difficult cleanup and to spare the innkeeper from unwarranted misfortune. Subsequently, he embraced the lifeless body and leapt from the window, loading it onto a cart before stealthily departing the inn under the cover of night. As he guided the horses at his leisure, the cart unexpectedly collided with a large boulder, jostling him violently and ultimately prompting him to abandon the vehicle in favor of proceeding on foot. With impaired vision hindering his ability to control the cart, walking proved to be a more prudent option. By dawn, the scene would reveal a robbery on the main road. The coachman lay dead, and his employer had vanished. Perhaps the authorities would take pity and relay the news back to Yangshu town, allowing the family to reclaim the body. As for the horses and cart, they would likely disappear without a trace. Chen Xia felt akin to a small fish, swimming towards the boundless ocean. He journeyed onward, gathering snippets of information, until he arrived at a humble tea stall several days later. No sooner had he settled down than 4 young individuals approached from an adjacent path, chattering incessantly. "Lu, I've heard that the Yushu sect has many female disciples. Perhaps amidst their cultivation, one might encounter a suitable companion," one remarked. "Zhang, with your current disposition, you'd be better off staying home to marry and start a family of cultivators," another teased. With his keen ears, enhanced further by the blood elixir he had consumed, Chen Xia caught wind of their mention of the Yushu sect. Hastily, he approached and, with a respectful bow, inquired, "May I ask if you are all headed to the Yushu sect?" "Old sir, no need for excessive formalities. Please speak your mind." "Indeed, we are en route to the Yushu sect, seeking entry into its gates," a polite yet youthful voice responded, reaching out to grasp Chen Xia's hand, a warm and reassuring gesture. Suddenly, A strong hand pushed the warm one away. Ah, Lu, don't let this old man tarnish your attire, chided Zheng Wan, the one seeking a companion. Zheng, considering his age, it is rather unbecoming to bow to us. Lu Hui interjected hastily. Chun Xia sensed their misunderstanding, mistaking his hunch as a bow, and quickly clarified, I am merely hunchbacked and blind. I beg you not to take offense. Alas, the four exclaimed in unison, astonished. Blind, hunchbacked, and lame, what a pitiable sight. I possess some modest silver and wish to journey to the Yushu sect to seek a place for cultivation. However, as I am unable to see, would you be so kind as to accompany me? Chun Xia requested directly, without hesitation. The group was taken aback. Zheng Wen burst into laughter. This old man wishes to pursue immortality? How amusing. Indeed, at your age, you would be better off at home. Doting on grandchildren, Li Shijun chuckled incessantly. Recognizing the unfavorable impression he made, Chun Xia remained unperturbed and quickly proposed, I have a bit of silver. Why not procure several carts to travel together? I shall cover all expenses for the journey. What say you? Unexpectedly, Zhou Ran let out a cold snort. Old man, it's not that we lack the fare. We merely wish to enjoy the scenery along the way, which is why we are taking our time. Otherwise, we would have arrived at the Yushu sect a fortnight ago. Chun Xia hurriedly expressed his regret, saying, I was indeed abrupt. You all have extraordinary eloquence and surely do not lack silver coins. Since we are all heading to the Yushu sect, why not allow me to accompany you? It would spare me the trouble of asking for directions, which might lead me astray. Zhou Ran impatiently retorted, Old man, the Yushu sect has specific requirements for accepting disciples. Those of us over 15 must possess at least the second level of qi cultivation. Chun Xia was taken aback. He knew he had some level of cultivation, but was uncertain about its extent. I do have cultivation, but I am unaware of which level it is. His hesitant tone elicited a burst of laughter. How ridiculous. If one possesses cultivation, how can they be oblivious to their own breakthroughs? Zheng Wen remarked to Lu Hui, See, I told you he is a soft-hearted fool, polite to everyone. Does he truly seem like a cultivator? Lu Hui remained silent. Cultivation is arduous. Who would be unaware of their own progression? Clearly, he is an old lunatic. Chun Xia, feeling flustered, implored. Why don't you test me and see what level of qi cultivation I possess? We do not have time to test you, Zhou Ran gruffly replied. Noticing a nearby tea stall, beckoning everyone to take a break and have something to eat. With a clatter, the others disregarded him and entered the tea stall. Chun Xia hurriedly followed them to the stall, addressing the four young individuals. I assure you, I do possess cultivation. My strength exceeds that of an ordinary person. Please observe. He then leapt into the air, soaring over 10 feet high before landing steadily. This height was indeed beyond that of an ordinary individual. Oh, it seems he does have some cultivation, Li Shijun laughed, picking up a stool and stepping forward to press it against Chun Xia's chest. Come, let us test our strength. See if you can push me. The implication of using a stool rather than hands suggested a disdain for physical contact with Chun Xia. Unbeknownst to him, having left Yangshu town, he was now somewhat disheveled, his clothes dirty, resembling a beggar, which made Li Shijun reluctant to make physical contact. Aware that they were all at the second level of qi cultivation, Chun Xia did not dare to underestimate them. He softly apologized and mustered all his strength, thrusting his chest forward, causing Li Shijun to stumble backward and fall. Li Shijun, flustered, charged forward with the stool, slamming it heavily against Chun Xia's chest. Yet, Chun Xia stood firm, and with a slight exertion, Li Shijun was once again repelled. The four were left speechless in astonishment. The old beggar, unassuming in appearance, had made a remarkable impression. Realizing what had transpired, Chun Xia was equally astonished, not anticipating his actual strength to be so formidable. He quickly called out, Everyone, let us keep it to a minimum, just a demonstration. Lu Hui hurriedly intervened, grabbing Li Shijun and stating, That's enough. We have seen that this friend indeed possesses cultivation, and it is not beneath our own. Thus, he invited Chun Xia to take a seat. The other three were at a loss for words. What if the old man possessed remarkable skills? We are all dashing young gentlemen with boundless prospects. How can we accompany someone akin to a beggar? Zheng Wen was the first to voice his discontent. We four have been enjoying the scenic beauty and leisure. What purpose does it serve to bring along this old man? Zhou Ran quickly chimed in. Indeed, if you possess a kind heart, it would be better to hire a guide for him. allowing us to continue our leisurely journey. What joy that would bring. Chun Xia candidly stated that he had previously hired a carriage, but the driver had been unscrupulous, intent on extorting money and causing harm. Considering his situation, he was reluctant to employ another carriage. So why do you trust us? Zhou Ran retorted coldly. After all, you are cultivators. You surely wouldn't care for the mere few coins in this old man's possession. This statement was undeniably accurate. Cultivators, with their promising futures, indeed held little interest in silver. And the flattery struck a chord, leaving the others unable to counter it. Yet, they were unwilling to allow Chun Xia to accompany them. Zheng Wen scowled and addressed Lu Hui. We had agreed to enjoy this journey together. Bringing along an old man would surely diminish the experience. Li Shijun, having just lost in a contest of strength, was quite displeased and exchanged a glance with Zhou Ran before exclaiming, since Brother Lu intends to take the old man along, we must part ways for now. We shall meet again at the Yushu sect. Very well, it is only a few days' journey. I will take Elder Chen ahead and await you at the Yushu sect, Lu Hui replied without hesitation. The three were taken aback by Lu Hui's lack of insight. Truly intending to travel with the old blind man, and they departed in a huff. Little Lu, you need not offend your friends on my account, Chun Xia said, feeling quite embarrassed. Lu Hui smiled gently. It is of no consequence. I never intended to travel with them anyway. Departing is just fine. And why is that? Chun Xia inquired. Our paths diverge. We do not share the same aspirations, Lu Hui replied with indifference. This group consisted of young rakes, overly self-important, flaunting their arrogance to everyone they encountered. Associating with them would surely hinder one's journey on the path of immortality. I see that the old man has had a difficult time in his life, suffering greatly, and it evokes my sympathy. I shall accompany you for a stretch. It is but a small effort on my part. Chun Xia was touched. This Lu Hui, though young, possessed great spirit and magnanimity, destined to become a remarkable master in the future. Lu Hui led Chun Xia to the nearby town, directly purchasing a carriage, and helped Chun Xia change into clean clothes. Lu Hui then took the reins himself, setting off towards the Yushu sect. Chapter 10. Settling in the Yushu sect upon finding refuge in the Yushu sect. Chun Xia's knowledge of cultivation was limited to the rumors he had heard at Ping'an and the insights penned by Zhu Shanshun. However, with the acquaintance of Lu Hui, his understanding in this realm has significantly broadened. It is said that we currently dwell in the era of the final law, where although cultivators exist, their prowess remains rather modest. It has been over 10 millennia since anyone has successfully ascended. The Yushu sect is merely a small faction within the Chu kingdom, and the world is replete with nations of similar size, countless in number. Far too many for anyone to keep track of, as no one could traverse the entirety of the realm. This particular region essentially falls under the influence of the Yushu sect. Every few years, disciples of the sect venture forth to seek out gifted children, inviting them to the sect for assessment. Those who qualify are welcomed as novices, with a substantial chance of becoming formal disciples. Nevertheless, the Yushu sect cannot possibly encompass every area, and there are always exceptional talents that slip through the cracks. Those who cultivate at home, upon reaching the second tier of Qi refinement, may independently seek out the Yushu sect and are assured acceptance as disciples. This group encountered one another on their journey to the sect, sensing a connection and thus decided to travel together. However, after a fortnight of companionship, Lu Hui discerned that his temperament differed greatly from that of the three others, creating a certain discord. He took it upon himself to drive, providing Chun Xia with attentive care along the way. Their relationship was not one of kinship, nor did he harbor high hopes for Chun Xia's path to immortality. It stemmed solely from a place of compassion. Coming from a scholarly background, Lu Hui possessed an innate kindness. With a healthy individual at the helm, they traversed the remaining several hundred miles in less than 10 days. Upon their arrival, Lu Hui led Chun Xia to the mountain gate, where they bowed and were greeted by an acolyte who escorted them to the grand hall. Coincidentally, the sect leader Huang Lanqin was present to oversee matters. Upon seeing Lu Hui, he engaged him in brief conversation, assessed his cultivation level, and promptly accepted him into the sect as an outer disciple. All those not of novice origin commenced as outer disciples, with the potential for advancement to inner disciples should they exhibit progress. Lu Hui cared not for the distinction between inner and outer disciples. To be recognized as a disciple of the Yushu sect was a tremendous triumph for his family. Next, Huang Lanxin evaluated Chun Xia's cultivation and was somewhat taken aback. Esteemed friend, your cultivation level is surprisingly at the 3rd tier of qi refinement. Chun Xia rejoiced, exclaiming, I have heard that the Yushu sect accepts disciples with a mere 2nd tier of qi refinement. Does this mean I may also become a disciple of the Yushu sect? Huang Lanxin's expression turned awkward as he replied, Esteemed friend, you are aware of your own circumstances, which puts me in a rather difficult position. In haste, Chun Xia interjected. Sect leader, I am cognizant of my blindness, my lameness, my hunchback, and my advanced age. I do not seek to be a disciple. I merely wish to remain within the sect as a servant. Along the journey, Lu Hui had already prepared Chun Xia for the potential biases he might face due to his health and age. Anticipating that the Yushu sect might reject him for these reasons, he lowered his expectations. Even serving as a mere errand boy within a cultivation sect would surely be preferable to begging at Ping'an yet. He remained oblivious to how peculiar his appearance was at that moment, and the sect leader immediately discerned other issues. In the realm of celestial disciples, it is not uncommon for one to engage in fierce battles, resulting in injuries that may lead to disabilities, such as blindness or lameness. However, such afflictions are generally treatable. The notion of a hunchback, on the other hand, is unfathomable for those who have dedicated themselves to cultivation since childhood. The gentle sect leader remarked, My friend, a disciple of the celestial realm, who is trained since a young age, would not bear such a visage. You are blind and limping. Yet you claim to have been maimed in combat? Chun Xia humbly replied, Indeed, I was injured in my youth during a confrontation. Elder Han Lin, seated nearby, exhibited a knowing expression and chuckled. So you were crippled in your youth? That suggests it occurred before you attained any cultivation, does it not? Have you recently encountered extraordinary fortune, perhaps consuming rare treasures that granted you this level of cultivation? The expertise of a seasoned practitioner, with just a few inquiries. He unraveled the truth. Chun Xia dared not conceal anything further, albeit he withheld a modicum of information. The elder's gaze is piercing. It is indeed, as you say. Anxiety gripped him as he pondered whether he could divulge what he had consumed. Han Lin laughed heartily and addressed sect leader Huang Lanxin. Cultivation significantly enhances one's physique. How could one possibly exhibit such signs of deterioration? Although this friend is at the 3rd layer of qi refining, he possesses little value for cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lanxin spoke. Regardless of how you embarked on your path of cultivation, judging by your appearance, you do not seem to be a malicious individual. Since you have already attained some level of cultivation and stand before me, there is no reason to abandon you. Chun Xia was overjoyed and knelt, bowing his head in gratitude. At last, he had found refuge within the celestial realm, and his arduous journey had not been in vain. Han Lin, somewhat discontent, cautioned, Sect leader, what purpose would he serve here? To speak plainly, he is but a useless individual, and we cannot simply allow him to eat without contributing. The sect leader smiled kindly and responded, You are correct. Our Yushu sect does not harbor idlers. There is a position in the western spirit fields that is currently vacant. Do you think he might be suitable? Han Lin paused, recollecting. Are you referring to the water gate of the spirit fields? At the foot of the Yushu sect's mountain lies a stretch of spirit fields, irrigated by the precious spirit water from the mountain. This spirit water is invaluable and must not be squandered, thus a water gate was established, to be opened when needed and closed otherwise. However, the location of the water gate is quite remote, far from the spirit vein's embrace, making it undesirable for many to guard it. Upon hearing this, Han Lin chuckled and turned to Chun Xia. Did you hear the sect leader? You may remain in the Yushu sect, but only as an outer disciple on a trial basis. Without a second thought, Chun Xia eagerly agreed. Regardless of whether he was an inner or outer disciple, it was far better than begging for alms. As long as he could stay permanently, that was sufficient. Thus, Han Lin instructed an inner disciple to escort the two of them to the ancestor hall to pay respects to the ancestral statue. The initiation ceremony of the Yushu sect is quite simple. After bowing to the ancestor and reciting the sect rules, one is considered a disciple. They then proceed to the elder responsible for imparting teachings to receive the Yushu method. The inner disciple further guided them to the storeroom to collect the outer disciple's attire. Subsequently, they left Lu Hui in the grand courtyard designated for outer disciples. The disciple then led Chun Xia on a lengthy journey to the house beside the water gate. At the water gate, A disciple on duty was overjoyed to hear that a newcomer had arrived to replace him. Without wasting a moment, he guided Chen Xia to the water gate, demonstrating how to operate it, indifferent to whether the blind man grasped the instructions. After a perfunctory lesson, he slipped away. The guiding disciple, having accomplished his task, departed with ease. Chen Xia, unable to see and incapable of comprehending the disciple's words, relied on his peculiar ability to articulate his own story. As he explored the water gate, he discerned its operation through the silent, inanimate objects surrounding him. Once he had thoroughly examined everything, he returned to his quarters to rest. The room managing the water gate was not adjacent to it. Situated several hundred meters away on a small, isolated patch of land, even more remote than the hunters' cabins on the mountain. Upon entering, Chen Xia felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Cultivators do not seek opulence, so the room was quite simple, yet furnished with a bed, a window, blankets, a table, chairs, and a wardrobe, everything one could need. In that moment, a profound satisfaction enveloped him. For many years, he had forgotten the essence of home. Now, this room belonged entirely to him as long as he did not abandon it. Was this not the feeling of home? This position, often scorned by all disciples of the Yushu sect, felt remarkably satisfactory to Chen Xia, solely because it bestowed upon him a sense of belonging. Early the next morning, he leaned on his blind cane and walked along the uneven path to the water gate, where he opened it to release the spiritual water. Though he could not see where the water flowed, it mattered not. He then ventured to the area enveloped by the Yushu sect's spiritual veins, seeking a clean spot to sit and immerse himself in meditation. The Yushu cultivation method differed from Zhu Shan's 3 pure breaths method, and Chen Xia was uncertain which was superior. Now that he was part of the Yushu sect, it was only natural for him to practice its teachings. When fatigue set in or hunger struck, he would return to prepare a meal. In the afternoon, he dutifully closed the water gate. Thus unfolded the ordinary day of an outer sect apprentice. Moreover, every 5 days, an elder would lecture in the main hall, allowing all to attend and contemplate the Tao. Each session prompted discussions among the disciples, yet Chen Xia refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to listen quietly and glean much from the experience. He felt immense gratitude for his current circumstances. The attainment of immortality was of no consequence to him. Here, he found tranquility for his spirit, and his life was remarkably stable. Chapter 11. Still discriminated against. Half a year swiftly passed, and Chen Xia finally digested the blood pill transformed from Zhu Shan's essence. His cultivation reached the 4th level of qi refinement. According to the elder of the Yushu sect, the qi refinement realm consists of 3 minor stages, subdivided into 9 levels. The lower tier of qi refinement merely enables one to draw qi into the body, refining spiritual energy into true qi, which is stored within the dantian. At this stage, individuals possess no special abilities and find it challenging to perform spells. However, their physical constitution surpasses that of ordinary mortals, and their lifespan remains akin to that of a human. Zhu Shan's essence was unexpectedly unearthed, with several generations of cultivation condensed into a single blood pill, retaining only a fragment of its original power. The initial digestion of the blood pill proved crucial. Lacking knowledge of pill refinement, Chen Xia wasted considerable essence, allowing it to dissipate freely. Yet, that night at the Mountain God Temple, he achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement. If time could be reversed, granting him the opportunity to return to that evening, he might have reached the 5th level. Nevertheless, Chen Xia was indifferent, viewing these gains as fortuitous. He harbored no grand ambitions. At this moment, he found joy in reaching the 4th level. The 3rd level of qi refinement belongs to the lower tier, while the breakthrough to the 4th level represents a significant hurdle, requiring an amount of true qi no less than that needed to progress from the 1st to the 3rd levels. During the breakthrough, he sensed an unusual tremor in the surrounding space. As the elder had mentioned, each breakthrough incites a disturbance in the heavens and earth. A major breakthrough results in a considerable upheaval. Now that he had attained the 4th level, he contemplated inquiring whether he could be promoted to a formal outer disciple of the Yushu sect. The benefits for outer disciples include 10 pounds of spiritual rice and 2 spirit stones each month, while formal outer disciples receive 20 pounds of spiritual rice and 10 stones. These resources, though meager, are better than nothing. Inner disciples, in addition to these benefits, enjoy substantial enhancements and the right to utilize spiritual caverns. The Yushu sect is situated on a spiritual vein, continuously supplying spiritual energy, and it is this energy that has fostered the sect's existence. Spiritual energy surges forth from various spiritual caverns within the mountains, categorized by concentration into different levels. Inner disciples must queue, while outer disciples can only observe. Although Qinxia did not aspire to become an inner disciple, he now seemed to meet the criteria for a formal outer disciple, so why not inquire? Thus, he made his way along the mountain path toward the main hall. The main hall of the Yushu sect serves as the venue for handling sect affairs, with an elder on duty each month. Upon entering the area enveloped by the spiritual vein, the number of disciples increased. However, few greeted him, and he merely heard footsteps brushing past him within mere feet. These disciples believed that since the old man was blind and could not see, even if they greeted him, he might not remember who had done so, and thus chose to ignore him. "Isn't that senior brother Chen?" A voice echoed from afar. Chen Xia recognized it as Lu Hui's voice, and his heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly bowed. "Junior brother Lu, greetings." After joining the Yushu sect, Lu Hui dedicated himself to cultivation, rarely venturing out, making their encounters infrequent. "It's been a long time. Are you heading to the main hall?" "Indeed. I have broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement and wish to ask the elder if I can be promoted to a formal outer disciple." Chen Xia candidly expressed his desire to share his joy with Lu Hui. "Really? How impressive!" Lu Hui exclaimed with surprise. "I have made no progress in the past 6 months, still at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. I truly need to learn from senior brother Chen." The two spoke enthusiastically until they were abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind Lu Hui. "Humph. Does he even know how he elevated his cultivation level?" It was the voice of Zheng Wen. Half a month after Chen Xia and Lu Hui entered the sect, Zheng Wen and his companions arrived, meeting the standards, and were indeed accepted as formal disciples of the outer sect. It was said that Zhou Ran was highly regarded by Elder Han Lin, and her ascension to the inner sect was imminent. Junior brother Zhang, what did he rely on to enhance his cultivation? Curious disciples passing by halted to inquire. Indeed, this outer sect's apprentice brother possesses an unusual appearance, yet has reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, a level typically reserved for inner sect disciples, Zheng Wen disdainfully remarked. "I heard Elder Han say that he fortuitously consumed rare treasures at the brink of death due to old age, thus artificially boosting his cultivation. In truth, he knows nothing of cultivation and has no future. He is merely allowed to linger at the Yushu sect due to his age and newly acquired abilities, living off the sect without contributing." "Oh," the crowd suddenly understood, breaking into laughter. Lu Hui, visibly displeased, sternly addressed Zheng Wen. "Junior brother Zheng, we are all children of the Immortal sect. He is a pitiable soul. There is no need for such harsh words." Zheng Wen arrogantly lifted his chin and coldly retorted, "Brother Lu, what I just stated are the exact words of Elder Han. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him yourself." Lu Hui stepped closer to Zheng Wen, speaking calmly. "Elder Han is a person of great virtue and would never speak lightly. Today, as Elder Han presides over the main hall, senior brother Chen intends to inquire about joining the inner sect. I shall ask Elder Han whether he has ever uttered such frivolous and reckless remarks." Zheng Wen, confronted by Lu Hui, felt a pang of panic. 6 months ago, when they first met on the road, he had assumed Lu Hui was just another spoiled youth like himself. Who would have guessed that this fellow was so serious and difficult to deal with? Lu Hui hailed from a scholarly family and was tall and robust, even without cultivation. Zheng Wen was aware he could not compete physically and instinctively recoiled. "Why you needn't come closer? Why bother over a hopeless camel?" Qinxia, irritated by their exchange and fearing a fight, hastily stepped forward to restrain Lu Hui. "Junior brother Lu, there is no need for quarrels. Each person's realm is different, and words should be measured." Lu Hui gently reassured Qinxia. "Senior brother Chen, do not worry. I have no intention of fighting him." He then turned to Zheng Wen and admonished, "As cultivators, we seek the purity of our hearts. Bringing worldly superficiality into our practice will yield no fruitful results, even if given 100 years. Standing tall, he towered over Zheng Wen, who, upon seeing Lu Hui's muscular arms, dared not press the matter further and stammered, "I was merely chatting. I spoke the truth." The passing disciples began to voice their opinions. Brother Lu speaks with profound insight. His words hold merit. Junior brother Zheng was impulsive. Although senior brother Chen may lack a promising future, Such bluntness is unwarranted. However, Brother Zhang's words hold truth. The cultivation gained through external means ultimately pales in comparison to that which is achieved through one's own efforts. Brother Chun, in your situation, it is essential to possess self-awareness and refrain from harboring unrealistic aspirations. Listening to the discussions around him, Chun Xia felt a tumult of emotions. They were all skeptical of his prospects, though some were candid in their opinions while others chose to speak with a semblance of decorum. Observing the criticisms directed at him, Xing Wan, unable to endure the biting remarks, discreetly departed while the opportunity presented itself. A minor upheaval had erupted unexpectedly and vanished just as swiftly. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Hui turned to Chun Xia and said, "I shall accompany you to the Great Hall." Chun Xia, feeling despondent, was reluctant to inquire further. After all, being an outer sect disciple was commendable in itself. Yet, Lu Hui was insistent. Your cultivation meets the standards for the inner sect. However, considering your age, it is indeed unwise to dwell on such thoughts. Yet, securing your position as a formal outer sect disciple should be well within your grasp. What is rightfully yours should be claimed without hesitation. Lu Hui, a man of strong principles and a naturally chivalrous heart, could not bear to see Chun Xia oppressed. He seized Chun Xia's blind cane and led him resolutely to the Great Hall. Han Lin was engaged in administrative matters, and it took an hour before they were permitted to approach him for discourse. When I accepted you into the sect, did I not make it clear that you would only attain the status of an outer sect apprentice? Han Lin said, somewhat vexed. Chun Xia was taken aback, pondering if this meant he would forever remain an outer sect apprentice with no hope for advancement. Though he kept this thought to himself before he could respond. Lu Hui interjected, Elder Han, he has already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Remaining in the outer sect seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Han Lin scoffed. He only ascended to the 4th level through a stroke of fortune with a rare treasure, did he not? Chun Xia, unable to conceal the truth, nodded in agreement. What future do you envision? Han Lin admonished loudly. You have been fortunate enough to obtain treasures and join the Yusu sect. That alone is commendable. Do not entertain thoughts of cunning schemes to gain further advantage. Chun Xia recognized the discrimination he faced but, respecting the elder's authority, dared not retort. Instead, he softly inquired, May I ask, Elder, what must I do to become a formal disciple, or even an inner sect disciple? Han Lin's expression darkened. In his eyes, Chun Xia was but a worthless entity, undeserving of his attention. Yet, within the Great Hall, he had to uphold the facade of fairness befitting his status as an elder. Thus, Han Lin coldly replied, Unless you can, through self-cultivation, achieve the 6th level of qi refinement within 3 years, I shall not consent to your elevation to a formal outer sect disciple. Lu Hui was taken aback by this demand. The 6th level of qi refinement, and still just an outer disciple? Is the threshold of the Yusu sect truly so high? Such standards would not be seen even in the venerable sects of history, where outer disciples typically do not reach the 6th level of qi refinement. This is blatant discrimination. However, Han Lin dismissed their concerns, ordering them to leave and not to impede the sect's affairs. This is unjust, Lu Hui declared indignantly as they exited the Great Hall. I have grown accustomed to such circumstances, Chun Xia remarked, finding a strange sense of relief in the clarity of the standards set before him. In the past 6 months, he realized that whether practicing the Jade Void technique or the 3 pure breaths, the results were disappointingly meager. Han Lin's words resonated with him. He could not rely solely on his cultivation to enhance his prowess. Without the blood pill, he amounted to nothing. Thank you, junior brother Lu. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Hui. As for becoming an official outer disciple, he deemed it futile. Chapter 12. Abandoning the pursuit of immortality and embracing serenity outside the Grand Hall, Lu Hui observed Zhang when standing with Zhou Ran and Li Shijun, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. See, I told you so, Zhengwen exclaimed triumphantly. Lu Hui furrowed his brows, feeling quite displeased. He took a few steps towards them. But before he could reach them, Zhou Ran whispered, This fellow can be quite difficult. Let us not allow him to catch us in our words and harass us endlessly. Li Shijun, undeterred, approached Lu Hui boldly and shouted, What is the matter? This aged, frail, hunchbacked, and blind outer disciple wishes to become an official disciple. Yet Elder Han would surely refuse, wouldn't he? Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples. Chun Xia, concerned for Lu Hui's well-being and fearing he might get into a conflict for her sake, hurriedly grasped his arm and said tremulously, "Junior brother Lu, I was mentally prepared for this outcome. Please do not let this cause discord between you and the others." She pulled Lu Hui away, preventing him from speaking further. Fortunately, within the hall, Zhang Wen and his companions dared not raise their voices, choosing instead to enjoy the spectacle with gleeful amusement. Lu Hui felt a sense of discomfort in his heart as he quietly escorted Chen Xia back to the water gate. Upon seeing the modest furnishings within the room, he sighed and said solemnly, "Before coming to the Yushu sect, I heard it was a small yet idyllic place, where brothers and disciples treated each other with respect and camaraderie." Chen Xia chuckled. How could the Yushu sect be considered a minor sect? It spans such a vast area, with countless disciples and profound heritage. Her response was clearly off-topic, diverting the conversation. Lu Hui recognized Chen Xia's reluctance to discuss these matters further, and thus refrained from pressing the issue. Instead, he earnestly reassured her, "Senior brother Chen, the realm of cultivation values strength. The Qi refinement stage is no great feat. If you can break through to the foundation establishment stage, age matters not, be it 60 or 80, you will still be considered young. We need not expend our energy on trivial individuals or matters." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Xia replied, surprised. "I had no idea such views existed." "Did you not know?" Lu Hui was equally astonished. Was this not foundational knowledge in the world of cultivation? The Qi refinement stage is divided into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. The lower tier merely allows one to draw Qi into the body. In the middle tier, one can retain more true Qi and perform low-tier spells. Upon reaching the upper tier of Qi refinement, the concentration of true Qi becomes exceedingly high, nearing a liquid state, thus allowing for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. The Qi refinement stage merely denotes a strong mortal. Their lifespan remains akin to that of ordinary humans. However, once one attains the foundation establishment stage, their lifespan can extend to 150 or even 200 years. The Yushu sect is indeed a small sect, Lu Hui reiterated, emphasizing that the size of a sect is not determined by the number of its members. The number of foundation establishment disciples in the Yushu sect is quite limited, including the sect leader, who is merely at the high foundation establishment stage, as is Elder Han. If you were to reach the foundation establishment stage, what does it matter if one is crippled or blind? They would still regard you as an elder. Though Chen Xia had been in the sect for half a year, her understanding of its affairs remained limited. You have already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Should you manage to attain foundation establishment before your lifespan concludes, you could still live for at least another century. Even if you never reach the golden core stage in the Yushu sect, you would still command respect. Despite the ostentatious demeanor of Zhang Wen and his entourage, their character is wanting. Reaching your age, they would merely be at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and you need not regard them with any seriousness. Chen Xia recognized that Lu Hui's intentions were benevolent, sharing such extensive information about cultivation to encourage him, which deeply touched his heart. The room was modest, and Lu Hui did not linger long. After a brief visit, he took his leave. Once Lu Hui departed, Chen Xia fell into contemplation. He harbored little desire to become an official disciple of the outer sect. His initial intention was merely to inquire. Whether he gained admission or not was of little consequence. Unexpectedly, he encountered the ridicule of Zhang Wan, and Lu Hui's temperament, intolerant of bullying the weak, stirred quite a commotion. However, Lu Hui's remarks regarding foundation establishment resonated within him like a heavy stone cast into a still pond. In his 8-fold pouch, he possessed 3 vials and around 40 assorted elixirs. Through recounting one's tale, he had learned their names and had inquired among other disciples of the Yushu sect. If he were to consume all these elixirs, he could potentially reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, why had he not done so? As Han Lin had suggested, he truly could not elevate his cultivation through self-practice. If consuming the elixirs would not allow him to break through to foundation establishment, would that not be a waste? He resolved to first address his inability to cultivate before considering the elixirs. Time swiftly passed, and a year had elapsed. This year had validated one truth. Chen Xia indeed could not cultivate Qi on his own. It appeared he lacked any talent. This lifetime would merely see him at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Once a beggar, merely managing to exist within the celestial sect was already sufficient. He felt gratitude towards Zhu Shan, that nefarious practitioner, for altering his fate, and by extension, his own. Friends who frequently lived as beggars understood that once an individual languishes at the bottom for an extended period, their desires diminish. Even the most unfavorable outcomes become acceptable. Within the Yusu sect, not only did he have food, but he also dined on spiritual rice, with the only price being his daily task of operating the sluice gate. What more could one desire? He accepted everything with equanimity and completely relinquished the already scant dreams of cultivating immortality. He was simply an ordinary person. On this day, as was customary, he leaned on his blind cane and approached the sluice gate, preparing to close it and conclude the day's labor. Due to his blindness, he needed to feel for the switch and recite a phrase to discern its outline. For a year and a half, each time he operated the switch, it revealed a complete outline, inscribed with the words, "I am the sluice gate switch, in use for 200 years. However, today, an additional line appeared. Beneath the ditch lies something extraordinary, having emerged from the depths of the earth. Qin Xiao was taken aback. He had touched everything near the sluice gate, and the information displayed daily had been relatively consistent. This time, however, there was something new. He leaped into the ditch and began to feel around, uttering the phrase as he encountered various objects. A large stone revealed. It lies just below me, somewhat deep. But I can sense a powerful spiritual energy, even stronger than spiritual water. Qin Xiao was astonished. Something infused with spiritual energy? Magical treasures, elixirs, and spiritual herbs are all imbued with ethereal energy. Yet, why would such entities be found beneath the spirit water, buried deep underground? As he surfaced, he fell into a contemplative reverie. This object, radiating spiritual essence, could not have existed for long. Could it be that someone recently discarded it? Regardless, the priority was to unearth it. He hurried back to his dwelling, retrieving a shovel. Tools were essential for managing the sluice gate. Returning to the waterway, he leapt into the deep trench and cast a minor spell, parting the waters to create a 5-foot square dry area. At the 4th level of Qi cultivation, he could only perform rudimentary spells, which had a fleeting duration, lasting merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. That brief interval sufficed. Despite his physical frailty, his cultivation level granted him strength surpassing that of the 2 bandits he had encountered years ago at the shrine. Soon enough, he reached a depth of 5 feet. As he excavated, his hands brushed against the soil and stones, and guided by their contours, he soon encountered an object, seemingly a root. Grasping it, it suddenly jerked, attempting to leap from his palm. Fortunately, the spell he had cast created a confined space, preventing the entity from escaping beyond the 5-foot boundary. Yet, it remained elusive. After considerable effort, he finally secured it. "Reveal your tail," he commanded. In an instant, a ginseng appeared before him. "I am the ancient mountain ginseng, a millennium old. Woe is me, he intends to consume me. Where can I possibly hide?" Qin Xiao was taken aback. This was a ginseng on the verge of attaining sentience. Chapter 13. A millennium-old mountain ginseng. Qin Xiao had heard tales of spiritual herbs. In this current age of decline, cultivation had become exceedingly arduous, and spiritual herbs were even more elusive. This particular old mountain ginseng had developed a modicum of sentience, capable of discerning benefit from harm. It could run and evade, yet, lacking true vision, it was as blind as Qin Xiao himself, devoid of genuine wisdom, which ultimately led to its capture. This ginseng was likely a superior material for alchemy, but alas, Qin Xiao was no adept in the art of pill-making. Merely possessing a millennium-old mountain ginseng would not suffice to concoct a potion. Additional herbs were requisite. With his affliction of blindness and empty pockets, even if presented with a complete recipe, he would be unable to gather the necessary components. If I were to present this to the Yushu sect, they would surely reward me with pills. The voices of Han Lin, Zheng Wan, Zhou Ran, and others echoed mockingly in his mind, swiftly dispelling that thought. Within the Yushu sect, apart from Lu Huiping who treated him with respect, only the fair and just sect leader, Huang Lanxin, was worth mentioning. Yet, Huang was not a man of business. Should he surrender the old mountain ginseng, the others would likely bestow upon him only a few low-grade gathering chi pills. Rather than relinquish it for naught, he resolved to consume it himself. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the old mountain ginseng whole. Immediately after, the effect of the spell dissipated and the spiritual essence surged, engulfing him. He hurriedly climbed ashore, returned to his quarters, and sat in meditation to commence the digestion of the herb. Consuming a spiritual herb raw was akin to ingesting a pill, necessitating a special technique for assimilation. The method imparted by the Yushu sect for digesting pills, known as Dantian force, differed from that of Zhu Shanshan, which he had long abandoned. An hour later, his Dantian was filled to capacity, and the old mountain ginseng could no longer be transformed. Upon opening his inner sight, he was taken aback. The old mountain ginseng hovered above his Dantian, larger than a blood pill. The blood pill had opened the path of cultivation for him, allowing him to overcome a significant hurdle and elevate his prowess to the 4th level of qi refinement. This old mountain ginseng appeared even more potent. Could it possibly propel him directly to the 7th or 8th level? If so, consuming those 3 bottles of pills might even allow him to establish his foundation. Having spent over a year in Yushu sect, he had touched every place he had visited. Yet he had not anticipated unearthing such a treasure near the sluice gate. It seemed prudent not to be overly insular. Perhaps tomorrow he would explore unvisited locales, and he might yet stumble upon more good fortune. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, filled with hope for the future. In the dead of night, he heard hurried footsteps outside. He rushed to the door and questioned loudly, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The group halted, grumbling in discontent. "So we disturbed Chin the Blind." The voice belonged to Li Shijun. "Go back to sleep. This is none of your concern," came Zheng Wen's voice. One of the older disciples explained the situation. "The millennium-old mountain ginseng that Elder Han purchased at great expense has gone missing, and we are out searching for it." Chen Xia was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Which mountain ginseng? Can it really run?" An old mountain ginseng that had awakened its intelligence but had not yet fully matured would have surely become a spirit if it had not faced adversity during its growth. Elder Han, in a moment of carelessness, allowed it to escape. Chen Xia was momentarily petrified, realizing that he had consumed Han Lin's treasure. What a fool to speak to a blind man, Zhang Wen muttered with evident impatience. Chen Xia remained silent and quickly retreated to his own room, preferring not to speak. The group of disciples did not suspect him. They wielded their magical artifacts, probing for spiritual energy. Elder Han commanded that no inch of the Yushu sect be left unsearched. Not even in the dead of night were they allowed to rest, a most arduous ordeal. A throng of individuals circled around Chen Xia's room, then proceeded down a narrow path. "Senior brother, do you think that the mountain ginseng could escape the confines of the Yushu sect?" Li Shijun inquired. Elder Han asserted that it would not, as the Yushu sect was fortified with formations to prevent its escape. A more composed elder disciple responded. All the inner disciples were mobilized, vowing not to relent until the Yushu sect was thoroughly searched. Zheng Wen expressed mild irritation. As Chen Xia heard their voices fade into the distance, he dared not let his guard down, remaining sleepless throughout the night. It turned out the spiritual herb was purchased by Han Lin. No wonder it could burrow into the earth. It was on the verge of becoming sentient. Having consumed his treasure, what would become of him if Han Lin discovered the truth? He could neither digest nor expel it. It seemed prudent to avoid crowded places for the next few days, remaining discreetly by the sluice gate to properly conceal the ancient mountain ginseng, unnoticed and without evidence of his crime. At dawn, he cautiously opened the sluice gate and then returned to his room, settling into his cultivation. This locale was quite remote, typically devoid of visitors, assuredly safe. However, at midday, another group arrived, wielding devices to detect spiritual energy, making their way along the narrow path. Chen Xia deliberately hid within his room, feigning sleep. The door was pounded insistently, a display of their impatience. Reluctantly, Chen Xia opened the door. "Brothers, what brings you here?" he asked. "Step aside. We need to conduct a search." Understanding the urgency, Chen Xia exited and distanced himself. "Elder Han has instructed us to search every inch, leaving no place unexamined, including your premises." One individual entered Chen Xia's room, carelessly rummaging about. Chen Xia silently watched them, daring not to speak, uncertain if their artifacts could detect the spiritual herb he had ingested. The disciples meticulously searched both the front and back of the house, but did not approach Chen Xia, allowing him a modicum of relief. "They should not be able to find anything within me," he thought. "I heard that Elder Han lost a particularly precious spiritual herb." Chen Xia feigned curiosity. "Oh, even you've caught wind of it," one disciple remarked. "They searched here last night." Chen Xia subtly hinted. "They are they, and we are we. We are not on the same team," a disciple grumbled, visibly agitated. It appeared that Elder Han had driven these inner disciples to the brink of madness, having sent multiple groups to conduct a thorough search since last night. What kind of elixir can that spiritual herb be used to concoct? Huh, you clearly don't understand. That is the primary ingredient used to concoct the Imu Dan. What effects does the Imu Dan possess? A disdainful laugh escaped the lips of an inner sect disciple. With a condescending tone, he continued, the Imu Dan is an exceptionally advanced elixir. Elder Han, currently at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, finds it challenging to break through a significant barrier. Consuming the Imu Dan could not only facilitate that breakthrough, but may even propel him directly to the 8th or 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Chen Xia was taken aback, astonished that one could leap from the intermediate level of Foundation Establishment directly to the advanced tier. Should Elder Han reach the 8th level, his cultivation would rival that of the esteemed Master Huang Lanxin. Such a potion was indeed of great significance. He could vividly imagine Elder Han's fury upon discovering that he had consumed the precious millennium-old mountain ginseng. A shiver ran down his spine. If Elder Han were to find out, it would surely spell doom for him. He had not anticipated the immense value of this herb, and now felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Is it possible that one of the disciples might find and consume it? One disciple suddenly suggested. Chen Xia was nearly petrified. Surely not. Who could possibly ingest such a thing? Who would dare? However, he pondered, what if someone did eat the mountain ginseng? I've heard Elder Yang mention that if it were fully consumed, one could at least reach the 9th level of qi cultivation. Wow, you think Elder Han would simply let you off the hook? You'd be lucky to make it to the 9th level in your next life. The group of disciples searched haphazardly around Chen Xia's dwelling. Given the remoteness of the area, they spoke freely, unrestrained by fear, yet ultimately left empty-handed. Entirely oblivious to Chen Xia's presence, they remained unaware of the horrifying implications of their words, while Chen Xia trembled, unable to maintain his composure. Once they had distanced themselves, he hurriedly locked his door, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. While the prospect of fully digesting the mountain ginseng and attaining the 9th level of qi cultivation was enticing, to Elder Han, even that level would merely equate to insignificance. Should he be discovered, who could withstand Elder Han's wrath? For the time being, it was imperative to avoid any other locations within the Yushu sect. Chapter 14. The wandering old ginseng. The ancient ginseng, which had thrived for a millennium, proved to be considerably more challenging to dissolve than the blood elixir. Each day, a mere trickle filled the energy reservoir, causing Chen Xia to grow increasingly anxious. The lengthy process of dissipating the blood elixir had already consumed a significant amount of time, and the old ginseng, a treasure imbued with sentience, would not be entirely eradicated in less than a year or two. Contemplating the prospect of attaining the 9th tier of qi refinement within that time frame, followed by the consumption of the Zhushan Shen elixirs, he was confident he could ascend to the Foundation Establishment stage. Once he reached that level, who would dare to look down upon him? The disciples of the Yushu sect scoured the mountains with their magical artifacts for 3 consecutive days and nights. The distant water gate was even visited twice. Rumor had it that Han Lin had nearly lost his mind, searching not only the residences of other elders, but even the sect leaders' quarters. Although the elders were displeased, they empathized with his distress over the loss of precious spiritual herbs and refrained from conflict. For a time, the Yushu sect was engulfed in paranoia and chaos. However, no one suspected Chen Xia. The old blind man remained in the most secluded part of the sect, tending to the irrigation of the spiritual fields. And who would remember him? As a month passed, the situation gradually subsided. It was rumored that Han Lin had fallen ill, while others speculated he was sulking, isolating himself within his chambers. Chen Xia had also refrained from stepping into the area covered by the spiritual veins for 3 months. Self-cultivation proved ineffective. His progress relied mainly on the dissolution of elixirs and spiritual herbs, allowing him to enjoy a carefree existence. The old ginseng was indeed an extraordinary spiritual herb, and within 3 months, Chen Xia's cultivation unexpectedly advanced to the 5th tier of qi refinement. While an increase in cultivation was typically a cause for celebration, it was not the case now. Han Lin had long declared that this blind man's cultivation was solely attributable to the fortunate acquisition of a treasure, and true self-cultivation was impossible. The old man's words held an uncanny accuracy. If others were to discover his sudden elevation in rank, The entire sect would undoubtedly converge to witness, thus exposing him. One day, he suddenly realized something. Why should he remain in the Yushu sect? Having consumed the millennium-old ginseng, he could easily find a secluded place to dissolve it completely and attain the 9th tier of qi refinement. Following that, with the Zhushan Shun elixirs, he could effortlessly reach the foundation establishment stage. The world is vast, and if he departed from the state of Chu, seeking any sect, his foundation establishment cultivation would surely secure him a position as an elder or a senior inner disciple, granting him a life of leisure. At the Watergate, where he was largely ignored, he considered leaving quietly, but he felt it imperative not to arouse suspicion. Departing in silence at such a moment would inevitably appear as if he were absconding with funds, drawing Han Lin's attention. Patiently waiting for the sect leader, Huang Lanxin, to emerge for his duties, Chen Xia made a point to visit the main hall and bid farewell to the leader. Having spent nearly 2 years in the Yushu sect, he found it increasingly mundane. With age weighing upon him and a bleak future ahead, he believed it would be far more fulfilling to enjoy life in the mortal realm. This reasoning was entirely plausible. It was not uncommon for disciples of immortal sects to abandon their cultivation pursuits and join the imperial court, where they were rewarded with high positions and boundless wealth and glory. Chen Xia anticipated that the sect leader would kindly persuade him to stay, pondering how to respond. To his surprise, the leader said, "Very well, since you wish to leave, do so promptly. There is no need for you to linger. My Yushu sect does not lack disciples." "Ah, thank you, sect leader." Chen Xia bowed his head and turned to depart, thinking that perhaps the leader was quite busy and had no time to concern himself with a mere apprentice disciple like him. Moreover, given his current state, he felt he was a disgrace to the sect. "I apologize, sect leader Huang. It is not that I lack appreciation, but I must take my leave." Without even needing to return to the Watergate, he resolutely set forth on his journey. Unexpectedly, before he could reach the mountain gate of Yushu sect, a sudden gust of wind swept past, and a figure soared in on a sword, landing before him. "Halt!" The voice was a thunderous command, and Chen Xia felt as though struck by lightning. It was Elder Han's voice. "Elder Han, what brings you here?" He forced himself to remain calm and inquired with a smile. Han did not respond, but approached him, sniffing closely, his expression shifting dramatically. "It is indeed you. How audacious to have consumed my 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng." Han's words struck Chen Xia dumb. How had he deduced this? It had been 3 months since he had dug it up, and even the inner disciples who had walked by his door with magical artifacts had not discovered it. How could this old man know just by scent? "Elder Han, I do not understand what you mean." Chen Xia feigned ignorance. "At this point, I can only act oblivious." "Humph, you have consumed my spiritual herb, and you exude its fragrant aroma. Are you truly unaware?" Chen Xia was utterly bewildered and hastily raised his hand to sniff himself. Bathing daily in spiritual water without any soap, he believed he merely bore the scent of an old man. No need to sniff. How could someone in the qi refinement stage detect such fragrance? Moreover, one becomes accustomed to their own scent, Han replied, his tone remarkably composed, devoid of anger. Feeling guilty, Chen Xia fell silent. Han seized his shoulder with one hand while the other pressed against his abdomen, rendering Chen Xia completely immobile. He realized the situation was turning dire. Han quickly discovered that the 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng was still within him, transforming his fury into delight. "Huh, you worthless fool, after consuming my 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng. 3 months have passed, and you remain nearly unchanged. It takes you that long to absorb a single spiritual herb? You truly are a waste." Laughter erupted around them. Only then did Chen Xia realize he was the center of attention. Initially, the disciples had refrained from breathing when they saw Han's grim countenance, but upon witnessing his smile, they felt emboldened to join in the laughter. Chen Xia's heart sank. Having been publicly ridiculed, he could only concede, "I did not know it was the elder's spiritual herb. I unearthed it from the soil beneath the Watergate, only later realizing it was purchased by Elder Han." "Oh, the Watergate. It slipped beneath there? Indeed, clever. The spiritual water contains spiritual energy. My magical artifact could not detect it," Han remarked with a smile. Chen Xia could not see his expression. Otherwise, he would have been terrified by the underlying resentment and murderous intent hidden within that smile. "But why did you consume it?" "I will compensate you." "How much silver did you spend?" "I will repay you." "You will compensate? With silver?" Amidst the laughter, Han Lin found himself in such a fit that bubbles of snot escaped from his nose. Chun Xia felt a wave of embarrassment, yet he too found the situation amusing. The ethereal Imu Dan, capable of elevating a mid-level foundation cultivator to a higher tier, could it truly be procured with mere silver? Even if one were to demand silver, the sum would be beyond his means. His entire wealth still amounted to the scant silver he had obtained from the mountain god temple years ago. To be honest, I am quite grateful that you consumed the millennium-old mountain ginseng. Had it been someone else, I fear not even a fragment would remain. Han Lin remarked with a hint of melancholy. Chun Xia felt disheartened, lamenting his inadequacy. If only his dantian were larger, he could have completely absorbed it within 3 months. Although you have ingested it, your inability to digest it renders you, in the eyes of the Qi refining disciples, merely an inconspicuous figure. Yet, before us, the foundation cultivators, you appear as nothing less than a walking mountain ginseng. It dawned on him that the elders had reported his earlier meeting with the sect leader to Han Lin. Recalling the leader's words, he swiftly grasped the intent behind the leader's urging for him to leave. The leader was, in fact, attempting to save him. Despite holding the highest position within the Yusu sect, the leader could not entirely suppress the other elders. They could only hasten his departure without stating their intentions too explicitly. As for the mountain ginseng, you indeed owe me compensation, but I shall not accept silver. What then? Does the elder seek in return? Chun Xia inquired anxiously. Your life. Han Lin replied with a chilling smile. A tightness gripped Chun Xia's heart. It seemed he was to be transformed into a vessel for refinement. The surrounding disciples remained silent, for none would dare to stand up for a blind man. Chapter 15. The master's plea is futile with no one to speak on his behalf. Chun Xia could only defend himself, seizing the opportunity while other disciples were present as listeners. Elder Han, refining a person into medicine is strictly prohibited. It is the path of evil. Silence. If I do not refine you, what will you offer me in compensation? Han Lin, incensed by Chun Xia's audacity to invoke the rules, felt an even greater fury swell within him. Were it not for the fact that Chun Xia was still worth a precious millennium-old ginseng, he would have already shattered his skull. A murmur of unrest rippled through the surrounding disciples, their whispers filled with astonishment at Han Lin's intentions. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts. At a critical moment, Zhang Wen's voice pierced through the tension. Elder Han, this old beggar devoured your 1,000-year-old ginseng. It is only fitting that he be refined into medicinal material. Indeed, fitting, echoed several of Han Lin's favored disciples. In truth, Han Lin was not concerned with garnering support. He simply sought to hear some affirmations, given his esteemed position as an elder of the Yushu sect. Zhang Wen's shout came even before Han Lin's disciples, earning Han Lin's approval as he gestured for Zhang Wen to approach. Unaware of who might be observing, Chun Xia surmised that no elder-level individuals were present. Everyone was keen to avoid conflict. With a forceful grip, Han Lin lifted Chun Xia effortlessly, rendering him immobile, and transported him to Han Lin's sanctum, imprisoning him in a small, dark chamber. Zhang Wen, keep watch at the door, Han Lin commanded. Yes, rest assured, elder, he shall find no means of escape. Zhang Wen replied, his mind racing with the opportunity to curry favor without exerting much effort. Next door lay the alchemy chamber, where Han Lin and his favored disciples busied themselves with their craft. Chun Xia felt desolate, yet he could not escape. Having survived over 30 years of stale food, he found it absurd that consuming a single millennium-old ginseng could lead to his demise. Had he known this would be his fate, he would have never ventured into the realm of cultivation. Old beggar, I have always found you distasteful. Today, your end is nigh. Zhang Wen remarked with a grin from outside the door. Chun Xia responded with indignation. How peculiar. I bear you no ill will. Why do you harbor such hatred towards me? Do you know the hardships I have endured in my quest for cultivation? Yet you, on the brink of death, fortuitously stumble upon a treasure, and your cultivation surpasses mine. Is it not justifiable for me to feel resentment? Zhang Wen's family was affluent, and they had invested heavily in his training, providing ample herbs to aid his path. His ability to open his meridians and embark on the journey of cultivation was not a result of sporadic efforts, but rather these expensive resources. Now, he dared to speak of his suffering, likely referring to the bitterness of the precious elixirs. Chun Xia, unaware of Zhang Wen's upbringing, knew only that he had not faced hardship in his own practice, as his attempts at self-cultivation had proven futile. Regardless, Each individual's fortune is unique. And your jealousy is excessive. Jealous? Why would I be jealous of you? Zheng Wen's face twisted with contempt. Look at yourself, blind, lame, hunchbacked, and aged. What right do you have to enter the gates of immortality? The master does not disdain me. What right do you have to look down upon me? Huh. The master is uninvolved in trivial matters. Observe the entire Yushu sect. Does anyone pay you heed? Oh, aside from that single-minded Lu Hui. The entire hierarchy regards you as a pariah, avoiding you as though you were a plague. Humph. You are nothing but a shallow individual who judges by appearances, bullying others with your influence. Just like you, possessing mediocre talent, you will merely reach the intermediate stage of chi refinement before your demise. Decades hence, you too shall be consigned to the earth. Although I cannot see your visage, your acerbic tongue and your opportunistic, sycophantic behavior reveal that your lifespan is short. You may not even live to my age. Chen Xia is confined in a dark room, soon to be refined by Han Lin, and he will show no mercy to anyone. The reason I previously refrained from quarrels was merely a long-standing habit. It does not signify a lack of discernment within me. While speaking, I rummaged about the dark room, seeking an escape. Zheng Wan, infuriated and livid, stirred up a commotion that disturbed Han Lin in the adjacent room. A direct disciple emerged to admonish, "What are you arguing with a dying man for?" Zheng Wan fell silent, and Chen Xia ceased his tirades, continuing to search the room. This chamber is merely a storage area for Han Lin's alchemical endeavors, not a dedicated prison. Escaping is simple, one could break the door. However, Han Lin has placed restrictions upon it that I lack the ability to dispel. Even if I were to break through, it would undoubtedly alert those next door. In summary, Chen Xia's demise is inevitable. Just as despair enveloped him, a voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Master Huang Lanqing called, "Elder Han, come forth. I have inquiries for you." The voice was not loud, yet it emanated an undeniable authority. Chen Xia, within the dark room, felt a surge of excitement and surprise. The master had arrived, surely to rescue him. "Master, what are your commands?" Elder Han leisurely emerged, followed by all his direct disciples, who conspicuously assumed a defensive stance. Zheng Wan, upon seeing the master's arrival, instinctively positioned himself behind Elder Han. "I have heard you captured Chen Xia. What are your intentions?" The master was undoubtedly well informed, aware that I had consumed my millennium-old ginseng. "Thus, do you truly intend to refine a living being? Do you possess an alternative method, master?" Their dialogue appeared calm, yet currents of tension surged beneath the surface. The master sighed. "How can one expel the medicine that has already been ingested?" Elder Han smiled faintly. "Then there is nothing to be done. I beg your pardon, master." "Elder Han, you must understand that refining a living being is a practice of the demonic path, forbidden by all major sects." Huang Lanqing's voice grew stern. "Master, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall bear all consequences," Elder Han replied, his tone rising, unwavering in his stance. The disciples behind him stood on edge, seemingly prepared for conflict. Huang Lanqing cast a severe glance at these disciples. They dared not meet the master's gaze, yet remained vigilant. Elder Han let out a soft hum, prompting the disciples to stand even straighter. Huang Lanqing did not anticipate his unwavering resolve. His tone softened. "Elder Han, I advise you with good intentions, do not be so agitated. Regardless, a conflict between the sect master and the elder would be profoundly detrimental to the sect, and we must not allow it to reach that point." The sect master. "I am not agitated. This is the only course of action available to me. I have no other choice." Han Lin swiftly moderated his tone, acknowledging his position as a worthless old beggar, pondering why the sect master would concern himself with him. He is an outer disciple of the Yushu sect. How can I turn a blind eye? I am an elder of the Yushu sect, and he has severely undermined the interests of the elders. Why do you not take action? Han Lin smiled, yet his words were acerbic. "Elder Han, he has consumed the millennium-old mountain ginseng. Perhaps it is simply fate." "No, that is incorrect." Han Lin could not contain his fury. He concealed the truth from us, despite my sending numerous disciples to search the mountains. He not only remained silent, but had the audacity to consume it. Is this also fate? Chen Xia, in the dark room, shouted. I was unearthed at a specific day and time. The searching disciples arrived only in the dead of night. Han Lin discovered that the millennium-old mountain ginseng had escaped only in the evening. He was fully aware of this, yet would never concede it. Matters that cannot be substantiated. Are you merely speaking without evidence? Han Lin retorted angrily. The sequence of events is no longer a matter for debate, as it cannot be proven. Huang Lanxin did not wish to dwell on this. He needed to prevent Han Lin from refining a living being. Should such an event occur within the Yushu sect, it would undoubtedly provoke a large sect to retaliate. Not only would Han Lin be unable to evade responsibility, but as the sect master, he too would be implicated. This reasoning was not lost on Han Lin, yet his rage clouded his judgment, pushing him into obstinacy, with unpredictable consequences. The sect master, not wanting to lay bare these implications before so many disciples, took a few steps forward, locking his gaze onto Han Lin's eyes, and spoke softly. As an elder, you are well aware of what actions are appropriate and which are not. I kindly urge you to remain composed. A fierce glint flashed in Han Lin's eyes as he forced a calm facade, uttering, I understand. You wish for me to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Huang Lanxin found it unwise to say more, reiterating, Elder Han, take care of yourself. He cast a stern glance at Zheng Wen, asking, what are you doing here? Zheng Wen, not being Han Lin's direct disciple, dared not defy the sect master, and Han Lin would not confront the sect master over such a person. He could only nervously approach the sect master's side. Huang Lanxin departed with Zheng Wen. Once the sect master left, all of Han Lin's disciples exhaled in relief. No one wished to clash with the sect master. Han Lin was their beloved master, yet the sect master was, after all, the supreme authority of the Yushu sect, caught in an uncomfortable middle ground. As he watched the sect master's figure fade away, Han Lin suddenly sprang into action, setting up formations around the alchemy chamber. Humph, everyone. Stay alert. Not a single mosquito is to be let in. Chun Xia's spirits plunged once more into despair. Chapter 16. The turn of events. Han Lin intended to treat Chun Xia as a precious ancient ginseng, intending to concoct the Imu Dan alongside other herbs. The initial step in processing the ancient ginseng involves a procedure known as steaming, wherein the ginseng is placed into a pot and simmered to a certain degree before being transferred to the alchemical furnace. Since Chun Xia was akin to an ancient ginseng, a large pot was necessary. The disciples, under direct instruction, brought forth the sizable pot from the kitchen, preparing to commence their task. Just as everything was set for Chun Xia to be placed into the pot, the protective formation suddenly stirred, and an intruder burst through the air, obliterating the formation with ease. A surge of sword energy shattered the seals on the door of the dark room. Chun Xia, with keen senses, immediately realized that someone was coming to rescue him. But would such a forceful approach be effective? Indeed, he heard Han Lin's furious shout, Sect Master, Elder Yang, are you declaring war against me? In that moment of roaring protest, an individual rushed into the dark room and yanked Chun Xia out. Chun Xia felt as if he were flying, his feet barely touching the ground. Behind them, the tumult of spiritual energy and the clash of swords resonated violently. The sect master was blocking Elder Han while urging Chun Xia to escape. It was Yang Yunqing's voice. Chun Xia was taken aback. He had never exchanged words with Elder Yang, yet here he was, joining forces with the sect master to rescue him. We openly oppose Han Lin, not due to your virtue, but because the Yushu sect is a righteous faction that will never condone the alchemical refinement of living beings, Yang Yunqing asserted. Chun Xia understood. The sect master and elder were upholding their principles, not merely acting for his sake. I have been reckless, bringing calamity upon the sect. Stop dawdling. Quickly mount the spirit steed and flee as far as you can. From this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of the Yushu sect. Chun Xia felt himself thrust onto the back of a horse, as Yang Yunqing kindly handed him the reins. With a swift pat on the steed's flank, it let out a neigh and surged down the mountain with remarkable speed. This spirit steed was no ordinary horse. It bore the bloodline of ancient divine steeds and, were it not for the present decline of the world, it would rightly be called a divine steed. Chun Xia clung tightly to the reins, allowing the spirit steed to gallop down the mountain. Meanwhile, Yang Yunqing turned back to assist Huang Lanxin. The intense tremors gradually receded. Chun Xia felt an overwhelming weight on his heart. Consuming the ancient ginseng had not been a transgression on his part, as he had been unaware of its ownership by Han Lin. That said, had he known, he might not have consumed it so hastily. Perhaps he would have added a touch of cumin first. He lamented his own lack of talent, for he had been unable to fully refine the ginseng in 3 months, leaving a trail of endless trouble. If only he had been cognizant of the medicinal aroma emanating from him, easily detectable by anyone above the foundation establishment stage. He would have slipped away unnoticed, bidding farewell to the sect master in secret. Han Lin had summoned all his direct disciples to the alchemical chamber for the purpose of concocting pills, which meant that once Qin Xia broke free from Han Lin's grasp, no one would stand in his way. Along the route, many disciples witnessed the unfolding events but refrained from intervening. The righteous sect forbade the refinement of living beings. It was a matter of principle. Such acts could not be publicly sanctioned. Clandestine actions could go unnoticed and unpunished. Han Lin's brazen abduction of Qin Xia would undoubtedly incite the ire of the disciples. If a person can act so openly without facing punishment, others will surely follow suit, which is utterly unacceptable. As Yang Yunjing stated, while the crowd may not be familiar with Qin Xia and do not sympathize with him, the integrity of the rules must not be compromised by Han Lin's actions. Just as Qin Xia departed from the gates of Yushu sect and had traveled a few miles, his spiritual steed suddenly reared up, letting out a shrill whinny that sent Qin Xia tumbling off its back. It turned out that a few waves of energy from the roadside had struck down the steed. Hastily, Qin Xia scrambled to his feet. A gust of palm wind swept towards him from the left, but he adeptly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. Are you disciples of Elder Han? Qin Xia felt a pang of anxiety. Had Elder Han defeated the sect leader and Elder Yang Yunjing and pursued him? Brothers, do not kill him, but make sure to incapacitate him, came the voice of Zheng Wan. Your demand is rather difficult. He is already half broken. How much more can we break him? Zhou Ren chuckled. Li Shijun warned sternly. He is a millennium-old ginseng. What use is he dead? No matter how difficult. We must proceed. Let's start by breaking his legs. It dawned on Qin Xia that it was not Elder Han, but rather these ruffians attempting to earn merit for him. These three individuals had a notorious reputation within Yushu sect and harbored extreme animosity towards Qin Xia since their first encounter. If it were just these three, he felt unperturbed. He mused, you are unaware that I have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, right? You three scoundrels are merely at the 2nd layer. Thinking you can harm me without consequence? Silently, he retrieved Zhu Shanshan's long sword from his storage pouch. Being a marginal figure at Yushu sect, he had not had the opportunity to learn swordsmanship, and this was the first time he wielded this sword. Oh, he possesses a fine sword, Zhou Ren exclaimed. Indeed. It surpasses the one your family purchased for you, Li Shijun remarked. Oh, is that so? Zhou Ren's tone was unmistakably irked. Zheng Wen was equally astonished. What kind of fortune does this fellow possess? How could he have such an exceptional sword? Hearing their comments, Qin Xia felt a sense of reassurance. Zhu Shanshan was likely at the 9th layer of qi refinement, wielding a 5th-grade sword, which was said to unleash its full potential only with a foundation-building cultivation level or higher. The swords provided to formal disciples of Yushu sect were merely 1st grade. Zhou Ran's sword, presumably gifted by his family, could only be 2nd grade at best. Everyone be cautious. He is still at the 4th layer of qi refinement and possesses a good sword. Do not underestimate him, Zheng Wen cautioned. Qin Xia coldly scoffed inwardly. I am at the 5th layer. Although he was blind, his hearing compensated remarkably for his visual impairment, and coupled with his 5th layer of qi refinement, his sensitivity had greatly enhanced. He could accurately detect even the slightest shifts in the surrounding air, rendering him unafraid of them. Contrary to Zheng Wen's expectations, they did not attack immediately, fearful of killing Qin Xia. Their intention was to capture him alive. Yet, it was Qin Xia who struck first. The trio was enraged. What audacity! Brothers, as long as we do not injure his vital points, beat him into submission. Qin Xia's first target was Zheng Wen. This scoundrel, having lingered at the mountain gate for less than 2 years, had a reputation for frivolity and misconduct. Now he sought to use Qin Xia as a stepping stone to alleviate his grudge. The last time Qin Xia engaged in a brawl was during his youth at the Mountain God Temple, a confrontation that left him severely injured. In the years that followed, he refrained from fighting. He wouldn't even dare to speak with a tone that might be deemed too assertive. However, as he confronted life and death today, his fighting spirit was rekindled. Though he had attained the 5th level of qi cultivation, far surpassing the strength of his 3 opponents, his blindness posed a significant hindrance. Relying solely on auditory cues to discern their attacks rendered him at a disadvantage, especially against adversaries who were at the 2nd level of qi cultivation, whose capabilities were not too far removed from his own. After a fierce exchange, All four combatants bore numerous injuries, yet no clear victor emerged. Damn, that old beggar is tougher than I imagined. I actually landed 3 strikes on him. Chinxia thought. No more hesitating, Brother Zeng. Utilize your spirit talisman. We are not far from the mountain gate, and being seen would be quite unpleasant. Suddenly, Chinxia heard an unusual sound, accompanied by a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy around him. With a glint of mischief, Zengwen called out, "Behold my ice symbol." Instantly, Chinxia felt a chilling sensation enveloping his limbs, rendering him rigid. Shortly thereafter, he was struck 3 times in the feet. Haha, I've returned the favor with 3 strikes. Li Shijun exclaimed excitedly. Be careful not to stab him too deeply. You might just kill him. Gripping Chinxia's arms, they yanked him down with a forceful pull, and he soon felt a constricting sensation around his neck. Frozen by the ice symbol, Chinxia found himself utterly immobilized, at the mercy of his captors. The effects of the ice symbol were astounding, akin to a spell unleashed by a high-level Qi practitioner, though its duration was brief. Merely a few seconds, it was sufficient to allow them to stab him multiple times and seize him effortlessly. A chill ran through Chinxia's heart. This was the end. These 3 rascals had him cornered. Just at that critical moment, a surge of energy erupted from the forest, sending the 3 assailants sprawling. Zengwen's furious voice echoed. Lu Hui, how dare you attack me? Consider the consequences. This murky water is not something you can navigate. Chapter 17. Through tempests and trials, it was Lu Hui who came to Chinxia's rescue. The incident of Han Lin abducting Chinxia for alchemy had stirred the entire sect, yet no one dared to intervene. The sect leader inquired among the elders, but only Elder Yang Yunjing was willing to take action. They bore no personal grudge against Han Lin. Their sole intention was to halt this affair. Lu Hui, lacking the capacity to intervene, felt a deep sense of frustration and, like the other disciples, could only observe the unfolding events in silence. Upon witnessing Chinxia fleeing on a spirit steed along the mountain path, he felt a surge of joy and an even greater reverence for the sect leader. Unexpectedly, he discovered Zengwen and his companions taking a shortcut down the mountain, which unsettled him, prompting him to pursue them. Indeed, he soon saw the trio attacking Chinxia. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hui sprang into action, rescuing Chinxia just in time. A flurry of sword energy sent the 3 assailants retreating, and he rushed to Chinxia's side, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" At that moment, due to Lu Hui's timely intervention, Zengwen and his companions had lost their chance. The effect of the ice symbol had dissipated, and Chinxia had endured several sword strikes. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the strength to reply, "I'm fine, but please don't stand near me. I cannot discern friend from foe." In truth, he was gravely injured, feeling closer to death than during his encounter at the mountain god temple. Yet, he refused to succumb, at least not here. He was determined not to allow Han Lin to obtain the 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng and aspired to take these 3 down with him. Understanding his intent, Lu Hui immediately charged out to draw Zengwen away. With one less opponent, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Zhou Ran and Li Shijun soon found themselves at a disadvantage. "Senior brother Zhou, do you have any spirit symbols left?" Zhou Ran cried out. "Spirit symbols are exorbitantly priced. I only purchased one," Zhou replied. Although Zengwen and Lu Hui appeared to be at the 2nd level of Qi training, Lu Hui was on the verge of reaching the 3rd level, and their dedication to cultivation set them apart, gradually placing them at a disadvantage. Chinxia, being at the 5th level of Qi training, was ablaze with fury and morale, fully aware that he could not hold out much longer. He showed no mercy to the 2, intent on eliminating them swiftly. After a few exchanges, Zhou and Li were vanquished, each struck down by Chinxia's blade. Zengwen, witnessing Chinxia's ferocity, could scarcely believe his eyes. "An old beggar, how dare you?" he stammered. Chinxia, concerned about inadvertently harming Lu Hui, preemptively spoke. For this was the optimal sound for a blind person to locate. Before Zengwen could finish his sentence, Chinxia lunged towards the sound, thrusting his sword an inch below the source. "Ah!" Zengwen let out a muffled groan. Hearing the sound confirmed Chinxia's aim was true, and with his last vestige of strength, he pierced through Zengwen's chest. As Zengwen's body collapsed, the world around them fell into a haunting silence. Chinxia strained to remain standing, uttering not a word. "Alas, I had not intended to kill them." From 5 feet away, Lu Hui's voice resonated with helplessness. "But if you do not kill them, they will not spare you. It was I who killed him. It has nothing to do with you, Qianxia replied, his lips trembling. I did not expect you to be so skilled in combat, Lu Hui remarked, the nature of his comment ambiguous. Qianxia smiled, having exhausted his strength to speak further. In that year of calamity, would survival have been possible without such ruthlessness? It was precisely this harshness that invited relentless retribution, leading to crippling consequences. In hindsight, I often find myself steeped in regret. In my youth, ignorance prevailed. The pressure of existence loomed large, compelling me to act with excessive severity, leaving no room for mercy. Now, stirred by Lu Hui's words, I am engulfed in a bittersweet reminiscence. With no time for nostalgia, Qianxia hesitantly inquired, You saved me, but have offended Elder Han. Can you still remain in the Yushu sect? Lu Hui did not respond immediately. He first brought forth the spirit steed, assisting Qianxia onto its back before saying, You are correct to remind me. The deaths of those three may not escape Han Lin's notice. I might also need to depart. Currently, there is only one spirit steed, and your peril is greater. You should leave first. I will act according to the circumstances. Very well, you should leave swiftly. I have something for you. Qianxia produced 3 vials of elixirs and handed them to Lu Hui. What is this? Lu Hui inquired. This is my opportunity, but I may no longer need it. Once you leave the Yushu sect, these will aid you greatly. With that, he urged the steed into a gallop, surging forward. Brother Chunyu, take care, Qianxia called out, but the spirit steed had already vanished around the bend. Unsure how far he had traveled or in which direction, Qianxia found solace in the spirit steed's innate understanding, its wisdom surpassing that of ancient ginseng, as it navigated the path autonomously. This steed's endurance was extraordinary, capable of running tirelessly for hours. Qianxia lay prone upon its back, gripping the reins tightly, his legs clinging to the horse's belly, allowing it to carry him to the ends of the earth. Unbeknownst to him, the sky began to weep, the rain washing away the bloodstains on his body, giving the illusion that he wore a crimson garment. After an indeterminate span of time, the spirit steed finally halted, letting out several long whinnies to signal its fatigue. Realizing the steed could run no further, Qianxia dismounted and was greeted by the sound of flowing water. Stumbling towards the source of the sound without a blind cane, he fell into the water. His feet could not find the bottom. It was a vast river. This weather reminded him of his departure from Pingan Crossing. Was it fate? Without a blind cane, he found it easier to float in the water. He shouted, You may return now. Thank you for escorting me. I will continue on my own. The spirit steed, understanding human speech, raised its head and neighed, seemingly bidding farewell as its voice faded into the distance, while Qianxia was swept far away by the current. He lay horizontally upon the water's surface, surrendering himself to the flow downstream. Amidst the same weather and a similar predicament, he felt lost and bewildered. His wounds, thanks to the physique of a cultivator, had ceased bleeding. However, the pain began to spread as he soaked in the water, feeling discomfort in every part of his body. He paid little mind to this pain, for he had little hope of survival. A fatal blow had pierced his kidney, though it would not lead to immediate death. The damage to his internal organs rendered cultivation impossible. The intent of Zheng Wen was to completely incapacitate his abilities without causing instant demise. As long as it was alive before being thrown into the pot, there is no issue. Seizing the moment while his strength had not yet completely dissipated, he fought with all his might. After eliminating 3 adversaries, Qianxia wished to conceal his circumstances from Lu Hui, yearning only to depart swiftly. Taking with him the millennial-old ginseng nestled within him, to be discarded haphazardly, ensuring that Han Lin would not find it. Perishing in the river would not be too dire. Consumed by a great fish, it would surely transform into a spirit, granting it a chance at destiny. However, the fish spirit could pose a threat to others, which would indirectly tarnish my virtuous deeds. Alas, even in death, I find myself concerned for this world. Everything is a matter of fate. Thus, I shall let it be lost in a haze of thoughts. He gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying in the soft, muddy bank. Not dead yet. He was taken aback. Pain coursed through his body, rendering even his hands immobile. To have endured such grievous injuries and still live, my life truly is resilient. He lay in the mud for an entire day. Neither Han Lin descending from the heavens to seize him, nor any fishermen or farmers discovering his presence. The warmth in the air gradually dissipated. He realized that day had given way to night. He attempted to raise his hand and, to his surprise, succeeded. With a surge of determination, he sat up. A familiar sensation washed over him. Was it the will of fate that I should come ashore here? If so, I shall comply. Chapter 18. Return to my hometown. Chen Xia once again assumed the guise of an old beggar. Clad in the white attire of a junior disciple from the Yushu sect, edged in blue, his garments, stained with blood, had turned a mottled brown after soaking in water for so long, further tainted by mud. This appearance, even among the impoverished, was strikingly disheveled. After many days of travel on land, he arrived at a village and sought refuge beneath a large tree at the village's edge. To his surprise, a kind-hearted elder approached him with half a flatbread. Chen Xia was both amused and deeply touched. Was his fate truly to be that of a beggar? Upon hearing the elder's accent, something felt familiar. He inquired about the village's name, to which the elder replied, "This village is called Xiaokong." Chen Xia was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Which county does Xiaokong belong to?" "Jili County," the elder responded. Trembling, Chen Xia's eyes welled with tears. Jili County, Xiaokong Village. This was his hometown. He cried out, collapsing to the ground, silently weeping. Over 30 years ago, a great famine had struck the surrounding counties, causing most villagers of Xiaokong to flee, leaving 9 out of 10 homes empty. Back then, he had followed his parents amidst the throng, arriving at Pingan Crossing, where they ultimately perished. "What is your name?" the elder asked, astonished as he scrutinized Chen Xia's appearance, recognizing him as a peer. "I am Chen Xia," he replied. The elder's excitement was palpable upon hearing the name, as it suddenly rekindled memories of a long-forgotten relative. "Is your father named Chen Zhongyan? And do you have a brother?" "Yes, who are you?" Chen Xia shivered at the revelation. "I am Chen Fa, your cousin. My father is Chen Zhongya." Chen Xia was taken aback. Indeed, this was his cousin. But weren't they supposed to have perished during the Exodus? Chen Fa wept bitterly. "I too believed your family had perished." It turned out that both families had agreed to take different paths to avoid a complete extinction of their lineage. Chen Fa's family had perished on a distant route, and after several years, he was the only one to return, marry, and build a life, enduring the passage of time. Meanwhile, Chen Xia, blinded by fate and believing Xiaokong was deserted, had not returned. Grasping Chen Xia's hand, Chen Fa wept, drawing the attention of the villagers. Upon learning their story, an uproar ensued. Chen Xia, overwhelmed with excitement, never imagined he would return to his hometown and reunite with family. He was convinced this was destiny. Dying in his hometown would be the most fitting end. Chen Fa quickly took Chen Xia home, offering him his son's clothes to change into, preparing a room for him to stay. Aware of Chen Fa's familial affection, yet recognizing his elder age and reliance on his 3 sons for support, Chen Xia did not wish to impose. He presented a small amount of silver to Chen Fa. The Chen family was astonished. They were farmers in Xiaokong and had seldom seen silver coins. The juxtaposition of a beggar and silver was a complete upheaval of their understanding. Chen Xia dared not disclose his cultivation abilities, fearing it would attract unwanted attention from Han Lin. He merely asserted that he was not a beggar, but rather a laborer who had earned some money through honest toil. His physical affliction was the consequence of malevolent acts, which prompted his desire to return home. In short, he exerted considerable mental effort to fabricate numerous lies to placate the Chen family. After staying with them for 10 days, astonishingly, his injuries began to heal. In the absence of Han Lin's inquiries over so many days, his mood gradually stabilized, leading him to reassess his future. Since he had survived, there was no longer a need to seek death. He must carve out a path for himself. With his internal organs damaged, it was unlikely that even the power of millennia-old ginseng could restore him in time to establish a foundation before his impending fate. He contemplated the urn burial technique. Based on the Taoist principles he had gleaned from the Yushu sect, this approach seemed to belong to a nefarious school of magic. It was somewhat more palatable than Han Lin's practice of refining living beings, thus not entirely classified as demonic. Was it too much to ask for another chance at life when the heavens had been unjust to him? Although the urn burial technique possessed a hint of wickedness, it did not harm others. He could be reborn through this method, which was not unreasonable, was it? Xiaokong village was his homeland, where he was born and raised. Now, returning to his roots and starting anew was not an excessive wish, was it? On this day, he conversed with Chen Fa about the current state of Xiaokong village. Both filled with nostalgia, The village of today was largely populated by newcomers, with only a few original residents remaining. The remaining households had lost their elderly members, leaving them with no recollection of Chen Xia. Chen Xia inquired whether the ancestral tomb of the Chen family still existed. Naturally, it remained, but nearly none of the deceased relatives had been interred there. In times of great calamity, humanity was but a mere speck. Chen Xia sighed, recalling, I personally buried my parents and brother, but after losing my sight, I could no longer find a resting place. My heartfelt wish upon returning is to lay my roots in the ancestral tomb, to be united with my ancestors. This reasoning was reasonable indeed. And Chen Fa nodded in excitement, affirming, that is only right. At our age, discussing such matters is not taboo. He had long prepared his burial site, and had even procured a coffin years prior. However, brother, my life has been particularly tumultuous. I consulted a fortune-teller, and it was revealed that I am at odds with wood. Therefore, I do not wish to lie in a coffin. Chen Fa was taken aback, questioning, if not in a coffin, then where will you rest? I have devised a solution. You must procure a large urn for me. If one cannot be found, please have one custom made, ensuring it is spacious enough for me to sit inside. Chen Fa was both amused and bewildered, exclaiming, Brother, what sort of idea is this? Brother, I have toiled throughout my life. This is my only wish, please grant it. Chen Xia replied earnestly. He then produced 10 taels of silver, which he had painstakingly pried from various ingots. Chen Fa's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the silver. Brother, this is your only wish. Do not worry, I will have my son take care of it right away. A few days later, Chen Fa's son returned with the news that he had procured a large urn, scheduled for delivery in 3 days. Chen Xia requested his cousin to guide him to the ancestral tomb to search for a suitable burial site, his hands gently brushing the ground as he felt his way. Chen Fa regarded him as a blind man, unable to perceive the situation around him, yet he patiently described the surroundings. In truth, Chen Xia was solely concerned whether anything of value lay hidden beneath the ground, if there were any rare herbs or mystical items. He wished to unearth them swiftly to avoid calamity. He intended to bury sufficient offerings here to fulfill the requirements of the 5-9. Once he selected the location, he instructed Chen Fa's son to dig the pit himself, wary of revealing the exact burial site to others, knowing his nephew would be unlikely to disturb his uncle's grave. The pit was excavated to considerable depth. Not only could a large urn be placed within, but he could even stand upright while interring it. 3 days later, the grand urn arrived. That night, Chen Xia had his nephew transport the urn to the burial site. To ensure his nephews were amenable to the task, he offered them a few taels of silver as a token of gratitude. Chen Fa and his sons exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the source of the old man's wealth. For he possessed a considerable amount of silver. With money's compelling influence, that very night, the grand urn was set into the pit. Chen Xia then leaped into the urn. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Chen Fa exclaimed in astonishment. My time is limited to these next few days. Should I perish in your home, it would burden you unnecessarily. It is better for me to rest here. Brother, bring some food tomorrow when you visit. If I am still alive, let me feast well. If I have passed, simply cover me with the lid and bury me. Upon finishing, he handed over a hefty ingot of silver, a full 100 taels. This is all my worldly possessions. Consider it a reward for your efforts in arranging my final rites. Chapter 19. The trials of humanity. Chen Fa, along with his sons, had never before laid eyes on a complete ingot of silver, especially one weighing 100 taels. Their gazes widened in astonishment, and ultimately, it was Chen Fa who tremulously accepted the silver, tears streaming down his face. My brother, he lamented. I possess neither children nor kin. Life brings nothing, and death takes nothing away. Holding on to this is of little significance. Use it to acquire some property and carry on our ancestral lineage. That would be a monumental deed. When Chen Xia uttered these words, he spoke with sincerity, not mere pretense. Should the burial method fail, leading to a fate akin to that of Zhu Shanshan, his words would indeed ring true. In the future, do not concern yourselves with memorials for me. Let it be as if I never existed, quietly accompanying my ancestors. This sentiment was heartfelt. The greatest fear was that someone might discover a person lay buried here. This location was deliberately chosen, positioned at the edge of the ancestral grave, where the sandy soil was unsuitable for burial, ensuring it would not be turned into arable land. The ability to be forgotten was crucial to the success of the burial method. After all matters were clarified, Chen Xia sat cross-legged, falling silent. Both Chen Fa and his sons were filled with profound emotions as they bid farewell. The following morning, Chen Fa arrived with one of his grandsons, only to find Chen Xia's head drooping, his hands resting limply on his thighs, unresponsive despite their calls. Unable to believe that he had passed, Chen Fa bent down. Reaching to check for breath at Chen Xia's mouth and nose, there was none. My brother. Chen Fa's sorrow was overwhelming, and he quickly sent his grandson to fetch help, squatting beside the grave. Soon, Chen Fa's sons arrived, armed with shovels. Upon reaching the grave, they were astonished. Uncle truly possesses wisdom. Having endured much hardship, he returned home to rest as his time had come. Yet, the burial method struck them as peculiar. From where had he learned such a practice? In the presence of their father, the three sons wished to weep for their uncle, but tears eluded them. They could only let out a few hoarse cries, which they deemed sufficient tribute to the silver. Chen Fa wept genuinely for a while before instructing his sons. Cover your uncle with a wooden board and fill the grave. Noticing something in their uncle's hands, the second son pointed out, what does uncle hold? Chen Xia clutched a small silver ingot in each hand, sharp-edged and gleaming white. Chen Fa, incensed, scolded, your uncle bestowed upon you such a large ingot of silver. And still, you are not satisfied? He kept a bit for himself to accompany him in death, and you dare to covet it? The three sons fell silent, not daring to speak, their eyes fixed on Chen Xia's body. After a moment, the eldest son murmured, this is not a small sum, it is silver. The villagers of Xiangkong were farmers, rarely seeing even a few copper coins. Chen Fa, in a fit of rage, struck his eldest son with a stick, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? This is your uncle's last possession, meant for his burial. Your greed is insatiable. After delivering a thorough reprimand, Chen Fa, panting, sank down, tears flowing freely. After a time, he let out a deep sigh. Enough, I shall bear the burden of the villain. Today, if the silver is not taken away, tomorrow you may dare to desecrate your uncle's grave. After uttering these words, he laboriously leaned down into the urn, gently caressing Chen Xia's face up close. This was his brother. There was nothing to be ashamed of, for he feared not the dead. Brother, in the interest of your safety, I must offend you, he murmured. You are right. We come into this world with nothing and depart with nothing. You have no offspring, nor do I have long to live, and none can guarantee your eternal rest. The deeds were all mine. Let them fall upon me, and do not stoop to the level of these scoundrels. He collected the 2 small silver ingots from Chen Xia's hands. Upon feeling around, he discovered a small jade pendant hanging at his chest. Then, prying open his mouth, he extracted a small jade ring. The 3 sons beside him grew increasingly astonished, their excitement palpable as they rubbed their hands together. Uncle is truly wealthy. Yet, one wonders why he has suffered such great misfortune, his sight taken, and his legs crippled. These possessions must be worth more than 100 taels of silver. Chen Fa wept as he rummaged through Chen Xia's lifeless body, casting each item he found onto the surface with indignation. Alas, it's all gone. I've gathered everything. Pull me up. His sons eagerly reached out to hoist their father, but Chen Fa suddenly halted. He turned around with difficulty, laying Chen Xia down and retrieving a small jade disc from where he had been seated. Now, this truly is all that remains. As his sons extended their hands once more, Chen Fa refrained, exclaiming, do you truly wish for your uncle to depart empty-handed? Their third son, inspired by a stroke of genius, promptly produced a handful of copper coins and offered them to his father. Let him take these, shall we? Chen Fa placed one at Chen Xia's sitting position, propped him upright, then tucked one into each hand and one into his mouth, scattering the remainder around him. These are for him. Having taken them, it would be improper to reclaim them. The sons pulled Chen Fa up, and a wave of relief washed over them, their spirits soaring. Chen Fa personally placed the wooden lid atop the large urn, directing his sons to fill the grave with earth. The sons then toiled vigorously, shoveling dirt and gravel into the pit, packing it down fiercely with their feet, as if they feared their uncle might rise from the ground to seek them out. According to Chen Xia's prior arrangements, they would not mound the earth nor erect a tombstone. In a few years, this place would appear as though it had never been visited. In truth, Chen Xia was not truly dead, although his internal organs had been severely damaged. rendering him unable to cultivate and his powers swiftly waning. He still retained the strength of a third-level Qi practitioner. It was not difficult to feign death by holding his breath. The silver in his possession was intentionally left exposed. He and Chen Fa were cousins, yet distantly related as uncle and nephew. Though they shared blood, it was a more tenuous tie. He trusted Chen Fa, yet dared not entrust his life to the hands of his nephew. Furthermore, having resided in Chen Fa's household for 10 days, he observed each individual with keen scrutiny. Concluding that Chen Fa had failed in his paternal duties, for each son was consumed by greed. Chen Fa, having narrowly escaped hardship and endured suffering, was resolute in sparing his sons from similar trials. Sons who have never endured hardship have cultivated an unwavering habit of shunning adversity. Taking a step forward, they become greedy and devoid of compassion. A mere uncle, without descendants, does not instill fear in them. The advantage of Chen Xia's arrangement lies in the knowledge that his nephews will forget him entirely once they realize there is no silver left in their uncle's grave. After Chen Fa departed with his sons, he slightly opened his eyes and sighed. This time, it should be safe. He sat within the great urn, vigilantly attuned to the movements above the ground, abstaining from sustenance for a full 20 days. Only after confirming his safety did he begin to chant incantations, severing his own life force. The path of life is arduous, whereas the path of death is simple. All yearn for a chance to rise from despair. It is only through profound wisdom that one can embrace life through death. The predecessors who devised the urn burial method possessed a uniquely innovative mindset, diverging from conventional wisdom, yet harmonizing with the principles of nature. In the splendor of spring, death yields new life, while the chilling autumn air heralds vitality for the coming year. Within the urn, Chen Xia embarks on a journey beginning with death, reliving the processes of gestation, growth, and ultimately birth. Throughout this ordeal, his consciousness teeters between clarity and oblivion, steeped in agonizing torment, rendered immobile, surrendering all to fate. This rebirth occurs in a liminal space, neither in heaven nor on earth, devoid of biological parents, contravening the natural order and defying the odds of existence. The outcome remains uncertain. All he can do is forge ahead with unwavering resolve. A year later, his cousin Chen Fa passed away, and his 3 sons bestowed upon him an opulent funeral. Choosing a prime location in the ancestral tomb, where the mound of earth rose conspicuously high, rendering it incomparable to Chen Xia's resting place. Time flows meaninglessly, year after year, generation after generation. Chen Xia lies quietly in the great urn, enduring unimaginable suffering, all of which he has willingly chosen, harboring no grievances and seeking no understanding. Chapter 20. Return to the mortal realm on a dark and windy night. 2 shadowy figures crouched low in a graveyard, laboring diligently. With each shovelful of earth, they gently piled the soil to the sides, and soon a cavity began to form, causing the ground to give way slightly. Fools, be more careful. If you collapse it, we'll be in trouble. The rain had fallen 2 days prior, leaving the soil somewhat loose. Isn't that better for digging? The pair quickened their pace, moving more cautiously yet swiftly. Before long, a coffin was revealed. Wow, exquisite golden silk Nanmu wood. The Wang family must be incredibly wealthy. The late patriarch's burial goods must be plentiful. Their excitement grew as they endeavored to extract the coffin. Unbeknownst to them, their act of grave robbing would incur severe punishment, not from the law, but from the spirit world. Nearby lay Chen Xia, whose grave had been undisturbed for nearly 45 years. Decades passed without significant calamity befalling Xiakong village, allowing the population to flourish. Over time, the Chun family tomb gradually transformed into a communal burial ground, with generations of the deceased crowding around Chen Xia's resting place. This scenario was beyond Chen Xia's expectations. He had assumed that the ancestral tomb would never house the remains of outsiders. However, the Chen lineage dwindled. Chen Fa's 3 sons, having amassed considerable wealth, failed to utilize it wisely. 20 years later, they fell into decline, selling off their land, and eventually leaving Xiakong village to seek work elsewhere. Today, Xiakong village had become a melting pot of surnames, with the Chun family reduced to a single household, a newcomer from outside. Chun Xiao's parents had represented the zenith of the Chun clan in Xiakong village, but a calamity altered everything. After nearly a century of development, the Chun clan had vanished entirely from the village. Though Chun Xia lay motionless underground, he could sense the happenings above. His cousin Chun Fa's grave had gone unattended for 2 decades, and gradually, no more Chen family members were laid to rest in the village. He felt no sorrow, merely a sigh of resignation. Xiaokong village had never known a Wang family. This Wang Taijia had inexplicably moved there, buried beside Chun Xia last month. Fortunately, Chun Xia had chosen an unremarkable plot for himself. Otherwise, the Wang family would have disturbed his rest. He recalled that as spring approached this year, his form seemed to have fully matured, pondering whether he could move again. He was no longer seated, but lying down, and as he made an effort to lift his hand, he found he could indeed move. Struggling, he touched his left hand to his right, curious to see if he resembled the visage of Zhu Shanshen. Excellent, slender arms, not too long. Wait, are they too short? Alarmed, he abruptly forced his eyelids apart, opening his eyes. Yet, the urn was sealed tightly, allowing no trace of light to penetrate. He remained stunned for an extended period, attempting to ascertain whether he had lost his sight. Alas, the surrounding darkness made it impossible to tell. He reached out to touch the large urn. Reveal your story. Instantly, the outline of a large urn appeared before him, inscribed with the words, I am merely an urn. Chun Xia feigned death to deceive the heavens. It is not my affair. Relieved, he thought to himself. Thankfully, this ability remains intact. Striving to rise, his hands fumbled across his body until he finally realized the truth. His hands were so short because he was now an infant. Although he could not see the outside world, he possessed an inner vision that allowed him to gaze into his dantian, and he was instantly astonished. What lay before him was an expansive ocean, akin to mighty rivers, no longer the size of a mere mung bean as it had been before. Above the dantian, the ancient ginseng had vanished. During the time of his burial, the ginseng had seemed as if it had never been digested. Decades passed, and at last, it had been transformed. Clearly, it had been that ancient ginseng which had facilitated the grand expansion of his dantian. His vocal cords were still underdeveloped, and when he attempted to speak, he discovered that his utterances were far from coherent. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, for as long as he understood his own words, it sufficed. The urn burial method explicitly stated that upon rebirth, the smaller the form, the greater the preservation of one's cultivation and the larger the dantian. In this life, he felt assured. Chun Xia was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded. In light of this, all the hardships endured previously seemed trivial. The immediate priority was to vacate this place. The urn burial method warned that after rebirth, one must leave the urn promptly to avoid detrimental consequences. Clenching his tiny fists, Chun Xia forcefully struck the base of the urn, shattering it and clearing away the debris to retrieve his storage bag. That night, while contemplating life within the urn, he had hidden the storage bag beneath it. It contained thousands of taels of gold and silver, never before having the chance to be squandered, along with secret manuals and a treasured sword that he could not allow the Chun family to discover. He slung the storage bag around his neck and then leaped, delivering a powerful punch to the wooden plank above him, which splintered into fragments. However, the soil and rocks above had fused together as one, inexplicably refusing to collapse. Brother, what noise is that? Is old Master Wang resurrecting? Calm down, calm down. You've wet yourself. This is not old Master Wang's grave. The 2 tomb raiders listened closely and realized the tremors originated from the adjacent underground. Is it a resurrection from next door? Nonsense. There isn't even a grave next door. Where would a corpse come from? Brother, let us leave. This is too eerie. The leader, an experienced hand, was unperturbed. Whispering furiously, old Master Wang's coffin is already exposed. Are we just going to leave it? Forget digging. Let us break it open and take what we can. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 of them struck fiercely, and old Master Wang's coffin was smashed to pieces, revealing silver and jade. They reached in eagerly, intent on snatching whatever they could. Just a little, merely a morsel, for 1,000 rivers, but only 1 ladle. Good heavens! Old Master Wang was indeed wealthy. His son was truly filial. And they could not restrain themselves. Boom! Chun Xia punched through the thick, steel-like mixture of earth and stone above, emerging from the ground. My goodness! A ghost! The 2 tomb raiders were so startled that they nearly lost control of their bladders, and the boldest among them collapsed to the ground. Chun Xia exerted himself and emerged from the earth. How strange! It seemed that he possessed no cultivation, merely great strength. Upon leaving the urn burial site, He encountered a minor inconvenience. He had originally intended to use his magical abilities to escape, but found himself unable to unleash any spells. Fortunately, with extraordinary strength, I forcefully broke through the soil above my head. Ah, I understand now. I was injured at that time, and my cultivation rapidly dissipated, leaving me with nothing to preserve. Yet, the ancient mountain ginseng unexpectedly aided me in opening up a vast Dantian. What a twist of fate, a series of fortunate mishaps, more perilous than a close shave. Chun Xia distinctly felt the power within him swiftly fading. He was on the brink of transforming into a true infant. The two tomb raiders were struck dumb. A completely naked, plump, white infant stood in the graveyard, babbling in baby talk, showing no inclination to flee upon seeing them, appearing rather foolish. "Brother, don't run away." Wee struck it rich. The elder brother steadied his nerves, grabbing hold of his companion. "What do you mean? This is a type of medicinal herb that has taken form." "Ah, and what is it called?" "I don't know." The elder brother, growing impatient, continued, "Surely you've heard, right? When a medicinal herb takes on a rudimentary human form, its intelligence is still low. If we capture it and sell it to the Immortal sect, we will never have to work again." The younger brother's eyes brightened. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Tomb raiders, by nature, are audacious. When they catch sight of riches, they will not easily let go. The two discarded their shovels and drew their short knives, advancing one after the other. Chun Xia glanced at them and sighed. Life is so difficult. Why seek your own demise? "What has he been mumbling about?" asked the elder brother. "I don't know. It's a foolish thing. We just need to capture it." Two figures bravely lunged forward. Unexpectedly, a smaller figure leaped the highest, delivering a punch that split a head open. This tiny being, not touching the ground, twisted in midair, and another head burst forth. "Help me." The elder brother opened his mouth, seemingly trying to make a sound, but alas, the words never made it past his throat, choking him instead. Chapter 21. Growing up is wonderful. My eyesight has returned, and my legs no longer falter. How delightful it is to be young. After vanquishing two grave robbers, Chun Xia felt an exhilarating rush, yet tranquility eluded him. The ancestral grave of the Chun family was densely populated with tombs, and not far off stood a larger grave, its epitaph bearing the name of Qin Gong, clearly discernible even in the dim twilight. However, the tomb was nearly obscured by rampant weeds. "Cousin, may you rest well." He bore no resentment towards Qin Fa, though he lamented the unkindness of his nephews. Yet, it was best to let bygones be bygones. They were likely dead, buried somewhere unknown, and that chapter was closed. In an infant's frail body, he had managed to defeat two grave robbers with mere fists, yet joy was absent from his heart. Today should have been a momentous occasion of rebirth, but instead, he was marred with blood and the remnants of brain matter, which was utterly distasteful. Most troubling was the vigorous power coursing through him, rapidly waning. This power was but a remnant of his birthright and would not endure. Zhu Shanshan had utilized the urn burial method twice, returning once at the age of 12 and once at 9, both times retaining a degree of mobility. Who could have anticipated that he would find himself in an infantile state? He needed to seek refuge with someone soon, or even the grandest of his Dantian would not save him from starvation. Thus, he bounded towards the nearby Shaokong village. At first, he leaped to astonishing heights, but with each bound, his strength diminished, and soon he could not leap as high. Upon reaching the village's edge, he encountered a small river. The bridge was too far, so he forded the water to cleanse himself. Upon entering the village, he spotted the familiar old locust tree, yet his ancestral home had long since vanished. His legs could no longer support him, and he collapsed, his throat raw as he wept, an earth-shattering cry echoing through the night. The entire Shaokong village, deep in slumber, was awakened by the piercing wails of the child, and several men emerged, aghast at the sight of an unclothed infant on the ground, whose child has been abandoned. What a cruel act! They surmised that the one who discarded the child could not have gone far and hastily set out to search. However, at such an hour, where would they find anyone? The men exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their next move. A young woman from the Chun family rushed out, recognizing Chun Xia, and gasped in astonishment. She promptly scooped him into her arms, bringing him home to dress him in the attire of a child. Soon after, the village chief emerged to inquire about the situation. They all recounted how, in the dead of night, an infant had been abandoned in the village, now safely cradled by the matriarch of the Qin family. The village chief, Wang Yuanjun, son of the esteemed Wang family patriarch, found the matter highly suspicious and concluded that the person who had discarded the child had not strayed far. He gathered a few men to search the main road. What they discovered was alarming. Upon approaching the graveyard outside the village, they were struck with horror, collapsing to the ground in despair. The entire Shaokong village was soon in an uproar, with families rushing out to witness the graveyard. Albeit they knew full well that it was improbable anyone would disturb their ancestors' modest burial site, still, a glance would bring reassurance. This incident overshadowed the matter of the abandoned infant. A few days later, the county office dispatched constables to investigate the case, and they dined daily at the Wang household. In the end, the Wang family discovered that nothing had been taken from the belongings of their deceased ancestor. Instead, it was the constables who had depleted their resources, prompting them to hastily part with some silver to resolve the case. As for Lord Wang, he cared little for the condition of the coffin and simply buried it in place, considering the matter settled. Qin Xia spent half a month with the Qin family, and the matriarch took a liking to the child, suggesting that they adopt him. Her husband, Qin Jian, had no objections but insisted they come up with a name for the boy. After much contemplation, Qin Jian slapped his thigh and declared, "It is summer now, so let us call him Qin Xia." Qin Xia, with his large round eyes, nearly exclaimed in gratitude, "Thank you. You truly have a knack for naming." Given this newfound bond, calling him father seemed entirely fitting. Thus, Qin Xia found himself once again possessing an identity nearly identical to that of his previous life, a commoner from Shaokong village, son of the Qin family. The only distinction lay in the fact that his biological parents were different. The matriarch did not take away the fragrant pouch hanging around his neck, believing it to be a token from his real parents, and insisted he keep it. However, his life was not filled with joy. It was not due to his siblings perceiving him as an adopted child that made them indifferent. On the contrary, they were quite fond of him. The true cause of his discontent was his inability to cultivate. Neither the Yushu technique nor the Sanqing breathing method proved effective. He was perplexed, gazing at his dantian, vast and expansive like a mighty river, yet unable to channel the external spiritual energy within, nor refine it into true qi. Was it simply a matter of being too young? Perhaps he needed to wait until he matured a bit more. The unfortunate news was the inability to cultivate. The fortunate news was that the eightfold bag unexpectedly acknowledged him as its master, allowing him to use it normally without expanding it. He was unsure why this was the case. By the age of 5, he still could not cultivate. However, he was robust and strong, possessing more strength than even his 20-year-old brother, though he never displayed it. Over the years, he had not witnessed any celestial sects descending to guide mortals. If a foundational cultivator were to see him, they would undoubtedly recognize the uniqueness of his dantian. When I grow a little older, I will walk to the celestial sect myself and reveal my abilities. Should I consider returning to the Yushu sect? Are Master Huang, Elder Yang, and Brother Lu Hui still there? At the age of 7, Chun Jin suddenly fell ill, and it felt terribly disloyal to slip away at such a time. Chun Jin's illness lingered for a year, during which Qin Xia sought an opportunity for his brother to find 100 taels of silver on the road, extending their father's life for 2 more years. After Chun Jin's passing, Qin Xia, wishing to spare the matriarch further sorrow and still quite young, endured for another 2 years. To his dismay, when he turned 10, the matriarch also fell ill. Qin Xia personally cared for her, enduring for a year, until she too passed away. They were mere mortals, unable to defy the inevitable end. Had Qin Xia been within a celestial sect, he could have purchased elixirs with some spirit stones to prolong his adoptive parents' lives, but eventually, everyone must part ways. It was better to let nature take its course. With the passing of his adoptive parents, Qin Xia was now 12 years old, still in his youth, but free of any attachments. His brothers did not cast him out. Instead, they allowed him to remain with the Qin family, planning to find him a wife once he reached adulthood. Qin Xia felt immense gratitude in this life, just as in his previous one, for having experienced the warmth of family before reaching maturity. Yet in this lifetime, he could no longer afford to wait. He must seek out a celestial sect to ascertain the reasons behind his inability to cultivate and to ensure that the vast potential of his dantian was not squandered. Thus, on a pitch-black night, he set aside 500 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold for himself, leaving the remainder for his elder siblings. To assuage their concerns regarding the usage of these riches, he penned a letter, claiming to have encountered a senior disciple from a celestial sect, who had taken him under their wing to join the sect. He explained that these funds were bestowed upon him by that disciple. The disciple, preferring to remain inconspicuous, did not reveal themselves. This letter filled his siblings with overwhelming joy, and from that moment forth, Chun Jian's descendants flourished in Xiaokong village. But that is a tale for another time. Chun Xia was departing Xiaokong village for the second time. The first departure was alongside his parents and younger brother. Amidst a scene of devastation, with corpses strewn about, an utterly tragic sight. Now, the landscape was markedly improved. The journey was bustling with travelers, and the verdant mountains and clear waters beckoned him to linger. A faint sorrow lingered in his heart, for he had yet to repay the kindness of his biological parents. And his younger brother's life had been cut short before it had even begun, an indelible scar that would forever ache within him. He deliberately diverted to Pingan Ferry, yearning to revisit this significant place. There, he had endured years of meager meals and the harshest of conditions, yet his heart remained remarkably serene. Pingan Ferry held great significance for him. If fate allowed, he hoped to locate the graves of his kin. After a month of travel, he finally arrived at Pingan Ferry. Standing atop a hill, gazing at the ferry as pointed out by passers-by, he was overwhelmed by a sense of both strangeness and familiarity, causing his emotions to swell, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 22. A return to Peaceful Crossing. Before entering Peaceful Crossing, I beheld a hillside strewn with remnants of crumbling bricks and shattered tiles. Momentarily lost in thought, for this was the site of the mountain god temple. As I turned to take a closer look, it became evident that it had long since fallen into disrepair. The once majestic statue had vanished, leaving behind only a fragment of its base. In front of this pedestal lay a shallow pit, unmistakably the burial site of Zhu Shan's urn, now nearly filled in. I deliberately approached the base of the statue, a place where I had rested for decades. I was astonished to find that the area was so modest, yet in my memory, it had felt spacious enough to accommodate a 3-bedroom dwelling. With my eyes closed, I exited the mountain god temple and found myself effortlessly back on the main road. Decades had passed, yet this path remained unchanged. I still recalled how to navigate it. To my dismay, I felt as though I were still a beggar. The streets of Peaceful Crossing had indeed remained the same. I broke a bamboo stick, closed my eyes, and relied on my memory to locate the home of the last person who had bestowed upon me a bowl of stale rice, expressing gratitude for their words that had shattered the enigma of my existence. Over 50 years had elapsed, and Peaceful Crossing had become increasingly desolate. Yet the layout of the streets had not altered. The cobblestones had merely grown more slippery. In its heyday, the road had been paved with thick slabs of bluestone, enduring for countless centuries. That familiar sensation returned. After walking for quite a distance, I felt certain I had arrived at the location, yet when I opened my eyes, I was met with a vista of newly constructed homes. What was the surname of that family? A wave of confusion washed over me. If that child had survived, they would now be over 60. In this world, few mortals reach such an age. Time is relentless. While I still draw breath, all my contemporaries, save for the cultivators, have passed away, and this realization is somewhat disconcerting. The opportunity to express my gratitude and repay my debt seemed unattainable. At that moment, a door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s. Upon seeing me, he paused. "Young brother, whom do you seek?" At merely 12 years of age, I had attempted to present myself in a more mature manner, akin to the children of impoverished families who shoulder responsibilities early on. Noticing the kindly demeanor of the elder, I crafted a fib. "I am merely a traveler from afar, whose ancestors once resided in Peaceful Crossing for an extended period. I have come to visit, but cannot find the place." "Ah, you may inquire with me. My family has lived here for nearly a century, and I am well versed in the history of Peaceful Crossing. May I ask, good sir, how old are you?" "I am 62. A surge of excitement coursed through me. "Has your family never moved?" "Why would we? This is my ancestral home." "But this is a new house, is it not?" "Oh, my son has done well for himself, earning some money, and thus he demolished the old house to build this one." I scrutinized the elder's features intently. It had to be him. I had entered the Yushu sect for 2 years, underwent a burial for 45 years, and after an additional 12 years. That brought me to 59. The child back then, by the sound of his voice, was merely 3 or 5 years old. The timelines perfectly aligned. The once tender voice had aged, and from his countenance, he appeared to be a gentle and unassuming individual, which explained his longevity to 62 years. "What is your ancestor's name? Perhaps I might recognize it," the elderly man inquired. Chun Xia chuckled and shook his head, replying, "I fear you may not know. May I ask your surname?" "Oh, if you do not share your name, how could I possibly reveal mine?" The old man displayed a typical elder's temperament, yet was not particularly angered. "Haha, my surname is Chun," he continued, "and mine is Jiang." Chun Xia bowed deeply, saying, "Uncle Jiang, I pay my respects." Uncle Jiang quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you, a stranger, needn't bow to me. You'll wear out this old man with such formalities. Are you perhaps hungry? If so, I can offer you some cakes." His kind-hearted nature resonated with Chun Xia's impression of the youth. Chun Xia hastily waved his hand. "I am not hungry, thank you, Uncle Jiang." He turned his gaze towards the distance, recalling that there should be a large willow tree nearby. He turned back to Uncle Jiang and asked, "My ancestor mentioned that there was a willow tree near his residence. Why is there none here?" Uncle Jiang seemed to remember something and excitedly pointed to a small depression in the ground not far away, saying, "Is that not it? There used to be a willow tree there when I was a child, but it was infested with bugs, and the village chief had it cut down, roots and all." Chun Xia felt a surge of excitement within. Everything aligned perfectly. This was indeed the elder who had unraveled the mystery of his birth. Observing that he could recall the old willow tree that had been felled decades ago, Uncle Jiang exclaimed, "Your ancestor must have been my neighbor. Alas, my memory fails me. There may have been a Chun living nearby, but perhaps they resided farther away, or I simply forgot." Chun Xia burst into hearty laughter and suddenly produced 100 taels of silver, pressing it into Uncle Jiang's hands. "My ancestor said he once received kindness from a person of the Jiang surname, and I am here to repay that debt." Uncle Jiang was taken aback, hesitant to accept the silver. However, Chun Xia insisted, and with that, he strode away. What a remarkable event! Uncle Jiang stood in place, momentarily stunned, pondering the neighbor with the surname Chun. "I have done nothing noteworthy. I have merely lived a simple life. Could there be a mistake?" At last, Chun Xia felt a genuine happiness swell within him. It is indeed a rare opportunity to repay kindness while one is still alive. However, the quest to locate the graves of his parents and younger brother proved to be far more arduous. In those times, countless souls had perished, making it difficult to find suitable burial sites. Even the gravestones were merely inscribed on wooden boards, neglected for 70 or 80 years, reduced to mere mounds of earth. After wandering around several burial sites outside the town without success, he ultimately conceded defeat. "Very well, I shall accept my fate." Dejected, he returned to Pingan Ferry, entering the largest tavern. He ordered food and drink, savoring each bite. The taverns that once held great allure for him now seemed rather ordinary. The establishment was bustling with patrons, and although Chun Xia appeared as a mere youth, his conversation bore the weight of maturity as he engaged the drinkers in tales of Pingan Ferry. Unexpectedly, the first story he heard was about a stormy night when an old beggar revealed his true form and caused the demise of two passing travelers. Once, after Chun Xia departed, what the authorities discovered at the mountain god temple was a grotesque heap of flesh and the remains of a deformed creature. The ghastly mass was discernibly composed of two human heads, while the monstrous form could only belong to the infamous blind beggar, a fixture of the mountain god temple. This tale has gained notoriety in Pingan Ferry, utilized to frighten weeping children. The mere phrase, "the old beggar will come to eat you," silences their cries. Since that fateful day, the mountain god temple has seen no visitors. The structure was already severely ruined, and decades of natural degradation have rendered it into its current state. Chun Xia could hardly fathom that such an event would be distorted into a farcical legend. Whispers and hearsay, a mere illustration at the outset, have resulted in a narrative most regrettable. He yearned to enlighten them that the old beggar was not a monster, but a hero who vanquished demons, and that the two rogues were not mere passers-by. However, he resigned himself to silence. Fortunately, no one would recall the beggar's name. Thus the tale bore no mention of Chun Xia. After a final drink, he departed from Pingan Ferry, unburdened by ties to the place. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, he crossed an ancient stone bridge, beneath which the water churned vigorously, awakening memories of the day he fell into its depths. Glancing back at Pingan Ferry filled him with nostalgia, prompting him to recite a couplet. The landscapes remain unchanged, yet the people of the city have largely transformed. With a sigh, he set forth on the path to the Yusu sect. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, only the Yusu sect remained. Whether or not he would rejoin as a disciple was secondary. He was eager to discover if Master Huang, Elder Yang, and Lu Hui still resided within the Yusu sect. Chapter 23. Encountering a profligate, Chun Xia possessed a modest sum of silver and contemplated acquiring a horse-drawn carriage for a swift journey to the Yusu sect. However, he preferred to savor the journey, relishing the picturesque scenery and engaging in casual conversations along the way to gather information about the sect. Clad in ordinary attire, the young boy appeared unremarkable, resembling a local traveler, thus evading attention. After 3 days of travel, a sudden jingling of bells and the rapid clatter of hooves echoed behind him. Turning around, he spotted a carriage with a compartment racing towards him. Chun Xia's keen ears, sharpened further by his rebirth, distinctly caught the voice of a woman within the carriage. "Brother, do not run so fast." The driver retorted, "Fear not. With such a wide road and few pedestrians, we should gallop freely. It is exhilarating." I said to slow down. The woman's voice escalated an octave, for it was well known that when an elder sister enunciated her younger brother's name with such precision, trouble was imminent. Yet, the boy, Yao Yangyi, persisted in his defiance, arguing, "Sister, are you still worried about me?" Chun Xia furrowed his brow in disbelief. How blind could one be to the throngs of people on the road? The center of the path was designated for carriages, while pedestrians formed long lines on either side. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of individuals, not merely brushing past one another, but crowded together. Although the middle of the road was meant for vehicles, it was inappropriate to recklessly speed in such circumstances. The carriage approached rapidly, its exterior not in its natural hue, but lavishly painted red, adorned with silk curtains, excessively opulent. The wind blew open the curtains, revealing a youthful and striking visage. Yao Yangyi, a lad of about 15 or 16, was at that rebellious age, excitedly driving the carriage without regard for the startled onlookers. His expression evoked in Chun Xia a vague recollection of the reckless Huang Mao. Humph, yet another scion of privilege, carelessly flaunting wealth. Make way, Yao Yangyi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he tightened his grip on the reins and cracked the whip. Giddy up. The flat terrain was indeed suitable for a gallop. Yet this particular stretch was teeming with pedestrians. An individual ahead attempted to sidestep the approaching carriage, but, in their haste, misstepped onto a stone precariously positioned at the edge of a muddy puddle. The stone slipped, causing them to lose balance and tumble into the middle of the road. The carriage was on the verge of crushing the individual. Yao Yangyi shouted, "Get up." He raised his hand as if to rein in the horses, but hesitated, fearing that a sudden pull might injure them, and quickly released the reins. The horses, now entirely unbridled, maintained their speed, hurtling towards the fallen figure. Without a moment's thought, Chun Xia dashed from the roadside, delivering a powerful punch to the horse's head. The tremendous force lifted the horse off the ground, causing it to crash down with a thunderous thud. To the astonishment of the bystanders, the horse's mouth was visibly injured upon landing. However, due to the carriage's momentum, it continued to advance. Chun Xia extended his other hand, poised to brace himself, only to witness the carriage halt mere inches before him. It was then that Yao Yangyi leapt from the carriage, swiftly grasping the car's side to bring it to an abrupt halt. The carriage, propelled by inertia, tilted sideways, but miraculously did not overturn. Chun Xia was taken aback, astonished by the strength of this seemingly frivolous youth. Realization dawned upon him. He could not be an ordinary person, but rather a disciple of some esteemed sect. Yao Yangyi was equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "You possess remarkable strength." A girl from within the carriage lifted the curtain and gracefully alighted, her expression serene and unruffled. Chun Xia then discerned that she was no more than 20 years old, possessing an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Adorned in luxurious garments, her delicate jewelry indicated she hailed from a wealthy lineage. The young woman's gaze remained fixed upon Chun Xia, showing no interest in the fallen horse or the bystanders, who had hastily risen and fled to avoid any disturbance. "You are quite young, yet display considerable strength. You must possess some cultivation. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" she asked. Suddenly, Chun Xia recalled his previous encounter with a group of similarly spoiled youths at the Yushu sect, akin to Yao Yangyi. He replied coldly, I have no sect. They belong to a different world altogether, and it was best to avoid entanglements, lest he attract unwanted karma. Yao Yangyi, frustrated by Chun Xia's reticence, shouted, "We have no sect either." "Oh, then it is of no concern. I bid you farewell," Chun Xia said, turning to leave, unwilling to utter another word. However, Yao Yangyi rushed forward to seize him, declaring, "You killed my horse. You cannot simply walk away without compensating me." Chun Xia deftly evaded Yao Yangyi's grasp. Enraged, Yao Yangyi swung a punch, but Chun Xia stood unafraid and retaliated. Their fists met with a resounding thud, and both stepped back momentarily. Chun Xia felt a tingling sensation in his wrist, acknowledging that he had underestimated this youth. Despite his tender years, he was indeed a person of considerable cultivation. Yao Yangyi gritted his teeth, after 3 seconds exclaiming, "By heavens, what immense strength you possess! What is your level of cultivation?" "Not particularly high. I merely need to be stronger than you," Chun Xia replied, his patience waning. "Very well, what is the worth of your horse? I shall compensate you." He resolved to avoid disputes with the frivolous heirs of the celestial sects, deciding that financial loss was preferable to disaster. A horse typically valued at around 10 taels of silver was within his means. 500 taels, Yao Yangyi declared, extending 5 fingers and shaking them vigorously in the air. "How much?" Chun Xia, having just withdrawn his hand from his pocket, retorted sarcastically, "You open your mouth and demand such an amount?" Yao Yangyi jumped up, pointing at the deceased horse on the ground. "Do you know what kind of horse this is? Are you familiar with horses? Look closely." His expression conveyed a fervent desire to showcase the small golden ornament adorning the horse's head. Chun Xia felt a flicker of unease. Recalling how swiftly the horse had pulled the carriage moments ago, it might possess a rare lineage, indeed not an ordinary steed. Even if it is a fine horse, can it truly be worth that much? "I did not set the price. When I purchased it, it was 500 taels. If you are uncertain, consult someone knowledgeable." "Am I to extort you?" Chun Xia responded calmly. "You recklessly sped along the road, nearly crushing pedestrians. I intervened to prevent a potential tragedy, and you should be grateful. You are no ordinary person and could have easily stopped it, yet you chose to kill it instead. I was also pulling the reins and would have never collided with anyone." Yao Yangyi's face flushed with anger, resembling those who commit wrongdoing yet believe others are at fault. "Do you still dare to say you would have never hit anyone?" Chun Xia glared fiercely. "Your judgment of danger is truly flawed. I killed the horse, yet the carriage still collided, did it not? Furthermore, I was unaware that you were also a disciple of the Immortal sect. I could only opt for the method that maximized the chance of saving lives." Bystanders began to voice their disapproval, echoing Chun Xia's sentiments. Yao Yangyi, feeling somewhat guilty, said, "Then we both share responsibility. You should compensate half." "Compensate you a mere 250. Chun Xia smiled disdainfully. "All right. No, wait. How about you give me 251 taels instead?" Yao Yangyi's mind worked quickly, sensing the inauspicious nature of the number. Chun Xia furrowed his brow. He had only over 400 taels left, which could cover the amount, but he was unwilling to pay anything now. He had intended to force an apology from Yao, but upon noticing that the fallen pedestrian had already fled, he reconsidered. At that moment, Yao Yangyi's sister spoke up. "Let it go, brother. Doesn't he seem very wealthy? And he is also a cultivated disciple of the Immortal sect. We may encounter him again in the future, and our family is not short on silver." Chun Xia felt no gratitude for her words. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." The girl nodded slightly, indicating he could depart. Chun Xia turned on his heel and walked away without hesitation, thinking to himself, "Meet again in the future? Huh, you young science. I am not one to aspire to your company. Sister, I warned you not to run so fast. It could lead to trouble, but you refused to listen." The sister reprimanded, realizing he was indeed correct. Had someone been crushed on the road, their master would surely have administered punishment. Although she was a bit far away, Chun Xia could hear her. It seemed that this sister possessed a modicum of reason. Chapter 24. Disposing of a few small thieves after 2 days of travel. Chun Xia arrived at a bustling town, vibrant with the sounds of vehicles and lively activity. Upon inquiring, he was taken aback to discover that this place was Yangshu Town. He had not anticipated returning to this location. Slowing his pace, he took the opportunity to explore the area. Years ago, he had encountered an honest innkeeper here, who had introduced him to a rather unreliable coachman. However, after inquiring at all the inns in town, He found none owned by anyone named Liu. This outcome, though expected, still filled him with a sense of melancholy. The passage of time had drastically altered the landscape. After all, over 50 years had elapsed, and many had not lived to see 50. Apart from the immortal families, where could one find prosperous clans that had endured for centuries? After spending a night in town and sampling a variety of local delicacies, he noted that a few establishments remained, yet the flavors had changed. No longer reminiscent of the culinary artistry of the previous generation of chefs. At dawn the next day, he departed Yangshu town, setting his sights on the Yushu sect. 30 miles outside Yangshu town, the main road traversed a thicket where a group of over 10 individuals lay in ambush. Each held a blade, concealed within the tall grass, while 3 members remained alert, stationed at a distance. The leader, a burly figure, exuded strength with a broad chest and a commanding presence, his open garment revealing a tattoo of a ferocious tiger on his abdomen. Soon, a scout returned with news. "Brother, there are about 30 to 40 of them. Quite a number, but it appears only one is a coachman, while the rest do not seem particularly affluent." The leader looked skyward, murmuring, "It's getting late. Let us seize a little and head back. We've been out for several days. We must make do." With a cough, he signaled to his crew, who sprang into action without needing further instruction, half moving to the front to encircle, while the other half positioned themselves at the rear, displaying a practiced efficiency. They were a band of roving criminals, known for their highway robberies. Without a permanent hideout and being outsiders, they typically remained harmless at home. But with the farming season behind them, they had gathered to prey upon the unsuspecting. As Chun Xia walked along the road, he heard a commotion ahead, followed by similar shouts from behind. Those in front fled in a frenzy, while those behind surged forward, ultimately cornering themselves. The wise surrendered their valuables, reassured by the leader's proclamation that as long as they complied, they would not face any hardship. With an exaggeratedly large knife in hand, the leader addressed the crowd with an imposing demeanor. Subsequently, 3 bandits approached with burlap sacks, each collecting money from the frightened passers-by. The coachman, pale with fear, dared not resist and relinquished his silver notes. "How is it that you possess only 10 taels?" The leader questioned incredulously. "I am not here to procure goods. This is merely a deposit for delivery," the coachman replied, raising his hands in a gesture of honesty, allowing himself to be searched. The leader, resigned, acknowledged that this haul was not particularly lucrative, but accepted it nonetheless. The robbers, noticing that Chun Xia appeared merely 11 or 12 years old, assumed he was merely accompanying an adult and consequently overlooked him, moving on to the next victim. In today's era, stepping out of one's home often entails a brief pause at the city gate, where individuals congregate before embarking on their journey together. Strangers to one another, they exchange no greetings. Thus, the throng resembles a disarray of loose grains of sand. A handful of individuals can easily fall prey to the whims of robbers. Chun Xia observed their practiced demeanor, pondering how many had met their misfortune. Many lamented after surrendering their money to the bandits, casting blame upon fate, the heavens, or the inclement weather, yet they dared not voice their grievances against these ruffians. With a sigh, Chun Xia was suddenly reminded of his past life, when he too had been stripped bare by robbers during his flight from calamity. Although the times had grown more peaceful, the common folk had never truly experienced tranquility. He resolved to rid the world of these petty thieves. As the gang prepared to disperse after their plunder, Chun Xia shouted, "Have you not yet completed your thievery? Why do you intend to leave?" The leader and his cohorts turned in astonishment to see a mere child of 10 years standing before them, momentarily dumbfounded. "Who among us has not paid?" The onlookers, regaining their senses, were left speechless until one individual erupted in anger. "Where did this brat come from? Speak nonsense again, and I shall slay you." Chun Xia turned to see a young man who had trembled like a rabbit before the robbers, now bristling with bravado like a tiger. The bandit approached the young man, barking, "Are you hiding something? Speak up, or we shall find you and end your life." The young man's legs quaked anew as he pointed towards a nearby thicket, stammering, "I tossed it over there." Chun Xia couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, "I did not mean it that way. Why are you so frightened?" The robber leaned in, and indeed, he spotted a small purse nestled in the sandy underbrush. Grinning as he commanded the young man, "Go, retrieve it for me." The young man, unable to defy, turned to fetch the purse. However, at that very moment, the bandit's expression warped into a grotesque snarl as he bellowed, Dare you hide money before me? To spare you would tarnish my reputation." He raised his blade menacingly. Unexpectedly, he was lifted off the ground, soaring over the crowd, crashing down onto the stones, his brain splattered. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, soon recognized Chen Xia standing amidst the thicket. Retrieving the small purse from the ground, he coldly addressed the young man. "Is this yours?" The young man, momentarily taken aback, finally comprehended the unfolding events. His trousers growing damp with fear as he flailed his arms and exclaimed to the robbers, "It's not me. Noble warriors, I am not involved." The bandits shouted at Chen Xia, "You seek death, daring to slay our comrades." Chen Xia squeezed the small purse, noting it contained only a few taels of silver. Before tossing it aside, spitting disdainfully, his saliva landing squarely upon the purse. Turning his back on the brigands, he declared, "You despicable thieves, who prey on the weak, should not remain in this world any longer." Drawing a short sword from his satchel, he leaped forth, weaving through the bandits, delivering swift justice, one sword for each, without favoritism. In an instant, several robbers fell to the ground. The leader, possessing considerable skill, deftly evaded Chen Xia's attacks and signaled his remaining subordinates to flank the young hero. At this moment, those unfortunate pedestrians who had been robbed realized the hidden prowess of the child. The young man's face turned ashen with fear, while an elderly companion hastily retrieved a small pouch from the ground, disregarding the warmth of the spittle upon it, and stuffed it into the young man's embrace, urging him to flee amidst the chaos. The robbers had taken little, and the pedestrians dared not reclaim what had been lost. They had offended both the robbers and the child, and thus felt compelled to depart without delay. The remaining onlookers also fled, though not far, driven by curiosity to witness the outcome of the skirmish. Should the child fall, there would still be time to escape. The leader was among the strongest of mortals, capable of exchanging blows with Chen Xia for several rounds. His large blade appeared fearsome, yet after a few swings, it became too cumbersome to wield effectively. Essentially, the weapon served more as a prop for intimidation than as a practical tool for combat. Soon enough, Chen Xia vanquished all the robbers. These were seasoned criminals, requiring no trial, and he would never mistake one for the other. After the last of them fell, Chen Xia coldly kicked a burlap sack and addressed the stunned pedestrians. "Come forth and claim what is yours. Do not take indiscriminately, for those who do shall meet their demise." His indifference to their potential misappropriation was solely intended to instill fear, a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Awakening from their stupor, the pedestrians rushed forward, tearing the sack apart. Some expressed their gratitude to Chen Xia for ridding them of the menace, while others criticized him for his menacing demeanor, harboring trepidation devoid of respect. Ignoring their remarks, Chen Xia stood coldly for several seconds before searching the bodies of the robbers. From the leader, he extracted over 200 taels of silver and some jade artifacts. The other 3 yielded little of value, prompting him to cease his search. Having cleaned his short sword, he prepared to depart when a sudden clamor of bells erupted behind him. To his surprise, it was Yao Yangyi who had arrived, but this time, he was pulling a cart drawn by a cow. What had transpired? Yao Yangyi leaped from the cart, unsheathing his sword and assuming an attack stance. "Are these all robbers? Have they all perished? Leave a few for me," he exclaimed, lamenting the missed opportunity for noble deeds. It turned out that Yao Yangyi's sister had forbidden him from driving a horse-drawn cart, leading him to purchase a cow at the market ahead. The cart and the cow were not traditionally matched, yet they had forcibly harnessed the animal, hastening their reunion. Chapter 25. The current state of the Yushu sect. Chen Xia seemed to disregard Yao Yangyi's words and turned to leave. "I'm talking to you," Yao Yangyi called out in discontent. Chen Xia continued walking, entirely ignoring him. His disdain for this place did not stem from the demise of a dozen robbers, but rather from the discomfort these mortals caused him. After walking for a while and turning a corner, the scent of blood vanished, allowing him to regain his composure. Memories of his 30-plus years as a beggar flooded his mind. During that era, he was timid and dared not engage in quarrels, existing like a mouse hidden in a restroom, even more pitiable than those he had just encountered. Back then, he harbored no thoughts of rebellion, fearing that any offense would deprive him of even spoiled food. Such was the life of mortals. Why should he look down upon them? Simultaneously, he found it in himself to forgive the young man. It was commendable that he had the audacity to hide money in the face of robbers. His own shout had been intended to jest with the robbers, but the young man had misunderstood him. In retrospect, he could not blame the youth. His words indeed lent themselves to misinterpretation. Naturally, it was disheartening to witness the young man shrink before the robbers while exhibiting such ferocity towards a mere child. Lost in thought, he was soon overtaken by a cart drawn by oxen. A woman's voice drifted toward him. "Esteemed young friend, we are disciples of the Yushu sect." Chen Xia abruptly halted, turning around in astonishment. To find disciples of the Yushu sect here was quite the coincidence. Why did the sect only recruit such frivolous science? However, he could glean much information from them. The cart came to a stop, and the woman, neither smiling nor frowning, calmly introduced herself. "I am Yao Shuafei, and this is my younger brother, who is still a child and somewhat mischievous. I hope you will not take offense." Chen Xia politely returned the greeting. "I am Chen Xia, with no sect affiliation." "Impossible," Yao Yangyi exclaimed. "Your abilities are no less than mine. You must have been inducted into a sect from a young age." Chen Xia was unwilling to explain that although he possessed extraordinary strength, he had no cultivation. He wished for a wise figure to clarify that for him. "I truly have no sect. What would I gain by deceiving you?" Yao Yangyi stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. His elder sister, Yao Shuefei, remained composed and remarked, "It is not unusual. Although the Yushu sect sends people annually to recruit talent, many of those masters simply meander about, neglecting their duty, often leaving behind unrecognized gems." Her voice was crisp, yet devoid of expression, imparting a sense of resignation. Yao Yangyi grasped the situation, his spirits lifting. "Brother Chun, since you have no sect, why not accompany me to the Yushu sect? Your abilities are comparable to mine, and you would undoubtedly be accepted as a disciple. Then you could stick with me. I'll look out for you. My family is." Coughing sternly, Yao Shuefei interrupted, prompting Yao Yangyi to fall silent, somewhat dejected. Chen Xia found it amusing that one could be so ostentatious even while stepping outside. He was not interested in knowing which affluent family they hailed from. However, he misinterpreted Yao Shuefei's intentions. Upon witnessing her younger brother pouting with a defiant expression, she scolded him in front of others without hesitation. In the eyes of disciples from the Immortal sect, the position of the minister is akin to a mere worn-out shoe. "Why do you keep bringing this up? Do you think this place is still the capital, where everyone fears your father?" Turning to Chen Xia, she apologized. "Forgive my brother. He is still young and speaks rather bluntly, but he has a good heart, which you will come to understand in time." Chen Xia cast a glance at Yao Yangyi, who had nearly run someone over with his car a few days prior. Was this what one would call a good heart? Perhaps it was more appropriate to say he lacked common sense. Indeed, in the eyes of his sister, her brother would always remain a child, innocent albeit misguided. Since they intended to visit the Yushu sect, Chen Xia felt it inappropriate to refuse their company, thus he accompanied them. The ox cart moved at a leisurely pace while he walked alongside it. The siblings, seated in the cart, began to share information about the Yushu sect unprompted. They spoke of the various mountains, the number of disciples, the distinctions between inner and outer disciples, the disparities in their treatment, and the requirements for joining. Yao Yangyi elaborated enthusiastically, unaware that Chen Xia was already familiar with this information and had to feign surprise as if it were his first time hearing it. "Do you know the name of the sect leader of Yushu?" Yao Yangyi asked incredulously, as if this were common knowledge. "I truly do not know," Chen Xia replied. "The sect leader's surname is Han, given name Lin. I will only say this once. When you arrive at Yushu, do not address him by his name directly." Chen Xia suddenly halted, his face paling. The sect leader was Han Lin? Did this imply? He dared not think further. The ox cart continued on its way, leaving Yao Yangyi bewildered, unaware of Chen Xia's distress. Regaining his composure, Chen Xia hurried to catch up. "Are there several elders in the Yushu sect? Can you name them?" he inquired. "Currently, there are only 8 elders." Yao Yangyi recited their names. Chen Xia did not hear Yang Yunjing's name, but was unexpectedly struck by the mention of Lu Hui. He froze momentarily, allowing the ox cart to pass him by. His thoughts became disordered. Years ago, in an attempt to save him, Huang Lanxin and Yang Yunjing had intervened to thwart Han Lin, signifying a public rift. With Han Lin as the sect leader, it naturally suggested that Huang, the leader, and Elder Yang had failed, and perhaps, had even perished in battle. But what of Lu Hui? How could he have remained in the Yushu sect, and even risen to the rank of elder, after more than 50 years? With the elixirs gifted by Chen Xia back then, It was not surprising that Lu Hui had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and become an elder. Yet how could he coexist peacefully with Han Lin? A gust of wind blew, helping him regain a semblance of calm as he quickened his pace to catch up. How long has the sect leader held his position? What is his level of cultivation? Qianxia asked. Yao Yang's eyes lit up at the mention of the sect leader. How long has he been the sect leader? I can't say for certain, but it must be several decades. He is at the 9th level of foundation establishment and is soon to reach the golden elixir stage. A profound sadness welled up within Qianxia. Good people do not live long, while calamities linger for millennia. What kind of person is the sect leader? He inquired. Certainly, a person of righteousness and virtue. Yao Shuifei interjected suddenly. Yao Yangyi straightened his waist. My father once served as a probationary disciple at the Yushu sect, but left when he lost hope in his cultivation. Subsequently, through his own cleverness, though of course, with the recommendation of Master Han, he managed to secure a position as a minister in the court, enjoying the emperor's utmost favor and becoming a prominent figure of the time. Ahem. Yao Shuifei abruptly coughed, interrupting Yao Yangyi's boasting. Qianxia couldn't help but pause, feeling quite disheartened. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at the two siblings, realizing that their father's rise to prominence in the court was merely due to Han Lin's influence. No wonder in the minds of the siblings, Han Lin was regarded as a benevolent figure. Yao Yangyi exclaimed, Chun, my dear brother, why have you fallen behind? Can it be that even an ox would outpace you? Little did they know that Qianxia's heart was tumultuous. With Han Lin as the sect leader, he had no desire to join the Yushu sect. However, he was eager to meet Lu Hui, who served as an elder there. Qianxia had intended to inquire about Lu Hui, Master Huang, and Elder Yang, but ultimately refrained. On one hand, asking too much might raise suspicion. On the other, these matters were somewhat distant, and the siblings could not possibly know. He was in no mood to continue accompanying them. With a stern expression, he declared, You two may travel by carriage, but I shall walk. If others were to see, they might think I am your servant. I no longer wish to travel with you. Farewell. With that, he took off running. Oh dear, Yao Yangyi shouted from behind. But Qianxia's figure grew smaller and soon vanished from sight. This boy certainly has a peculiar temperament. Yao Yangyi was quite dissatisfied. It was rare to find a disciple of the Immortal sect to converse with and alleviate the boredom of the journey. Yet, Yao Shuifei remarked, He is right. It is unfair for us to ride while he walks. Unfair, my foot. I am the one driving the carriage. Can he really expect to sit with you? What is he thinking? You have a point. Let us disregard him and continue on our own. Feeling gloomy, Qianxia ran to vent his frustrations, covering dozens of miles before finally stopping. I must join the Yushu sect and uncover the truth of what transpired back then. He lifted his gaze, resolutely staring down the path ahead. One must repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Life is fleeting, and one ought not to leave regrets behind. Chapter 26. Tianjiang City. After several days of travel, a grand city suddenly came into view. Inquiring with passers-by, Qianxia learned that it was Tianjiang City. He recalled his journey with Lu Hui to the Yushu sect, realizing he had never ventured to Tianjiang City, leaving him uncertain about the path he had taken. Since he had arrived, he decided to explore the city. The city was vast, and he sought solace in a music hall, hoping to soothe his weary spirit. Amidst the taverns and tea-houses, he listened to countless tales. This locale was merely 30 miles from the Yushu sect, and numerous stories circulated about it, some ancient, others more recent. However, he felt a sense of disappointment. It seemed that no one was aware of a significant incident that had occurred 58 years prior, when a fierce conflict had erupted between the sect leader and the elders. Qianxia speculated that such matters, which could tarnish the sect's reputation, were likely kept from public knowledge. To his surprise, the inhabitants of Tianjiang City spoke highly of Han Lin, describing him as a virtuous figure who aided those in distress, showering him with commendations. This only deepened Qianxia's discontent, as it starkly contrasted with Han Lin's true character. The city had once been plagued by demons, which Han Lin had personally subdued. Was this not the duty of a cultivator? After spending 2 days in Tianjiang City, the information he gathered was scant. He resolved to depart and head directly to the Yushu sect to investigate further. While strolling down the main street, he noticed a large jade shop and remembered that he had obtained some jade artifacts from bandits, which could fetch a decent sum. Upon entering the shop, He wasted no time and laid out the jade pieces on the table, each varying in style and price. The shopkeeper was taken aback, but remained silent, meticulously appraising each item and offering prices. With one eye on the jade and the other subtly gauging Chen Xia's reactions, the shopkeeper realized his offers were increasingly unreasonable. Yet Chen Xia did not negotiate, accepting whatever was presented. The shopkeeper soon concluded that there was something amiss with this batch of goods. In the end, Chen Xia sold the jade for over 1,100 taels of silver. He was astonished by the substantial bounty amassed by the band of petty thieves. With a dozen individuals sharing the silver, each would receive a considerable amount, far exceeding what one could earn as a farmer. It was no wonder that many were drawn to seasonal banditry. After the transaction was complete, the shopkeeper, eager to retain Chen Xia's silver, inquired warmly, "Dear guest, our shop also has exquisite jade pieces. Would you care to take a look? Perhaps assist me in appraising them?" His tone was cordial. Yet his intent was clear. He wished for Chen Xia to spend the silver within the shop rather than leave with it. Growing weary of waiting, Chen Xia pondered his humble origins, reflecting that both in this life and the past, he had come from a modest family in Xiangang village. Devoid of opportunities to encounter treasures, he decided to broaden his horizons and fill the gaps in his knowledge regarding jade. Thus, he requested the shopkeeper to present a few pieces for his examination. "Please enjoy these selections." The shopkeeper presented a jade pendant, a jade bowl, and a jade flute. Placing them upon the table, Chen Xia picked them up and said, "Tell me their stories." As he held the small pendant, a lengthy inscription appeared, revealing not only the original owner and the craftsman, but also the place of origin and the year of creation. The shopkeeper's eyes fixated on Chen Xia, withholding information, as he sought to confirm one thing: this young man was a thief. As the guest brought items into the shop for trade, it was clear that this venerable establishment, with a century of history, would never engage in actions detrimental to its reputation. However, once outside, the dynamics changed entirely. If the individual were a thief, the course of action would be debatable. Chen Xia coldly articulated the provenance and age of a jade pendant, deeming it of inferior quality and suggesting the guest take it away. He similarly offered brief remarks on several other pieces. The shopkeeper, perplexed, recognized the youth as an expert. Bowing respectfully, he remarked on the boy's impressive knowledge at such a young age, noting his accent revealed he was not a local, and surmised he must be a fellow trader. The shopkeeper concluded that this child likely did not come alone, suspecting the presence of a more formidable figure behind him. The nature of these goods raised further suspicions. Perhaps they were stolen items from out of town. It was essential to ascertain the situation. Chen Xia, with an air of indifference, inquired, "Do you not possess any fine items in your establishment?" The shopkeeper recalled a piece of ancient jade he had acquired 6 months prior, a stolen artifact from a prominent family in the city that had remained unsold. Encouraged by Chen Xia's boldness, the shopkeeper, emboldened by the fact that the boy was an outsider and engaged in dubious dealings, invited him to the back room to unveil a jade pig. Chen Xia's eyes sparkled at the sight. The carving was remarkably lifelike and exceedingly realistic. As he reached out to touch it, he mused, "What tales do you conceal?" They only knew him as a piece of exquisite jade, unaware that within lay a core of jadeite, now in liquid form. Chen Xia was momentarily taken aback, his hand trembling slightly. This was a treasure coveted by cultivators. In regions rich in spiritual energy, influenced by unique geological formations and other unknown factors, jadeite could form within stone. It remained uncertain whether jadeite existed prior to the stone or vice versa. Nonetheless, such a rare phenomenon existed, its spiritual potency rivaling that of high-grade elixirs. Typically, if jadeite emerges from a locality, that area would be claimed by a sect of immortals, who would then employ mortals to mine it. The immortals were solely interested in the jadeite. Later, the art of weapon refining emerged, with jade being transformed into treasured artifacts. However, extracting jadeite was notoriously challenging, as it was born of resonance and trapped within the stone. Once exposed to light, it would flee. It was said that great cultivators would directly carve a hole to release it, subsequently controlling it with their unparalleled cultivation, thereby forming a vast aura from which they would slowly draw sustenance. Those of lesser cultivation, of course, could not employ such methods and had to devise alternative means. If the jadeite had already liquefied, it was indeed a gem among gems. It was a mystery how a mortal managed to extract it from the mountains. and by the hands of a skilled artisan, it remained preserved, a stroke of fortune indeed. Maintaining an expression of composure, Chen Xia gently caressed the jade pig and remarked, "Indeed, the quality of the jade is commendable, and the craftsmanship is admirable. Yet, why has it not been sold? Is your asking price too steep? I trust it isn't a matter of a staggering sum right from the outset." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was convinced of the boy's expertise and could not help but chuckle. At such a tender age, your discerning eye indicates a noble background. Still, he sought to extract more information. Chen Xia pressed on. "Do you possess any more items similar to this one?" The shopkeeper now harbors no desire to sell any other jade artifacts, wishing only to rid himself of this burdensome item, hoping it will never resurface in Tianjiang City. The potential buyer is a fellow trader, specifically one who frequents this place to dispose of stolen goods rather than to procure them. Thus, the shopkeeper, with a glimmer of hesitation, remarked, "While this item is indeed valuable, it is not easily sold here." An expert would undoubtedly grasp the underlying implications of his words. However, Chen Xia is not a peer in the trade, although he is not the original owner of these jade pieces, having acquired them from a bandit. It remains unclear whether this constitutes fencing. Fortunately, Chen Xia is not one to speak excessively, presenting an air of modesty. He lacks both the inclination and the prowess to engage in a discussion regarding the valuation of jade, so he straightforwardly inquired, "How much silver do you wish to sell it for?" Presently, he possesses over 1,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold. Though he is uncertain of the precise exchange rate between gold and silver, estimating it to be approximately 1 to 15. In total, he has around 3,000 taels of silver, and he is resolute in his intention to acquire the jade. The shopkeeper sighed, "Since you ask, I shall not name a price. It is 12,000 taels of silver to take it away." Chen Xia burst into laughter. The shopkeeper reciprocated with a forced smile. At this moment, the thoughts of both men likely exceeded the mere figure of 12,000. "You jest, shopkeeper. Do I appear to have over 10,000 taels of silver at my disposal?" The shopkeeper wished to suggest that if Chen Xia would simply reveal his backers, the matter could be settled, yet he feared that such candor might provoke ire, jeopardizing future transactions. "What do you deem a reasonable price?" Chen Xia smiled. "If I were to propose a number, I fear you might strike me. In business, it is customary for one to offer a price and for the other to negotiate. Is it not?" Chen Xia laid out all his silver and the 100 taels of gold before the shopkeeper. "This is all the money I possess." The shopkeeper cast a glance, estimating the total value of the gold and silver, revealing a conflicted expression. Chen Xia could not present more funds, nor could he relinquish his pursuit. He lacked the patience to haggle, thus stating plainly, "I do not deceive you. This is the extent of my silver. When selling an item, one cannot expect to extract the utmost profit. It is prudent to leave some margin for others." The shopkeeper, smiling awkwardly, felt his mind racing. The young man spoke truthfully. This item has dubious origins and cannot be sold in Tianjiang City. The audacity to bring such goods here for sale implies a distant origin. One cannot claim all the profit. It is wise to allow for some leeway. This jade pig, if sold in the capital, would undoubtedly command a price in the tens of thousands. The initial acquisition of this jade pig was merely 200 taels, and now its worth has multiplied tenfold or more. Such a sum would suffice. This young lad's first offer, presenting a few thousand taels, is precisely 1/3 of his own asking price. This is not an arbitrary figure, but rather that of a knowledgeable individual. Perhaps the boy and his associates are already aware of its provenance. Contemplating this, the shopkeeper felt a sudden jolt of realization. Having already shown the item, if it cannot be sold, the information may easily leak. Just then, Chen Xia interjected, "If this amount cannot secure the purchase, then I shall have no choice but to give it to you." The shopkeeper was taken aback, exclaiming involuntarily as he emphatically slapped his thigh. Chapter 27. The Dantian is too vast. Difficult to cultivate, Chen Xia was perplexed as to why the shopkeeper ultimately ceased to negotiate, and, with a cheerful disposition, accepted the silver while handing over the jade pig. The shopkeeper then took his hand with a knowing look and said, "Young sir, should you come across similar treasures in the future, feel free to bring them to me for sale. I assure you, the price will be entirely fair." Dazed, Chen Xia departed from the jade shop, courteously bidding farewell at the entrance. "Be careful on your journey. I wish you a safe passage." "We? What does that mean?" he pondered. "Ah, well, no matter." Initially, He intended to mention that if the silver was insufficient, he would have to resort to writing an IOU. However, he chose not to dwell on trivial matters and hurried away. The jadeite was ensconced within the jade stone, its color and refractive properties seamlessly integrated, rendering it invisible to the naked eye from the outside. Chen Xia had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in discovering this piece of jadeite today. He wondered how many treasures had slipped into the hands of mortals or been acquired by those of lesser cultivation, only to be oblivious to their worth and consequently damaged. Nevertheless, he had no immediate plan to utilize the jadeite. The Yushu sect should possess some means. Before reaching the city gate, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Ah, is that not my dear brother Chen Xia?" Yao Yangyi rode swiftly ahead on horseback, blocking his path. "Haha, though you may not wish to travel with me. Fate has conspired for us to meet in Tianjiang City. You cannot escape it." Behind him, Yao Shuafei also approached on horseback, admonishing Yao Yangyi, "You are 16 now. Could you not be a bit more composed? Chen Xia is not as old as you, yet he displays far greater maturity." She then addressed Chen Xia. "We are also headed to the Yushu sect. If you prefer not to accompany us, you might as well run swiftly to avoid being overtaken." Chen Xia replied coolly, "It is not that I am unwilling to travel with you. However, our paces differ. You may go ahead, and I shall follow shortly." Yao Yangyi chuckled, clapping his hands. "That is your own assertion." He gestured behind him, and a figure on horseback quickly approached and dismounted. "Young master, what are your orders?" "Your horse, let him ride it." Yao Yangyi personally led the horse to Chen Xia and offered the reins. It was then that Chen Xia noticed 3 or 4 individuals trailing behind, all mounted, seemingly there to see off the siblings. "Young brother Chen, we harbor no ill intentions. Do not constantly keep others at arm's length," Yao Shuefei said gently. If one were to only listen to her voice, it might evoke pleasant feelings. However, she appeared expressionless, neither smiling nor frowning, as if her face was coated with a thick layer of paste that could not be smoothed out. This time, Chen Xia did not refuse and mounted the horse. "My uncle is the governor of Tianjiang City. Thus, the arrangements are rather grand," Yao Yangyi explained, gesturing towards the individuals behind him. "The Yushu sect is not far. It is merely half a day's walk. My uncle worries about us tiring, hence the horses. The Yushu sect does not provide for the care of horses, so these steeds must be returned." "Oh, why not take a carriage instead? Where is your carriage?" "Ah, the Yushu sect is a sect of cultivation. Allowing fellow disciples to witness such opulence would tarnish the essence of arduous cultivation and invite criticism," Yao Yangyi whispered. Chen Xia erupted into hearty laughter. "Years ago, I resided at the Yushu sect, where my accommodations by the sluice were adorned with minimal furnishings. It was not a deliberate act of disdain towards him for being blind. Rather, the room had belonged to a previous disciple and was simply left as it was. Later, I visited Lu Hui's dwelling, which was equally Spartan, containing little beyond the essentials for living and cultivation. At this moment, prompted by Yao Yangyi, I noticed that most of the jade ornaments adorning Yao Shuefei had been removed, lending her a less opulent appearance. Viewed from this perspective, her attire now harmonized with her icy demeanor. Donned in a robe, she would indeed resemble an ethereal being. I found myself curious about Yao Shuefei's aesthetic sensibilities, pondering how she could embody both the transcendent and the mundane. The journey from Tianjiang City to Yushu sect spanned merely 30 miles. The group galloped forth, reaching the mountain gate in just over an hour. The gate, crafted from white jade, radiated a sacred glow under the sun's rays. Dismounting, the trio entrusted their steeds to the residents of Tianjiang City and ascended the mountain on foot. Yao Yangyi, convinced that Chen Xia would become his junior, enthusiastically extolled the scenic beauty of the mountains along the way, recounting the names and distinctive features of various locales. How splendidly picturesque the Yushu sect appeared, Chen Xia mused silently. He was well acquainted with the place names Yao Yangyi mentioned, yet years ago, he had been unable to appreciate the beauty of the world with his own hands, leaving his mind devoid of vivid imagery. Now, he could finally fill in those gaps. The Immortal Gate had stood for a millennium, and the scenery remained unchanged. It likely resembled what it had been 60 years prior. Upon reaching the Grand Hall of the Yushu sect, Elder Yu Weiming was presiding that day. Chen Xia had known of him 60 years ago, when he was already a seasoned inner disciple at the 8th level of Qi training. It was no surprise that he had ascended to the status of elder over the years. Yao Yangyi reported, "My sister and I have taken leave to visit our family. And now that our affairs are settled, we have returned. Elder Yu Weiming nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you may leave. Elder Yu, we encountered a child with potential cultivation abilities. He has no sect and wishes to join our Yushu sect, Yao Shuefei stated. What is your name? Elder Yu Weiming had already noticed Chen Xia and, recognizing that he was brought by the Yao siblings, skipped the customary introduction and directly inquired about his name. I am Chen Xia, a native of Xiaokong village, he replied. A peculiar expression flitted across Elder Yu Weiming's face, as if he were suppressing a laugh. With a serious demeanor, he asked, You are named Chen Xia? Which Xia do you refer to? The Xia of summer, Chen Xia answered. A hint of amusement returned to Elder Yu Weiming's expression, though he quickly masked it once more. Others might not have noticed. But Chen Xia caught this subtle reaction and thought to himself, that expression is indeed fitting. The elders of the Yushu sect would surely not be unfamiliar with this name. The name Chen Xia was a thorn in the heart of the current sect leader, Han Lin. What is your level of cultivation? Elder Yu Weiming inquired. I possess no cultivation, Chen Xia stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Yao Yangyi exclaimed, How can that be possible? Yao Shuefei interjected, Do not jest in front of the elder. Elder Yu, he possesses great strength. On the road, he single-handedly defeated over a dozen bandits. Even my brother, who exchanged a blow with him, found himself evenly matched. How could he possibly lack cultivation? Yu Weiming, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, What? Did your brother engage in a brawl? Assisting the bandit? Yao Yangyi hurriedly interjected, Elder, I merely exchanged a single move with Taoist Chen Xia. That is not the crux of the matter. He must possess some cultivation. Perhaps he is just a country bumpkin, lacking understanding. Yu Weiming, equally incredulous, reached out to touch Chen Xia's abdomen, extending his consciousness to explore the Dantian region. Upon gently channeling a trace of true energy within, he was met with utter silence, as if his efforts had vanished into a bottomless abyss, and his countenance darkened immediately. You have yet to even open your Dantian Sea. How could you possibly possess any cultivation? The siblings of the Yao family exchanged glances, unable to fathom the reality before them. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Yao Yangyi murmured. Elder, his strength is remarkable. He cannot be an ordinary mortal. Just how strong are we speaking of? Yu Weiming exclaimed. Yao Yangyi pointed to a massive stone in front of the great hall and asked Chen Xia, That stone weighs 1,000 pounds. Can you lift it? I have never lifted something so heavy. Let me give it a try. Chen Xia approached the exterior of the hall, where he discerned a substantial stone serving as a foam mountain in a corner. After examining it, he estimated its weight to exceed 1,000 pounds. In Xiaokong village, he often amused himself by moving large boulders on the mountain, though he had never attempted anything of this magnitude. With both hands grasping the colossal stone, he exerted himself, effortlessly uprooting it from the earth, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and then gently placing it back in its original position. The onlookers were left speechless. The limit for an ordinary person is approximately 800 pounds. Yu Weiming instructed several disciples at the first level of qi cultivation to attempt lifting it. Some succeeded, while others failed. This indicated that Yao Yangyi had spoken truthfully. Indeed, Chen Xia possessed the strength of a second-level qi cultivator. This is perplexing. Your physique is not particularly robust, yet your strength is astonishing. However, you have not opened your Dantian Sea. A disciple whispered, Could he have consumed a powerful elixir? I cannot consume elixirs daily, even if one enters the sect. Lacking cultivation will lead to expulsion. Chen Xia promptly refuted the disciple's speculation. Calmly, he remarked, Elder, your method is rather simplistic. Perhaps a more refined approach would yield better insights. Intrigued by the matter, Yu Weiming instructed him to lie on the ground, while Elder Yu sat beside him, reaching out to feel Chen Xia's Dantian location. As he infused strands of true energy, he also extended his consciousness to probe that enigmatic area. Suddenly, he beheld an expansive ocean, his expression shifting dramatically, as if he had encountered a specter. What is wrong? His reaction startled the surrounding disciples, who anxiously inquired. Elder Yu retracted his consciousness and, astonished, exclaimed, I comprehend why he possesses such immense strength despite lacking cultivation. Why is that? His Dantian is too immense, rendering cultivation impossible. Elder Yu lamented with great regret. Chapter 28. Han Lin has become the sect leader. Senior Elder Yu, did you not assert that the larger one's Dantian, the better the cultivation results? Yao Yangyi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, that is what is commonly stated, Elder Yu replied, yet the other disciples perceived a contradiction in his words. Elder Yu Weiming sighed. What we usually say is based on the circumstances of the present age. We currently dwell in a declining era, where the concentration of spiritual energy is far inferior to that of ancient times. Once the dantian reaches a certain size, it can no longer absorb sufficient spiritual energy. He offered an analogy. Consider a gentle rainfall in the mountains. It may cause a flash flood in a valley, propelling stones to great heights. Yet the same rainfall in a mighty river might barely raise the water level by half an inch. You may envision our bodies as cargo ships awaiting transport. When we draw in spiritual energy and refine it into true qi, it is akin to accumulating water. Once the water reaches a certain level, it can trigger a flood that sends the cargo ships forth. However, if the dantian is excessively large, akin to an ocean, it may never propel a single ship throughout one's lifetime. Yao Shuefei, possessing keen intellect, promptly responded, so, our dantian should neither be too large nor too small, ideally positioned to facilitate multiple pushes throughout our lives, thereby attaining greater cultivation. Thus, the significance of refining true qi became clearer to all. The only one left bewildered was Yao Yangi. Does that mean a smaller dantian is preferable, allowing for daily breakthroughs? The crowd erupted in laughter. Elder Yu Weiming, maintaining a serious demeanor, clarified, certainly, it is not the case that smaller is better. A small river accommodates small boats, while a great river carries large vessels. You may also perceive cultivation levels as docks. Once a dock is filled with cargo, the level rises. If your dantian is too small, you can only send forth a small boat each time. How long would it take to fill the dock? The crowd marveled at Elder Yu's ability to elucidate the principles of cultivation with such clarity. Elder Yu Weiming lamented to Chen Xia. In times of abundant spiritual energy, a dantian like yours was a rare treasure. Once discovered, the individual would be revered as a seed of the immortal sect, forbidden to descend from the mountain until reaching the golden core stage. However, in this era, there is insufficient spiritual energy for you to refine. An excessively large dantian hinders cultivation instead. If you cannot muster even the water needed to push the first boat, how will you progress further? Yao Shuefei interjected, Elder, I understand now. When I initially entered the first layer of qi refinement, I activated my body's ability to refine spiritual energy. Yet, with the current scarcity of spiritual energy, it is challenging to seize that opportunity. Exactly, Elder Yu Weiming praised. As long as you acquire sufficient strength to activate this ability, you will be able to refine spiritual energy thereafter. Chen Xia was utterly astounded. He had believed that a larger dantian was inherently better, boundless, and invincible. Little did he know that being excessively large was counterproductive. The image of a tractor flickered in his mind. To start it, one must vigorously shake the handle to ignite the engine, after which it would operate automatically. What he currently lacked was that initial impetus. Yao Yangi argued, Elder Yu, if his dantian is too large, he can simply strive to accumulate spiritual energy. Surely he can gather enough eventually? Yu Weiming spoke gravely, not at all. Spiritual energy wafts through the heavens and the earth, accessible to both immortals and mortals alike. However, it is notoriously difficult to retain. When you have not practiced qi cultivation, the energy you laboriously absorb is but a drop in the ocean. His words left no room for doubt, and silence enveloped the room. All gazes turned to Chen Xia, filled with sympathy and regret. Yao Yangi grasped Chen Xia's hand and reassured him, Do not despair, my dear brother. You possess such extraordinary potential. Though the times may not favor you, you are not without value. Your strength is remarkable, and if the Yushu sect cannot accommodate you, I shall consult my father to ensure you are well taken care of. Chen Xia rolled his eyes, muttering his gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Weiming continued, Such exceptional talent should not be overlooked. How about this? You could remain at the Yushu sect as an outer sect apprentice. If you truly cannot cultivate, we will reassess your situation. Just then, a figure entered from outside, prompting everyone to rise and respectfully address, Master. Chen Xia turned to see a familiar face. 60 years had passed, yet it bore no signs of change, save for the shadow of a grim expression. Han Lin strode into the hall, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Xia, revealing a hint of disappointment, as if he had not found the father he sought, before coldly ascending to the throne. From that moment, the disciples in the hall fell into an oppressive silence, starkly contrasting the earlier atmosphere when Yu Weiming was conducting affairs. Chen Xia had not anticipated encountering the very person he wished to avoid on his first day at the Yushu sect. A surge of animosity welled within him, but thankfully, Han Lin's back was turned as he ascended the throne, preventing any detection of his feelings. Recalling Yao Yangyi's warning that Han Lin was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, poised to break through to the golden core, he quickly regained his composure. "What is your name?" Han Lin's voice was dark, as if he were striving to mask his discomfort. "I am Chen Xia, from the East Ear clan." With Xia meaning summer, Chen Xia replied deliberately and slowly, feigning trepidation. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Han Lin's eyes. The disciples in the hall suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, though it vanished almost instantly. Aside from Yu Weiming, none understood the sudden shift in atmosphere. Chen Xia confirmed a troubling truth. Despite the passage of 60 years, Han Lin still harbored intentions to kill him. Yet, holding the position of sect master, Han Lin retained some rationality. He could not equate a mere boy of 10 with a decrepit old beggar of over 60, blind and crippled. He silently mused, "It has been nearly 60 years. And yet I encounter another Chen Xia. Alas, the original Chen Xia should have perished long ago. I refuse to believe he could ever achieve foundation establishment." As the saying goes, hatred extends to the very structure of a house, and the name Chen Xia evoked nothing but disdain in Han Lin's heart. After receiving Yu Weiming's report about this peculiar individual and the suggestion to keep him at the Yushu sect, Han Lin found no need to reject the elder's counsel. Responding with a reluctant, "Very well," Chen Xia bowed in gratitude, yet his thoughts wandered to another master. Yao Yangyi, brimming with excitement, tugged at Chen Xia's sleeve, exclaiming, "I knew it. You were bound to stay. It matters not. I have faith that you shall succeed in your cultivation. You are merely 11 or 12 years of age, so do not rush." From the eyes of this young scion, Chen Xia perceived sincerity. At this moment in the grand hall, even elder Yu Weiming's voice was notably subdued compared to before, yet this lad dared to shout boldly. Regardless of his character, he genuinely wished for Chen Xia's well-being. Han Lin waved his hand impatiently and remarked, "Then take him to pay respects to the master." Yao Yangyi seized Chen Xia and departed from the grand hall. The initiation ceremony of the Yushu sect remained as unpretentious as ever. It was merely an entry, the formal acceptance of a disciple being a more grand affair. As they retraced their steps, Chen Xia experienced a sensation akin to traversing through time. This time, however, Han Lin did not assign him to guard the water gate. It turned out that after Han Lin assumed the role of sect leader, a new position for auxiliary disciples had been established within the Yushu sect. Those who sought entry but were denied were permitted to remain as auxiliary disciples. The term is misleading. Auxiliary disciple is merely a euphemism, with auxiliary being the essence of the role. Outer disciples in training still received certain benefits, while auxiliary disciples were relegated to menial tasks. Had it not been for Chen Xia's extraordinary constitution, which piqued Yu Weiming's interest, he would have inquired whether Chen Xia was willing to become an auxiliary disciple. Currently, the management of the Spirit Field Water Gate was entrusted to auxiliary disciples, while the outer disciples and those in training engaged in cultivation, albeit the Yushu sect retained the right to send them back down the mountain. After Chen Xia followed Yao Yangyi, Han Lin's emotions gradually settled. "What is this? I have been unsettled by a mere child. We share the same name, yet that Chen Xia has long since decayed in some forgotten corner. Alas, my millennium-old ginseng is now beyond my reach." Chapter 29. The seizure of the sect's pill. Chen Xia found himself in the courtyard where the outer disciples gathered. Yao Yangyi personally accompanied him to his assigned spot, addressing the gathered crowd. "This is my brother Chen Xia, the new recruit among the outer disciples. I trust you will extend him some kindness on my account." "Ah, Brother Yao, you've returned from your family visit." Several outer disciples greeted him warmly. These were Yao Yangyi's close associates. The status of outer disciples was notably inferior to that of formal inner disciples, making them eager to forge connections with those from the inner sect. Yao Yangyi, enjoying this camaraderie, had taken in many younger followers, unwittingly squandering a considerable amount of silver on indulgences. Sister Yao Shuefei discreetly advised him, "In the realm of immortals, silver holds little value. No amount can purchase genuine affection." Yet, Yao Yangyi remained impervious to such counsel. Yao Shuefei, resigned to her brother's youthful naivety, hoped he would come to understand in due time. Once Yao Yangi departed, the gaze of the outer disciples toward Chen Xia returned to a more typical demeanor. Hey, I've heard you possess an extraordinary dantian, with talents so exceptional that they hinder your cultivation. The word spread rapidly. The outer disciples of the Yushu sect, lacking in diversion, found any unusual occurrence to be sensational. Chen Xia, unsure of how to respond, sat cross-legged on his bed in silence. Ah, quite aloof, aren't you? One individual scoffed with a derisive laugh before turning away. The Yushu sect occupied a mountainous region, with 5 peaks from which spiritual veins emanated, creating numerous spiritual nodes of varying sizes. Among these, the largest nodes served as the elders' sanctuaries. The foothills housed the outer and servant disciples, while the inner disciples resided halfway up the slopes. And the summit was reserved for the elders. The hierarchy was well-ordered. The main hall, the lowest of the peaks, lacked any spiritual nodes and served merely as a venue for discussions and receptions, primarily frequented by the outer disciples, overseen by rotating elders, while inner disciple stewards managed the hall in their absence. This structure starkly contrasted with the time when Chen Xia first joined the Yushu sect 60 years ago, a period marked by a significantly smaller disciple population. Consequently, the current Yushu sect had a far lower threshold for discipleship. The responsibilities of outer disciples had considerably diminished, allowing them ample time for cultivation. Aware that his own cultivation was futile, Chen Xia devoted his time after completing chores to perusing books in the library. The Yushu sect boasted a colossal 10-story library, fortified with numerous wards, rendering it as secure as a fortress. The books were meticulously categorized, crafted from special materials that rendered them fireproof, waterproof, and lightning-resistant, equipped with unique magical restrictions preventing them from being removed. Knowledge could only be retained in memory. Outer disciples and those below could only access the first floor of the library. In the present-day Yushu sect, the elders no longer delivered teachings. Cultivation relied solely on individual effort, and unless designated for duty, the elders were seldom seen. As time swiftly passed, a month elapsed, signaling the time for distributing the Qi awakening pills. The inner disciple stewards arrived at the outer disciples' courtyard. Near the main hall were 3 large courtyards. Chen Xia belonged to Courtyard B, which housed a total of 17 outer disciples and 33 servant disciples. Each outer disciple received 3 Qi awakening pills monthly, while the servant disciples received 1. Chen Xia was unaware of such a thing until he inquired with others, discovering that it had only emerged several decades prior. In an effort to assist disciples unable to cultivate their qi, the Yushu sect had cultivated certain herbs, crafting them into awakening pills, which proved remarkably effective for mortal bodies. A throng queued to receive them, and just as the inner door steward departed, a band of individuals closed the courtyard gate, turning to the crowd with menacing expressions, demanding, "Hand them over." Having resided in the trainee disciple courtyard for nearly a month, Chen Xia had long discerned that these individuals were a gang, led by one Wang Qian. While the others' names eluded him, they frequently congregated, which he had assumed was merely a foul odor, yet it transpired they were nothing short of bullies. The miscellaneous disciples obediently surrendered their awakening pills, and even the trainee disciples complied. Those few who were treated as underlings by Yao Yang also relinquished their pills, revealing no sign of the protection typically afforded by inner disciples. Perplexed, Chen Xia pondered the situation. He had never heard of such brazen theft among fellow sect members in the Yushu sect. He mused that he had presumed the sect only attracted disciples of lower aptitude. However, it appeared they were of low character as well. What distinguished them from mere bandits? One trainee disciple approached Chen Xia, extending his hand impatiently and demanding, "Hand it over." He didn't even bother to look at him. Chen Xia, indifferent, walked away. "Hey, doesn't the newcomer understand the rules?" The other questioned. "What rules?" Chen Xia retorted. "The awakening pills must be surrendered. Once my brother opens his dantian, you'll all have something to consume." "Why must he go first?" Chen Xia inquired. "Do you wish to be beaten?" was the curt response. Chen Xia opened his palm to reveal 3 awakening pills, asking coolly, "Do you desire these?" The disciple smirked, swiftly attempting to snatch the pills, but Chen Xia's reflexes were quicker, evading the grab with ease. He then extended his palm again, coldly inquiring, "Is this what you seek? Come and take it." The disciple, incensed, swung his fist at Chen Xia, but just as the punch was about to make contact, A swifter fist struck his own face with a resounding crack. A figure soared above the heads of the onlookers, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. Everyone in the courtyard was taken aback and instinctively stepped aside. "Brother, he dared to strike me," the fallen disciple cried, clutching his face in agony. The other lackeys, noticing Chun Xia's youth and remarkable strength, hesitated to approach, seemingly recalling a rumor that this individual could lift a 1,000-pound boulder. Wang Qian gazed at Chun Xia in astonishment, his palm trembling slightly as a strength pill slipped from his grasp. He feigned wiping his mouth and consumed the pill. Wang Qian was robust, possessing a strength of 800 pounds, and was proficient in beating mortals. However, he was no fool. All who entered the immortal gates possessed intelligence. Therefore, he had prepared a stash of strength pills, consuming one whenever a trainee disciple dared to challenge him, a tactic that had proven infallible. The trainee disciples, unable to discern the underlying scheme, were intimidated into silence, fearing retribution. Even reporting it would be futile. Wang Qian is a relative of a certain intersect steward. After consuming a powerful pill, he decided to wait until its effects peaked, attempting to assert control with his words. "As a newcomer, you are unfamiliar with the rules. So allow me to enlighten you. The Qi awakening pills must be handed over to me, or you will face punishment, understood?" Following this meaningless exchange, Wang Qian felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Rubbing his hands together, he felt as though he could ignite a fire, and with a newfound confidence, he charged forward, delivering a flying kick. In the realm of skilled fighters, there is no room for flamboyant techniques. It is all about delivering a lethal blow. This was Wang Qian's signature move, undefeated in the outer sect's training grounds. Many had found themselves incapacitated for weeks by that very kick. Chun Xia, however, stood his ground, not retreating but swiftly extending his leg to meet Wang Qian's foot in a clash that resonated with the sound of shattering bones. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Qian collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. "Murder! Murder!" His loyal followers, displaying commendable camaraderie, rushed out of the courtyard in search of the intersect steward. Chun Xia surveyed the onlookers. Those apprenticed disciples and menial workers were frozen in shock, staring at the unfolding scene. Noticing the lack of action, Chun Xia took it upon himself to collect all the Qi awakening pills. The apprentice disciples remained silent, too intimidated to reclaim the pills. Casting a glance at a few of Yao Yang's subordinates, he signaled them to approach, hoping to return the pills to them out of respect for Yao Yang. "No, this has nothing to do with us." They hastily shook their heads, eager to dissociate themselves from the situation. Chun Xia, irritated, confronted the bystanders. "Do you want the Qi awakening pills or not?" A few timid souls stepped forward, only to retreat again, hesitant to claim them. With a cold smirk, Chun Xia declared, "If none of you want them, then I shall consume them all." Silence ensued as everyone watched him with cold detachment. Angered, Chun Xia, in front of Wang Qian and the gathered crowd, began to shove handfuls of Qi awakening pills into his mouth as though they were mere roasted beans. A faint stream of spiritual energy settled into his dantian, yet no noticeable effect occurred. But there was a reaction. He felt full. Reflecting on this, he mused that while the external appearance of the Yushu sect remained unchanged, many underlying dynamics had shifted. Such a trivial item could corrupt one's soul and incite thievery. Chapter 30. Wang Fu's desire for retribution. By the time Wang Fu, a steward of the inner gate and a relative of Wang Qian, arrived, Chun Xia had already consumed all the Qi pulse pills. "What transpired? What ails you?" he inquired. Wang Qian lay there, his leg fractured, his cries growing fainter as he slipped into a semi-conscious state. Upon seeing Wang Fu's arrival, the previously weak wails transformed into a cacophony of distress. "Oh, my leg is broken. That scoundrel did this to me. Uncle, please examine my leg." With a grim expression, Wang Fu administered a pill to Wang Qian and pressed down on his calf, using his vital energy to realign the fractured bone. After a rudimentary treatment, he felt relieved, confirming that the leg would not be permanently impaired. With proper rest, you should recover without a limp. He then rose to confront Chun Xia. "Was it you who broke his leg?" Unfazed, Chun Xia replied calmly. "He attempted to kick me first. I merely retaliated. How is that my fault?" Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Fu, he suddenly retorted, "Why don't you ask him why he sought to engage me?" Wang Fu's expression soured as he demanded, "Why? Today marks the day when the outer gate disciples receive Qi pulse pills, Chen Xia replied nonchalantly. And what of it? Wang Fu pressed. He insisted that we all relinquish our Qi pulse pills to him alone. Wang Fu's countenance darkened further. He was well aware of the situation but had chosen to turn a blind eye. Chen Xia's words ignited his fury, and he locked his gaze on Chen Xia. Growling, and what of it? He then turned to the other disciples, his voice authoritative. Did he forcibly take your Qi pulse pills? The group, heads bowed, remained silent, unwilling to respond. So, it seems there were none. With someone backing him, Wang Qian felt emboldened and shouted, Uncle, he consumed all our Qi pulse pills. Wang Fu, seething with rage, exclaimed, So, you have pilfered everyone's Qi pulse pills. Hearing this blatant distortion of truth, Chen Xia chuckled, If that is the case, then you should hand me over to the elders for judgment. Among the inner gate disciples, those of higher cultivation could serve as stewards, and to the outer disciples, Wang Fu's prowess was insurmountable. Chen Xia knew he was no match for an inner gate steward, and believed confronting the elders in the great hall would yield a fairer resolution. However, Wang Fu surveyed the onlookers with cold authority and asked, Are you all certain that he consumed them all? Yes. Yes, most remained silent, with only a few timidly affirming. Chen Xia turned to the disciples of the second courtyard, noting their reluctance to meet his gaze. He surmised that they feared his misfortune would bring them down as well. It is truly lamentable to witness you all being bullied to such an extent, he laughed heartily. Wang Fuyin smiled slyly. Chen Xia, you have only been at the Yushu sect for less than a month, yet you have leveraged your innate strength to oppress your fellow disciples, seizing all the Qi awakening pills and even injuring my nephew. Today, I intend to capture you, but you foolishly attempt to flee, resulting in your untimely demise at my hands. He. I trust there will be no issue in reporting this to the elders? Chen Xia furrowed his brow. The old man was audaciously lying before everyone, exuding an air of complete confidence. The junior disciples and the servant disciples, suddenly awakening from their stupor, hurriedly retreated into their rooms, securing the doors behind them. Wang Qian was carried to a corner by his subordinates, arms crossed, awaiting the unfolding drama. A junior disciple bolted the courtyard door. The situation had taken a dire turn. Wang Fu dared to bypass reporting to the elders and resort to personal punishment. Alas, what has become of the Yushu sect, descending into such chaos, while the citizens of Tianjiang City still recite the name of Han Lin with reverence? Chen Xia was not foolish enough to allow Wang Fu to have his way, and he promptly turned to flee. However, as he moved, Wang Fu struck him with a palm, sending him flying 2 zhang away, skidding along the ground for another zhang. Wang Fu was merciless, wishing to end the matter swiftly with a single blow. Chen Xia felt a sharp pain in his back, a crack reverberating through his bones, and he was horrified to think he might have fractured something. Clambering to his feet, he stretched his limbs and realized his bones were intact. It was merely the immense force of his opponent that had caused his joints to nearly dislocate. That last strike was astonishingly powerful, starkly illustrating the disparity between the intermediate level of Qi cultivation and that of a mere mortal. The body of a low-level Qi cultivator bore little difference from that of an ordinary person, and the strongest of mortals could overpower those at the first or second levels of cultivation. Yet, the intermediate level was beyond the reach of any ordinary human. Chen Xia had yet to successfully cultivate his Qi. Thus, he remained an ordinary body. I finally comprehend why others dare not step forward. With a silent sigh, he mused that if he could withstand one strike, how would he endure a few more? How infuriating! Had he been at the intermediate level in his past life, he would have sent Wang Fu flying. He still remembered a few spells, but alas, he lacked the cultivation to execute them. Was he truly destined to await his demise? You are indeed quite robust. I could not slay you with one strike. How embarrassing! Wang Fu sneered, slowly raising his hand. Chen Xia swiftly darted behind a tree, only to witness the massive trunk shatter upon impact, while he was hurled backward several feet by the residual force. Indeed, he had withstood the first strike with his body and used the tree to shield himself from the second, but could he possibly withstand a third? Ha, like an ant. You overestimate your capabilities. Did you not consider the consequences when you struck Wang Qian? Now, it is too late for regrets. You must pay the price for your actions. At that moment, an authoritative yet youthful roar echoed from outside the courtyard. Wang Steward, what do you intend to do? The gate of the outer courtyard burst open, revealing a slender yet furious young boy, none other than the inner disciple Yao Yangyi. Wang Fu feigned ignorance, sweeping his palm toward Chen Xia. Stop! As Yao Yangyi discerned that it was Chen Xia lying on the ground, he was taken aback. However, before he could react, Wang Fu had already unleashed a strike. In a hurry, he countered with a palm strike, mitigating some of Wang Fu's force from the side, yet it still sent Chen Xia flying, causing him to double over and spew a mouthful of blood. The apprentice disciples hiding in the room watched in horror. Wang Qian, sprawled against the wall, murmured, "My clan uncle struck 3 times to draw blood from this fellow. This lad is indeed formidable." He finally comprehended why, despite consuming a powerful elixir, he had been incapacitated by a single kick from Chen Xia. Had it not been for his clan uncle, he would have been crippled today. Yao Yangyi possessed strength comparable to Chen Xia's, yet his cultivation surpassed Chen Xia in every aspect besides sheer power. After delivering his strike, he swiftly leaped forward to shield Chen Xia. "What on earth is happening? Why are you in conflict with Elder Wang? You lack any cultivation. What are you trying to prove?" Wang Fu replied. He consumed everyone's qi awakening pills and even broke Wang Qian's leg. Such cunning. Each word was technically accurate, yet the reality was far from the truth. Yao Yangyi could hardly believe his ears, astonished as he inquired of Chen Xia, "Are you truly this fierce?" Chen Xia, grievously wounded and bleeding from his mouth, could not speak. He could only shake his head in resignation, looking at Yao Yangyi with sorrow and indignation. "I refuse to believe you are that sort of person," Yao Yangyi scoffed, recalling an encounter with bandits on the road. His gaze fell upon Wang Qian, and he exclaimed, "I have long heard of your bullying in the Second Academy. It's only fitting to attribute this to you." The few subordinates of Yao Yangyi hiding in the room shouted in fright, "It wasn't me. I didn't say anything." They were desperate not to be mistaken for the ones reporting. Wang Qian, too afraid to raise his head, muttered, "Regardless, he consumed all of our qi awakening pills, and my leg is broken because of him." Yao Yangyi turned to Chen Xia and asked, "Did you consume all the qi awakening pills in the Second Academy?" Chen Xia remained silent. "After consuming so many, you still cannot enter the qi refinement stage?" Yao Yangyi lamented. "It seems you require a better elixir. I shall inquire with the elders on your behalf." With that, he bent down, lifted Chen Xia, and placed him on his back. "Let us go and seek the elders," he said, speaking to himself, wholly disregarding Wang Fu's presence. Chapter 31. Perhaps it would be better to render both siblings helpless. "What's this? Are you going to stand up for him?" Wang Fu queried, extending his hand to block Yao Yangyi, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Yao Yangyi replied with a chuckle, "Wang Steward, it's not exactly a matter of standing up for him. You've already beaten him to a pulp. What more do you desire? Surely you don't intend to kill him?" He established a clear boundary for Wang Fu. "The boy must not die. Not dead, but I intend to cripple him," Wang Fu retorted. Yao Yangyi burst into laughter. "Wang Steward, that's unnecessary. He is merely a child, a naive youth still learning the ways of the world. A little guidance will suffice." With a sinister smile, Wang Fu suddenly struck, aiming a fierce palm towards Chen Xia's leg. However, Yao Yangyi, displaying remarkable agility, anticipated Wang Fu's move and swiftly carried Chen Xia away, evading the blow. As the second gust of wind from a palm strike approached from behind, Yao Yangyi deftly maneuvered around a pillar, narrowly escaping, but the pillar toppled, taking half of the building down with it. Furious, Wang Fu leaped over Yao Yangyi's head, blocking the doorway. Yao Yangyi understood that retreat was not an option today. He could only lower Chen Xia against the wall. "Wang Steward, do you intend to demolish the place?" "There's no need for that." Chen Xia observed Yao Yangyi's cheerful demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the behavior of a typical spoiled rich kid. Previously, she had deemed him flamboyant and not particularly clever, only to realize her error. Wang Fu's cultivation level surely surpassed that of Yao Yangyi, and confronting him directly would be unwise. Yao Yangyi sought to avoid provoking Wang Fu, at the very least demonstrating that he was no fool. "How about this instead? Compensation?" Yao Yangyi suggested with an innocent grin. "My father is a minister of the court. We have plenty of silver. Let's not ruin our rapport." "Silver? Ah, a splendid proposal." Wang Fu laughed heartily, but before his laughter could fade, he struck downwards towards Chen Xia's head. Yao Yangyi, with all his might, countered Wang Fu's palm strike, deflecting it. The proximity of the attack nearly left Chen Xia gasping for breath from the force of the wind. "You scheming tiger, always favoring ambushes. Why not challenge me to a fair duel?" Yao Yangyi pushed Wang Fu away, leaping into the open space of the courtyard. He first crushed a talisman, then another. Launching his assault, he understood that he could not afford to pause. This old man thrived on ambushes, and with Qin Xia gravely injured, any delay would allow Wang Fu to deliver a fatal blow. Yao Yangyi was uncertain why he chose to confront Wang Fu. He had known Qin Xia for merely a month, and it seemed unnecessary to risk his life for him. If a reason existed, it was his abhorrence of injustice. As an inner sect steward, resorting to such underhanded tactics to eliminate a promising disciple was intolerable to him. A fierce glint flickered in Wang Fu's eyes. All were disciples of the inner sect. The distinction lay in their superior cultivation and rank. Though brawling among inner sect disciples breached the rules, as long as no one was killed, it remained within manageable limits. Inadvertently injuring or crippling someone could be deemed an accident. Displeased that Yao Yangyi had cast 2 talismans on himself first, Wang Fu thought, "So you have wealth, do you? I can incapacitate you without talismans." With that, he launched himself fiercely, ready to clash with Yao Yangyi. A tremendous gust of wind swept through the courtyard, causing the very walls to tremble. The apprentice disciples, seldom witnessing the clash of inner sect disciples, were now exposed to the genuine might of the Qi refinement stage, their hearts a blend of fear and yearning. Yet, Yao Yangyi, merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, stood no chance against Wang Fu, who had reached the 5th level. Even with the use of spirit talismans, the temporary equalization of their strengths would not suffice. The talismans had a time limitation, and if victory was not achieved within that span, peril would ensue. Consequently, Yao Yangyi was struck in the chest by Wang Fu's palm, a spray of warm blood erupting from him as he was sent sprawling. It was clear, should the fight continue, true calamity would follow. Wang Fu, satisfied with his performance, was the first to withdraw his hand. Killing an inner sect disciple would invoke serious repercussions, while the death of an apprentice disciple, albeit significant, would not carry the same weight. Wang Fu's expression twitched as he turned to glance at Qin Xia, who lay against the wall. "Do not harm him. Whatever terms you desire, I shall acquiesce," Yao Yangyi cried out. Wang Fu, intrigued, inquired, "Even in such dire straits, you still wish to protect him? Why?" Yao Yangyi cautioned, "Elder Yu and Elder Lu are both watching him closely. Consider the consequences." Upon hearing Elder Lu's name, Qin Xia felt a flicker of warmth. Since entering the sect, he had never encountered Lu Hui, yet he was being observed from the shadows. Just an ordinary mortal with a peculiar constitution. Elders Yu and Lu merely view him as a subject for experimentation. Should he perish unexpectedly, it would be of little consequence. Wang Fu chuckled, his laughter sending chills down Qin Xia's spine, for this old fiend always struck when smiling, embodying a cunning malice. Sure enough, he saw Wang Fu's hand begin to rise. "Who dares to harm my brother?" A furious voice rang out from a distance. "Sister, that old scoundrel Wang Fu is trying to kill me," Yao Yangyi wailed. A white figure suddenly burst in from outside, hurtling directly towards Wang Fu. With a series of resounding clashes, the figure's momentum was formidable, forcing Wang Fu to retreat. Yao Xuefei, having repelled Wang Fu, furrowed her brow upon seeing her brother spitting blood. Her face flushed with anger as she reprimanded, "Why did you strike my brother?" With newfound courage, Yao Yangyi stood tall, no longer addressing Wang Fu with respect, but rather asserting, "Wang Qian, the nephew of that old scoundrel, is coercing all the outer sect disciples of the courtyard to surrender their Qi awakening pills. Only my brother Qin Xia refuses, leading Wang Qian to attempt to harm him, only to have his leg broken by Qin Xia. That old scoundrel seeks to avenge his useless nephew by threatening Qin Xia. I refuse to allow it. He still threatens my life." Wang Fu's expression darkened instantly. This young lad, though seemingly a typical wastrel, exhibited an unexpected cleverness, articulating the situation with eerie precision. At that moment, a grave realization struck him. Yao Xuefei, though only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, was still manageable. The troubling aspect was that both siblings were young, with limitless potential. In 10 or 8 years, they could surpass the 5th level of Qi refinement, and then he would be in dire straits. Thus, to eradicate future troubles, he resolved to eliminate them both without hesitation. A twinge of regret pierced his heart. Had he known, he would not have engaged in conflict with Yao Yangyi. Did this Qin Xia truly intend to eliminate him today? Once actions are taken, there is no turning back. Retreat is simply not an option. Resolute in his thoughts, he suddenly unleashed a punch towards Yao Shuefei's abdomen. Unashamedly, Yao Shuefei exhibited remarkable agility, evading the blow before engaging in combat with Wang Fu. Her brother promptly joined the fray. The duo fought with remarkable ferocity, leaving one to wonder whether they had attained the second, fourth, or even fifth stages of qi cultivation. In truth, however, they merely managed to maintain a temporary stalemate against their adversary. "What of your spiritual talisman?" Yao Shuefei inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. "I used it earlier," came the reply. "I warned you against recklessness. Now we find ourselves in a predicament." Chen Xia's heart grew heavy. At this juncture, if he could only attain the qi cultivation stage, the three of them could undoubtedly vanquish Wang Fu. He scrutinized his body, noting that while he had sustained some injuries, they were not overly severe. Suffering grave wounds prior to entering the qi cultivation stage would be detrimental to his future training. If he could ascend to this stage now, he could harness the power of spiritual energy to mend his injured body. However, opening his dantian would require a substantial expenditure of resources. He discreetly retrieved the jade pig, his greatest hope for unlocking his dantian. After spending over half a month poring over texts in the Jade Void Sex library, he had indeed discovered a method to assimilate jade marrow. A senior practitioner recounted how, during their qi cultivation phase, they had resorted to the simplest means to dissolve a piece of jade marrow when lacking control over their spells. How simple was it, you ask? By ingestion. At first glance, it seemed implausible. Chapter 32. Attempting to kill me. Ultimately assisting my breakthrough in qi cultivation, the esteemed elder had stated that after swallowing the jade stone, although one could not control the movements of the stomach and intestines, external force could be employed to shatter the jade, thereby releasing the precious jade marrow. However, without the aid of formations or magical artifacts, the spiritual energy contained within the jade marrow might suffer significant loss, rendering it a suboptimal choice. Chen Xia was unaware of the quantity of jade marrow within the jade pig, but felt an instinctive urge to open his dantian. Yet, the jade marrow was concealed within the jade stone, and if the stone were not substantial, it might be worth attempting. The jade pig was of considerable size. Upon ingestion, he found himself incapable of exerting sufficient force within his intestines to crush it. What if he could not expel it? It would be quite absurd to perish not by Wang Fu's hands, but from intestinal obstruction. He discreetly retrieved the jade pig, estimating its size to be akin to that of his trachea, uncertain whether it would become lodged in his throat. Nevertheless, disregarding the risks, he steeled himself and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. After several arduous swallows, it indeed became stuck in his throat. His body trembled as he endeavored to swallow the jade pig, but it would not go down. He grasped his throat, attempting to crush the jade pig with sheer force. Yet, how could one possibly squeeze something lodged within their own throat? His eyes began to roll back. Disaster struck. The worst outcome had manifested. Chen Xia's cause of death, swallowing jade. At that moment, Wang Qian conceived a plan. Since his clan uncle intended to eliminate the Yao siblings, he decided to alleviate his uncle's burden by taking care of Chen Xia. Once this Chen Xia was dead, everything would be resolved. He noticed a clothesline on the ground and instructed a subordinate to retrieve it, fashioning it into a noose. Observing Chen Xia stretching his neck, he threw the noose into the air, which landed perfectly around Chen Xia's neck. With all his might, he yanked it sharply, and a crisp snap echoed, causing Chen Xia's head to droop limply. "Ha! Uncle, I have snapped his neck." Wang Qian's triumphant shout drew the attention of the three combatants, who paused in astonishment at the sight. At this juncture, Wang Fu's thoughts shifted. It would be unwise to eliminate so many at once. The siblings were not to be dispatched so easily. It would be better to wait for another opportunity. As long as they remained within the confines of the Yusu sect, there would always be a chance to dispose of them. Thus, he feigned a strike and retreated a few steps. Yao Yangyi, witnessing the rope in Wang Qian's hands, bellowed, "I will kill you." Startled, Wang Qian discarded the rope, while Wang Fu swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Qian, coldly stating, "This matter ends here for today. Do not provoke further conflict." Yao Shuefei gazed at Chen Xia's motionless form, shaking her head with a sigh as she grasped her brother's hand. The atmosphere in the courtyard of the apprentice disciples was now eerily quiet. Yao Yangyi, though a reckless youth, had never endured hardship, resembling a hyperactive child. Yet, He possessed an innate ability to discern between good and evil. A month prior, Chun Xia had slain his horse and subsequently vanquished a dozen bandits. Actions he greatly admired for their righteousness. Simultaneously, he recognized that Chun Xia was not merely a naive do-gooder. He refused to accept the spoils from the bandits at the scene, but he unhesitatingly claimed the riches from the bandits' other exploits, which had become unclaimed property, accepting them without hesitation. This temper suits him well. Moreover, Elder Yu remarked on Chun Xia's unique constitution, which piqued Yao Yangyi's interest even further. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and he perished today. Yao Shuefei, aware that the events had transpired irreversibly, discreetly grasped her brother's hand and softly advised, when one's cultivation is not high, it is wise to refrain from engaging with the powerful, lest one faces ruin. Yao Yangyi gazed vacantly at Chun Xia, sighing, I did not understand before, but now I do. Wang Fu cast a commendatory glance at Wang Qian, acknowledging the boy's cleverness in eliminating the instigator, thus rendering the conflict meaningless for the Yao siblings. We are all inner disciples. Harmony is paramount, Wang Fu stated nonchalantly. Since this person is dead, there is no need for further conflict. This little brat, despite his youth, possesses a cruel heart, seizing pills from fellow cultivators and nearly incapacitating my nephew. Old scoundrel. Yao Shuefei interrupted, enough, it is pointless now. Haha. Those who know how to navigate circumstances are indeed wise. Let us leave. We shall leave the cleanup to Wang Qian and his team. Wang Fu wore a victorious expression. Just then, a sudden tremor rippled through the air, followed by a loud crash. It felt as though someone had struck a palm here. Who? Wang Fu assumed a defensive stance, scanning his surroundings. The tremor resounded again, and Wang Fu abruptly turned, realizing the source of the disturbance emanated from Chun Xia's body. What does this mean? Is he rising from the dead? Wang Qian exclaimed in horror. Wang Fu suddenly recalled something familiar, exclaiming in astonishment, no way. Someone has entered the Qi refinement stage. He could scarcely believe that the next snap Chun Xia had achieved this level posthumously. You are quite right. I have entered the Qi refinement stage. Chun Xia suddenly lifted his head, opened his eyes, straightened his body, leaped from the ground, and dashed to Yao Yangyi's side. Goodness! Yao Yangyi grasped his arm, feeling a warm pulse emanating from his fingertips, confirming he was indeed alive. Did he not break your neck? Yao Shuefei inquired in confusion. We heard the sound and saw your head droop. Chun Xia spoke incoherently. At the brink of death, I comprehended the heavenly path, and thus I broke through in an instant. Hasn't such a thing occurred before? Yao Shuefei's eyes brightened as she nodded. That makes sense. There are indeed tales of breakthroughs in dire situations. Yao Yangyi, though perplexed, took his sister's word for it, bursting into laughter and giving Wang Qian a thumbs up. Thank you. Had it not been for your grip around his neck, he would not have surmounted this formidable barrier. Wang Qian wore a mournful expression, plaintively addressing Wang Fu. Uncle. I did not mean to. Wang Fu's face darkened, grappling to comprehend whether this was indeed the case. Chun Xia cast a flirtatious glance at Wang Qian. Thank you. In truth, had Wang Qian not tightened the rope around Chun Xia's throat, he might have choked to death within a minute. The jade pig was as thick as a water pipe, impossible to swallow or crush. Unexpectedly, Wang Qian executed a master stroke, assisting him in accomplishing this task. Wang Qian, though lacking in cultivation, possessed extraordinary strength among mortals, ranking among the elite. Had he not been affiliated with the Yushu sect, he would have undoubtedly found success as a formidable bandit. His heart was consumed with hatred, and he struck mercilessly, snapping Chun Xia's neck on the spot. It was indeed a genuine breaking. However, a jade pig was lodged in his throat, fracturing into several pieces, which alleviated the force of the next break, leaving the bones suspended between fracture and intact. Yet, the jade marrow was released. At that moment, Chun Xia's dantian sensed the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, which generated a suction, actively drawing the liquefied jade marrow into his dantian. Although it was merely a single drop, it instantaneously filled his dantian, illuminating it as if engulfed in a burning sea, flames reaching skyward. Chun Xia found himself unable to contain this immense power, which coursed through his limbs and bones, breaking through barriers with the force of a tractor, creating a thunderous sound upon release. Upon breaching the Qi refinement threshold, a surge of true energy erupted from his dantian, spreading throughout his body and healing his wounds, erasing his suffering. This was the advantage of transcending one's realm. After the breakthrough, the residual jade marrow melded into his dantian, seemingly filling it to capacity, yet he did not advance to the next level immediately. It appeared that further waiting was required. Deacon Wang, I am merely 12 years old, and I have broken through the Qi refinement stage. According to the rules, should I not be promoted to an inner disciple? Chen Xia inquired with a smile. Inner disciples value harmony above all else. Shall we not disperse? Wang Fu's lips trembled as a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. In a moment of impulsive thoughtlessness, he had offended 3 practitioners of Qi refinement, and now faced the enmity of 3 future inner disciples, making his days ahead quite arduous. Yet, since the deed was done and there was no turning back, he resolved to escalate matters, thinking that if he could not resolve them, he could always flee, leaving the Yushu sect behind. Ultimately, he steeled himself and coldly declared, "So what if I have reached Qi refinement? What of it? Killing you will change nothing." He then hurled a punch towards Chen Xia. Chapter 33. The secret of the Wang clan. Chen Xia never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, with Wang Fu resolutely determined to bring about his demise. Fortunately, he had been keeping a vigilant eye on him, swiftly retreating to evade the forceful blow. The Yao siblings were equally taken aback, reeling from the sheer power of that strike. "Have you lost your mind?" Yao Yangyi exclaimed in astonishment. Yao Xuefei spoke with a grave tone. "Wang Fu, given the circumstances, are you still unwilling to admit your wrongdoing?" The 3 encircled Wang Fu, engaging in a fierce melee, while the Yao siblings hoped to subdue him. However, Chen Xia understood that he could not be allowed to live. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered too many individuals of vile character. Granting them an opportunity merely sowed the seeds for future calamities. Eliminating evil must be thorough, devoid of any compassion. The Yao siblings harbored no murderous intent, their strikes lacking in lethality. In contrast, Wang Fu and Chen Xia were at odds with one another, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. The surrounding novice disciples, unable to remain within their quarters, found themselves overwhelmed by the oppressive aura seeping through the cracks of the door, rendering them breathless. Wang Fu was at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, merely a tier above Yao Xuefei's 4th level. However, with Yao Yangyi and Chen Xia joining forces, their strength merely balanced out. Should one among them wield a magical artifact or talisman, the equilibrium of power would swiftly shift. Yet, the Yao siblings possessed no talismans, and Chen Xia, a scion of a financially constrained lineage, had never even laid eyes on one. Wang Fu had no intention of employing such means either. All 4 understood tacitly. They would rely solely on their physical prowess, refraining from drawing swords. According to the rules of the Yushu sect, engaging in hand-to-hand combat fell under mutual brawling, while drawing a sword constituted a grievous offense of vendetta, the most heinous of acts, which no one could shield themselves from. At that moment, should a sword be unsheathed, the ferocity of the conflict would exceed what the novices could endure. Wang Fu resolved to expend a talisman to bolster his strength and expedite the resolution of the conflict. Just as he produced the talisman, Yao Yangyi shouted, "This is unnecessary." Yao Xuefei furrowed her brow, perplexed by Wang Fu's unyielding desire for a confrontation. She was further bewildered as to why, up until now, no other inner sect stewards or even elders had intervened. In the Yushu sect, aside from the sect master and the 8 elders, the stewards held the highest positions. The grand hall was typically attended by only one elder, who would depart once business was concluded, leaving behind merely 2 or 3 stewards to oversee matters. Wang Fu was one of these stewards, situated conveniently near the novice disciples' quarters, which emboldened his nephew, Wang Qian, to act recklessly. Yao Xuefei, being astute, quickly deduced that the other stewards were not oblivious to the events unfolding here. Rather, they simply chose not to intervene. If left unchecked, the situation could become exceedingly troublesome. Upon witnessing Wang Fu utilize the talisman, Yao Yangyi instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, initially believing it to be a mere scuffle that could be resolved by seeking an elder's arbitration. He never anticipated that Wang Fu would dare to lay hands on inner sect disciples, now engulfed by a sense of dread. If Wang Fu were to entirely disregard the feelings of the inner sect disciples, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. The 3 could only muster their spirits to confront Wang Fu, striving to survive at least until the effects of the talisman dissipated. "Do you understand formations?" Yao Xuefei inquired. As death looms near, One ponders the formation, yet it is too late. With a bitter smile, Yao Yangyi admits, the formation is exceedingly difficult. I have yet to learn it. Chen Xia is even less knowledgeable, having been blind in his past life. Even if he had learned, he would have been incapable of utilizing it. The three of them, in a state of chaos, can only focus on self-preservation under Wang Fu's formidable assault. Fortunately, their unity prevents them from suffering an immediate defeat. At that moment, Chen Xia feels an intense swelling in his abdomen. Activating his internal vision, he discovers a golden wave of energy in his dantian, boiling like a tempest. Elated, he realizes he is on the verge of a breakthrough. That drop of jade essence could elevate him 2 realms, yet each breakthrough demands time for his body, his limbs, internal organs, to acclimate. Achieving a breakthrough necessitates tranquility, which is impossible amidst a fight. The surging power from his dantian is beyond his control, erupting instantaneously. Just as Wang Fu strikes with a palm, he encounters a palpable resistance due to the sudden surge of spiritual energy. A series of resounding thuds reverberates, causing the eardrums of the disciples from the second courtyard to vibrate in response. Chen Xia, have you broken through again? Yao Shuefei exclaims in astonishment. Indeed, he replies. A wave of gasps erupts from the dormitory of the second courtyard. Within such a brief span, this lad has achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs, reaching the second layer of qi cultivation. Yao Yangyi's eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers. Does that mean you have attained the same level of cultivation as I? Realizing that Chen Xia, without having practiced qi, now possesses strength equal to his own, he wonders if he must now accept the role of a subordinate. Wang Fu, too, is taken aback, halting his assault in shock. The earth-shattering battle in the second courtyard suddenly pauses, all ears straining to catch the sound of the inexplicable vibrations in the air, akin to distant firecrackers. This phenomenon occurs during a breakthrough, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to distort, resulting in unusual sounds. Such sounds in the qi cultivation stage are subtle, hardly reaching the grand hall. However, should it be during the foundation establishment or golden elixir stages, it would indeed be terrifying. With no jade essence remaining in his dantian, having successfully initiated 2 breakthroughs, Chen Xia can now cultivate independently. He chuckles, thanks to Wang Qian's theft of over 100 qi awakening pills and his attempt to strangle me with a rope. I triggered the mercy of the heavens, enabling my consecutive breakthroughs. He attributes his success to the pills, concealing the secret of the jade essence. From within the room, a sneering voice declares, ridiculous. Wang Qian has stolen countless qi awakening pills and still cannot cultivate. He is nothing but a fool. Laughter erupts from various corners. Wang Qian, lurking in the shadows, turns pale as ashes. Chen Xia consumed all 50 qi awakening pills and managed 2 breakthroughs. Wang Qian, having ingested over 1,000, still sees no progress. Comparisons lead to despair. One can only envy another's fortune. He muses, his resolve shattered, questioning the significance of remaining in the Yushu sect. With renewed confidence after breaking through to the second layer of qi cultivation, Chen Xia turns to Wang Qian, furiously declaring, Wang Qian, you are the architect of today's events. Everything stems from you, and I shall not let this go unpunished. Suddenly, he unleashes a palm strike towards Wang Qian. Wang Fu acted swiftly, unleashing 2 gusts of palm wind that countered each other, the residual force striking Wang Qian's leg, resulting in a sharp crack as the recently mended limb shattered once more. Wang Qian felt a piercing pain, his fury erupting as he cried out, Father, avenge me. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, bewildered by his call for father. Could it be? You. Infuriated, I shall slay you today. Wang Fu's eyes turned crimson as he summoned another spirit talisman, launching into a frenzied assault on the 3 adversaries. This time, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Chen Xia had merely elevated his cultivation level, yet his strength had significantly surged, surpassing Yao Yangyi and even approaching the prowess of Yao Shuefei. Despite Wang Fu employing a spirit talisman, he found himself at a disadvantage as the 4 combatants became entangled in a chaotic melee. Wang Fu, shall we call a truce now that we are evenly matched? Suggested Yao Shuefei. This was a sound proposal. If Wang Fu remained rational, he ought to agree. However, upon hearing Yao Shuefei's suggestion, Wang Qian suddenly bellowed in rage, Father, my leg has shattered again. Do not let them escape. Father. The crowd was taken aback, questioning who he addressed. Upon hearing Wang Qian's desperate plea, Wang Fu completely lost his composure, descending into madness. It dawned on the spectators that Wang Qian, ostensibly his nephew, was in fact his illegitimate son. During a visit home years ago, he had succumbed to temptation with a much younger cousin's extraordinarily beautiful wife, leading to this unforeseen consequence. A mere familial connection should not have driven him to such a frenzied state. If his intent was solely to defend his nephew, injuring Chun Xia would have sufficed, and he would never have engaged with Yao Yangi. Now, as the conflict escalated with Wang Qian sustaining further injuries, his fury intensified, leaving no possibility for retreat. Chapter 34. Reunion with Lu Hui after 60 years. Goodness, you have unveiled someone else's secret, exclaimed Yao Yangi in astonishment. The Yusu sect does not prohibit forming partnerships with others, yet the revelation of an illegitimate child is indeed shocking, especially when this child has been presented to the world under the guise of a clan nephew. The backstory is quite tantalizing. Chun Xia was not about to take the blame. That was Wang Qian's own revelation. It has nothing to do with me. The four of them gradually began to feel overwhelmed, prompting Yao Shuafei to suggest, "This matter seems difficult to resolve. We might as well flee for now." This was yet another astute proposal. Faced with the utterly deranged Wang Fu, Chun Xia realized that defeating him was improbable. At the second level of Qi training, despite possessing innate strength, he was merely at the pinnacle of the lower realm of Qi, which pales in comparison to the mid-realm. However, with the secret being exposed by the dim-witted, illegitimate child, Wang Fu had completely lost his rationality, consumed by a singular desire to kill. He relentlessly pursued the three, who dared not flee indiscriminately. Anyone who ran first would surely face dire consequences. The sister worried for her brother, while the brother refused to abandon his sister. Chun Xia did not wish to partake in such disloyal conduct, leaving the three with no choice but to confront the situation seriously. With the aid of talismans, Wang Fu's combat prowess had significantly increased, and the three found themselves increasingly strained. The inhabitants of the secondary courtyard cowered behind doors, fervently hoping that these Qi practitioners would not direct their conflict towards them. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. "Stop!" The sound emanated from Mulan Peak, several miles away. Soon after, a figure descended upon them, standing upon a sword, swiftly soaring into the air above the secondary courtyard, surveying the area with an imposing presence before coming to a steady hover above the crowd. The sword radiated waves of spiritual energy, emanating freely. Those in the secondary courtyard, whether apprentice disciples or the four engaged in battle, were immediately struck by a sense of trepidation, enveloped by a formidable aura of wrath. The four instantly ceased their movements, halting their actions. Lu Hui descended with authority, standing firmly in the midst of the secondary courtyard, and the four hurriedly approached to pay their respects, standing obediently. The apprentice and miscellaneous disciples hiding indoors all emerged to bow. "We greet Elder Lu." Chun Xia gazed up at that familiar visage, still bearing traces of Lu Hui's features, yet now his hair and beard were entirely white, signifying his advanced age. 60 years had passed without a word. Time had altered the color of Lu Hui's hair, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, still embodying a fierce disdain for evil. "Why are you fighting?" Yao Yangi, ever the quick-tongued, promptly elucidated the cause of the conflict. "Is that so?" Lu Hui inquired of Wang Fu. Wang Fu bowed his head in silence, his eyes brimming with uncontainable hatred. In the distance, Wang Qian's cries of despair echoed, sounding particularly pitiful. Lu Hui then addressed the disciples in the courtyard. "Is what he said true?" Finally, a brave apprentice disciple spoke up. "Indeed, that is the case." The events were not difficult to ascertain, and soon the reasons became clear. Lu Hui decisively announced to Wang Fu, "Wang Qian has long oppressed his fellow disciples and is the instigator of today's incident. Given that his leg has been broken, he has already faced punishment, and thus no further penalties will be imposed. His qualifications are woefully inadequate. He should have long been dismissed from the outer sect and returned home immediately. Since he is your relative, it falls upon you to handle this matter." The elder did not consult with the steward, but rather commanded him to execute the decision. Wang Fu, aware that his son could no longer remain, could only nod with tears in his eyes. He turned to tend to Wang Qian's severed leg. Such an injury is grievous for a mortal, yet for a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, as long as it does not shatter into fragments, there remains a chance of salvation. Wang Fu's sole hope now rests on preserving his son's leg and preventing a limp. As for the matter of revenge, that could wait for another day. Lu Hui continued, Wang Fu, as an inner sect steward, you have allowed your kin to oppress your fellow disciples. You are unfit to serve in this capacity any longer. I hereby impose a 1-year confinement upon you. This matter will be brought before the other elders and reported to the sect master. Wang Fu trembled slightly, bowing his head in acquiescence, his gaze sweeping over Chen Xia with deep-seated hatred. Yet, he dared not utter a word against the elder. To him, the Qi refinement stage was nothing more than a trifling concern. Lu Hui then addressed the apprentice disciples. You have endured bullying for so long, yet none dared to report it. While the sect bears some responsibility for its lax management, your cowardice is equally to blame. The past 6 months without access to Qi awakening pills are a consequence of your own inaction. In the realm of cultivation, the strong are revered. Yet the purpose of our sect is to protect the weak. If you do not dare to resist, waiting for the sect to discover your plight and rescue you is not a viable path to survival. Lu Hui spoke with palpable disappointment. You do not believe that anyone can uphold justice, do you? The disciples sighed collectively, none daring to dissent. Lu Hui, wishing to avoid such discussions in front of the disciples for fear of offending other elders, turned his attention to Chen Xia and inquired, You are Chen Xia? It was evident that when he uttered Chen Xia's name, a slight tremor of disappointment laced his voice. Indeed, I am called Chen Xia, he replied, filled with emotion. Although his name remained unchanged, the connection to his former self was irrevocably lost. He had no intention of revealing the secrets of the urn burial method. As that manuscript had been destroyed, you just broke through twice in succession? Lu Hui asked. Yes, Chen Xia confirmed. Lu Hui appeared puzzled. Are Qi awakening pills truly that effective? Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the pills, Chen Xia hesitated to respond, fearing exposure. However, the astute Yao Shuefei interjected, Elder Lu, Qi awakening pills are not even classified as elixirs. They contain minimal spiritual energy and merely serve as a catalyst. I believe it varies from person to person. Perhaps his unique constitution renders them particularly effective. Some individuals, no matter how many years they consume them, cannot cultivate Qi. While her words were not directed at anyone in particular, Wang Fu's expression involuntarily twitched. For some, it was not just the Qi awakening pills at stake. A certain paternal figure behind the scenes was nearly driven to ruin by them. Yao Shuefei's insights into the Tao were well regarded among the younger disciples, and Lu Hui listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, he took Chen Xia's hand to assess his cultivation, confirming that he was indeed at the second level of Qi refinement. Yet his vital energy surpassed that of a typical practitioner at that stage. Chen Xia recalled many years ago when Lu Hui had once taken his hand, guiding him to the Yusu sect. The scene and emotions were strikingly similar. Lu Hui nodded. Indeed, your constitution, as elder you mentioned, is something rare and sought after in ancient times. Yet in this era, it is practically impossible to cultivate. Who would have thought that at the brink of life and death, you would uncover the secrets of the heavens and achieve 2 breakthroughs? As he praised Chen Xia, his expression suddenly shifted, and he addressed the 3. Your courage in combat has led to infighting among fellow disciples, and you share the blame. You must immediately go to Mulan Peak to receive your punishment. With that, he soared into the sky, leaving behind a command. Come here at once, do not delay. This was to prevent them from entangling matters further in his absence. In truth, there was little need for concern, no matter how arrogant Wang Fu might be. He was merely a mid-level Qi practitioner within the outer sect, vastly inferior to Lu Hui, who was at the mid-level of foundation establishment. Chen Xia gazed vacantly at Lu Hui's receding figure, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. He remained as fair-minded as ever. The 3 bottles of elixirs he possessed were not squandered. Before he could delve into his memories, Yao Yangyi promptly pulled Chen Xia away. Wang Fu paid them no heed. His son was now wailing, filling his heart with hatred, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Xia understood that the issue remained unresolved and perhaps had even escalated. Lu Hui's handling of the situation reflected the sect's general attitude, which favored a conciliatory approach. The sect hoped that time would dilute all grievances. Yet, it was often the ebb and flow of strength between the feuding parties that altered everything. Wang Fu, being older, would inevitably falter against the 3 of them, who were still young, provided no unforeseen events occurred. The trio swiftly made their way to the Grand Hall, and utilized the teleportation array to reach Mulan Peak. The ability to fly with a sword was a skill reserved for those at the Foundation establishment level. Chi practitioners could only achieve this feat if exceptionally talented. And even then, only during the peak stage of Chi cultivation, albeit with limitations in speed and distance. Chapter 35. Punishment of 3 years of facing the wall, stepping through the teleportation array from the Grand Hall to the mid-slope of Mulan Peak. Chen Xia formally expressed his gratitude to Yao Yangyi for saving his life. Indeed, I have saved you, Yao Yangyi replied nonchalantly, accepting Chen Xia's bow. How did you end up in the secondary academy? It can't be mere coincidence, Chen Xia inquired. With a sigh, Yao Yangyi explained. I had already caught wind of the situation. It was said that Wang Fu's son, Wang Qian, was pilfering others' Qi awakening pills in the secondary academy. My brothers dared not speak of it. Upon seeing Wang Qian's lackeys frantically searching for Wang Fu, and knowing today was the day for the Qi awakening pills, I deduced that trouble was brewing in the secondary academy. Yao Shuefei interrupted, astonished. You were aware of the relationship between Wang Fu and Wang Qian all along. Ah, sister, I have many friends and am quite well informed. Of course I knew. Can you guess why the deacons have not intervened? Despite the ruckus we caused in the secondary academy, even the elders of Mulan Peak were stirred. Yet Deacon Su and Deacon Li from the Grand Hall have yet to show themselves? Ah, I see. Yao Yangyi, filled with pride, remarked. You often advise me not to mention my father, the scholar, within the sect. In truth, even without my words, others have already investigated our backgrounds. Yao Shuefei replied. So you are not as foolish as you appear. Though his face remained stoic, his eyes sparkled with mirth, reflecting a look of indulgence. Chen Xia, wishing to avoid discussing Wang Fu's disgrace, redirected the conversation. Thank goodness you were attentive. Otherwise, I would have certainly fallen victim to Wang Fu. Yao Shuefei queried. Do you regret it now? Not knowing when to yield has drawn the ire of someone more formidable, and you are unable to contend with them. Her question was astute, grounded in objectivity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xia responded slowly, I do not regret it, but I do harbor some trepidation. In the future, when faced with such circumstances, would you still choose to stand firm, refusing to yield? Taking a deep breath, Chen Xia hesitated. It is difficult to say. With a twinkle in her eyes, Yao Shuefei remarked, This is your nature. It may be impossible to change. A flash of insight struck Chen Xia as he recalled a famous saying, character determines fate. Had he not possessed such temperament in his previous life, he would not have suffered so severely. Ultimately reduced to begging for survival, eschewing conflict with anyone, he displayed humility and self-deprecation, seemingly submitting to fate, yet in reality, he held it in contempt. Acknowledging reality does not equate to kneeling in spirit. However, perhaps it is precisely this unyielding character that allows one to take a step toward success on the precipice of life and death, stirring the heavens. Such praise made Chen Xia feel somewhat bashful. Nonetheless, should anyone inquire about the means of his breakthrough, it would be best to articulate it this way. My friends, when we meet Elder Lu later, I shall bear all the blame alone. Do not speak a word. Yao Shuefei remained silent as she ascended toward the peak. Chen Xia stopped Yao Yangyi. I must thank you for risking your life to save me. Why did you go to such lengths for me? Yao Yangyi pried Chen Xia's hand away, saying, Initially, I had no intention of putting my life on the line. It was not solely for your sake. However, I thought it a pity for someone with your talent to perish upon entering the mountain gate. Alas, let us proceed. Yao Yangyi, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, hastily caught up with his sister. Thank you, Chen Xia called out to their retreating figures before following suit. I initially wished to convey that should you encounter peril, I would unhesitatingly come to your aid. Yet, I hesitated, fearing such words might seem like a curse. I would rather you lead lives devoid of hardship, sparing me the opportunity to repay today's great kindness. Haha, then perhaps it is best left unspoken. Mulan Peak is suffused with the essence of the earth, a realm of extraordinary beauty adorned with rare flora. The temple at the summit is resplendent, rivaling the grandeur of the Yushu sect's hall. However, the elders typically reside in a villa halfway up the mountain, for the summit lacks a spiritual vein. The aura emanating from the spiritual vein is ensnared by a formation surrounding the peak, swirling with the currents of air at the summit. This apex, apart from the spiritual vein, is the most potent source of spiritual energy reserved for the advanced disciples. ascending slightly above the mountainside. They approached a pavilion perched before a perilous cliff, where they beheld Lu Hui gazing into the distant landscape. The trio approached and bowed in greeting. Lu Hui did not turn, admonishing them. With such a vast disparity in strength, why would you engage in a futile struggle? To perish pointlessly in weakness would be to squander your remarkable potential. Chen Xia sincerely replied, Elder, your admonition is indeed wise. I should exercise restraint in the face of the strong. Lu Hui abruptly turned, expressing his dissatisfaction. One may act when unable to endure, yet one must maintain control and avoid inviting greater calamity. How could you possibly break his leg? It was truly an accident. He launched a kick at me, and I merely retaliated with all my strength, only in kind. Chen Xia began, but Lu Hui interrupted. Are you not aware that your power far exceeds that of an ordinary body? You did not even contemplate maintaining control. Your desire was to incapacitate him entirely. This assertion rang true, and Chen Xia, unwilling to feign ignorance, nodded in honest acknowledgement. Your approach is flawed. It is perilously easy to meet an untimely end. Lu Hui spoke gravely. For a cultivator, a natural death is termed transcendence, while accidental deaths are often described as a fall. Yet no one has ever referred to it as an untimely end. Yao Shuefei gasped, Elder, I understand. Engaging in conflict prematurely may lead to lifelong regret. Dying in the qi refining stage is akin to an infant's demise. A chill crept over Chen Xia. He realized that his existence could be likened to multiple untimely ends. To be crippled at a tender age was akin to a life cut short. Living on, regardless of duration, would bear little significance. Consuming the millennium-old mountain ginseng, which promised a bright future, instead attracted the pursuit of formidable foes. What could have propelled him to the 8th level of qi refinement culminated merely in an expansive dantian. For the millennium-old mountain ginseng, this was a tremendous waste, and for his path of cultivation, it represented a journey abandoned midway. Even the act of consuming the jade pig was fraught with peril, had Wang Qian not aimed to snap its throat, resulting in its own breakage. He too might have met an untimely end. The jade pig now lay quietly within his intestines, necessitating a method for its expulsion. Elder, I acknowledge my folly. In future encounters, I shall strive to remain composed. Lu Hui sighed and kindly remarked, You are still quite young, and no one has taught you before. Just remember this for the future. However, your unwavering stance today has unexpectedly set you on the path of cultivation. The process may have been flawed, yet the outcome is undeniably correct. I find myself at a loss for how to assess it. Yao Yangyi exclaimed, Had I known that this would be the result, then he would have made no mistakes at all. But could you truly foresee this outcome? Lu Hui responded sternly. Yao Yangyi was left speechless. Chen Xia spoke softly, Elder, everyone desires security, yet we must not overcorrect. If we were to wait until everything is perfectly calculated before acting, we would accomplish nothing at all. Indeed. Yao Yangyi echoed in agreement. Yao Shuefei shot her brother a glare, urging him to silence himself. Yet Lu Hui appeared momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, You have a point. Overthinking can lead to inaction. A resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he had come to a decision regarding a certain matter. Addressing the three of them, he continued, You three were involved in the brawl and must face punishment. You shall meditate in solitude on Mulan Peak for 3 years, forbidden to leave a single step. Wang Fu would be confined for a year, while they would endure 3 years, seemingly a harsher fate. Both Chen Xia and Yao Shuefei could surmise that Lu Hui intended to protect them. However, Yao Yangyi, perhaps succumbing to his usual reckless nature, mumbled, Shall we not suffocate in here? Chapter 36. The Dantian as a desert. The confinement area of Mulan Peak consisted of caves carved into cliffs scattered across the mountains, each capable of housing but a single occupant. The 3 individuals each selected a cave, which would serve as their residence for the coming 3 years. Lu Hui personally chose a cave for Chen Xia, situated near the summit, a location rich in spiritual energy, slightly inferior to the spots typically used by direct disciples, yet superior to others. Thus, Chen Xia settled in with a sense of assurance. The term facing the wall implied a rigorous commitment to cultivation, free from distracting thoughts. He was determined to strive diligently in his practice, eager to discover what progress he could achieve over the 3-year period. Residing on Mulan Peak, he had anticipated that being so close to the water's edge would facilitate frequent encounters with Lu Hui, allowing them to reacquaint themselves. However, to his dismay, he found that they scarcely crossed paths throughout the year. Elder Lu, a renowned cultivator from the Yushu sect, was known for his obsession with cultivation, often residing in a spiritual cave situated on the mid to upper slopes of the mountain. Occasionally, he would emerge to inspect the area, and during his rare visits to Chunxia's cave, he would merely inquire, "The spiritual energy on this peak is abundant. How do you find your cultivation?" Each time, Chunxia would respond that he felt nothing significant. Lu Hui would then wear an expression of understanding, uttering a casual, "Take your time, there is no rush," before departing without further discussion. A year swiftly passed. Wang Fu concluded his period of confinement and resumed his status as an ordinary inner disciple, becoming notably taciturn. Lu Hui, as an elder, wielded considerable authority over the management of disciples within the sect, and other elders would not contest his decisions. Although the inner sect steward held a respectable position, it ultimately hinged on the elderess' word. Even Elder Shangpu, who had promoted Wang Fu, did not take offense at the elderess' authority. When Wang Fu sent his son down the mountain, he instructed him to take a substantial amount of gold and silver, hoping he might return with more sons, striving to produce one with exceptional aptitude for cultivation. When Wang Fu first embarked on his journey into cultivation, he had no intention of marrying or having children. It was his sister-in-law's striking beauty that had swayed his resolve. Once a son was born, the logic of his solitary pursuits transformed entirely. This son became a source of great distress for him. He recognized the boy's ineptitude, yet as a father, he felt compelled to fulfill his desires. The son's cultivation journey faltered midway, leaving Wang Fu with a simmering resentment. Such hatred does not dissipate with time. Rather, it intensifies and deepens. After entering the qi refining stage, Chunxia believed he could finally refine his true qi independently. Yet, to his dismay, an entire year passed with his dantian remaining utterly stagnant. His progress halted. If it were merely a matter of slowness, he could wait. However, the vastness of his dantian mirrored the insatiable nature of human desire, as unquenchable as an endless abyss. Each day, he tirelessly drew in qi for 12 hours, akin to sparse rain falling upon a desert, yielding little to no result. The confidence he had just begun to cultivate gradually withered away. The Yushu sect was a place of spiritual veins, with the energies from various spiritual caves saturating the surroundings, contained by formations that prevented their escape, thus providing ample resources for the disciples' cultivation. Yet, for Chunxia, the supply remained insufficiently scant. One day, Lu Hui's direct disciple unexpectedly arrived at Chunxia's cave, announcing, "The elder wishes to see you." Chunxia, uncertain of the elder's intentions, hurriedly made his way to him. Lu Hui sat indoors, conversing with his most trusted disciple. Upon noticing Chunxia, he nodded and stated, "I must step out for 3 days. During this time, my spiritual cave is at your disposal." The disciple, who had been speaking with Lu Hui, was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Did Master not instruct me to accompany you?" Lu Hui cast a sidelong glance at Chunxia. "Elder Lu, are you addressing me?" Chunxia asked, astonished. "This spiritual cave of mine is rich in spiritual energy. Do not squander it," Lu Hui said, placing a reassuring hand on Chunxia's shoulder before departing. The other disciples were left in a state of bewilderment, hastily trailing behind Lu Hui, their expressions laden with unspoken words as they brushed past Chunxia. Although Chunxia felt a twinge of embarrassment, he did not hesitate to embrace the elevated treatment befitting an elder for the next 3 days, even in the presence of Lu Hui's disciples. Yet, he found it lacking in impact. The vast desert of his dantian could not be nurtured by mere whispers of spring breezes. 3 days later, upon Lu Hui's return, he inquired about Chunxia's progress in cultivation, to which Chunxia responded honestly. Lu Hui was not only astonished, but the smiles of his disciples behind him were impossible to conceal. Lu Hui sighed, "Your physique is exceedingly unique. To cultivate true qi independently, it would require a monumental shift in the world, a resurgence of spiritual energy. This was akin to waiting for spiritual stones to fall from the heavens. Alternatively, one could rely on medicinal pills for nourishment, yet that path seemed even less feasible. One could only wonder if the wealthiest sect leaders across the lands could achieve such a feat. Thus, whether you succeed in cultivation hinges entirely on luck." Chunxia was left speechless. He continued to retreat to the cave, feigning cultivation while idly passing the time. As 2.5 years swiftly slipped by, Yao Shuefei ascended 2 levels, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement, now facing the formidable barrier of upper qi refinement. Yao Shuefei was astute and youthful, yet whether she could overcome this significant hurdle was uncertain. Many within the Yusu sect found themselves stuck at this juncture, unable to make any progress throughout their lives. Regardless, even if she ultimately broke through, it would require more time than her previous advancements. Before the 3-year period of contemplation had concluded, sect leader Han Lin took Yao Shuefei under his wing as a direct disciple, instructing her to relocate to Huiyun Peak, the very spiritual cave where Han Lin resided. Upon receiving this news, Chen Xia felt a profound sense of discontent. How did Han Lin deserve such an astute disciple as Yao Shuefei? Days later, Yao Yangyi also broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement and, in high spirits, sought out Chen Xia, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, I have surpassed you once more." Chen Xia could only offer a wry smile. That esteemed official had been recognized for his cleverness and maturity during his time as an outer disciple at the Yusu sect, earning Han Lin's favor. Later, after returning to secular life, Han Lin had spoken highly of him to the court of the Chu kingdom, naturally leading to his elevation. Unexpectedly, the official's family fortunes flourished. He had a son and a daughter, both possessing remarkable talents. By the age of 20, they had already entered the intermediate stage of qi refinement, making them prime candidates in Han Lin's eyes. Should Yao Yangyi advance to the intermediate stage, he too would likely be chosen as Han Lin's direct disciple. Wang Fu and Shang Pu entered the sect in the same year, fostering a close camaraderie. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to wielding power and influence among the outer disciples, and in a fit of madness, they resorted to extreme measures against a promising disciple favored by the sect leader. However, the Yusu sect often finds itself unable to enforce strict regulations during such conflicts among its disciples, typically opting for a lenient approach, treating all parties with equal reprimand. 60 years ago, the fierce confrontation between the sect leader and the elders concluded without significant repercussions, a scenario Chen Xia, having not witnessed it firsthand, can now easily surmise was diffused by the elders' intervention. Han Lin likely pursued Chen Xia, but the passage of time and the swiftness of the spirit steed rendered his efforts futile. It is also plausible that Chen Xia concealed his presence in the water, effectively eluding any possibility of being tracked. After 3 years of solitary confinement as punishment, Yao Yangyi returned to his residence. Chen Xia was also conferred the status of an inner disciple, necessitating the provision of a separate courtyard for his dwelling, a privilege afforded to those of his rank. Han Lin decisively arranged for him to be stationed at a remote dojo named Yingxian Yuan, located on the western side of Yuyu Peak. This peak serves as the abode of elders Yu Weiming and Shang Pu, while Yingxian Yuan is a solitary courtyard situated 10 miles from its base. Moreover, you shall keep watch over the Ascension Valley, ensuring no one enters or exits freely. Upon hearing this, the assembly within the Grand Hall could hardly suppress their amusement. Chapter 37. Banished to the accursed land, the Yushu sect occupies more than a dozen peaks, with the lowest hall situated on a mountain devoid of spiritual caves, serving merely as a fade. From east to west, the 5 peaks imbued with spiritual essence are Munlan, Huiyun, Luanyao, Fian, and Yuyu, each serving as the sanctuaries for the 8 elders. Lu Hui exclusively occupies Munlan Peak, as it is relatively small, possessing only one spiritual cave worthy of an elder's use. Yuyu Peak boasts 2 abundant spiritual caves, naturally shared between 2 elders. The concentration of spiritual energy among these 5 peaks varies slightly, allowing the elders to select according to their seniority and cultivation level, and all are astute enough to avoid conflicts over this matter. In addition to the elders' spiritual caves, there are dozens of other sites, the most desirable of which are located near the elders' caves, occupied by their direct disciples and appointed disciples. The remaining available sites are rotated among other inner disciples. Regardless, the training grounds for inner disciples are invariably superior to the wilds. One of the elders on Yuyu Peak is Shang Pu, a close friend of Wang Fu, and Han Lin arranged for Chen Xia to reside here. Whether by design or not remains uncertain. Moreover, the Yingxian courtyard itself is not an auspicious location. Chen Xia was already aware that the Yushu sect harbors a terrifying place that instills dread in all disciples, the Zhexian Valley. The Yingxian courtyard is situated near the Zhexian Valley, the westernmost dwelling of the Yushu sect. The Zhixian Valley is a colloquial term among the disciples. Its proper name is the Shengxian Valley. There exists a tradition within the Yushu sect that upon achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment, disciples seeking to ascend to the Golden Core realm must venture to the Shengxian Valley to break through. During his 3 years on Munlan Peak, Chen Xia became well acquainted with Lu Hui's direct disciples and learned of the horrors that lurk within the Zhixian Valley. This place is safeguarded by formations set by venerable cultivators, capable of mitigating the damage inflicted by the tribulations of the Golden Core. It is said that since the founding of the Yushu sect, a total of 17 Golden Core immortals have emerged from the Shengxian Valley. However, 48 Foundation establishment perfectionists have perished there, struck down by heavenly lightning. Thus, the success rate for breaking through to the Golden Core is exceedingly low. In the eyes of the Yushu sect disciples, the Shengxian Valley is synonymous with the Zhixian Valley, a place they both revere and loathe. A saying circulates within the sect: if one aspires to cultivate to the Golden Core, one should avoid entering the Zhixian Valley to evade entanglements of karma. Consequently, those within the Grand Hall wished to laugh, but stifled their amusement. Han Lin harbored profound resentment towards Chen Xia, which had morphed into an obsession. Everyone could discern Han Lin's disdain for him, which led to his assignment to that bleak location. Those of lesser seniority merely assumed it was a recognition of his arduous path in cultivation, a desire not to squander resources. Yet, only a few were privy to the true reason behind this decision. With no alternatives, Chen Xia reluctantly arrived at the desolate ancient courtyard. Reflecting upon this, he felt the weight of fate. During his first visit to the Yushu sect, Han Lin had assigned him to manage the water gate. In this second life, he found himself once more at the mercy of Han Lin, this time sent to the melodiously named yet despised ancient courtyard. Standing at the entrance of the ancient courtyard, gazing at the mouth of the Zhixian Valley several miles away, Chen Xia could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The most recent casualty in the Zhixian Valley was Huang Lanxin, who perished there 40 years ago. The direct disciples of Lu Hui appear to be reluctant to discuss this matter, treating it with a sense of taboo, reminiscent of superstitious villagers. Huang Lanxin, having attained the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, sought to advance further by venturing to the Ascension Valley for a breakthrough, only to meet with failure and ultimately perish. Subsequently, Han Lin assumed leadership of the Yushu sect, as he possessed the highest cultivation level, leaving the other elders hesitant to challenge his authority. During his 3 years at Mulan Peak, no whispers of events from 60 years prior reached his ears. The fierce clash between Huang Lanxin and Han Lin, which stirred considerable commotion, seemingly concluded in a muddled resolution. Clearly, the sect had imposed a veil of silence on this incident, with all who were privy to it back then too fearful to speak. Now, over 60 years later, many have naturally passed away, and those who remain, either not having reached foundational cultivation or now advanced in age, are even less likely to voice their thoughts. With no discourse surrounding the matter, Chen Xia naturally remains oblivious to any related rumors. Were Lu Hui to confront him directly, pressing for answers, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth. However, such an action would surely preclude any hope of a peaceful existence thereafter. Elder Yang Yunjing, having concluded his 210 years of cultivation a decade ago, has since departed this world. Chen Xia feels a profound sense of regret, for this elder once gifted him a spiritual steed. Yet he was unable to repay this kindness before the elder's quiet departure. The debts owed to these two predecessors weigh heavily on Chen Xia, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. After residing at the Ascension courtyard for a month, Chen Xia found himself quite bored. Each day, he lacked the desire to cultivate, instead spending his time in the library. The Yushu sect boasts a long and storied lineage. Many esteemed predecessors, upon nearing the end of their journeys, took to penning their experiences after traversing the world, all of which are preserved in the library. These texts are bound by spells, prohibiting their removal from the premises, although one may transcribe them for the benefit of inner disciples and to foster communication with their forebears. Chen Xia harbored a keen interest in understanding how ancient grand cultivators, like himself, cultivated their abilities, thus dedicating himself to study and becoming somewhat of a scholar, yet he remained devoid of relevant knowledge. Years elapsed, and Chen Xia grew into an 18-year-old youth, still at the second level of qi cultivation. Were he any other disciple, reaching 18 at this level would elicit laughter even in slumber. Moreover, he had achieved a remarkable leap of 2 levels before the age of 13. Had it not been for the peculiarities of his dantian, he would have long been regarded as the sect's beacon of hope. Public sentiment began to turn decidedly against Chinxia. While traversing the sect, he frequently caught snippets of hushed conversations carried by the wind, murmuring about his rare ancient lineage being little more than a facade of ineptitude, claiming that his unexpected awakening of the dantian was merely a fluke. Initially, such remarks were sporadic, but gradually they intensified to the point where they could be uttered openly. Chinxia found himself unable to harbor resentment. As the others merely stated facts, laced with subjective emotional undertones, it was unreasonable to retaliate against every disparaging comment. Regardless, the days grew increasingly arduous. During this time, only Yao Yangyi occasionally visited him, offering encouragement not to give up. Yet, even if he could no longer elevate his strength, what significance would that hold? Chinxia, unable to tolerate the countenance of the frivolous, scoffed, "I have no backing and cannot enhance my cultivation. What meaning does life hold then?" Meaning? Yao Yangyi leapt into the air, reveling in the joys of cultivation, which promised a superior physique and an extended lifespan. Yet, he pondered, without attaining the true celestial realm, death would inevitably follow. Thus, why not live more freely and without such burdens? Embrace the pleasures of life. Indeed, Chinxia scoffed softly, questioning the essence of joy and suffering. "I do not perceive any hardship in cultivation," he nearly uttered. "If you were to endure a few days of meager fare, you would soon grasp what you ought to pursue in this life." In recent years, Yao Xuefei had successfully surmounted the considerable obstacle between the intermediate and advanced stages of qi cultivation, achieving the 7th level, firmly establishing herself as a star disciple with the potential to become an elder, a future filled with boundless possibilities. Concurrently, Yao Yangyi had also advanced to the 4th level of qi cultivation. The brother and sister duo were the pride of the younger disciples at the Yushu sect. Yet, Yao Yangyi remained unchanged, idly wandering about, whether they were inner disciples or probationary ones. Anyone willing to join in the fun was considered a good brother. "I have inquired on your behalf. Your cultivation conditions are entirely different from ours. You should not practice the Yushu method." "Oh, do you imply that I should seek the Yushu profound text from the sect leader?" The foundational techniques of the Yushu sect are suited for the qi and foundation establishment lower realms, and upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one would be granted the Yushu profound text. Yao Yangyi gently shook his head. "Are you unaware that the Yushu sect originally possessed even superior techniques?" "Huh, I had no knowledge of that. The sect's foundational technique is the Xian Yin true scripture, but alas, it has been lost to time." Chinxia had never heard of such a technique. "Furthermore, I believe the Yushu sect may be too limited for you. You ought to seek a broader path." Chapter 38. Night Rain's Ambush. Yao Yangyi's words left Chinxia somewhat astonished. Lu Hui had previously mentioned that the Yushu sect was merely a minor sect. Chinxia was now well aware that aside from the Yushu sect, there existed 4 more formidable cultivation sects within the Chu kingdom, which was but one among the 6 southern realms. He found Yao Yangyi's assertion to be valid. He had squandered his time within the Yushu sect and would be better off seeking cultivation methods in a larger sect. Initially, he had come to the Yushu sect solely to inquire about the well-being of Master Huang, Elder Yang, and Lu Hui. Now, apart from being somewhat satisfied with Lu Hui's situation, he felt discontented with everything else. Han Lin still held the position of sect master at the 9th level of foundation building and was unable to take action, which was exceedingly frustrating. Were disciples of the Yushu sect permitted to leave? I merely spoke offhandedly. Even if you were to depart from the Yushu sect, it is uncertain whether another sect would accept you. Yao Yangyi hesitated to take responsibility. Once one joins a sect, is it not customary to remain loyal? Chinxia pressed. Not necessarily. But the issue lies in the fact that if you leave your sect midway, other sects may harbor suspicions. Unless you possess a compelling reason. Is the pursuit of a higher path not a sufficient reason? Yao Yangyi began to sweat. Every sect wishes for its disciples to flourish and propagate its teachings. It is only natural for them to be cautious about accepting an outsider. Let us not dwell on this. Do not take it to heart. The Yushu sect is quite commendable. Do remain there. I must take my leave. Yao Yangyi departed, yet his words left a heavy stone in Chinxia's heart. What an arrow it was, where even the choice of a master demanded unwavering loyalty. It was no wonder that disciples who entered a sect from a young age, once they ascended to the inner sect, were referred to as child disciples and received the utmost attention and abundant resources from the sect. Those like Lu Hui, who had only reached the second level of qi refinement at home, did not qualify as child disciples. However, strictly speaking, since Chun Xia had arrived at the Yushu sect at the age of 12 and successfully cultivated qi within its confines, he ought to be considered a child disciple. Yet he faced discrimination instead. It felt suffocating to remain there. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. If I cannot thrive here, why should I cling to a single tree? Regarding the crucial information provided by Yao Yangyi, Chun Xia seized an opportunity to verify it with Lu Hui, receiving an affirmative response. Long ago, the Yushu sect's cultivation scripture was the Xian Yin Jin Jing, which had been lost in the annals of time. The currently transmitted Yushu Gongfa was merely a method for outer disciples from a distant era. How disappointing. There is little to be done. Lu Hui informed him that a sect's cultivation secrets are its very foundation. Without reaching a certain level, even its own disciples may not gain access. In the case of the Yushu sect, to delve into the profound chapters of the Yushu Gongfa, one must attain at least the foundational lower realm and undergo the sect's evaluation to be granted access. The basic chapters of the Yushu Gongfa serve as introductory methods, available even to the miscellaneous disciples. Though it may be commonplace, it suffices for one to reach the foundation level, which is as far as the majority would go. Lu Hui lamented to Chun Xia, "You were born in the wrong era." This evaluation, ambiguous in its nature, whether praise or sarcasm, is wholly unwelcome to Chun Xia. No, I am a product of this era. I must find a way to continue my cultivation. Thus, I boldly inquired, if I were to leave the Yushu sect in search of fortune elsewhere, would the sect impede my departure? You have observed that Master Han has little affection for you. Should you proactively propose to leave, he would feign displeasure and create obstacles, yet inwardly, he would feel immense satisfaction. Lu Hui warned him gravely, "You are no longer a child. At 18, embarking on a journey to find a master. All sects take this matter seriously." Chun Xia muttered to himself, who does not prefer the original product. Yet, I have encountered ill fortune in my associations. Had I known the Yushu sect was so treacherous, I would have distanced myself, even if it meant traversing thousands of miles, to thoroughly investigate and compare my options. In both lives, joining the Yushu sect, I failed to comprehend the circumstances. If you truly wish to depart, I would support you. But a compelling reason must be presented to ensure Master Han is amenable to your release. Lu Hui glanced at him, for this matter touches upon the sect's reputation. Chun Xia understood this. A sect is not a mere company where one can resign at will. Legally departing from a sect bears significant distinction from betrayal. Days later, on a night of torrential rain, as Chun Xia drifted between slumber and consciousness, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of lethal intent. The Xianing courtyard stood isolated at the far western edge, nearly the extremity of the entire sect, seldom visited by others. How could such murderous energy manifest so unexpectedly? Fully awakened, he maintained his sleeping posture while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The menacing presence rapidly approached, crashing through the door with a thunderous impact, launching itself toward his bed. The force was immense, unstoppable. Despite his keen observation, Chun Xia found himself in disarray, barely managing to evade the assault and escape outdoors. A dark figure surged through the shattered door, transforming its palm into a blade aimed at Chun Xia. This strike was no less powerful than the previous ambush. Chun Xia dared not confront it head-on and swiftly fled the courtyard. He had already deduced the identity of his assailant. This figure, this fury, could belong to no one other than Wang Fu. This individual, at the 5th level of qi refinement, contrasted sharply with Chun Xia, who had only reached the 2nd level. Though Chun Xia's 2nd level could overpower those at the 3rd, the disparity between him and Wang Fu was still considerable. Wang Fu had endured for several years. Had he finally chosen this day to act? Upon having his identity exposed, Wang Fu dropped the pretense, scoffing, "A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Today, I shall surely kill you. But it is not yet 10 years, is it? Humph, I have waited far too long to eliminate you." Chun Xia retreated step by step, feeling a tinge of regret for his earlier complacency, having not anticipated this sudden outburst. Previously, when encountering someone within the sect selling talismans, he had refrained from purchasing any. Over the years, The spirit stones distributed by the Yushu sect had been squandered without thought, driven by the difficulty of cultivation and inner turmoil, leaving him unaware that he should have saved some for self-defense. On this stormy night, cloaked in darkness, the old wretch had deliberately chosen this moment to launch his ambush. Clearly having made thorough preparations, it is impossible to win solely through brute force. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xia suddenly drew Zhu Shanshan's treasured sword and unleashed several swift strikes. The fusion of man and sword allowed his vital energy to coalesce within the blade, creating a resonant force that emitted a fierce sword aura, forcing Wang Fu to retreat. "Do you dare to wield the sword?" Wang Fu seethed with anger. The sword, revered as the progenitor of all weapons, invoked vigilance within the sect when drawn. Within the Yushu sect, intricate formations and alarms were ubiquitous, where even a single disturbance could trigger a cascade of responses. Chen Xia aimed to activate these alarms, summoning the elders to investigate. Zhu Shanshan's sword was of the 5th grade, capable of unleashing its full potential only in the hands of those at the foundational mid-stage or above, rendering it somewhat underutilized in Chen Xia's grasp. Wang Fu, lacking a sword, relied on his superior rank to avoid defeat. However, he could not swiftly subdue Chen Xia. He was acutely aware that prolonged combat would inevitably draw the attention of others. "This is your doing. I shall ensure your demise is swift," Wang Fu bellowed. As a terrifying white light erupted before Chen Xia, emanating from the sword aura of a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi training. The Yushu sect was known for its sword immortals. Without their swords, its members appeared unremarkable. Yet, with the sword in hand, Wang Fu's power was nothing short of earth-shattering. Chen Xia, being at the 2nd level of Qi training, was situated in the lower realm. The disparity between his level and Wang Fu's mid-level Qi training manifested starkly in their sword auras. Despite Wang Fu wielding only a 3rd-grade sword, the resonance between the blade and his vital energy produced a slightly more potent sword aura than Chen Xia's. Naturally, Chen Xia dared not let the sword aura strike him, hastily evading the attack. As both combatants unleashed their blades, the tide of battle once again turned against Chen Xia, leaving him powerless to resist Wang Fu. "You could have met your end quietly, yet you insist on making it so grand." Wang Fu laughed heartily, indifferent to the possibility of drawing attention, firmly convinced that Chen Xia's demise was a certainty that night, much to his delight. Chapter 39. The Valley of Immortal Dispersal. Chen Xia felt a sense of remorse, believing he may have erred in his approach. He launched his sword, but it met only emptiness, prompting his opponent to strike in return, escalating the perilous situation. Fearing that he might not survive until an elder arrived to rescue him, he attempted to evade Wang Fu's relentless assault by retreating towards the bustling foot of Yu Peak, only to find his escape routes deftly blocked. With each step, he was driven further back, eventually cornered into the Valley of Immortal Dispersal, far from any semblance of safety. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to flee into the valley, unsure of his rationale. After all, it was devoid of any inhabitants. Who would come to his aid? Was he merely banking on Wang Fu's fear of the valley's ominous reputation to deter him from pursuit? Placing his hopes of survival upon the superstitions of others seemed rather reckless. However, if he could navigate through the valley and return to the Yushu sect to seek justice from Lu Hui, it might prove to be a viable strategy. To his surprise, Wang Fu did not follow. Even more astonishing was the eerie tranquility that enveloped the Valley of Immortal Dispersal. It was not raining. After running a considerable distance, he glanced back to see a shadowy figure standing at the valley's edge, blending seamlessly with the stormy night, yet it made no move to pursue him. Indeed, the valley's fearsome reputation kept all at bay. What does it matter whether you dare enter or not? Golden elixir. Chen Xia scoffed, spitting in disdain before venturing deeper into the valley, where Wang Fu's presence faded from sight. A foreboding sense of dread gripped him. The Yushu sect was shrouded in darkness, drenched in torrential rain, while the Valley of Immortal Dispersal lay parched and desolate, reminiscent of a desert. Anxiety gnawed at Chen Xia. He fervently hoped the saying of 10 miles of differing skies would not hold true, for it felt utterly uncanny. No wonder the disciples of the Yushu sect shunned this valley. It was profoundly abnormal. Chen Xia was not superstitious nor afraid of the strange. Yet he harbored an acute fear of the unknown. The things he could identify instilled a tangible fear, whereas the unknown offered no boundaries to his terror. Resolutely, he pressed onward in search of an escape. The sheer cliffs flanking the valley occasionally revealed dark silhouettes of structures, their origins a mystery. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived, and still, Wang Fu had not pursued. Now, in the light of day, it became evident that most of the buildings nestled within the cliffs had collapsed. The Valley of Immortal Dispersal was, in fact, a basin with steep walls that were impassable, while the valley's interior housed a grand expanse of palatial architecture. Weeds thrived abundantly, and a faint trail meandered toward the opposite hillside. To his astonishment, a majestic archway stood at the foot of the mountain, evoking the essence of a sect. As he approached the gate and ascended toward the palatial structures on the hillside, his wonder grew. The grandeur of the main hall, side halls, and chambers bore an uncanny resemblance to the great hall of the Yushu sect. Despite the severe dilapidation, the overall layout remained remarkably intact. Upon closer inspection, even the once resplendent azure dragon motif on the ground, crafted from white jade, lay significantly damaged, yet it was unmistakably identical to that of the Yushu sect's great hall. Now it became clear, this was indeed the original Grand Hall of the Yushu sect. According to his knowledge, the Grand Hall of the Yushu sect has stood upon that mountain for millennia. It must have been reconstructed elsewhere after this place fell into disuse. How intriguing. When was it abandoned, and for what reason? This locale has come to be known as the Ascension Valley, shrouded in mystery. Yet no one has ever mentioned it as the original Grand Hall. This indicates that no one ventures here anymore. Moreover, those who successfully achieved the Golden Core breakthrough in this area have not clarified this matter, which is indeed peculiar. Standing in the open space before the Grand Hall, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling as if a force akin to an earthquake had caused its collapse. The architecture of the celestial sects is imbued with an ethereal essence. It cannot be easily toppled by mere tremors, as in the mortal realm. Such destruction must have been wrought by a force even the sect's elders could not withstand. He reached out to touch the remnants of stone, whispering, "Reveal your tale." Consequently, he unearthed a plethora of historical accounts, featuring figures and events unheard of in contemporary times, perhaps recorded in the library. The library's collection is vast, and to peruse every volume would likely take a century. Amidst the scattered stones, to examine each silent narrator would require 3 to 5 years. Chen Xia abandoned this tedious endeavor. He was not here for archaeology, nor did he wish to become a historian. He preferred to avoid unprofitable pursuits. Over the years, numerous formidable cultivators who achieved foundational perfection had come here to break through to the Golden Core. Where, precisely, was that location? He discovered paths flanking the Grand Hall, leading to adjacent chambers. Rough estimates suggested at least 1,000 rooms. Searching each one would take an eternity. Just as he contemplated giving up, he noticed several peculiar grasses growing outside the hall, unlike anything he had seen before. Reaching out to touch them, he murmured, "Tell your story. I was once a forsythia, yet somehow, I have grown into this form, unlike my kin, and I am quite dissatisfied." What a peculiar thing to be called forsythia. How little resemblance it bore. Suddenly enlightened, he realized these were mutated herbs. Normal medicinal plants flourish in areas rich in spiritual energy, resulting in mutations that can evolve into precious alchemical materials. Could it be that this place possesses spiritual energy? He hastily uprooted the few forsythias, now so altered that even their mother would not recognize them. After all, he might not return here, and he certainly could not let them escape. He placed the forsythias into a spatial pouch, wondering how much they would fetch if he could manage to bring them out alive. Suddenly, he noticed a lump in the soil, indistinguishable in color from the earth itself, about the size of a fingernail. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be half a pill. The Huafeng pill, originally belonging to Huang Lanxin, had been destroyed by thunder before he could consume it. Chen Xia was taken aback. He had stumbled upon the relic of the sect leader. The Huafeng pill is an exceptionally advanced elixir, one consumed by those at the peak of the foundational realm. Huang Lanxin, striving to break through to the Golden Core, would surely have prepared some high-grade elixirs, beneficial either for confronting the heavenly tribulation or consuming during it. He clutched the half-pill tightly, his heart brimming with emotion. Alas, a once great leader had fallen in such a manner. The wind transformation pill was intended to be consumed during the tribulation to enhance one's strength. However, before it could be ingested, a bolt of heavenly lightning had sent it tumbling away. It landed outside the grand hall, unexpectedly nourishing a patch of medicinal herbs that, over the course of decades, underwent a mutation. Suddenly, a thought struck. If this half-pill could sustain the growth of the forsythia for so many years, it must still be potent. Without a moment's hesitation, I swallowed it whole, neglecting to brush away the surface dirt. Once the remnants of the wind transformation pill settled in my stomach, a delightful aroma of licorice swiftly enveloped my body, bringing forth a profound sense of comfort. As it approached the dantian, an intense trembling surged within, and the pill transcended the intestines, merging seamlessly with the dantian. In an instant, the dim dantian was illuminated, radiating a resplendent golden glow. It seemed as though a fierce fire ignited beneath, causing the dantian to simmer with energy. An uncontrollable force surged forth, coursing through my limbs and bones, making me feel as if I might levitate. The air around me crackled with the sound of intense spiritual energy disturbance. I had broken through to the third layer of qi cultivation. Gratitude overwhelmed me for Master Huang, who had once again aided my progress. I was filled with mixed emotions, as this marked the second time I had received such profound grace from Huang Lanxin, yet I found myself unable to repay it. If it were a pill left by another great cultivator, we might remain strangers. Yet Huang Lanxin's visage and laughter were etched deeply in my heart, never to be forgotten. Even after reaching the third layer of qi cultivation, the brilliance of my dantian persisted, and the boiling power showed no signs of waning. Was I to face yet another significant hurdle to reach the fourth layer? I was astounded. Was the effect of the wind transformation pill, typically consumed by those at the peak of foundation establishment, truly this formidable? Just half of it had enabled someone in the lower realm of qi cultivation to break through consecutively. How exhilarating would it be to consume an entire pill? Little did I know, had it not been for this half of the wind transformation pill, which had already expended much of its spiritual energy over decades. Receiving a whole pill would have been fatal. Such overwhelming spiritual energy was beyond my capacity to endure. Chapter 40. The Accursed Ground Before the Ruins of the Grand Hall. Chen Xia waited for a moment and astonishingly managed to traverse the formidable barrier between the lower qi refinement and the middle qi refinement stages. Kneeling, he bowed in reverence to the abandoned hall, expressing his gratitude to Huang Lanfeng. Could this place be where the esteemed Master Huang faced his tribulation? Continuing his search for half a day, he found no valuable information. Reflecting on his surroundings, he approached a patch of grass, crouched down, and delicately began to excavate the soil from the spot where half a Huafeng Dan had once lain. This earth, having dissolved half of the precious elixir, still retained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. He was able to mold the soil into 3 small pellets, convenient for consumption. He felt no embarrassment in consuming dirt. After all, those who survived the calamities of the past had all tasted the earth. A few years prior, he had even ingested a piece of jade pig, expending great effort to expel the fragments from his body. Upon consuming the 3 soil pellets, he was indeed invigorated by a potent surge of spiritual energy, comparable to the inferior elixirs dispensed to the inner disciples of the Yushu sect, though it did not elevate his cultivation further. The energy provided by the elixirs could be effortlessly refined into true qi, ensuring that none would go to waste. After finishing the 3 pellets, Chen Xia still felt a lingering desire for more. The soil at the location of the Huafeng Dan had only been lightly scraped, and beneath lay a wealth of earth, still imbued with spiritual energy, albeit in a diluted form, rendering it less significant. He contemplated forcefully excavating a larger portion to take home for a leisurely consumption. But today was not the day. Such indulgence would surely lead to discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought. A mere trifle of earth was not worth the trouble. Sensing the allure of the treasures that might still lie hidden, he resolved to continue his search. After all, this place had remained untouched for many years, perhaps harboring a plethora of spiritual herbs. After searching fruitlessly for another half-day, he realized that the Zhexian Valley held many secrets worth exploring thoroughly. However, the vastness of the area and the multitude of structures made it impossible to investigate everything in one visit. He would return another time. Chen Xia muttered to himself, "Now that I have entered the Zhexian Valley, if fate is to be, I have already forged a connection, so I need not fear returning." It was now time to deal with Wang Fu. As a 4th-level qi refiner, he was far superior to others of the same rank and not inferior to those at the 5th level. Such was the advantage granted by his expansive dantian. No wonder in ancient times, such aptitude was deemed exceptional. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had he lived in ancient times, it would have been a terrifying prospect. With formidable cultivators everywhere, where merely reaching the foundation establishment stage barely qualified one as an inner disciple, let alone an elder. Concerning Wang Fu, he felt at least evenly matched. If necessary, he could wield his treasured sword to eliminate him. If the situation turned dire, he could always flee. Could Wang Fu truly obstruct him now? Approaching the entrance of the Zhixian Valley, he discovered that Wang Fu was already absent. As he dashed out, he distinctly sensed a change in the climate on either side. What could this anomaly signify? Could it pose a hidden danger? There was no time to ponder these questions. Upon reaching the Yingzhan courtyard, he found several disciples from Yu Peak stationed there, staring in astonishment as Chun Xia emerged from the Zhixian Valley, their mouths agape in disbelief. You went to the Zhixian Ascension Valley? Chun Xia nodded. The disciples recoiled as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom, retreating a full yard in fear. What brings you here? Chun Xia lamented. Last night, Wang Fu ambushed me. Unable to fend him off, I was forced to retreat into the folded Immortal Valley. The other disciples exchanged glances. So the disturbance in the sword energy last night was due to your altercation? No. Chun Xia replied. He attempted to assassinate me. I merely acted in self-defense. The disciples, growing impatient, interrupted. Who drew their sword first? In their sect, the order of drawing a sword is of utmost importance, as it affects the determination of culpability. Of course it was me. His cultivation level surpasses mine. And he struck first. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. The inner disciples' faces brightened. The case had become clearer. They were indifferent to who was right or wrong, merely eager to ascertain the facts. Well, that's a fair point. They had heard of Chun Xia's predicament and understood Wang Fu's animosity towards him. With Chun Xia's admission, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there had been no casualties. Come, follow me to meet Elder Shang. Chun Xia furrowed his brow. Senior brother, I'm not particularly inclined to meet Elder Shang Pu. The disciples exchanged knowing smiles. Chun Shidi, every situation must reach a resolution. You may be concerned about Elder Shang's ties with Wang Fu, fearing bias. Wouldn't that be the case? Elder Lu was also disturbed last night, and Wang Fu is now imprisoned. Elder Shang has decided that ambiguity can no longer persist. He must address this matter decisively, so rest assured. The disciples leaned in, whispering. The scandal of Wang Fu having an illegitimate child is a disgrace to the sect. Elder Shang is furious and wishes to prevent further incidents. This was indeed the truth. Cultivators are permitted to take partners, whether fellow cultivators or mortals, without prohibition. However, such underhanded behavior is utterly detestable. Such matters must never be disseminated. Chun Xia, persuaded, followed the disciples to Yu Peak. Since Elder Lu had been disturbed last night, it was likely that Wang Fu had already been interrogated. This visit was merely for confrontation. I can hardly believe you truly entered the folded Immortal Valley, one disciple remarked incredulously along the way. If I hadn't gone in, I wouldn't have escaped. It's better than facing death. Chun Xia sighed with a hint of sorrow. The disciples felt deep sympathy. Indeed, it's uncertain if we will ever reach the golden core stage in our lifetimes. Why should we concern ourselves with this? The path of immortality is fraught with uncertainty. Living another day is a blessing, and it is preferable to delay death rather than meet it immediately. Chun Xia shook his head helplessly, though inwardly he dismissed such superstitious notions. If attaining the golden core were truly possible, why would he need to venture into the folded Immortal Valley for a breakthrough? The world is vast. Where else could one not face a thunder tribulation? Everyone understood the reasons behind the conflict between the two. Initially neutral, they could not help but feel sympathy for Chun Xia, who had been forced into the folded Immortal Valley. Upon reaching the foot of Yu Peak, the disciples instructed Chun Xia to wait while they ascended swiftly to report to Shang Pu. Soon, Elder Shang and Yu Weiming arrived at the foot of the mountain. Halting 3 zhang away, Chun Xia understood. Having previously entered the folded Immortal Valley, they deemed it inauspicious and preferred to keep their distance. Chun Xia, did you spend the entire day in the folded Immortal Valley? Knowing this, Yu Weiming could not help but inquire further. Elder, I was ambushed by Wang Fu in the dead of night, blocking my escape. I had no choice but to seek refuge in the Ascension Valley, Chun Xia said, his face etched with worry. Sighing softly, Yu Weiming, known for his open-mindedness, could not refrain from expressing sympathy for Qinxia. Beside them, Shangpu gently shook his head. The Zhixian Valley, aptly named the Ascension Valley, had indeed produced numerous golden pills, yet it had claimed even more lives. The emotions surrounding this place were complex. It seemed that entering it consumed one's opportunity for a breakthrough. Yu Weiming was the first elder to support Qinxia's admission into the Yushu sect, holding high hopes for him. In just a few short years, Qinxia had stirred quite a commotion, and although Yu Weiming had not intervened directly, he had spoken on Qinxia's behalf behind the scenes. However, once an individual had entered Zhixian Valley, they would inevitably become entangled in karma, significantly diminishing their chances of achieving the golden pill and, consequently, their value for special cultivation. Elder, I have already entered the Ascension Valley, and there is no turning back. I wish to confront Wang Fu and bring this matter to a close. Kindness should be repaid with kindness, and enmity with enmity. Yu Weiming exchanged a glance with Shangpu, who then spoke, there is no need to rush. While it is indeed time to settle your affairs with Wang Fu, we have some questions we wish to pose to you. Chapter 41. The Secret of the Ascension Valley. Yu Weiming, following the words of Shangpu, remarked, I hope you will not conceal the truth. Esteemed elders, I simply wish to know. I assure you, I will not withhold any information. I surmise you wish to inquire about the circumstances within the Ascension Valley, correct? The two elders spoke in unison, urging him to disclose the details without delay. Qinxia cast a glance at them and smiled slightly, suggesting, perhaps it would be prudent for both of you to summon the others as well. This way, I need not repeat myself numerous times, but can convey everything clearly in one go. He understood that the words he was about to share would undoubtedly pique the interest of many, and it would be more effective to create a grander occasion. At that moment, the consensus among the crowd was that he had already been branded as someone with a dim path to immortality, unlikely to achieve the golden core. The disciples regarded him with a mixture of sympathy and disdain. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was intrigued by the tales of the Ascension Valley, he thought it wise to gather witnesses. Even if Shangpu favored Wang Fu, he would not dare to be overtly biased. Following this, he intended to settle matters with Wang Fu fairly and depart from this place, never to return. There was no longer a reason to remain at the Yushu sect. Initially, he had come here merely to meet a few individuals, but now, with no lingering attachments, he contemplated leaving. It was unexpected that the initial incident had culminated in a muddled resolution, failing to deliver complete justice, which left him somewhat unsettled. Though Master Huang and Elder Yang had not suffered retribution, they could not withstand the relentless passage of time, leaving him with an insurmountable debt of gratitude. As for Lu Hui and the siblings of the Yao family, they would continue to thrive in this place, with little cause for concern. Furthermore, Qinxia felt that having provided Lu Hui with 3 bottles of elixirs in a previous life, aiding him in reaching the foundation establishment stage, he no longer felt indebted. Of course, the favor owed to the Yao siblings would have to be postponed for the time being, to be repaid in the future. Yu Weiming produced a copper bell and began to ring it, its gentle chime resonating throughout the sect, carrying far and wide. Soon, numerous disciples flocked from various peaks. Qinxia spotted Lu Hui among them, and a sense of relief washed over him. Even Han Lin arrived swiftly, at the foot of the Yu Peak. Never had there been such a lively gathering. Elder Yu, you summoned us with the alarm. Is there a matter of great importance? Han Lin inquired, his expression not particularly pleasant. The elders possessed a summoning bell, which should only be used in extraordinary circumstances. Yu Weiming replied, Qinxia ventured into the Ascension Valley last night. When I inquired about his experiences within, he suggested that we gather the entire sect to listen, so as to avoid having to relay the information to each person individually. I wholeheartedly agreed. Thus I called all esteemed elders here, not anticipating this would attract the attention of the sect master. Shangpu added, we find this place rather ominous, here at the foot of the mountain. The area is spacious, let us hear his account. Only then did Han Lin's expression soften slightly as he cast a glance at Qinxia, his gaze rife with disdain and schadenfreude. Lu Hui's demeanor darkened as he regarded Qinxia for a lengthy moment, exhaling a deep sigh, yet he remained silent. Once all had gathered, Qinxia spoke, Sect Master, esteemed elders, and fellow disciples, last night, taking advantage of the heavy rain, Wang Fu launched a surprise attack against me. As my cultivation is lacking, I was unable to defend myself. He sealed all my avenues of retreat, forcing me to flee to the Ascension Valley. Han Lin furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "You had better refer to it as the Ascension Valley." Chen Xia smiled gently. "Very well. These people are truly superstitious." Within the Ascension Valley, the entrance is gently sloping, leading into a secluded gorge without an exit, surrounded by towering cliffs, rendering it a veritable dead end. The scenery within, with its trees, bears no distinction from other areas of the Yushu sect. However, the weather seems to possess a unique essence, creating a barrier that isolates it from the outside world. Yet, despite its prolonged seclusion from the world for countless millennia, there is a notable absence of spiritual energy and no growth of spiritual herbs. Of course, it is also possible that my time spent within was too brief, and my exploration too limited. On both sides of the sheer cliffs, over 1,000 dwellings have been constructed, none of which appear to be well preserved. Directly ahead of the valley entrance, extending inward, lies the mountain gate. A pathway ascends only to the halfway point of the mountain, leading to a grand hall, side chambers, and alchemical rooms, with the grounds embellishments nearly identical to those surrounding the current grand hall of the Yushu sect. I surmise that this location was once the original site of the Yushu sect's teachings, long abandoned for reasons unknown. Legends speak of hidden mechanisms and traps within. Yet I encountered none. My entrance was effortless, and my exit unimpeded. I cannot fathom why the Ascension Valley is spoken of so fearsomely. Chen Xia elaborated on architectural details and layout, substantiating his viewpoint. Since none had ventured inside, the audience listened with great intrigue. For now, these were my thoughts. If my senior brothers wish to inquire further, they are welcome to do so. Are there any demonic beasts? Someone called out loudly. None, Chen Xia replied with a smile. After all, the Ascension Valley is situated right beside the Yushu sect. Even if there were any demonic beasts, they would have long been captured and sent to the alchemical furnace. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Others posed several rather naive questions, to which Chen Xia patiently responded. However, Yu Weiming could no longer contain himself and questioned Han Lin. Master, according to Chen Xia, this was originally the Yushu sect's foundational site. How did it transform into a place of peril? When was it abandoned? The fact that even an elder was unaware of such matters underscored their remoteness. All eyes turned to Han Lin, eagerly anticipating an explanation. Han Lin surveyed the crowd and began to speak slowly. Chen Xia is correct. The Yushu sect was initially established there. It was only after its abandonment that the Grand Hall was reconstructed at the current site, several dozen miles away. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as they had not anticipated the veracity of Chen Xia's claims. Everyone gazed upward, awaiting the master to unveil more secrets. Unexpectedly, Han Lin fell silent. Was it that he chose not to speak, or simply did not know? Doubt lingered in the air. Chen Xia, intrigued by the matters within the Ascension Valley, resolved to press Han Lin further. Disciple has a question. The climate in the Ascension Valley is peculiar, yet devoid of danger. One can come and go freely, yet the rumors suggest it is frightful. What secrets lie hidden within? This question had lingered in the hearts of Yushu sect disciples for many years, and their eager gazes once again focused intently on Han Lin's face. It is well known that the master possesses a stone tablet inscribed with the Yushu sect's most vital secrets, accessible only to the master himself. The Ascension Valley is evidently one of those secrets. As the leader, Han Lin undoubtedly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He remained silent, only letting out a cold snort. Every disciple sensed the ire emanating from him and hastily lowered their heads, refraining from meeting his gaze. If he chose not to speak, so be it. After all, 99 of them would never have the opportunity to attain the golden core stage, rendering their curiosity moot. Just as the crowd resigned themselves to the lack of answers, Han Lin abruptly broke his silence. As the sect leader, I am well aware of the secrets involved. Should you wish to know, I could share a morsel of insight. However, divulging such secrets may entangle me in karmic repercussions. Yu Weiming shouted resolutely. Then do not speak. We do not wish to know. The crowd understood well that Han Lin, at over 150 years old and at the 9th level of foundation establishment, was also striving to break through to the golden core stage. The Yushu sect had not produced a golden core cultivator in 3 centuries and was regarded as a minor sect. The sect desperately needed someone to step forward and elevate their prowess to a new echelon. The elders were acutely aware that Han Lin was not particularly forgiving and was not an easy man to converse with. Yet, he was the face of the Yusu sect, its pinnacle of combat strength, and thus deserved protection. Chen Xia inquired further, "Let us set this matter aside. But I still harbor a question. Given that the Ascension Valley has become a perilous ground, must the disciples of the Yusu sect venture within to seek their breakthrough?" Chapter 42. The Azure Dragon Mark. Upon hearing Chen Xia's inquiry, Han Lin's anger erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entirety of Yu Peak in an oppressive atmosphere, causing even the elders to feel a tremor of apprehension. "Your question is identical to the previous one." Han Lin glared at Chen Xia with a frigid gaze before gradually retracting his fury. The crowd, taken aback, fell into stunned silence, regretting their presence at Yu Peak, burdened with distressing revelations. An elder muttered audibly, "Enough, enough. We are, after all, unrelated to the Golden Core. Let us not speak of this matter again. We shall disperse." Han Lin turned to the several hundred disciples, speaking in a heavily constrained tone. "Remember this. Once you join the Yushu sect, if you fail to attain the Golden Core, so be it. However, should you wish to break through to the Golden Core, you must go to the Ascension Valley. This is all I can divulge." The other disciples remained unaffected, but the countenance of the 8 elders shifted dramatically. Each harbored aspirations to break through to the Golden Core and entertained notions of alternative locations for their ascent. They were taken aback by Han Lin's firm assertion that the Golden Core must be attained in the Ascension Valley, where one would face the heavenly tribulation. Shang Pu, well aware that Han Lin would not elaborate, could not suppress his curiosity. Why must it be in the Ascension Valley? Han Lin shot him a cold glance. "Once you reach the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, I shall take you to the sect leader's abode to observe that stone." The despair in his eyes was palpable as he spoke. The crowd suddenly pondered a significant question. Han Lin had achieved the 9th layer of Foundation establishment 30 years prior, a time when he could have attempted to break through to the Golden Core. Yet, they had witnessed no signs of preparation in all these years, no alchemical concoctions or acquisitions of magical artifacts. It was worth noting that, back when Han Lin had not yet reached the 9th layer, he had fervently sought spirit herbs, striving to elevate his rank. Yet, upon assuming the role of sect leader, he exhibited no urgency whatsoever. There must be a grave issue at play. Being astute individuals, they collectively cast a horrified glance at the Ascension Valley, only to retract their gazes in terror. Although Chen Xia's inquiries had not yielded explicit answers, they had inadvertently hinted at certain truths. Han Lin must be privy to some secret, which explained his reluctance to pursue the Golden Core. His expression exuded resentment, suggesting a desire to abandon the prospect of breaking through. What secrets lay concealed within the Valley of the Fallen Immortals, such that even the mention of it felt taboo? Han Lin cast an irritable glance at Yu Weiming, who felt disheartened. Over the years, no disciple had ever entered the Ascension Valley. Now that one had managed to do so and clarified some peculiar rumors, Han Lin had only brought forth worse tidings. Another elder, somewhat unconvinced, grumbled, "I refuse to believe it. My legs are my own. If I wish to go there, what can restrain me?" Han Lin glared fiercely at the elder and bellowed, "What you say holds some truth. Your legs are indeed your own, but the heavenly Tao looms above you. Disciples of the Yushu sect attempting to break through elsewhere face certain death. Only in the Ascension Valley is there a sliver of hope. This is all I can say. Do not inquire further." His commanding shout left the assembly bewildered, grappling with the implications of invoking the heavenly Tao. Is it the will of the heavens that compels the disciples of the Yushu sect to break through to the Golden Core within the ascending Immortal Valley? If so, the heavens need not exert effort in searching, as they can pinpoint and eradicate. The elder recoiled in fear. At the foot of the Yu Peak, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Han Lin was unwilling to elaborate further, leaving others unable to inquire any further. Those of lesser talent consoled themselves in secret. What does the Golden Core have to do with me? The more gifted could only sigh. I shall worry about this once I reach the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. Chen Xia was profoundly shaken. It appeared that the Zhixian Valley was inextricably linked to the entire Yushu sect, a notion truly unfathomable. Han Lin regarded Chen Xia with cold eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Each individual entering the ascending Immortal Valley bears a mark upon their body, and upon re-entry, the inflicted damage will be doubled. Thus, Every disciple of the Yushu sect is permitted but a single attempt at breaking through to the golden core within this valley. You have already exhausted that opportunity. I wonder if you can withstand the double tribulation when the time comes. Chun Xia earnestly sought clarification. Is it a form of cursed sorcery? You are astute. I shall say no more. You must comprehend it on your own. Although unspoken, the implication was abundantly clear. This was indeed a curse laid upon them. The entity capable of cursing the entire Yushu sect for millennia possesses truly terrifying power. What offense did the Yushu sect commit? Sect leader. If I were to defect or be expelled from the sect. Ha. Han Lin's brow twitched, erupting into laughter. The assembly had never witnessed Han Lin smile. His sudden mirth instilled a sense of dread. Just moments ago, he praised your intelligence, and now you pose such a sagacious question. If this were permissible, then the dozens who perished at the peak of Foundation establishment were all fools. The entirety of Yu Peak fell into silence, resonating only with Han Lin's unabashed laughter. It was hardly amusing. Han Lin seemed to recall something, commanding Chun Xia to remove his garments, revealing his back. All disciples displayed expressions of shock, their eyes widening like saucers, mouths agape in collective astonishment. Chun Xia, unable to see his back, hastily inquired of Yao Yangyi amidst the crowd. There is a dim azure dragon upon your back, akin to the one on the ground at the entrance of the grand hall. Yao Yangyi's complexion turned ashen. He pressed further. Do you have a tattoo? I do not have a tattoo. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, each face betraying a sense of despair. The ascending Immortal Valley, nay, the Zhixian Valley, imprinted a mark upon every individual who entered, causing their suffering within to be amplified. One could hardly endure a normal tribulation. How could they survive a doubled one? I truly admire those predecessors who broke through to the golden core within the Zhixian Valley. They are remarkable indeed. Chun Xia silently donned his clothing, utterly unwilling to accept this outcome. In the most inconspicuous corner of the Yushu sect, the Zhixian Valley proved to be perilously treacherous. He felt indignant and questioned aloud. If the ascending Immortal Valley is so dreadful, why not widely disseminate the reasons, allowing disciples to steer clear? Han Lin scoffed, yet offered no reply. One of his direct disciples, perceiving the discontent among the sect members towards their master, indignantly remarked, if everyone is aware of this, how could those of superior aptitude possibly come to the Yushu sect for cultivation? Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was truly shocking. The former Master Huang, revered by his predecessors for his kindness and benevolence, had never disclosed this matter to us. Indeed, every generation of masters has been privy to this secret, yet none have dared to speak of it. Master Han was merely following the clandestine orders of his predecessors. In that moment, silence enveloped the assembly. Historically, the members of the sect were only instructed to avoid entering the Ascension Valley, without any master ever revealing the underlying reason. The disciple was correct. If it were known that the Yushu sect harbored such pitfalls, who would be inclined to join? Ultimately, only those of lesser talents, who dared not aspire to attain the golden core, would find themselves here, and the Yushu sect could scarcely maintain its current prestige. Han Lin found the situation rather tedious and inquired of Yu Weiming, do you have any matters to attend to? Yu Weiming, feeling somewhat despondent, exchanged a glance with Shang Pu and quietly replied, Wang Fu launched a surprise attack on Chun Xia last night, forcing him into the Ascension Valley. This issue must be addressed. Han Lin coldly responded, then handle it accordingly. With that, he soared away on his sword, utterly disinterested in such trivial matters. Chapter 43. They all demand a duel after Han Lin departed. A palpable pressure dissipated among the crowd, yet the weight upon their hearts remained unchanged. The faces of several elders were taut, leaving them little inclination to address the feud between Chun Xia and Wang Fu. Even Lu Hui appeared lost in thought, gazing at Chun Xia not far ahead, their eyes meeting, yet seemingly oblivious to the matter at hand. Only Yao Yangyi, unperturbed, exclaimed, Wang Fu has repeatedly attempted to harm Chun Xia. This matter must be addressed without further delay. Yu Weiming, seeking to regain his composure, instructed the attendants to bring Wang Fu forth. Wang Fu was escorted down from the small dark room at Yu Peak by two inner disciples, moving leisurely while occasionally erupting in laughter. Although he was not present at the foot of the mountain, he was aware of the scene unfolding. Witnessing his insufferable expression, Chun Xia felt an overwhelming urge to charge forth and deliver a couple of strikes. Wang Fu halted before Elder Yu Weiming, his smile unabated. The others comprehended the source of his amusement, and an intense loathing surged within them. You launched a surprise attack on Chun Xia last night, driving him into the Immortal Ascension Valley, correct? Yu Weiming inquired, adhering to the customary protocol of establishing the facts. Wang Fu unabashedly acknowledged, I intended to kill him myself. But alas, he fled to the Immortal Ascension Valley. Quite the twist, isn't it? Very well, Yu Weiming nodded, having lost interest in discerning right from wrong. He turned to Chun Xia and asked, how do you wish to resolve this enmity? Wang Fu interjected, I wish to kill him. Chun Xia laughed heartily, how forthright. I too desire to end your life. Then let us engage in a decisive battle, a fight to the death. Wang Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Agreed. Chun Xia composed his mirth, responding with solemnity. Wang Fu clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, really? You have proposed a life-and-death duel, with no retreat. To the death. Chun Xia's expression darkened as he affirmed resolutely. The crowd was taken aback, gazing at Chun Xia in confusion. Yu Weiming questioned whether his ears deceived him due to his troubled mood. Have you lost your senses? Yao Yangyi shouted. Even if you do not cultivate the golden core, you could still establish a foundation. You are not yet 20. Why such desperation? Ignoring him, Chun Xia turned to Yu Weiming and declared, I request a duel. Wang Fu laughed heartily. That won't do. Your sword is superior to mine. Do not think to gain an advantage. Their banter was filled with laughter, and if one did not heed their words, one might assume they were merely jesting friends. Unable to remain silent, Lu Hui interjected sternly, Chun Xia, have you lost your mind? He is at the 5th level of qi refinement. Should you go to the Immortal Ascension Valley, you will not perish, at worst. You will not cultivate to the golden core. His words reflected the Lu Hui of decades past, a man not particularly ambitious but earnest. Wang Fu boomed, elders. He has already consented to duel me. Why interfere further? Let us proceed to the open ground, he urged Chun Xia. Come. Wang Fu, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. Shang Pu exclaimed with a booming voice. Is this not an act of bullying against a junior? It is well known that Chun Xia possesses a unique physique, making his cultivation arduous. After reaching the 2nd layer of qi training, he has yet to make any further breakthroughs. Yet you still wish to duel him. Such an act is profoundly unjust. Shang Pu, unable to bear witness to this, felt compelled to speak. For everyone knew the nature of their relationship. If he remained silent, others might suspect he favored Wang Fu. His intention was clear. Should he fail to mediate between the two, he would confine Wang Fu further. The events of last night clearly demonstrated Wang Fu's culpability, and he must be dealt with. Wang Fu, feeling anxious, thought to himself that Chun Xia was clearly stirred by the news of the Ascension Valley, feeling despondent about his future, and was now seeking to vent his frustrations upon him. Once the fervor subsided, fear would take hold, and he would wonder when he might have the chance to strike back. You are all biased in favor of Chun Xia, Wang Fu lamented, playing the victim as everyone else remained speechless. Chun Xia declared to Yu Weiming, today I must defeat him to eliminate any future threats. His insistence left the elders in a state of helplessness. Yu Weiming produced a mat and tossed it onto the ground, swiftly forming hand seals. The mat expanded, transforming into a large circle with a diameter of 30 feet. The edges of the mat emitted a white glow, creating a circular wall of light. With an impassive expression, Yu Weiming stated, Chun Xia, your sword is superior, thus it cannot be used. Wang Fu, your cultivation is higher, so spells are off the table. You shall rely solely on your fists and feet. Wang Fu eagerly leaped onto the mat, his eyes fixed intently on Chun Xia. You must understand. Only one of you can emerge alive from this mat. Yu Weiming warned Chun Xia solemnly. Thank you, elder, rest assured. He is as good as dead today. Chun Xia replied resolutely, stepping onto the mat without hesitation. As he crossed into the luminous barrier, Wang Fu's eager gaze turned ominously cold. You Chun, I have awaited this day for several years. Chun Xia scoffed disdainfully. I had no intention of killing you, but I understand that if someone like you holds a grudge, mercy cannot be afforded. Wang Fu laughed maniacally. How amusing. How could I be driven to desperation by a mere child like you? That is all thanks to the pitiful creature you raised. At the mention of his son, Wang Fu's expression darkened with ferocity. He had invested considerable resources into his son's training, only to see him struggle in cultivation. Thus, He had tacitly allowed Wang Qian to seize the awakening pills from the junior disciples. For the first half of the year, everything was going smoothly, and the junior disciples were quite accommodating, until the arrival of the insufferable brat Qinxia, who proved utterly ungrateful. At that time, he had not regarded Qinxia highly, considering him an easy target, a disciple who had yet to cultivate qi. Indeed, he would have been easily dealt with had it not been for the interference of Yao Yangyi and her brother. Wang Fu would have incapacitated Qinxia on the spot. It was utterly astonishing that the awakening pills had never been so effective before. How could this young boy manage to break through 2 layers consecutively? Ultimately, this stirred the elders' attention, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Later, in confinement, he reflected deeply, acknowledging that he had indeed been careless. Driven by impetuousness without proper consideration or restraint, he possessed a myriad of more effective methods to eliminate Qinxia. Yet he chose the most unsightly approach, brutally assaulting a novice disciple of his own sect in front of witnesses. At that moment, he had underestimated the situation, driven by a fervent desire for revenge and a need to display his might. Now, however, it was too late for such reflections. His lifelong dignity and the esteemed reputation he had cultivated over many years were obliterated in an instant. This humiliation could only be cleansed by blood. Today, I will ensure your demise is most disgraceful, Wang Fu gritted through clenched teeth. Focusing all his vital energy, he channeled it into his legs. His son executed a powerful flying kick, but Qinxia countered with an identical move, resulting in a broken leg. Today, he intended to deliver the same flying kick with the intent to rupture Qinxia's insides. With his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, he was assured that his strength and speed would not falter, and he would not miss his mark. However, while Wang Qian acted impulsively with his kick, Wang Fu was far more calculating. "Ah!" he bellowed, suddenly hurling a handful of lime dust towards Qinxia's face. Amidst the swirling dust, he aimed a swift kick at Qinxia. The 2 movements flowed seamlessly, almost simultaneous in execution. Wang Fu was truly devious. An astute senior disciple cursed him vehemently. Within the confines of the mat, spells and swords were prohibited, yet lime was not a spell. Lu Hui furrowed his brow in distress. This old man had a penchant for deceit, and how had he forgotten to search him just moments ago? Clenching his fists tightly, he yearned to rush in, rescue Qinxia, and simultaneously rid the world of that scoundrel Wang Fu. Chapter 44. Defeating you in a flash. Wang Fu concealed the lime he had picked up on his descent in the palm of his hand, crushing it with internal energy before hurling it at Qinxia's face, catching everyone off guard and achieving great success. He harbored the hope of toppling Qinxia with a single blow, followed by a flurry of punches to incapacitate him completely, ultimately leading to his demise. As he soared into the air with a heart full of rage and unwavering confidence, a foot suddenly emerged from the dust, colliding with the sole of his foot with a thunderous crash, sending Wang Fu flying backward. A gasp escaped the crowd outside the mat. Wang Fu was struck by a formidable force, bewildered, initially suspecting an elder intervened to shield Qinxia from his attack. In a moment of desperation, he twisted in midair and landed deftly. As the lime dust settled, he saw not an elder but Qinxia standing with his left foot planted firmly and his right foot raised high, a mocking smile adorning his face. Once Wang Fu touched down, Qinxia slowly lowered his foot and brushed the lime dust off his shoulders, clothes, and hair. Knowing well of Wang Fu's penchant for underhanded tactics, Qinxia had been on guard the entire time. While his mouth remained busy, his eyes, consciousness, and every cell in his body remained vigilant, fixated on the old trickster. The lime dust, meant for wall coating on Yu Peak, was harmless in itself, merely irritating to the eyes. As the cloud of dust billowed towards him, he instinctively knew it was a precursor to Wang Fu's attack. Unsure of what was coming, he simply kicked towards the dust, fortuitously clearing it and meeting Wang Fu's foot with his own. Both father and son from the Wang family employed this tactic. Ultimately, Wang Fu, being the more seasoned of the two, did not suffer a broken leg on the spot. How could this be? Wang Fu, perplexed, was taken aback not only by his failed ambush but also by Qinxia's audacity to confront him head-on without sustaining an injury. His eyes darted to the elders outside the mat, each wearing a darker expression than the last. Did any of you assist him in secret? Wang Fu questioned the 8 elders. Wang Fu, you are utterly shameless, Elder Shang, the first to speak, retorted. We are merely observing, witnessing your underhanded scheme against Qinxia. Who among us would intervene? Elder Shang from the Yushu sect sought to distance himself from Wang Fu, unwilling to be associated, even in victory. The disciples gathered beneath Yu Peak erupted in denunciations, with Yao Yang's voice particularly resounding. In broad daylight, you disregard the rules of combat. It is utterly disgraceful. Wang Fu bellowed, "What are you all clamoring about? I intend for him to die. I will stop at nothing to ensure his demise." Such deep-seated hatred, remarked an elderly steward, shaking his head. Wang Fu, disregarding these comments, turned to Qinxia, incredulous. "I am at the 5th level of Qi practice. How is it that you remain unscathed from such a close-range ambush?" Qinxia brushed off the dust from his foot, chuckling. "Oh dear, my leg is numb. If you kick me again, I might just end up limping." Wang Fu hesitated, yet once again launched a flying kick. Qinxia raised his leg and kicked forward once more, resulting in another collision between their feet, sending Wang Fu flying again. The disciples outside Yu Peak could hardly believe their eyes. Wang Zhisher was at the 5th level of Qi training, and yet they claimed this Qinxia was merely at the 2nd level? With such strength, would you dare to believe it? Wang Fu got to his feet and charged at Qinxia with reckless abandon, and the two engaged in a close-quarters brawl, exchanging fists and kicks. Qinxia remained vigilant, unsure if Wang Fu had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. After a few exchanges, Wang Fu found himself outmatched and was knocked down by a punch from Qinxia. Dazed, Wang Fu yelled, "You little cheat. Have you taken some kind of strength-enhancing pill?" "Humph, strength-enhancing pill? Is that what your son takes?" Qinxia replied scornfully. "If you haven't taken any pills, how could your strength be so formidable?" Qinxia found himself at a loss for words, unable to defend himself. "Elders, this rascal has taken a strength-enhancing pill. I vehemently protest and demand that we wait for a moment, allowing the effects of the potion to wear off before we continue." Yao Yangyi shouted in indignation. "How shameless can you be? Just a moment ago, you launched a sneak attack. Are you allowed to act on the 1st day of the month, while others are barred from acting on the 15th? Laughter erupted among the crowd, with many chiming in. "Indeed, you have no right to speak of fairness. You've played the hawk all your life, only to be blinded by its talons in the end. Fight! Enough of this nonsense," Yao Yangyi urged, concerned that Qinxia might truly have taken a pill. The elders, feeling helpless, turned to Qinxia and asked, "Have you taken any pills?" "I have not taken any pills," Qinxia replied. "Then you may continue," Yu Weiming announced. It was evident that Yu Weiming's stance leaned in favor of Qinxia. However, Qinxia felt uncomfortable. It was now clear that he was at the 4th level of Qi training, his strength surpassing that of the 5th level. It was frustrating to win based on sheer ability, yet be accused of using drugs. He did not wish to easily eliminate Wang Fu. Instead, he aimed to strike at the heart. Thus, he coldly suggested, "Let us pause for a moment." The crowd stared at Qinxia in astonishment as he walked over to one side of the mat, calmly sitting down to meditate, exuding an air of nonchalance. Wang Fu gazed at him in disbelief. If he had any pills at that moment, he would have consumed them without hesitation, showing no mercy. Seeing Qinxia's obstinacy filled him with delight, and he hurried to the opposite end. Having exchanged a few blows with Qinxia, Wang Fu felt a slight ache. It was not enough to cause internal injury, but he still needed to recuperate. Yu Weiming shook his head gently and took out an incense stick, lighting it in front of everyone. This incense would burn for the duration of 3 cups of tea. As a third of the incense burned away, Qinxia disdainfully asked Wang Fu, "Is the time sufficient?" "Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer." Qinxia smiled faintly, not urging him, merely stating, "No rush. I'll convince you to yield shortly." As the incense neared its end, Wang Fu still showed no intention of fighting, prompting the onlookers to jeer and urge them to start, not wanting to waste anyone's time. Wang Fu calculated that regardless of what pills he might have taken, even if they were potent elixirs, such a lengthy interval would have allowed the effects to dissipate, and so he rose from the ground. Without waiting for Qinxia to stand, he leaped forward. This action drew collective ire from the spectators. "I have never encountered such an audacious individual." Qinxia clapped his hands against the ground, propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick, which he directed towards Wang Fu. In that moment, Wang Fu's body traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air before he descended backward. Just as in the previous 2 strikes, Qinxia's strength proved to be overwhelmingly superior. Yao Yang stood in astonishment, pondering what kind of elixir could grant such prolonged effects. He shouted fervently, "Wang Fu, have you taken note? This is the extent of Chun Shidi's power. What more do you have to say?" Chun Xia seized the opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly, leaving no room for Wang Fu's retorts. A voice cried out, "Chun Xia Shidi is certainly not at the second level of qi cultivation. His strength surpasses even that of the 5th level." The onlookers were not blind. They could see Chun Xia charging like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, while Wang Fu was left with no choice but to defend himself, utterly unable to retaliate. The 8 elders grew increasingly perplexed, with Yu Weiming inquiring of Lu Hui, "Are you certain he is truly at the second level of qi cultivation?" Lu Hui shrugged, equally bewildered. "I met him last month and inquired about his training. He indeed claimed to be at the second level. Is he concealing his true abilities? What purpose would that serve?" The crowd remained in a state of confusion. After exchanging blows with Wang Fu for a time, Chun Xia recognized his slight advantage, yet realized that defeating someone at the 5th level of qi cultivation would not be an easy feat, necessitating a protracted battle. A cunning idea struck him, prompting him to continue his psychological warfare. Chapter 45. No regrets in death. Chun Xia ceased his pursuit, allowing Wang Fu the opportunity to escape and assume a defensive stance. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are not mistaken. I am not at the second level of qi cultivation, but rather at the 4th. Chun Xia declared with a smile towards the 8 elders. "When did you elevate your rank?" Lu Hui inquired, astonished. "Yesterday," came the reply. "At the ascending Immortal Valley?" "Indeed." Chun Xia turned to Wang Fu with a grin. "I managed to ascend 2 levels in succession, all thanks to you." Wang Fu's expression turned grim, his eyes widening in disbelief, his complexion paling. "I inadvertently discovered half a wind transformation pill near the main hall in the ascending Immortal Valley. After consuming it, I experienced a series of breakthroughs." This revelation sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. The wind transformation pill was a highly advanced elixir, yielding its optimal effects only when consumed by those at the upper levels of Foundation establishment. Why only half a wind transformation pill? It fell into the underbrush. Much of it dissipated, leaving less than half intact. Yu Weiming gasped in shock. Our Yu Su sect last refined the wind transformation pill under the esteemed Master Huang, who brought a batch into the ascending Immortal Valley to break through. Could it be? The countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Chun Xia suppressed the turmoil within and feigned confusion, asking, "I searched for quite some time in the ascending Immortal Valley and only found this half of a wind transformation pill. Could it truly be a relic of the former master?" Lu Hui's eyes shimmered with tears as he choked out. If it were not the wind transformation pill of Master Huang, but rather that of even earlier ancestors, it would be impossible for any remnants to exist. Those disciples who had encountered Huang Lanqin bore expressions of profound sorrow. Wang Fu bellowed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such good fortune befall you?" His eyes reddened, his heart seemingly bleeding with a mixture of fear and regret. Yet soon after, he erupted into laughter. "So what if you consumed a damaged wind transformation pill? You'll only ever reach the foundation stage in this lifetime." Taking a deep breath, Chun Xia stated resolutely, "Thus, I must kill you." The disciples outside the mat regarded Chun Xia with a look of pity. Having been wronged to such an extent, it was indeed a matter of justice to slay him. Wang Fu, sensing the shattering of his heart, shouted, "Even if you are at the 4th level of qi cultivation, do you truly believe you can kill me?" He charged forward. Chun Xia's eyes flared with murderous intent as he met his advance with a fist. This duel of life and death could not employ swords or spells, relying solely on martial prowess, which felt rather tedious. Chun Xia's physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers, in a contest of fists and feet. While he could not cripple Wang Fu with a single kick, he maintained a firm upper hand. Wang Fu, agitated and desperate, saw no hope of victory and stealthily reached into his storage bag, producing a short dagger to launch a surprise attack. This time, Chun Xia was caught off guard. He had not anticipated such a maneuver, and a cut was inflicted upon his hand. Wang Fu, seeing this, rejoiced, slashing several times in quick succession, forcing Chun Xia to retreat, and then pursued him relentlessly. "You dare to wield a blade?" Chun Xia roared in fury. "It's not a sword, merely a short dagger," Wang Fu replied, feeling triumphant, believing he had found a loophole in the rules. "Humph, you seek death. You could have lived for a while longer, but now your time is up." Chun Xia drew a short sword from the 8-fold bag and swiftly turned to attack. Wang Fu stood dumbfounded, flustered and at a loss, attempting to articulate. Elder Yu. He wields a sword. Yet, Yu Weiming did not cast him a glance. A short sword is not a sword, one retorted, you, who have resorted to treachery with a dagger. Yao Yangyi shouted, and the crowd echoed in unison. Indeed, they are but short blades, incapable of emitting sword energy. Thus, this does not qualify as a sword. Truth be told, even if Chen Xia were to brandish a precious sword at that moment, they would feign ignorance. In the previous combat, Wang Fu could only land a punch on Chen Xia after receiving 3 in return. Despite his robust physique, Chen Xia's agility rendered him elusive, preventing a swift demise for Wang Fu. Now, armed with short blades, it was well understood that the lethality of a weapon does not solely rely on brute strength. Chen Xia's nimbleness bore greater fruit. After a few exchanges, Wang Fu bore several cuts, blood pooling around him. Growing increasingly frantic, Wang Fu found himself vulnerable, and Chen Xia seized the opportunity to stab him in the abdomen. This inflicted a mortal wound. Wang Fu's body trembled uncontrollably, his vital energy spilling forth as he glanced at Shang Pu, urgently beseeching, "Brother Shang, save me. This is the life and death duel you proposed. Do not pressurize Elder Shang." Yao Yangyi retorted mockingly, sealing Shang Pu's mouth with his words. Shang Pu's expression darkened, remaining silent. Chen Xia pursued Wang Fu, plunging the short sword deep into his back, extinguishing any hope of survival. "You." Wang Fu turned, finger trembling as he pointed at Chen Xia, filled with loathing, his lips quivering, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Do you regret it?" Chen Xia coldly inquired, pressing the blade against Wang Fu's chest. "Of course, I regret it. I should have killed you the first time I struck. How foolish of me to think I could control the situation, merely wishing to incapacitate you. Is that so? Stubbornly unrepentant?" Chen Xia scoffed. Wang Fu, seething with anger, retorted, "You broke my son's leg. Do you expect me to let you go? Then why did he end up with a broken leg at my hands? I care not for his actions. Whatever he desires, I shall provide." Wang Fu's face twitched, devoid of shame, even radiating a misguided paternal love. Ah, how touching. Is this love? A spoiled child is akin to a murderous one. Do you not grasp this principle? His current state is entirely your doing. Wang Fu's complexion paled, his gaze becoming vacant. He has bullied fellow disciples recklessly, emboldened by your boundless indulgence. Not only did you turn a blind eye, but you also fostered his arrogance. Tell me, is he not a product of your own making? Sweat beaded on Wang Fu's brow as he fervently shook his head. No, no. Unwilling to acknowledge it, or simply too afraid to confront the truth, Chen Xiao mocked. You must surely know the type of person your son is. Yet you dare not face it, for his behavior is a direct result of your pampering. No, no, please cease. You do not understand me. Wang Fu's voice cracked, his face contorted in anguish. Caught in a web of illicit relationships and a distorted existence, he increasingly felt indebted to Wang Qian and his mother, leading him to fulfill his son's every whim without restraint. Just last night, Yu Weiming had uncovered that the alchemical herbs were missing from the pill room. A deed he had orchestrated, all thrown into the hopeless mouth of Wang Qian. As a father, is it not my duty to protect my son? Wang Fu exclaimed indignantly. He is your son. Am I not someone else's son as well? Should I simply allow myself to be bullied? Wang Fu's eyes suddenly filled with venomous disdain. What are you, to compare yourself with my son? I have no good father, so I must rely solely on myself. Chen Xia, witnessing his obstinate refusal to repent, chuckled coldly. Therefore, your demise at my hands is entirely justified and warrants no sympathy whatsoever. Chen Xia inquired once more, do you regret it now? Wang Fu gazed at Chen Xia in bewilderment, rendered speechless. Is there any use in regretting? The images of Wang Qian and his mother, along with the faces of their kin, surfaced in his mind as he let out a deep sigh. Chen Xia gently thrust his short sword, piercing Wang Fu's heart. Wang Fu merely grunted, casting a fierce glare at Chen Xia before his gaze gradually dimmed. Had Wang Fu possessed even a modicum of rationality, he would not have descended to this fate. Chen Xia had experienced firsthand the terror of harboring grudges and would leave no room for future repercussions. The detection device registered a life extinguished, and the aura swiftly dissipated, causing the device to shrink in size. Wang Fu lay lifeless on the ground. Shang Pu displayed no signs of sorrow, stating coldly, Wang Fu's obsession had led him to lose his sanity. His demise today was his destined calamity. with a wave of his hand. Yu Weiming summoned a flame from his palm, enveloping Wang Fu, and in no time, the fire reduced Wang Fu's remains to ashes. Chapter 46. After all, you might as well. The ashes of Wang Fu were scattered by the wind, leaving nothing behind in the vastness of heaven and earth. Shang Pu stepped forward and addressed Qinxia. Wang Fu was not always this way. His transformation stemmed from a visit home 2 decades ago. Yao Yangyi muttered. Elder Shang has known him for decades and remembers his former self, while I am only aware of the abhorrent individual he has become. Qinxia quickly interjected. Senior brother Yao, do not misunderstand. Elder Shang means that we must uphold our integrity and not waver easily. Shang Pu sighed softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Yao Shuefei had stood silently alongside Yao Yangyi, but now spoke up. Junior brother Chun, you have encountered extraordinary experiences. Your fate is indeed poignant. Most cannot attain the golden elixir, so try to be more at ease. Qinxia found himself at a loss for words. She truly had a talent for consolation. He recognized her genuine concern for him, devoid of malice. With Wang Fu's matter concluded, the 8 elders dismissed the disciples but remained themselves. They gathered around. And Yu Weiming asked gravely, is it true that there are no spiritual herbs in the Ascension Valley, or are you merely concealing something? Qinxia, having advanced 2 levels in cultivation overnight, found it perplexing. In the past, he might have retorted, why not search the valley yourself? However, his emotional intelligence had matured, and he sincerely addressed the elders. Esteemed elders, I indeed found only half a transformation pill. Consider this. If it were a complete pill, could I possibly consume it? I wager that, had my dantian not been so expansive, even this half would be beyond my capacity. The elders pondered this, realizing the truth in his words. A foundational level pill would be ineffective for someone in the qi refining stage, and might even lead to chaos and madness due to overwhelming spiritual energy. Of course, I only spent a day inside and cannot definitively assert that there is none, he added. The assembly fell silent, incredulous. Did you wish to venture in again? A sense of disinterest swept through them, and they began to shake their heads and sigh, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Yao Shuefei spoke up. Esteemed elders, earlier. The sect master declined to elucidate the secrets of the Ascension Valley, yet hinted at some mysteries. I have contemplated a few points. The elders responded in unison. What have you deduced? Speak swiftly. Do you not think there might be a place within the Ascension Valley to evade heavenly tribulations? Yao Shuefei posited earnestly. The elders looked bewildered. How did you arrive at this conclusion? With a glimmer of insight in her eyes, Yao Shuefei continued. Many millennia ago, the Yusu sect must have offended a powerful cultivator or encountered some calamity, resulting in a curse upon the entire sect. This curse is insidious, compelling all disciples to face tribulations in their original cultivation ground while imposing double the harm upon each of them. The disciples questioned the elders. Is there anyone capable of withstanding double the heavenly tribulation damage? The elders fell into contemplation, shaking their heads in unison. After reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment, even if one suppressed their strength from advancing, it would be impossible to endure the might of a double heavenly tribulation. Qinxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, are you suggesting that those predecessors who successfully transcended their tribulations actually discovered a sanctuary? Yao Shuefei nodded in agreement, stating, that is my conjecture. A typical 9th layer foundational cultivator could hardly withstand a double heavenly tribulation without some form of assistance. Lu Hui questioned, if predecessors have indeed found a sanctuary, why have they not shared this knowledge with others? Yao Shuefei hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by this logical inconsistency. However, Shang Pu interjected, it is quite understandable. They are bound by silence. Even the secret edicts visible only to the sect leader likely do not disclose such information. Oh, the group suddenly comprehended, realizing that this was, after all, a curse that necessitated a burden bearer. Several elders became animated, proclaiming that where there is life, there is hope. The Ascension Valley must harbor a sanctuary, and hints must be concealed within the sect leader's edicts, waiting for one to grasp their meaning. Elder Yu Weiming suddenly proposed, I have an idea, why not? The others exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously directing their gazes towards Qinxia, their expressions akin to youthful men beholding an ethereal beauty. Qinxia felt flustered by their attention. Quickly grasping their intent, and warily inquired, what are you all staring at me for? You would be willing to assist us. No, I would not. Chen Xia preemptively rejected their unvoiced suggestion. What a joke. You expect me to venture into the Ascension Valley? Lu Hui replied nonchalantly. After all, you have been there before. Are you suggesting I should embrace this reckless endeavor? Chen Xia bluntly exposed their scheme, stating, Did you not hear the sect leader? One can only enter once. A second venture poses danger. Yu Weiming pondered for a moment and said, If you could allow us to explore once more, we would provide you with some protective artifacts to see what might be uncovered during a second entry. The others eagerly produced magical artifacts and talismans, forcibly placing them into Chen Xia's hands. For the sake of the Yushu sect, we beseech you to alleviate this peril. Several elders gazed at him earnestly. Yao Shuefei interjected. Chen Shidi, you bear the Azure Dragon mark. There is no escape for you. It is you who most urgently needs to resolve this issue. Of course, you could choose to wait a few more years, enhance your cultivation, and then investigate. Chen Xia could not help but smile wryly, pondering how he could possibly elevate his cultivation given his current circumstances. He was genuinely curious about what lay within the Ascension Valley. His previous visit lasted only a day. He neither faced any attacks nor thoroughly explored the valley. With countless residences and numerous palaces, it would take years to fully comprehend. Resolutely, he accepted the elders' offerings. Let me state this clearly. If we uncover something that cannot be disclosed, you must not pressure me to reveal it. Lu Hui nodded. That goes without saying. We shall heed whatever you choose to share. Shang Pu added. However, you must not deceive us. I never lie. Chen Xia asserted with unwavering conviction. He requested a few days of respite, agreeing to re-enter the Ascension Valley after 10 days. 10 days later, under a clear sky, the 8 elders arrived at the welcome Immortal courtyard. As Chen Xia was welcomed upon his discharge, after exchanging a few pleasantries, a direct disciple of Han Lin arrived swiftly. Such occurrences could hardly fail to pique anyone's interest. The disciple presented him with an oil paper umbrella, a third-grade magical artifact, highly valued and personally bestowed by the sect leader. Was there any message from the leader? The disciple shook his head, uttering not a single word. This silence stemmed from an apprehension of divulging celestial secrets, which could attract karmic repercussions. Though no words were spoken, the gift of the third-grade umbrella unmistakably conveyed a profound sentiment. Chen Xia clasped his hands in gratitude to the onlookers before making his way towards the Immortal Ascension Valley. Several elders watched him depart. Barely a few steps into the valley, the scenery transformed dramatically. Previously, the rain had poured outside, while within, the sun shone brightly. Now, the sky outside was a clear expanse, while dark clouds loomed ominously within. Truly, it was a peculiar place. As he ventured further, an inexplicable sense of dread began to well up within him, filling him with unease. After a moment of contemplation, he unfurled the oil paper umbrella gifted by Han Lin and pressed onward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, landing upon the umbrella and dissipating quietly. He gazed up at the umbrella, which emanated a faint, frosty glow, enveloping him in its protective aura. In that instant, he realized that Han Lin must possess some hidden knowledge. The artifact was undoubtedly tailored for specific circumstances. With Han Lin's lack of explicit instructions, his actions held significant meaning. Chen Xia, wary and cautious, dared not venture too deeply and chose to investigate at the valley's entrance. There, inscribed upon a fragment of stone, he discerned a warning: thunder resides here. Chapter 47. A further exploration of the Zhexian Valley. Upon first entering, I encountered no peril. Now, marked by a sigil, I have been struck by lightning. It was then that Chen Xia realized Han Lin had not deceived him, and the tales of the Ascension Valley circulating within the Yusu sect, albeit somewhat distorted, were fundamentally true. Chen Xia cautiously held up his oiled paper umbrella, slowly advancing towards the Grand Hall. The Ascension Valley had remained undisturbed for millennia. Perhaps it secretly harbored spiritual herbs, waiting for my gathering. Absent the interference of lightning, he might have prioritized a thorough search of the entire valley's surface. After all, with no visitors for thousands of years, it was unlikely that only weeds would grow, devoid of spiritual herbs. The last time, the mutated forsythia, having absorbed the spiritual energy slowly released from the transformation wind pill, had grown to a near spiritual herb stage in just a few decades. Had it not been harvested by Chen Xia, it would have taken no more than a century to fully mature into a spiritual herb. The original grounds of the Yusu sect were vast. the main structure facing the valley entrance being the Grand Hall, flanked by steep cliffs adorned with thousands of dwellings. However, it was evident that the sides were not the primary building zones. He intended to first investigate the hall area. The 8 elders stood at the entrance of the welcoming Immortal's courtyard, gazing towards the Ascension Valley, unable to see Chenxia, but witnessing the flashes of lightning. Lu Hui, feeling uneasy, pondered whether those bolts were aimed at Chenxia. Indeed, he bore the Azure Dragon mark, a natural attractor of thunder. Everyone expressed their admiration for Chenxia's selfless spirit. Everyone, when Chenxia emerges, regardless of whether he brings good news. We should offer him a position as a steward, suggested Yu Weiming. Indeed, the others concurred. From the valley entrance to the mountain gate, approximately 10 miles. He faced 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, their frequency not too rapid, all shielded by the oiled paper umbrella. This demonstrated Han Lin's profound understanding of the Ascension Valley. He provided me with merely a third-grade umbrella, sufficient to ensure my safety, indicating that the dangers I encountered here would not be overwhelming. As these thoughts lingered, a leopard suddenly emerged from the mountain path, its eyes blood-red, lunging towards me. With a swift sidestep, Chenxia narrowly avoided the beast. Drawing the 5th-grade sword, Zhu Shan Shun, he struck fiercely, and after several exchanges, the leopard shattered like a soap bubble, vanishing from sight. Thus revealed was the illusionary beast, the guardian of the Ascension Valley. The creature was not particularly formidable. Its intent seemed less about killing and more about warning. Should I continue onward? Standing at the mountain gate, I glanced back at the valley entrance, sighing inwardly. Why must my pursuit of immortality be fraught with more complications than others? Reflecting on the time since my entombment until now, I realized I had not achieved a single enhancement through my own efforts in cultivation. In my past life, it was the blood pill derived from Zhu Shan Shun that allowed me to break through to the Qi refinement middle stage. Had it not been for Han Lin, the 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng might have enabled me to reach the foundation establishment stage. Alas, after being forcibly reborn from entombment, the ginseng merely transformed into an expansive dantian. The jade essence unexpectedly acquired in Tianjiang City had allowed me to progress to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and had my dantian been smaller, I could have at least reached the middle stage. The acquisition of the half-lost transformation wind pill from Huang Lanxin in the Ascension Valley had helped me overcome a significant hurdle, advancing to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. His so-called cultivation journey revolves around acquiring these 4 items. It is not that he lacks effort. Rather, his endeavors prove futile. Now, he must risk venturing into this peculiar realm, fraught with heavenly thunder and fantastical beasts, unaware of what else lies in wait. Upon inspecting his oiled paper umbrella, which remained intact, he gritted his teeth and ascended the mountainside. By utilizing his extraordinary abilities to narrate his tale, he hoped to coax the ancient remnants, crumbling walls and shattered tiles, to divulge their secrets. Yet, this task constitutes a monumental undertaking. With thousands of dwellings and countless millions of bricks to examine, it seemed nearly impossible. The most significant and suspicious area, of course, is the Grand Hall. The last time he found half a wind transformation pill just outside the hall, suggesting that Master Huang had been here. He spent an entire hour scouring the vicinity of the Grand Hall, meticulously examining every stone, but unearthed no clues. A few hundred meters behind the Grand Hall, there existed a secluded courtyard. Such a structure was nowhere to be found behind the current Grand Hall of the Yushu sect. From one stone, he discerned that this was once the residence of the sect's former leader. This discovery invigorated him, and he dedicated another hour to thoroughly search the leader's abode. Yet emerged empty-handed. He scoured several other locations, finding nothing of particular interest. Half a day slipped away unnoticed. He mused that the Grand Hall area constitutes the principal architecture of the Yushu sect. Anyone searching for something would surely commence their quest here. However, the most conspicuous places often yield the least. The half-wind transformation pill must have been lost by Master Huang during his struggle against the heavenly tribulation. What kind of force could cause Master Huang to lose his grip on such a vital elixir? It is evident that this region cannot evade the wrath of heavenly thunder, and the mechanisms the elders seek are surely not concealed here. Regrettably, half a day had been squandered. He resolved to search the dwellings nestled against the sheer cliffs on either side. These abodes primarily served as the disciples' quarters, encompassing alchemy rooms, kitchens, and dining halls. Traditionally, The right side is esteemed, so he decided to commence his search on the left. Both sides were in ruins. Chen Xia, lacking knowledge of mechanisms and formations, relied on his innate abilities to solicit information from the stones. While humans may deceive, stones do not utter falsehoods. Gradually, darkness began to descend. After a day of searching, Chen Xia did not feel particularly fatigued physically, yet emotionally, he was drained. With so many remnants of bricks and tiles, it was impossible to examine them all in a single day. Fortunately, the lightning strikes were not severe, and the oiled paper umbrella continued to provide him protection. Several elders awaited Chen Xia's return outside the welcome Immortal courtyard in the valley, and none had departed. If only I had known that the Yushu sect possessed an Ascension valley, I would never have joined this sect, Lu Hui suddenly remarked to Yu Weiming. Yu Weiming responded with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Such a vast taboo lies before us, yet its origins remain unknown, and no one in the martial world is aware of it. It is truly strange. Han Lin's direct disciple quietly interjected. In recent days, the sect leader has confided in me that for thousands of years, the Yushu sect has deliberately suppressed this taboo to spare the disciples from fear. The elders, aware of his close relationship with the sect leader, eagerly inquired, what else did the sect leader say? Little was said. Although this matter is indeed a pitfall, it holds little significance for the majority of disciples, so why engage in discussion? The direct disciple spoke earnestly. This secret must remain safeguarded. You must take the time to convene the disciples from each peak and strictly prohibit any disclosure. The elders exchanged wry smiles and nodded in agreement. Should this news not be suppressed, there would undoubtedly be no aspirants seeking to become disciples within 1,000 miles, and the Yushu sect would face a dire future, ultimately succumbing to decline. Yet today, such thoughts eluded him. Shang Pu grew somewhat impatient. Why hasn't Chen Xia emerged yet? The interior is vast. It cannot be thoroughly investigated in a short span, Yu Weiming remarked. Even if clarity cannot be achieved today, he should still come out. The danger within is too great. Lu Hui expressed his concern. However, there was little they could do. He wouldn't perish in there, would he? Yu Weiming muttered to himself. The others chose to pretend they had not heard those words. Chen Xia had searched diligently in the left housing area for a considerable time and stumbled upon a piece of broken brick. The ancestral tomb lies beneath my feet, yet it is impossible to gain access. Chapter 48. The night differs from the day. Chen Xia gazed in astonishment at the brick in his hand, his eyes darting around in disbelief. An ancestral tomb? Beneath the ground? This area belonged to the Jade Void sect's palace district. How could a tomb possibly exist here? The sect possessed a hall of ancestors, where every initiated disciple paid homage, yet it was not a tomb. Surveying his surroundings, he noted a small courtyard characterized by its foundational layout. 2 rows of structures, each containing 8 rooms, with a modest courtyard nestled between them. The rooms were rather small, akin to the quarters of the current apprentice disciples. Although the buildings had collapsed, they certainly did not resemble a tomb. Could it be that the ancestral tomb was the sanctuary Lu Hui had speculated about? It was highly plausible. There was indeed a hall of ancestors nearby. But after a thorough search, he had found no clues. The ancestral tomb was not an edifice above ground, unlike the hall of ancestors, and thus likely did not coincide with it. As he scoured the vicinity, each brick whispered to him fragments of information, most conveying a singular message. It had once been a mechanism, now regrettably destroyed. I am merely an ordinary brick. It possesses spiritual energy, incomparable to my own. A few bricks indicated the presence of mechanisms nearby. As he traced his way forward, he spotted a half-piece of yellow stone embedded in the remnants of a wall. This stone bore a resemblance to the bricks used in constructing the houses, yet its fractured surface shimmered differently. In the realm of immortal architecture, it was improbable that diverse materials would be mingled due to a lack of resources. There must be profound significance here. He hastened to approach and reached out to touch the stone. I am but the base of a mechanism. I comprehend nothing. The arrangement of the mechanism was clearly not intended for easy discovery. Chen Xia had never encountered sculptures or ornaments upon the walls. This stone must have been dislodged from elsewhere, as the remnants bore faint traces of impact. Meticulously searching the vicinity, he uncovered additional fragments of the same yellow stone. It was evident that it had once formed a sculpture, its surface now entirely ruined. I only recall being a mechanism, yet the purpose eludes me. He promptly lifted it and attempted to piece it together with the yellow base on the broken wall, but they did not align. Evidently, other components were still missing. He needed to find them all to ascertain the nature of this object. In this designated area, he spent a full hour, discovering over a dozen fragments. Noticing that several broken edges could fit together, he employed a spell to temporarily bind them. Clearly a sculpture, yet its shape remained indiscernible. In a moment of bewilderment, he muttered, "Reveal your story." To his astonishment, the sculpture manifested new inscriptions. "I am the Xuanwu of the four symbols array, no longer positioned at the array's center." Having lost the ability to activate it, Chen Xia was profoundly shaken. He had always believed his unique ability merely allowed objects to recount their stories. He had not anticipated that assembling the fragments could unveil yet another narrative. This was due to the fragments having transformed into a new entity. Suppressing his excitement, he scrutinized the sculpture. Lacking intricate designs, it appeared to be nothing more than a broken stone, where then was the image of Xuanwu. The sculpture lay in ruins, its form utterly unrecognizable. Without any extraordinary abilities, how could I discern that it represented the black tortoise? The accomplished predecessors, having reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, could only wear expressions of confusion and lament their fate. If I were to assemble the remaining mechanisms, apply my spells with precision, and place them correctly, I could unlock the ancestral tomb, rendering my azure dragon mark inconsequential. At that moment, the fragments of the black tortoise sculpture scattered across the ground. It became apparent that his cultivation was limited, merely at the fourth level of qi refinement, and his spells lacked potency. He bent down to gather the shards into a pile, choosing to leave them undisturbed until he could procure the other mechanisms for reassembly. After a day's labor, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. His spirits soared, dispelling the tedium, frustration, and agitation that had previously clouded his mind. Among all who had ventured here over the years, I surely held the lowest cultivation and possessed the least understanding of this place. Yet, no one could fathom that in the face of my unique abilities, no secret could remain concealed. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed ahead. Upon raising my gaze, I beheld a phantom beast resembling a fierce tiger, adorned with vibrant patterns and emitting a faint white glow. Ah, here we go again. Careful not to end up as an act in a circus. Unbeknownst to Chen Xia, danger loomed. He drew his precious sword and charged forward, only to be sent sprawling by the beast's powerful strike. This phantom beast surpassed the previous leopard in strength. Stunned and cautious, Chen Xia summoned all his might to engage with the creature. After delivering a dozen strikes, he finally subdued the beast, feeling more exhausted than when battling Wang Fu. As he looked up, he spotted the head of yet another monstrosity protruding from the distant ruins. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was more than one. The valley, both steep and shadowy, shimmered with numerous points of light. Alarm surged within him at the sudden influx of phantom beasts. Just then, a more formidable bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, causing his oil paper umbrella to tremble violently, revealing a crack. It dawned on him that night in the Valley of the Folding Immortals was decidedly more perilous than during the day, while daytime brought only mild lightning. Easily withstood by a third-tier oil paper umbrella, the night was rife with powerful phantom beasts that posed a threat to survival, let alone exploration. Desperate to evade further confrontation with the beasts, he hastened toward the Grand Hall. The moment he moved, the phantom beasts surged forward, each one racing after him. Not daring to look back, he produced a swift travel talisman to enhance his speed. The phantom beasts were swift as well, closely trailing him just a few feet behind. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, the pursuing beasts suddenly halted and began to retreat slowly. He realized that the phantom beasts likely had designated territories. As long as he maintained his distance, they would not pursue. Casting his gaze around, he spotted 3 phantom beasts within the Grand Hall, 2 resembling lions and 1 akin to a large rat, watching him with predatory intent. He contemplated taking a detour, but the hall was situated on a mountainside with limited space, leaving no room for maneuvering. He had no choice but to charge ahead with determination. As he entered the Grand Hall, the 3 phantom beasts lunged forward, blocking his path, forcing Chen Xia into a fierce struggle against them. Occasionally, bolts of lightning struck overhead, adding to the chaos of the encounter. He wielded his sword with one hand while attempting to shield himself with an umbrella, his movements frantic and disordered, appearing quite wretched. Fortunately, after landing a flurry of strikes on a phantom beast, it suddenly erupted, alleviating some of the pressure. Fearing further confrontation, he hastened toward the mountain's descent, seizing an opportunity to abandon 2 phantom beasts and flee. The path down the mountain was beset with relentless assaults from phantom creatures. Thankfully, these apparitions were not real. They lacked intellect and were merely conjured by some bizarre sorcery, typically employed within tombs. Upon reaching the mountain gate, his oiled paper umbrella had been rendered useless, torn asunder. Undeterred, he pressed forward, deploying the talismans bestowed upon him by the elders, yet they proved inadequate against the onslaught of lightning, vanishing after but a few strikes. By the time he reached the valley's mouth, all talismans and artifacts were expended, forcing him to rely solely on his own resilience. Luckily, the force of the lightning was not overwhelmingly lethal. It merely left him momentarily numb, unsteady, and bloodied, though not fatal. He sprinted onward, evading phantom attacks while enduring the relentless strikes of lightning, rising swiftly after each fall, desperately making his way to the valley's exit. The elders awaiting at the celestial reception hall perceived a significant shift in the valley's scene and emerged, just in time to witness a figure, crackling with the sound of electricity, tumble forth from the depths, leaving them speechless in astonishment. Chapter 49. Recruiting disciples to explore the Ascension Valley after Qianxia was carried back to the welcome Immortal Institute by the elders. He naturally faced a barrage of inquiries. In a feeble tone, he expressed extreme fatigue, prompting the elders to allow him to rest and return the following day for further questioning. After a restorative sleep, Qianxia awoke with a well-crafted narrative ready. He assured them that no danger awaited during his first venture into the Ascension Valley. On the second visit, he recounted thunderstorms during the day with few phantom beasts, while the night brought more ferocious storms and dense populations of these creatures, rendering exploration perilous. As for the clues regarding the 4 symbols mechanism, he resolutely withheld that information, believing it would be too advantageous for Han Lin if he were to locate the ancestral tomb and successfully break through to the Golden Core stage. Seeing the marks of lightning across Qianxia's body and the 3-tiered magical oil paper umbrella gifted by the sect leader, along with the low-tier magical artifacts and spirit talismans that everyone had contributed, no one dared to express skepticism. These accounts, conveyed by the direct disciples to Han Lin, left him in silence as well. The group, feeling disheartened, experienced a lull in discussions about the Ascension Valley. After a few days, Han Lin requested Qianxia to sketch a detailed map of the valley, and thereafter, the topic was dropped, returning to a sense of normalcy. Qianxia, shedding his previous lethargy, resumed frequent visits to the library pavilion, urgently needing to bolster his knowledge of formations, talismans, and magical artifacts. Now a prominent figure within the Yushu sect, he refrained from seeking assistance from others, wary of drawing suspicion and exposing his ruse. Time proved fruitful, and after 3 months, he finally gleaned the techniques for crafting talismans to bond materials and grasped the principles of the 4 symbols formation from ancient texts. However, a startling announcement soon reverberated among the disciples of the Yushu sect. The sect leader, Han Lin, issued a bounty, inviting all disciples to venture forth into the Ascension Valley. Previously, this valley had been regarded by the disciples as akin to a haunted house, an eerie place to be avoided, shrouded in mystery and fear. It had faded into the background of their lives, subconsciously ignored. Yet, with Qianxia's unexpected entries into the valley, its once indistinct image became vivid. If he could enter twice, it indicated that exploration was indeed possible. The notion of sacrificing those disciples unlikely to achieve the Golden Core stage for the sect's benefit seemed a natural conclusion. Han Lin's terms were enticing. Any outer sect disciple who could successfully explore the Ascension Valley would be elevated to inner sect status, along with substantial rewards of gold and silver for their families. Under the lure of such generous rewards, brave souls were sure to emerge. Though ambitious youths might hesitate to volunteer, many outer sect disciples found themselves in precarious positions. Soon enough, 5 outer sect disciples, all of whom were merely at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi training, eagerly accepted the task. Notably, all were over 60 years of age, the eldest being a venerable 90, who had been taken in as an outer sect disciple after training at the 2nd level of Qi for several years prior to Qianxia's arrival at the Yushu sect. It was astonishing that after more than 70 years, he remained at the same stage. Han Lin gathered these 5 individuals together and tasked Qianxia with providing them with training. detailing the conditions within the Ascension Valley and collaborating on the formulation of a search strategy. Chun Xia could not deceive the elderly men and thus dedicated himself to earnest instruction. As for the search strategy, he misled them to focus on the areas before and after the Grand Hall. After all, during their inaugural venture into the Ascension Valley, they were not likely to encounter danger. It sufficed to waste their time and send them back empty-handed. On the day when the 5 apprentice disciples entered the valley, nearly all members of the Yushu sect gathered at the entrance of the Ascension Valley, creating a scene more boisterous than that of the sect leader's crowning ceremony. To ensure their safety, Han Lin distributed a modest protective talisman to each of them, sufficient for self-defense. The 5 elderly men gallantly entered the valley, and not long after, those outside observed a dramatic change within. Dark clouds began to swirl ominously. There was no cause for alarm, as the climate within the Ascension Valley differed from that outside, indicating that the valley had sensed the intrusion of new visitors. Fortunately, the tempest only stirred up winds and gathered clouds, devoid of thunder and lightning, easing the collective anxiety. As dusk approached, the crowd dispersed, leaving only a few at the valley's entrance. Exhausted from waiting, these individuals sought tea at the welcome Immortal Pavilion, where Chun Xia graciously attended to them. The 5 elderly men spent a peaceful day within the Ascension Valley, but by the next day, a torrential downpour and fierce thunder erupted within. Han Lin arrived at the valley entrance to assess the situation. "Master, the conditions inside are abnormal," he reported. "Didn't you say there would be no issues on the first entry?" The scene before him was reminiscent of the tumultuous conditions Chun Xia had encountered on his second entry. Chun Xia, equally astonished, recalled that it was he who had stated there would be no danger on the first visit. These 5 elderly men, initially content as outer sect disciples, though of low status, enjoyed a life free from want. Their entrance into the Ascension Valley, claimed to be voluntary, was dubious at best. Han Lin had long been on the brink of breaking into the Golden Core realm. Should he uncover a secret haven for breakthroughs, his gains would be immense. With the authority of the sect leader, how could the disciples not comply? Some questioned Chun Xia. "When you first entered, did you truly encounter no danger? Was there a place to hide?" Chun Xia responded coolly, "If there were a place to hide, would I have been in such a predicament during my second entry?" Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and he proposed, "Is it conceivable that during the first entry, only 1 day is safe? I entered for less than a day, yet they have now exceeded 12 hours. The onlookers gazed skyward, dawning realization washing over them. The 5 elderly men had entered at precisely this time yesterday, marking the completion of a full day. Han Lin's face fell in shock as he grasped the implications. It was no wonder so many predecessors had failed in their breakthroughs. The challenge of finding refuge from the heavenly thunder within a single day was insurmountable, forcing them into hasty attempts. Han Lin's expression twitched, yet he remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly at the valley entrance. Shortly thereafter, a stumbling exploration disciple emerged from within, having just celebrated his 60th birthday the previous day, his body charred black from the lightning fire. "Master, they have all perished in the thunder," he uttered before collapsing to the ground. The crowd, struck with terror, hesitated to approach, while Chun Xia rushed forward to cradle the elder, gently placing him on the ground, only to discover he had already breathed his last. Chun Xia felt a bittersweet turmoil within, sorrow for the untimely demise of the 5 senior brothers, and joy that no useful information had been provided to Han Lin. Han Lin's face turned ashen as he turned to all the disciples, bellowing, "Each one of you has but a single chance in this lifetime. 12 hours should suffice for exploration. Is there anyone willing to venture forth again?" All the disciples averted their gazes. Many felt profound regret, wishing they had not come to witness the spectacle. What if they were singled out by the sect leader? Han Lin's direct disciple whispered to his master, "This matter requires careful consideration. Broaching it now will surely elicit no volunteers." Han Lin quickly regained his composure. With 5 dead, it was certain that no one would dare approach this ill-fated venture today, unless forced by violence. The overwhelming power of the sect leader could indeed compel the weaker disciples. But would violence truly be effective? After much contemplation, Han Lin resolved to defer the matter for now. There would always be a way to entice someone in the future. Casting his gaze upon the lifeless form of the elderly disciple, he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Let us give him a proper burial." With a sense of desolation, he turned to leave. In an instant, all the others scattered. Chun Xia, with a shovel in hand, found a spot to bury the old man. The so-called proper burial amounted to a hearty shovelful of earth. Man dies for wealth. Birds perish for food. Each had willingly sought their fate, so none could place blame. Chen Xia was even unaware of the old man's name, leaving no tombstone to mark his resting place. Chapter 50. The 3 explorations of the Immortal Valley. Han Lin did not abandon this matter. He secretly plotted to dispatch disciples to explore. Half a month later, a sudden defection occurred among the outer disciples, with over a dozen fleeing. Among them were both untrained miscellaneous disciples and those who had begun to cultivate. As the situation escalated, the 8 elders collectively pressured Han Lin, insisting that he could not compel outer disciples to voluntarily venture into the Immortal Valley. Succumbing to this pressure, Han Lin publicly declared, in accordance with the traditions of his predecessors, a prohibition on discussions regarding the Immortal Valley. The enthusiasm of the Yusu sect for the Immortal Valley plummeted to zero overnight, rendering the topic taboo. The notion of forcibly sending lower-ranking disciples to explore the Immortal Valley was not complex. It was easy to surmise why previous sect leaders, despite their formidable skills, would rather face danger themselves than engage in such endeavors. Surely, it could not be attributed to their lack of intelligence compared to Han Lin. The reasons remained known only to Han Lin. Presently, the Yangxian courtyard lay desolate, with few visitors. Each time he visited the library, he felt akin to a pariah, as others would shy away from him. Even when he encountered Yao Yangyi on the road, the latter could only force a smile and say, "Brother Chun, our elders are aware of my acquaintance with you and have strictly forbidden me from associating with you." Chen Xia could not help but interject. "The consequences of the Immortal Valley only concern me. It is not a contagious disease." Yao Yangyi, at a loss for words, sighed and departed. Chen Xia patiently waited for another 3 months, confirming that the entire Yusu sect had completely lost interest in the Immortal Valley, before deciding to embark on a 3rd exploration. This time, it had to be a covert operation. If Han Lin were to discover it, the repercussions could multiply endlessly, leading to an infinite array of troubles. This time, he was well prepared, having acquired 2 third-grade defensive magical artifacts from his senior within the Yusu sect. Due to the inability to cultivate over the years, the spirit stones dispensed by the sect each month had been saved, and after purchasing the 2 artifacts, he was left with none. Choosing a day shrouded in mist and chill, he arrived at the valley entrance before dawn, and as daylight broke, he ventured inside. Without hesitation, he activated the artifacts to withstand the valley's lightning strikes, and swiftly made his way towards the residential area beside the main hall. During the day, the frequency of lightning strikes was low, and he could clearly see illusory beasts in the distance, though their numbers were few. As long as he kept his distance, they would not attack. At the mountain gate, he encountered the leopard once more, but this time, the battle was considerably easier. It seemed that the creatures were weaker during the day and much stronger at night. He quickly reached the area he had visited 6 months prior, and to his astonishment, the scene remained unchanged. Having learned the method of setting up the 4 symbols array, he soon located the other 3 sculptures. Next, he needed to find the correct positions for the sculptures, which were the key points of the mechanism. The predecessors had constructed the 4 symbols array using these 4 sculptures. If the sculptures were damaged, it would mean the array was destroyed. However, the corresponding ancestral spirit entrance remained unchanged. By reactivating the 4 symbols mechanism, he could not guarantee the opening of the ancestral tomb, but he could ascertain the location of its entrance. He had learned a technique for locating hidden formations from the library of the Yusu sect. The entrance to the ancestral tomb was likely another mechanism array. The formation of the 4 symbols embodies the essence of Yang, while the ancestral tomb represents Yin, their fates intertwined. Although the Yang formation has been obliterated and no longer exists, the Yin formation undoubtedly persists. In that moment, I produced 8 talismans and cast them towards the 8 cardinal directions, watching as they floated steadily in the air. Subsequently, I wielded my sword, gently releasing a stream of sword energy towards one direction. As long as the formation remains, it will surely respond. I then recited an incantation, causing the 8 talismans to tremble. Some shuddered violently, while others quivered mildly. The ones that trembled most fiercely indicated a significant response, suggesting the presence of a vortex of spiritual energy nearby, an occurrence of no ordinary nature. I hastily proceeded to that location and replicated the process, and after 3 attempts, I identified a specific point. It turned out to be the corner of a wall, upon which a sculpture was affixed, its style unknown, dating back to an era lost to time. Once this point was determined, locating the other 3 points became a trivial task. After identifying the second point, I could calculate the remaining 2 without further divination. Having established the 4 points, I swiftly made my way to the place where the fragments of the 4 sculptures lay, using the talismans to reassemble them. The sculptures were incomplete and abstract. I hoped the formation would still recognize them. The next step was to select the correct positions for each sculpture. Precision was paramount. Cradling the 4 sculptures, I approached the first location, placing one upon it and reciting the incantation, but there was no response. I then tried another. When the correct position was chosen, the sculpture suddenly emanated light, levitating in the air. I meticulously positioned all 4 faceless sculptures, quickly gesturing and chanting the spell. The sculptures began to radiate an increasingly intense brilliance, and amidst this illumination, a shadow appeared in the center. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a void. Without hesitation, I inhaled deeply and leapt into the abyss. In a dizzying moment, I descended into a realm, rising from the ground to discover a vast underground tomb. Advancing forward, I encountered an enormous stone tablet inscribed with words. I gazed upwards in astonishment, gradually realizing that it recounted a horrific tale from an ancient epic. I am Hong Cho, the 27th disciple of the Jade Void sect. Having pursued the path for 3 centuries without attaining the Golden Core realm, I devised a scheme akin to the substitution of Li for Tao. During my travels, I befriended a formidable demon cultivator and lured him to the Jade Void sect, where, with the strength of the entire sect, I imprisoned him. Before the demon, I then attempted to break through to the Golden Core realm, provoking a heavenly tribulation. Because the demon was present, the majority of the heavenly lightning that should have befallen me struck him instead. I successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to the Golden Core realm. Yet my demon friend was left on the brink of annihilation. Enraged, the demon cultivator sacrificed himself, cursing the entire Jade Void sect and cursing me. I can no longer advance to the nascent soul realm, and the disciples of the Jade Void cannot leave this place without sacrificing a total of 49 golden cores to lift the curse. This passage unveiled the origins of the Jade Void sect's curse, leaving Chun Xia aghast. What a treacherous scheme, indeed, to betray a friend. No wonder that ancient demon cultivator would rather face eternal oblivion than allow the Jade Void sect to flourish, cursing both the sect and Hong Cho. The number 49, indeed, a grim toll to pay, demanding such a multitude of golden cores as tribute. It is essential to understand that the Yushu sect is not a particularly formidable faction. Lacking in resources, every century, only 2 or 3 disciples achieve the pinnacle of foundation establishment. When one calculates, it becomes evident that it would take several millennia to gather a sufficient number of practitioners. I deeply regret employing such a nefarious scheme to harm a dear friend. Yet the deed has been done and is beyond redemption. I cannot save everyone. I can only rescue the most astute disciples of future generations. Thus, I have established this formation to hinder the curse of the demon race. The torment you have endured is indeed a consequence of my actions, and my sins are unforgivable. Chun Xia's heart raced wildly. This place is, without a doubt, the so-called sanctuary. Throughout the ages, ancestors have been able to escape the influence of the curse upon entering here. Ecstatic, he crossed over the stone tablet, revealing a vast circular tomb before him. Turning to examine the reverse side of the tablet, he found inscribed, "Bow before the tomb of Hong Cho and recite the Xian Yin Jin Jing to dispel the curse upon you." Chun Xia was taken aback. While bowing to the ancestors was no issue, had not the Xian Yin Jin Jing long been lost to time? Chapter 51. The original engraving of the profound word scripture has been destroyed. The Yushu technique was once a method for the outer disciples to cultivate, while the profound word scripture served as a secret technique for the inner disciples. Now, only the Yushu technique remains, which speaks volumes about the former might of the Yushu sect. It implies that the current strength of the Yushu sect is akin to that of the outer disciples from days gone by, and today's elders are merely inner disciples. The decline of the Yushu sect is undoubtedly intertwined with this curse. With no options left, Chun Xia pondered whether his arduous journey to this place had been in vain. The tomb of Hong Cho exuded a simplistic elegance, featuring a massive stone sarcophagus at its center, surrounded by sculptures of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. At the entrance stood a grand stone tablet, serving as a shadow wall. Aside from this, there were no superfluous sculptures, not even murals gracing the surrounding walls. Upon reaching the front of the tomb, Chunxia observed an inscription on the tablet before the sarcophagus, the spirit of Hong Chou, the 31st generation leader of the Yushu sect. He knelt and bowed, beseeching the spirit of the venerable Hong. Senior Hong, after much hardship, I have finally arrived here. Where shall I seek the profound word scripture? Is it fair for you to receive my bow without guiding me? After completing his bow, he stood and circled the tomb, hoping to glean some clues from it. He discovered numerous fragments of stone tablets scattered across the ground, with half of a tablet base concealed in a corner. The sarcophagus remained intact, the sculptures unharmed, and even the entrance tablet was pristine. Yet, the shards of this particular tablet lay in disarray, which raised suspicions. Could it be that someone had vandalized the tomb? The fragments bore numerous chisel marks, erasing all inscriptions. A cursory glance revealed that dozens of fragments shared identical chisel marks. Upon touching them, Chunxia realized these marks were not made by a chisel, but were the traces of a spell. Suddenly, he noticed that on the wall adjacent to the damaged tablet base, someone appeared to have inscribed several lines with a sword. As he approached, he read the inscription, "For every person protected, one line of the profound word scripture is lost. Since me, there has been no more profound word scripture. The Yushu sect must find someone to fill the void. Forgive me, junior brother, Su Jingran remains." Chunxia was taken aback. It dawned on him that this tablet was, in fact, the original engraving of the Yushu sect's foundational technique, the profound word scripture. No wonder the scripture was no longer passed down. The original engraving had long since ceased to exist. Within the ancestral hall lay a genealogy documenting the names of past leaders, elders, and disciples who made significant contributions to the sect. Among them was Su Jingran, the last leader of the Yushu sect from 800 years ago, who nearly reached the Yuan-Ing realm before passing into oblivion 300 years prior. His junior, Wang Hong, had also faced failure during a breakthrough, achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It seemed that Master Hong Chou had utilized the spiritual essence of the original engraving of the profound word scripture to establish this protective formation. Yet, it came at a cost. For every disciple safeguarded, one line of the scripture was lost. By the time it reached Su Jingran, all inscriptions had been erased, rendering the ancestral tomb devoid of any protective function. A sudden wave of cold sweat cascaded down his back. This stone carving was likely the work of a predecessor who, upon discovering the inability to secure the protection of their forebears, succumbed to despair and shattered it into pieces. The inscriptions have been erased by the will of heaven, rendering this stone a mere scrap, devoid of any utility. It is over. The ancestral tomb has now become ineffective. His heart felt as though it were being wrenched. His visage ashen. Chunxia stood in a daze for a quarter of an hour, then slapped himself. What concern is it for you, a mere practitioner at the fourth layer of qi refining, to ponder the golden core? Even if one were to attain the golden core, it would be centuries hence. Why fret? While studying the history of his sect, he specifically noted that there had been 48 failed breakthroughs to the golden core. Only one unfortunate soul remained before this curse would be lifted, allowing the Yushu sect to return to its former glory. Who could that last unfortunate be? Presently, within the entire sect, only Han Lin had reached the pinnacle of foundational establishment, qualifying for a breakthrough. It is quite possible that Han Lin, aware of the number 7, is deliberately delaying his advancement, waiting for someone else to fill the void. Such cunning is indeed within his capacity. The original engraving of the Xianyin scripture has been destroyed. It appears that since Su Jingran, there has been no transmission of its teachings. I shall attempt to restore this tome, and perhaps offer further reverence to the ancestral master Hong Chou, to see if it yields any effect. With renewed vigor, he endeavored to move the fragments, but to his surprise, they remained immovable. Even a piece no larger than a palm would not budge, as if ensnared. Undeterred, he began to read each fragment aloud, mentally urging, "Reveal your tale." Instantly, a segment of tadpole script emerged upon the stone slab's remnant. Having spent years immersed in the library, he had become a scholar of considerable erudition, adept at deciphering such script. It was evident that this was merely a fragment of the stone's inscription, disjointed and lacking coherence. Upon touching another piece, he encountered yet another incomprehensible scripture. Unable to shift the stones or comprehend the verses, he found himself overwhelmed by the 70 or 80 fragments. In a moment of inspiration, he retrieved pen and paper from his eightfold bag, remnants from his studies in spiritual talismans. Crafting talismans requires special paper, brushes, and ink. These were mere blank sheets. Not talisman paper. He meticulously sketched the shapes of each fragment onto the paper, tearing it into smaller pieces. Then, he transcribed the tadpole script appearing on the stones onto the paper. Racing to the tombstone, he laid these fragments on the ground, embarking on a puzzle. Before long, he had pieced it together and read the tadpole script aloud. No sooner had he completed the reading than a chilling wind swept through the tomb, scattering the papers everywhere and igniting them into flame. Fearing he would forget, he hastily recited the text aloud. By the time he finished reciting again, all the papers had been incinerated, leaving not even ash behind. Even if burned, I shall remember. He refused to yield. Sitting down to meditate upon the profound meanings of the Xian scripture, commencing his cultivation. In his heart, he silently recited the mysteries, beginning with the infusion of energy into his being. Every location possesses spiritual energy, though not concentrated at spiritual nodes. The ambient energy in the cosmos is scarce and generally devoid of cultivation value. He did not expect to acquire spiritual energy. His sole concern was to retain the ancient and profound secrets of the Yushu sect, enhancing his memory through practical experience. However, in accordance with the profound truths of the Xian scriptures, I experienced a refreshing sensation like never before. Subtle streams of spiritual energy penetrated my body through the meridians and pores of my limbs, as if my body were a sponge, absorbing the surrounding essence. A surge of astonishment filled my heart. Could this be the legendary process of guiding qi into the body? The descriptions shared by my fellow disciples mirrored this experience precisely. Alas, in my past life, Chun Xia had consumed a blood elixir, directly attaining cultivation levels without ever having to cultivate the techniques to acquire even an ounce of true qi. I had remained ignorant of the genuine sensation of drawing qi into the body. Resolutely focused, I diligently guided this spiritual energy through my meridians, channeling it into my dantian. Activating my inner vision, I beheld the energy cascading like rain, nourishing the parched dantian and forming a delicate mist. At last, I could cultivate. My time here had indeed not been in vain. After years of stagnation, I had finally obtained a technique suited for my cultivation. An epiphany struck. My aptitude for cultivation was exceptionally high. I was not meant to practice the techniques of outer disciples. It was not that my constitution was ill-suited for this era, but rather that the version of the Yushu technique was far too rudimentary. Chapter 52. The curse is lifted. Chun Xia was filled with exhilaration as he completed the practice of his cultivation technique for the first time and proceeded to the second round. By the time he reached the third round, he felt a searing sensation on his back. Hastily, he removed his clothing and turned around to inspect. Wisps of white smoke were emanating from his back, yet there were no visible wounds. The smoky areas were precisely where the azure dragon mark resided. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that by performing the Xian Sutra within the tomb, he could activate a mechanism to erase the azure dragon mark from his back. He continued with the third round, and the pain and smoke dissipated. Upon completion, he turned to look, and the azure dragon mark had vanished. At that moment, the fragments of stone on the ground appeared to be drawn together by an unseen force, reassembling themselves at the base of the wall. Subsequently, a large fissure opened at the top of the tomb, clearly revealing an entrance. Chun Xia gazed at this opening with uncertainty, pondering whether he should enter or if something might emerge from within. The stone tablet stood firm for a few seconds before beginning to tremble, as if on the verge of disintegrating. The entrance above also trembled and began to close slowly. Resolute, he leapt into the tomb's entrance without further thought, and as he squeezed through, the entrance slammed shut with a thunderous noise that nearly deafened him. His body shook violently as he plummeted rapidly, his eyes unable to open. He landed heavily on the ground, and upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself at the entrance of the folded Immortal Valley. Glancing up at the sky, it was still daytime, pleasantly sunny, and devoid of lightning. Was this a return to my former location? He mused, recalling that there were still many uncharted areas within the valley, and if any spiritual herbs were present, it would be a waste to overlook them. He took a few steps toward the grand hall, but then hesitated. Perhaps it would be wise not to be overly greedy. Having acquired the Xian Sutra, he could genuinely cultivate on his own, and it would be prudent to leave this peculiar place. Turning, he dashed out of the valley's mouth, finding no one nearby. Unnoticed, he stealthily returned to the welcome Immortal courtyard, slamming the door shut behind him. Standing before a mirror, he examined his back closely. Indeed, the azure dragon mark had vanished. Reflecting on the events within the tomb, he felt a lingering sense of strangeness, as if some force had been observing him all along. It seemed that if every action adhered to a certain protocol, appropriate responses would be granted. However, he could not comprehend why the Xianyin Sutra, capable of lifting the cursed mark, was not allowed to be disseminated and celebrated, instead being hidden away in a tomb. Such logic eluded him. I should transcribe the Xianyin Sutra, he decided. Spreading out a sheet of paper, preparing ink, he picked up the brush to write. The stone tablet bore a script resembling tadpole characters, yet he intended to write for his own understanding, opting for the conventional handwriting of his era. To his surprise, the moment the brush tip touched the paper, he felt as if his wrist were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, resulting in a large blot of ink. It seemed as though a colossal force from above was restraining him, making it difficult to approach the paper. After tremendous effort, he finally managed to inscribe the first character. But the paper spontaneously combusted without flame, leaving no smoke in its wake, instantly turning to ash. Reluctantly, he set down the brush and began to silently chant, only to realize that what emerged was a cacophony of noise, akin to the sound of sawing wood, painfully grating to the ears. Understanding dawned upon him. One must comprehend the truths within oneself, refraining from inscribing them or imparting them to others. In ancient times, disciples of the Yushu sect sought to master the profound teachings of the Yin Jin Jing through a particular stone tablet. However, this tablet was appropriated by Hongzhou for use as a mechanism, rendering it inaccessible to future disciples. Yet, how might one activate the mechanism without the ability to recite the Yin Jin Jing? It is likely that Hongzhou left a path of retreat, perhaps encapsulated within the Master's token, which only the sect leader could decipher. After all, few disciples attain the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with the majority relegated to practicing the external disciplines of the Yushu sect. This elucidation makes sense. Thus, even if Chun Xia desires to rescue Han Lin, he finds himself devoid of means. Regardless of who attempts to enter Jixian Valley, one must rely on their own capabilities to locate the ancestral tomb. Yet, the external mechanism has been shattered beyond recognition, and within the tomb, the original stone tablet of the Yin Jin Jing, even if intact, bears no words. Sacrificing oneself appears to be the only avenue forward. Throughout millennia, the 48 predecessors who should have transcended to the Golden Core stage met with untimely demise. Their fates truly lamentable. Some among them likely grasped the entirety of cause and effect, yet still resolutely endeavored to break through, their spirit commendable. Within the tomb, Su Jingran left words for his junior brother, revealing a deep emotional bond, yet they were ultimately powerless. That junior brother later failed in his breakthrough, perishing in the process, a testament to the helplessness he must have felt in his final moments. Had Chun Xia not possessed that unique ability bestowed upon him by his journey through time, he too would have been ensnared within Jixian Valley. Upon acquiring the Yin Jin Jing, Chun Xia's heart finally found tranquility, allowing him to modestly devote himself to rigorous cultivation within the Yingxian courtyard. Whenever the opportunity to access the spiritual vein arose, he would immerse himself in its energies, which undeniably enhanced his cultivation pace. Time slipped by swiftly. Acquaintances from the Yushu sect had become infrequent visitors, and it was rumored that the Yao siblings were commanded by the sect leader to engage in seclusion for cultivation, rendering them unseen for quite some time. As for Lu Hui, he remained as elusive as ever, yet it seemed his diligence and practice paled in comparison to that of Chun Xia at present. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Chun Xia finally ascended to the 5th layer of qi training, devoid of any sense of elation. He had anticipated that obtaining the Yin Jin Jing would facilitate a smooth journey along the path of cultivation, yet he sacrificed the joys of a leisurely life, joining the ranks of rigorous practitioners, only to reap minimal rewards. Such a reality is indeed disheartening. It is worth noting that the previous Jade Essence had propelled him 2 layers higher, with residual spiritual energy remaining. If he were to truly commence from the 4th layer of qi training, 2 years would undoubtedly prove insufficient. After enduring countless trials and tribulations in his past life to cultivate a dantian far superior to his contemporaries, he now grappled with the arduous nature of cultivation, a situation that Chen Xia found difficult to accept. The experiences of these 2 years spent mastering the Xian Yin Jinjing only served to further affirm the arduousness of the path of rigorous cultivation for him. His mind constantly reminisced about the delectable blood elixir, the millennium-old mountain ginseng, the jade essence, and half a huafeng pill. The path most suited for his cultivation lies in the pursuit of spiritual herbs and the refinement of elixirs. However, despite the vastness of the world, spiritual herbs remain a rare commodity. In the southern heavens, the 6 kingdoms are regions where spiritual energy is scarce. The state of Chu has a mere 10 or so sects, with only 4 that surpass the strength of the Yushu sect, all of which are limited to the golden core level at best. After much contemplation, he realized that only the Zhixian Valley remained, a place seldom entered by anyone over the millennia, suggesting it might still harbor untapped treasures. With the seal on him finally lifted, and according to the conventional rules of curses, one cannot fall victim to the same curse twice. Thus, one day, he ventured once more into Zhixian Valley. As anticipated, he encountered no disturbances, mirroring his initial experience. He searched throughout the day, yet found nothing of value. As the time approached 12 hours, he strategically retreated to a spot not far from the valley's entrance to wait quietly. After 3 hours of peaceful waiting, he confirmed that more than a day had passed without any thunderous strikes, easing his mind. He then re-entered Zhixian Valley to conduct a thorough search. This time, he lingered for a full 3 days, meticulously scouring every inch of land, but aside from some weeds, he discovered nothing. However, he did stumble upon the remains of 4 apprentice disciples who had entered 2 years prior. Despite the passage of time, their corpses appeared eerily lifelike. Chen Xia, filled with compassion, could not bear the thought of their bodies lying exposed in the wilderness and chose to bury them on the spot. After continuing his search, he returned to the 4 symbols mechanism at the ancestral tomb, noticing the sculptures scattered once again on the ground. A thought struck him. Was it still possible to enter the ancestral tomb? Did it contain the remains of the venerable Hongqiu? Chapter 53. The Remnant of a Single Obsession. Curiosity is the devil. Chen Xiao once again utilized his magic to reattach the sculpture, no longer needing to locate specific points. He had reached the 5th layer of qi cultivation, and the duration of his spell's effect was just sufficient. The familiar portal materialized once more, and without a second thought, Chen Xiao leaped into it. He found himself once again before the tomb, glancing around. Everything appeared unchanged. He approached the gravestone, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times, sincerely paying his respects to Hongqiu. Your junior, Chen Xia, dares to disturb you once more, for I find myself confronted with an insurmountable challenge. I possess an expansive dantian, yet in this era, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. 2 years ago, I obtained the Xian Yin true scripture at this location, yet my progress has merely matched that of my peers. After bowing, the tomb remained eerily silent. Chen Xia sensed that Hongqiu's consciousness had not dissipated and was observing him. He had perused the records of past immortals. Hongqiu had transcended approximately 5,400 years ago, achieving the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, mere steps away from the nascent soul realm. Logically, one at the Golden Core stage could not endure for so long, let alone reach the divine transformation stage, yet the sensation of being watched lingered persistently. As cultivators ascend in rank, they develop instincts, one of which is the awareness of being secretly observed. Having been blind for decades in his previous life, he had cultivated such instincts, and compounded with his current existence, his sensitivity surpassed that of his peers. After kneeling for a considerable duration without response, he resolved to sit before the tomb and circulate the Xian Yin true scripture. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed from the top of the tomb, and another opening appeared. Are you inviting me to leave again? Chen Xia inquired, though no one responded. Since my senior does not wish to see me, I shall comply. Rising, he leaped gracefully, drifting along the currents, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Upon landing, he found himself back at the entrance of Zhixian Valley. With a sigh of resignation, he turned to walk toward the valley's mouth. After a few steps, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding scenery was slightly different from when he had entered. Turning back, he dashed toward a patch of grass ahead. This was the site where a junior disciple had been buried yesterday. However, upon nearing it, He was taken aback to find no signs of excavation on the ground. He picked up a shovel and probed the earth, which was hard and unyielding. There was no corpse. Puzzled, he pondered for a moment and suddenly considered a possibility, hastening to the next burial site. As expected, there was no body beneath the surface. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "I understand now. I have not returned to Jixian Valley. Rather, I am in another illusion, overlapping with Jixian Valley." He hurriedly followed the mountain path towards the grand hall. The hall was devoid of life, yet an overwhelming sensation of being watched persisted. As he ran toward the direction of the four symbols array, he was astonished to see a stone door standing at the entrance of the ethereal shadow. Approaching, he pushed it open, feeling the solidity of the door as it creaked open to reveal a descending staircase. This was certainly not how it had appeared before. Chen Xia suppressed the tumult of emotions within and stepped confidently through the stone door, descending the staircase for several dozen steps. He was suddenly met by a dazzling white light that nearly blinded him. As the brilliance dissipated, Chen Xia found himself in a picturesque clearing by the water, adorned with blooming flowers. In the distance stood a magnificent mausoleum, resplendent in gold and jade. By the water's edge, a pavilion caught his eye, where an elderly man sat, leisurely admiring the scenery. Chen Xia hurried forward and knelt, bowing his head in reverence. "I am Chen Xia, paying my respects to the esteemed former sect master." This was the most formal gesture of respect a disciple could offer. "Rise," the elder commanded, turning to face Chen Xia with an imposing gaze. His eyes, though somewhat indifferent, bore no malice. He neither confirmed nor denied his identity as Hong Chou, yet by accepting Chen Xia's homage, he tacitly acknowledged it. Chen Xia rose and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are you a soul body or your true self?" Hong Chou averted his gaze, offering no response, but instead asked softly, "Do you know how to play chess?" "Chess? I know a little," Chen Xia replied. "Join me for a few games. I find it exceedingly dull." Suddenly, a chessboard manifested in the pavilion, and Chen Xia took his seat opposite Hong Chou, adhering to the proper protocols. "My skills are rather rusty. I do not dare to challenge you," he admitted. Before his time travel, he had attended a Go training course and even obtained a certificate for an amateur level. Such proficiency would barely suffice for county-level competitions, especially against a solitary entity that had existed for thousands of years. He merely hoped to avoid a dismal defeat. Following the customary moves, he picked up a black stone, bowed respectfully, and placed his first stone at the star point on Hong Chou's left. Observing Chen Xia's proper etiquette, Hong Chou's once dull eyes sparkled with a hint of interest as he grasped a white stone and began to play with earnest intent. As anticipated, Chen Xia soon lost a significant piece, conceding defeat. In the second game, Hong Chou, deeming Chen Xia's skills inadequate, allowed him 2 stones. Yet the outcome was still a resounding loss, prompting him to surrender within 100 moves. In the third match, with a 5-stone advantage, Chen Xia managed to endure for over 200 moves, ultimately losing by just 3 stones. Winning all 3 games, Hong Chou's prowess was akin to a giant effortlessly trampling a playground of children. Having played 3 rounds, Chen Xia maintained a facade of utmost respect, diligently gathering the pieces. Invigorated and ready for a 4th game, unexpectedly, Hong Chou waved his hand, causing the chessboard and pieces to vanish. A mere display of trivial skills, exceedingly mundane, no more, he declared. Chen Xia felt a flush of embarrassment and murmured, "My skills are rudimentary. I cannot provide you with the pleasure you seek." His gaze drifted to the nearby woods, where another pavilion appeared to house a zither, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely he would not be asked to play that as well? Hong Chou rose from the pavilion and walked to the water's edge. Standing in solitude, his expression one of profound melancholy, Chen Xia cautiously followed. "You should have arrived here 2 years ago. What a pity you were so foolish," Hong Chou remarked, his tone laced with frustration. Chen Xia hastily defended himself. "You directly sent me to the entrance of Jixian Valley. The scenery was so difficult to discern that I had no way of knowing I was in an illusion. I thought you were urging me to leave promptly." "Jixian Valley?" Hong Chou turned to him in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of anger at the mere mention of the name. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over his features as he choked out, "What a fitting name. Alas, it all stems from me." Chen Xia wished to offer solace, but Hong Chou swiftly restrained his expression and waved his hand dismissively. "Do not utter a word. I do not require your defense." Left with no choice, Chun Xia fell silent, standing at the water's edge, uncertain of how to engage in conversation. After a moment, Hong Cho coldly remarked, "I am neither a corporeal being nor a spiritual entity. I exist merely as a lingering obsession. As long as this obsession persists, I yearn to witness the moment when the curse I instigated ceases to bind." Chun Xia replied, "Now, only one sacrifice remains. With that, the Yusu sect can return to its origins." "It cannot return to its origins," Hong Cho lamented. "The Xianyin scripture has been irrevocably destroyed, and the Yusu sect cannot be revived. Why can we not transcribe the Xianyin scripture for future generations?" Chun Xia voiced his lingering doubts. "Because the Xianyin scripture is inscribed upon stone, a testament to the initial ancestors' communion with the celestial sound, engraved by the way of heaven. Each generation of disciples must sit around the stone to perceive the characters inscribed and grasp the profound truths." "Then it is indeed perplexing," Chun Xia countered. "How could those disciples seeking refuge, without the Xianyin scripture, activate the mechanisms here?" Hong Cho fixed his gaze upon him and stated, "I did not instruct you to recite the entire Xianyin scripture. Within the Master's hidden chamber, I, utilizing the complete essence of the golden elixir, managed to retain 2 fragmented verses as incantations to activate the mechanisms. It is my power that has erased the mark upon your back, not the Xianyin scripture." Chapter 54. The Sacrifices and Legacy of Our Predecessors. Chun Xia finally unraveled the intricate narrative surrounding the events. Before and after Hong Cho ascended to the position of sect leader, the Yusu sect had already begun to fracture, with numerous disciples departing. The curse unleashed by the formidable demon clan was the most potent, involving a self-sacrifice to curse others. This curse was inextricable, destined to endure through the ages, regardless of the passage of time. In that era, though foundational cultivation was commonplace, those who could transcend to the golden core stage were exceedingly rare, with barely a few emerging in a century. To gather the requisite number meant that the Yusu sect would be devoid of golden core cultivators for at least 2 millennia, leading to a fate worse than extinction. Desperate, Hong Cho discovered a method to counter this curse, a spell of great complexity that eluded simple explanation. Essentially, it required the original stone of the sect's revered scripture, the Xianyin Jing, as a medium to transfer the curse onto another individual. Aware of his own impossibility of advancing to the nascent soul stage, Hong Cho resolved to undergo premature ascension, binding his own remains to the Xianyin Jing, thereby bearing the curse of the demon clan himself. Such a monumental sacrifice could not be squandered on the inept. Thus, he devised an elaborate system. Whenever an individual deciphered all the mechanisms, Hong Cho's spirit would lift the curse from that person, albeit at the cost of erasing a fragment of his own soul and fading the inscriptions of the Xianyin Jing stone. Despite this, he could only alleviate the curse for fewer than 20 individuals, aiding them in their ascension to the golden core. Consequently, a golden core cultivator would emerge every few centuries, a meager continuance of the Yusu sect's legacy. However, once the stone of the Xianyin Jing was destroyed, the birth of any further golden core masters became impossible, leading to a visibly rapid decline of the sect. Hong Cho's spirit, his consciousness a mere remnant, should have been obliterated long ago. Yet, due to the necessity of having someone to bear the curse, a sliver of his obsession inexplicably persisted. He had set this mechanism in place to assist the most astute descendants in breaking the curse. In his vision, few would be capable of correctly unlocking the mechanisms and preserving the stone of the Xianyin Jing. Unexpectedly, before he could gather the required number, the stone was destroyed, sealing the fate of the Xianyin Jing from the world. Assuming the mechanism was irreparably broken, Hong Cho believed no one would ever discover this place again, only to be astonished that you managed to decipher it. Even more perplexing was the fact that you were merely a qi refinement practitioner. I initially intended to disregard you, yet I observed the remarkable perfection of your dantian. Chun Xia hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Hong Cho regarded Chun Xia with a cold stare, his tone icy as he demanded, do not attempt to divert the conversation. Answer me, where did you acquire the inheritance of the Xianyin Jing? Chun Xia realized that his every action was under Hong Cho's scrutiny. He vividly recalled his time in the tomb, meticulously sketching each broken stone, inscribing them with the tadpole script, and piecing them together. It was evident to any astute observer that prior to that moment, Chen Xia had no knowledge of the Xian Yin Jinjing. Ignoring this glaring flaw, he felt a sense of foreboding, grappling with a mental block that rendered him speechless. His gaze cast downward in contemplation. If you refuse to speak, you shall remain here with me for all eternity. Chen Xia forced a smile and jested. Practicing here is not too bad. You are merely at the initial stage of qi cultivation. If I do not permit you to leave, you truly cannot escape. Hong Chou was not aggressive, yet the firmness in his words made Chen Xia hesitant to take risks. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he blurted out, "It was that pile of rubble that revealed the true scripture of Xian Yin to me." Hong Chou abruptly turned around, gazing at Chen Xia with astonishment, his brows twitching. "Oh no, have I lied too boldly? Is he going to kill me?" Chen Xia instinctively took a few steps back. To his surprise, Hong Chou exclaimed excitedly, "Could it be that you are the legendary transmitter of the Xian Yin true scripture? The Xian Yin true scripture has always been passed from stone to person, never written or recited to those uninitiated. However, the ancestors foretold that one day, a transmitter would arise, capable of imparting the teachings orally, thus eliminating the need for inscriptions." Chen Xia did not fully comprehend, yet he was deeply shaken. Hong Chou circled around him, the chilling demeanor on his face dissipating, akin to a grandfather gazing adoringly at his chubby grandson. Chen Xia felt quite embarrassed, thinking to himself, "I have tried both writing and reciting, but neither worked. The inscriptions only reformed after the scripture had completely eroded, yet you can see the characters and even restore them." Chen Xia dared not voice his thoughts. After reciting the scripture, the damaged stone had rejoined itself, and it was not Hong Chou who had performed this feat. "I suspected you were extraordinary, which is why I opened the tomb to let you in, wishing to converse, yet you ended up leaving." Chen Xia then realized how things had transpired 2 years prior, and he could not help but smile bitterly. "Your mechanisms are too difficult to decipher. I simply did not understand." It is never too late to understand today." Hong Chou laughed. "In that case, I am relieved. However, your cultivation is currently too low. You likely lack the ability to write. You must diligently cultivate to ensure your safety and to carry on the lineage of the Yusu sect." Seeing that he had navigated this situation, Chen Xia did not wish to argue and seized the opportunity to say, "I currently find it quite challenging to cultivate. Who knows when I might reach the Golden Core realm?" Hong Chou's expression darkened. "You have a point. With such a vast Dantian, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate in this spirit-deficient southern sky realm. Even with the Xian Yin true scripture, it is of little use." "So how do you cultivate then?" Chen Xia inquired. "We must journey outside. The Yusu sect is limited. Once you reach the later stages of foundation building, you cannot progress here. Our custom is to venture into broader realms for cultivation and return after a certain period." Chen Xia hurriedly asked, "How do you cultivate outside? Do you join other sects?" "What are you thinking? If you have a sect, joining another would be deceitful." Hong Chou chuckled at his naivety. "We wander the world, seeking various opportunities. Do you understand?" "What kinds of opportunities?" Chen Xia asked earnestly. "How foolish. It involves competing for treasures of the world, snatching others' medicinal pills and spirit herbs." Hong Chou regarded him as one might a simpleton, finding it necessary to articulate such matters so plainly. "Oh." Chen Xia lifted his innocent face. "Searching for spirit herbs, exploring forbidden zones, and even venturing into extreme realms." Hong Chou patiently explained, somewhat incredulous that these matters required elucidation. He was unaware that Chen Xia was genuinely perplexed by these concepts. Having traversed to the present and lying dormant for over 40 years, a span exceeding a century in total, he had ventured nowhere beyond the borders of the Chu kingdom. He was even oblivious to the whereabouts of other sects within Chu. His 2 attempts at joining the Yushu sect had rendered him a mere peripheral figure, subjected to considerable discrimination, with few friends and a fundamental lack of understanding of this world. After listening to the words of the esteemed elder, Chen Xia grasped that upon reaching the latter stages of foundation establishment, he would possess a modicum of self-preservation ability, thus allowing him to venture into the wilds beyond. It became evident that the role of the sect was solely to safeguard lower-tier disciples, providing no lifelong guarantees. "Senior, 2 years ago, I acquired the Xian Yin true scripture. Yet my progress has only amounted to a half-level increase. Such a sluggish pace of cultivation renders even the finest Dantian futile. Could you not guide me towards a more promising path?" Hong Cho cast a sidelong glance at Chun Xia's dantian, fell silent for a moment, and resolutely declared, "When I transcended, I utilized a massive piece of jade essence to sustain the mechanisms, consuming millennia in the process, and now only a fragment remains. This formation has lost its significance. That small piece of jade essence can be bestowed upon you." Chun Xia was overjoyed and hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Hong." Chapter 55. The reacquisition of chalcedony. Hong Cho stood tall, gracefully accepting Chun Xia's bow. He then spoke, "You ought to be grateful to me. Once you take the chalcedony, my lingering sentiment shall cease to exist. I hope you can pledge to elevate the Yushu sect to great heights." Chun Xia exclaimed, "As a disciple of the Yushu sect, it is only natural for me to strive for its advancement. However, you cannot be without the chalcedony." Hong Cho regarded the matter with indifference. "If one were concerned with life and death, I would not have chosen to transcend early. Now, having glimpsed the hope of our sect, with only a single curse remaining, what have I to lament? To relinquish all and find tranquility here is my destined path." Chun Xia, unable to bear the thought of such a magnanimous elder master fading into oblivion, resolutely refused to take the chalcedony. "Even with the chalcedony, I cannot attain rebirth. It merely sustains this fleeting sentiment, which will inevitably return to silence, rendering it meaningless." Hong Cho's demeanor remained tranquil. "Is there not a better solution, dear elder? I truly cannot bear this." After a moment's contemplation, Hong Cho smiled. "This lingering sentiment can indeed persist for a few more years in another form, by becoming one with a higher-grade magical artifact." Chun Xia quickly produced an eightfold pouch. Hong Cho glanced within, dismissing the contents as mere trifles, save for a fifth-tier sword which was somewhat acceptable. "Is this all you possess?" Hong Cho scoffed. "These are our circumstances," Chun Xia replied. Though unsatisfied, Hong Cho had little choice. He pointed to the sword, saying, "If I were to inhabit this sword, its power would be significantly enhanced, yet as it is only fifth tier, the increase would be limited. That is of no consequence. As long as it allows your essence to endure, I am content," Chun Xia responded joyfully. "Since this sword will be your future dwelling, why not bestow upon it a name?" Hong Cho pondered for a moment before stating, "In the scorching summer, when all detest the incessant chirping of cicadas, I, having been interred here for millennia, find myself yearning for it. Henceforth, let this sword be named Mingchan." Chun Xia rejoiced, for the sword now bore a name. "Having been buried here for millennia, my spirit shall dissipate, creating an intricate web of fate with this place. Once I inhabit the sword, you may exploit this connection to return to Zhexian Valley within 100 miles at will, proving invaluable during times of peril. The specific incantations are detailed in the tome within the sarcophagus." Chun Xia inquired further, "If your sentiment can reside within the sword, can rebirth be achieved?" "Rebirth? It is a formidable challenge. It requires numerous fortuitous circumstances, and I am uncertain of the precise method," Hong Cho elucidated. He explained that merging with the sword would bind him, akin to a sword spirit, yet distinct from the sword's original spirit. He would be able to sense external stimuli, but could not communicate directly with Chun Xia. The sword, being the sovereign of all weapons, facilitates the most seamless communion with humanity. As long as the sword remains unscathed, he could endure for many years under its protection. Should a profound opportunity arise, he might forge a soul from the essence of the sword spirit, granting him a chance at rebirth. Concerning the remaking of the soul, it could take anywhere from several hundred years to several millennia. Who knows if you will still be around by then? If you are not, please find a worthy successor for me. Ba ba ba. The good is effective, while the bad is not. Merely a few millennia, and yet here I am." Chun Xia scoffed inwardly. Hong Cho had experienced life and death. Moreover, he had long since come to terms with the concept of mortality, speaking without regard for superstitions, seemingly oblivious to the discourtesy of such remarks. The two conversed by the water's edge for an extensive period, with Hong Cho having numerous matters to entrust and Chun Xia seeking guidance on various cultivation issues. Eventually, they mutually sensed that there was nothing further to discuss. Hong Cho gazed deeply at him and sighed. "It is time for us to depart." With a wave of his hand, Chun Xia felt as though he were swept away by the wind. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in a smaller tomb. Above him was the very crack from the ceiling of the grand mausoleum. This was not an illusion, but the realm of reality. Before him lay a stone coffin. surrounded by layers upon layers of red strings and countless spiritual talismans, within which rested the true form of Hong Cho. He bowed 3 times, one hand gripping a sword while the other pushed open the stone coffin. In an instant, the talismans outside the coffin disintegrated into dust, and the red strings snapped, turning to ashes. Before him was the elderly figure of Hong Cho, eyes gently closed, the very same elder he had conversed with in the illusion, now lying peacefully within the coffin, as if time had frozen at the moment of his enlightenment. Above Hong Cho's visage, a single droplet of round, white liquid hovered in midair. This was the jade essence. It was larger than the jade essence he had unexpectedly acquired in Tianjiang City. To think this droplet had endured for millennia, still retaining such a significant amount, attesting to its grand origins, a true treasure. The Jade Void sect had successfully concealed this information, evading the covetous eyes of outsiders. As the coffin lid opened, Chun Xia felt an urgent need to act, hastily absorbing the jade essence into his mouth. It swiftly descended into his abdomen, settling firmly above his dantian. The jade essence, a condensation of spiritual energy, was highly unstable and would dissipate upon exposure to light. However, this particular droplet was controlled by a unique spell, having stabilized over thousands of years, allowing for a more flexible time frame for absorption and refinement. Unlike the previous occasion where immediate consumption was necessary, just as he consumed the essence, it felt as though someone were frantically winding the hands of a clock. Hong Cho's remains rapidly darkened, cracked, and crumbled into dust. A faint light emanated from the powder, striking against the 5th-grade sword, which vibrated momentarily before returning to tranquility. Subsequently, the dust vanished swiftly, returning to its rightful place in the river of time. Hong Zhongmen, Chun Xia softly called out to the sword, gently caressing its surface. Yet it responded with silence. The slender blade separated 2 realms. To a foundational practitioner, this sword was indeed a rare treasure. Yet to be used as a mere vessel for Hong Cho's lingering spirit seemed rather forlorn. Chun Xia felt a pang of sadness, realizing that he could no longer communicate directly with Hong Cho. The old man possessed a wealth of cultivation knowledge. What a joy it would be to have him as a grandfather. Hong Cho, having erred in the past, brought immense calamity upon the sect. Yet he bore the burden of responsibility, establishing this mechanism to preserve the bloodline of the Jade Void sect, an act of remarkable wisdom and courage. Had he not sacrificed himself to endure the curse of a great demon, the sect would have long since disbanded. Until this day, he had facilitated Chun Xia's growth, as if guided by fate itself. Within the stone sarcophagus lay a tome, titled 300 Years of Experiences and Observations, penned by Hong Cho prior to his demise. This book contained spells, cultivation secrets, and an eclectic assortment of bizarre encounters, a veritable M-Lang of knowledge. He lifted the book and placed it into the 8-fold pouch, intending to peruse it more thoroughly at a later time. Suddenly, the stone coffin trembled violently and shattered, giving birth to a portal of emptiness amidst the debris, which ensnared him within. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back at the entrance of Zhixian Valley. This time, it was indeed real. The distant land bore traces of recent disturbance. Even if it were an illusion, there was no necessity to return. He turned and exited the valley, making his way back to the Yingzhan courtyard. Following Hong Cho's guidance, he learned that the absorption of spiritual materials like jade marrow should not be rushed. Patience surpasses haste. Each day, Chun Xia gradually dissipated a small portion, dedicating 2 full months to completely refine the jade marrow, thus elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of qi training. He reflected on how such a modest amount of jade marrow residue enabled him to surmount the significant chasm between the intermediate and advanced stages of qi training, facilitating consecutive breakthroughs. Had he possessed the entire jade marrow back in the day, he could hardly fathom the heights he might have reached in foundation establishment. Master Hong was indeed correct. The southern realms were fraught with thin spiritual energy and the arduous growth of spiritual herbs, rendering it a barren land where all disciples of the Immortal sect endured great hardship. One must depart from this place and traverse foreign lands to seize the opportunity for swifter cultivation. During the breakthrough of his realm, a disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy occurred, yet none were aware that Chun Xia had quietly ascended. It was not his intention to conceal it, but rather that no one took notice. The Yingzhan courtyard was typically a desolate place, devoid of visitors. Once the jade marrow had entirely transformed into true energy, the elevation of his level necessitated the independent refinement of true energy through the Xian Yin Jin Jing, which induced an excruciatingly slow sensation akin to that of a snail. Chapter 56. Lu Hui is pursued by Han Lin during the days of refining the jade marrow. Lu Hui often found solace in the books left to him by Hong Chou. Among them was a spell known as Do Not Forget Me, which utilized the connection between one's obsessions and the burial ground to forge a talisman into a teleportation artifact. After months of arduous effort, he finally succeeded. One night, with a gentle caress of his sword and a whispered incantation, his body was instantaneously transported to the Valley of Discarded Immortals. This spell proved somewhat useful for escape, yet its high-level nature rendered it inaccessible to those below the Golden Core realm. Having ventured in and out of the Valley of Discarded Immortals several times, he meticulously scoured every inch of the land, nearly turning it inside out in search, yet found nothing. It became evident that this place was truly desolate, a beggar's grain jar. Following this realization, Chunxia increasingly felt the tedium of his time at the Yushu sect and resolved that when Lu Hui was in charge, he would request leave from the Grand Hall and spend a few years wandering outside. Before he could reach the Grand Hall, a sudden, thunderous crack of air erupted, and upon closer inspection, he discovered Lu Hui and Han Lin engaged in fierce combat. Both were flying on their swords, battling amidst the heavens. The disciples were thrown into a frenzy, gazing up in astonishment. Why was this happening? Chen Xia was profoundly shocked to see several elders hastily emerge from their respective sanctuaries, urgently calling out, "Sect leader, Elder Lu, let us discuss this peacefully. Do not resort to violence." Ignoring their pleas, Han Lin ruthlessly attacked Lu Hui. With only the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment middle stage, Lu Hui stood no chance against Han Lin. He desperately evaded in the air, but soon blood began to stain his garments. Attempting to flee towards the mountain gate, he was intercepted by Han Lin and forced to retreat to the rear mountain. Chen Xia contemplated intervening to save Lu Hui, but the disparity in strength was too great. Even the elders dared not act recklessly, and his efforts would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. With the elders now involved, surely the situation could be quelled. He decided to wait. Han Lin soared above the crowd, his expression fierce, as if fueled by a vendetta, intent on bringing about Lu Hui's demise. What could have incited such enmity? In Chun Xia's recollection, Lu Hui was a fervent practitioner, one who refrained from meddling in sect affairs whenever possible, an exceedingly reticent individual. What conflict could have possibly arisen with Han Lin? "Sect leader, Elder Lu, what has transpired? Can we not descend and discuss this matter amicably?" Yu Weiming urgently inquired. Closely following Han Lin, he attempted to toss a talisman between them in a bid to halt the skirmish, but Han Lin showed no mercy. Cleaving the artifact in two and bellowing, "Are you seeking to impede my breakthrough to the Golden Core?" alongside him? His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the Yushu sect. Is the sect leader planning to break through to a new realm? This was monumental news. The last time someone attempted to reach such a level within the sect was decades ago, with sect leader Huang Lanqin. After Huang's failure, everyone had been eagerly anticipating Han Lin's attempt to breach the Golden Core. What reason could there be to obstruct him? Yu Weiming asked. Is it possible that Elder Lu is concerned that the sect leader is not adequately prepared and hopes you will delay, leading to your misunderstanding? The crowd turned their gaze towards Lu Hui, who appeared pallid, nearly on the brink of death at the hands of Han Lin. In that moment, he resolved to speak out boldly, declaring that Han Lin had turned Yao Shuifei into a puppet, intending to send her to Zhixian Valley to meet her demise. His words were succinct and resounded with authority. However, the members of the Yushu sect, from the elders to the disciples, were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his statement. Chen Xia, though equally perplexed, felt a surge of dread within. Realizing that the absence of Yao Shuifei and her brother for these past 2 years could only signify that they had fallen victim to Han Lin's treachery. "Clarify yourself. What is happening?" Yu Weiming bellowed. Han Lin abruptly turned, his icy gaze sending a shiver down Yu Weiming's spine, compelling him to retreat in fear. "How dare you speak so recklessly? You shall pay for this." Han Lin raised his treasured sword and struck fiercely. Regardless of the fact that they stood within the precincts of the Yushu sect, with numerous disciples present, the force of his blow was immense. It struck a nearby edifice several miles away, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Lu Hui swiftly evaded, though not directly hit by the sword's energy. The residual force knocked him down. Realizing escape was futile, he steeled his resolve and dashed towards Zhixin Valley. You think you can flee? Not today, you shall die. Han Lin unleashed 3 successive strikes. Lu Hui dodged the first 2, but the third found its mark, sending him tumbling at the valley's entrance. He struggled on the ground, rolling several times before scrambling inside, quickly disappearing from sight. Han Lin pursued relentlessly to the mouth of the valley, suspended in midair like a celestial being. His gaze was cold and calculating as he peered into the valley, his grip on the sword tight, resembling a hunter fixated on a trap. Consumed by desire for his prey, he stood for a full half-hour, until several of his direct disciples approached him, suggesting, Lu Hui has entered Zhixin Valley. His path to immortality is shattered. Master, perhaps it would be wise for us to guard the perimeter while you take a moment to rest. Han Lin roared in response. What do you know? Return to your posts. Your presence is unnecessary here. The disciples bowed and retreated hastily back to Yunfeng. Chen Xia discerned Han Lin's intentions. He intended to wait for 12 hours until Lu Hui's curse took effect, leading to his demise by heavenly lightning. He trusted no one else. He had to witness this event with his own eyes. This meant that for 12 hours, Lu Hui was safe, and Han Lin would be preoccupied with other matters, providing him an opportunity to unravel the truth. Yue Ming hurried to the main hall to seek answers. A disciple whispered that today was Lu Hui's turn to oversee sect affairs, and Han Lin had barged into the hall, immediately questioning, Did you secretly visit Yunfeng? After assuming the position of sect leader, Han Lin had relocated to Yunfeng and issued an edict that no disciple, unless summoned, could step foot there, not even the elders. Such orders were deemed unreasonable. While ordinary disciples might endure it, even the elders were treated as outsiders, a blatant affront to their dignity. Yet, they complied. For one must adapt to the whims of power. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's expression changed drastically. Without uttering a word, he bolted outside. What followed was a spectacle witnessed by all. The two clashed in the skies, the disparity in their strength evident, and within a few exchanges, Lu Hui fled to Zhixin Valley. Is the sect leader turning Yao Shuefei into a puppet? Yu Weiming inquired in a hushed tone. The disciples in the grand hall shuddered at the question. Are you asking me? Those few disciples likely did not even comprehend the concept of a puppet. Upon relaying the situation to the elder who had just arrived, a look of horror spread across everyone's faces. The eldest among them, Lin Guokai, gently shook his head and murmured, Sect leader Han is not the same as sect leader Huang of yore. He is quite unapproachable. This matter may indeed be true. Sect leader Han is capable of such actions. Hush. The other elders collectively urged him to refrain from speaking carelessly. Han Lin, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, possessed keen hearing, and though he was situated several miles away at the entrance of Zhixin Valley, one could never be certain that the wind might carry their words. Chen Xia, blending into the crowd, had hoped to glean some information, yet apart from the elders, no one dared to utter a word. Each individual suppressed the corners of their mouths, fearful of revealing any hint of their thoughts. It seemed even the elders were reluctant to step forward to seek justice, too intimidated to visit Yunyun Peak for inquiries, content to remain in the Grand Hall, a sanctuary that offered little utility. Lacking the requisite strength, they were presently unable to rescue Yao Shuefei. However, visiting Lu Hui would be a simple endeavor. With my Mingchan sword, entering and exiting Zhixin Valley would be effortless. He had sustained serious injuries, and I needed to procure some medicinal pills to bring him. Chapter 57. Lu Hui's disciple Chen Xiafei rushed to Mulan Peak, where Lu Hui's direct disciples were in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Within the Yusu sect, the inner disciples are categorized into direct disciples and ordinary disciples. Individuals like Chen Xia, lacking a specific master, fall into the broader classification of the Yusu sect. However, the designation of direct disciple is not immutable. When a master passes, it is customary for disciples to switch allegiances without being deemed traitors. Thus, after Lu Hui fled to Zhixin Valley, the atmosphere among the direct disciples at Mulan Peak shifted subtly. Chen Xia observed that rather than fear, these direct disciples were more concerned about potential repercussions, refraining from expressing any dissatisfaction towards Han Lin, even when privately questioned by other disciples. Chen Xia was aware that the closest person to Lu Hui was Zhong Wenqing. At this critical juncture at Mulan Peak, instead of seeking information, Zhong Wenqin hurried to Lu Hui's residence to stand guard. Elders' abodes are protected by formations, preventing outsiders from entering easily. Only specially trusted direct disciples may come and go freely. Upon arriving at Lu Hui's residence, Qinxia noticed that no one dared to approach. The other disciples kept their distance to avoid suspicion. "Brother Zhong, are you inside?" A cautious elder in his 50s stood at the door, coldly inquiring, "What brings you here?" Seeing the elder's anxious and vigilant expression reassured Qinxia. He deemed this person trustworthy. However, due to their unfamiliarity, Qinxia sought to quickly earn his trust. Opting for a straightforward approach, "Do you wish to assist Elder Lu?" Zhong Wenqin was momentarily taken aback, his tone softening slightly. "How can I assist? He has offended the sect leader, and we cannot match his power." The elder's audacity in speaking so freely, even in the presence of Han Lin's potential eavesdropping, astounded Qinxia. "You witnessed the sect leader's ruthless actions. Elder Lu must have sustained serious injuries," Qinxia remarked. Zhong Wenqin's eyes widened in pain. "What is your purpose here? Are you here to witness a spectacle? You must be aware that Elder Lu has aided you considerably in the past. I am not here to witness any spectacle. If you wish to discuss trivial matters, please seek elsewhere. I truly know nothing." Zhong Wenqin dismissed Qinxia, mistaking him for one of those idle gossiping disciples who thirst for scandal. With a wry smile, Qinxia laid bare his intentions. "Elder Lu urgently requires medical attention. The medicine he carries may not suffice. Could you provide me with some elixirs?" Before Qinxia could finish, Zhong Wenqin retorted angrily, "My master merely has a disagreement with the sect leader. It is not insurmountable. Do you think I would part with my elixirs so easily? How absurd." Qinxia gestured frantically for him to lower his voice. "I will personally deliver the medicine to Jixian Valley." Zhong Wenqin's eyes widened in astonishment. Delivering elixirs to Jixian Valley would certainly aid Lu Hui's recovery, yet it still felt like a deception. Qinxia quickly added, "If not, will you deliver it yourself?" Zhong Wenqin's eyes flared with anger. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Qinxia felt utterly helpless. His unfamiliarity with Mulan Feng and the majority of the Yusu sect made it exceedingly difficult to earn their trust in such a pressing moment. In a moment of inspiration, he produced over 50 spirit stones and placed them at the entrance. "Consider this," he urged. "These spirit stones can procure a considerable quantity of healing elixirs. Please offer a fair price. I shall purchase them to deliver to Elder Lu." Zhong Wenqin stared at him in astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that wealth was the most genuine expression of sincerity. The gleam of the spirit stones reflected in Zhong Wenqin's eyes. "Very well, here is a vial of rejuvenation elixir," he said, tossing a small bottle to Qinxia, who graciously accepted it and expressed his gratitude with a bow before turning to leave. Having descended halfway down the mountainside, a low growl echoed from behind. "Stop right there." Upon glancing back, Qinxia saw Zhong Wenqin's eyes, filled with indignation and a hint of tears. "Come with me," he commanded, before storming back to Lu Hui's residence. Qinxia hurriedly followed, and Zhong Wenqin awaited him outside, seizing Qinxia and thrusting him inside. "Do you truly intend to assist my master?" he queried, breathless. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Qinxia retorted. "Why?" Zhong Wenqin panted. "Elder Lu is a man of integrity. He would never wrong Han Lin. Moreover, I owe him a great debt of gratitude. To remain idle would leave my conscience unsettled." Zhong Wenqin, perplexed, responded, "The sect leader is monitoring the Ascension Valley. How do you plan to enter?" "I have my methods. You need not concern yourself with that," Qinxia asserted firmly. Zhong Wenqin scrutinized Qinxia's eyes, seeking signs of deceit, trickery, or the cunning of a thief, yet he found only honesty and fearlessness. "Do not ask so many questions. If you trust me, lend me some more elixirs, and I shall repay you in due time," Qinxia stated with gravity. Zhong Wenqin inquired, "Do you still dare to enter the Jixian Valley?" Qinxia shrugged, adopting a resigned tone. "What do I have to fear? The infamous patient of Jixian Valley. Who does not know of it? Are you not afraid of death?" Zhong Wenqin pressed. Qinxia explained that he had entered twice before and had gained experience. He would deliver the elixirs and then exit. Whether he could save Elder Lu would depend on fate. Zhong Wenqin exhaled in relief, pausing momentarily before asking again, "You are not deceiving me?" "If I were to lie, I would be struck down by heavenly lightning," Qinxia replied. "Do not utter such words," Zhong Wenqin exclaimed, covering his mouth in alarm. For cultivators, swearing by heavenly lightning held the same weight as a mortal's oath upon their parents. Resolutely, he led Qinxia into Lu Hui's alchemy chamber. At the center of the chamber stood an alchemical furnace, surrounded by magical artifacts and adorned with spiritual talismans, all arranged within a formation. A small door to the side led to a compact room containing several cabinets, which served as storage for elixirs. Most of the cultivation elixirs had been consumed, and the healing potions were seldom used, merely kept in reserve. Now, however, regardless of the type, every elixir was to be gathered. To Qinxia's astonishment, he spotted 3 empty vials tucked away at the back of the cabinet. Those were the very vials he had gifted to Lu Hui in his previous life. Those 3 vials must not be touched, Zhong Wenqin cautioned, noticing Qinxia's unwavering gaze upon them. Do not misunderstand. Those 3 bottles contain no elixirs. They appear to be gifts from a long-lost acquaintance of Master, who mentioned that this place is most suitable for them. Qinxia felt a surge of emotion. Lu Hui is indeed a nostalgic person. Alas, that old friend, who was both lame and blind, and hunched over, will never return, for he has transformed into something beautiful. Give me the talismans as well. They may prove useful if a confrontation arises. Zhong Wenqin understood the implication and solemnly retrieved numerous talismans, placing them in Qinxia's hands. Elder Lu's accusations against the sect leader are gravely serious. Remaining here serves little purpose. It would be wiser to gather some information, Qinxia suggested. With a sigh, Zhong Wenqin replied, Our esteemed leader employs ruthless methods and shows no mercy. The other elders dare not investigate. What can I do? Yet, you are right. No matter how difficult, we must pursue the inquiry. Gritting his teeth, he bitterly exclaimed, Does the Yusu sect have no sense of justice? Qinxia inwardly lamented. Zhong Wenqin's temperament bears a striking resemblance to Lu Hui's, still clinging to the belief in justice. Chapter 58. The conspiracy of Han Lin. Qinxia swiftly returned to the ancient courtyard. He drew the Mingchan's sword, quietly reciting an incantation, clearing his mind, and conjuring any scene from the Zhixian Valley in his thoughts, allowing him to materialize there. As the incantation completed, his form vanished, and in an instant, he reappeared not far from the valley entrance, hastening along the path towards the grand hall, constantly scanning the surroundings. Lu Hui was not difficult to locate, standing before the abandoned grand hall, cultivating to heal his injuries. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps approaching the mountain path, he was taken aback. Han Lin actually dared to pursue him here? He quickly dismissed this thought, surmising that perhaps a hapless disciple, pressured by Han Lin, was rushing over. As long as it wasn't Han Lin himself, he felt no fear of anyone else. A head emerged from the mountain path, and upon seeing it was Qinxia, Lu Hui froze, exclaiming, Qinxia, how is it you? Did Han Lin force you to come in? He soon realized that Qinxia was merely a peripheral figure within the Yushu sect. Having entered the Zhixian Valley twice, he had lost any value for cultivation in the eyes of others. It was evident that he was aware of Lu Hui's care for him, and had been compelled to come relay a message or negotiate. Han Lin was indeed capable of anything, exploiting the innocent without hesitation. Speak. What does Han Lin want from you? Hurry. Qinxia rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Elder Lu, you're not gravely injured, are you? Lu Hui rose. Glancing behind Qinxia, his expression somber. I have sustained severe injuries. If not treated promptly, I fear I may not be able to continue my cultivation. Rest assured, I cannot stop Han Lin. There will be no one from the Yushu sect to uphold justice. Qinxia gasped in alarm. The situation was that dire? There was no time for idle banter. He produced all the medicinal pills he had brought. I have brought healing elixirs for you, all crafted by your own hands. Whether they can mend today's injuries depends on whether you have slacked off in your practice. Lu Hui looked at the elixirs in disbelief. They were indeed his own vials. Did you take these from my room? Zhong Wenqin gave them to me. Lu Hui felt a swell of gratitude as he gathered the elixirs, saying sadly, Thank you for bringing these to me. Unfortunately, I can only stay here for 12 hours. Tomorrow I shall face the lightning. Qinxia grasped his arm firmly. There is no time for idle chatter. I will take you to a safe place where you can rest. I have a plan to deal with Han Lin. Lu Hui initially intended to shake off his hand, but found himself unable to resist following as they hurried to a ruin. Witnessing Qinxia magically fuse the broken stones on the ground into place, after repeating this 4 times, a portal appeared in the center. "Come with me." Chun Xia leaped into the portal, vanishing from sight. Lu Hui hesitated for only a moment before following suit. They arrived within a tomb, and Lu Hui gazed in shock at the massive grave and towering stone tablet. As he read the inscriptions, it felt as though his soul had been struck. His worldview shattered. Chun Xia urged him to focus on more pressing matters. "Forget about these things for now. Take the elixirs and suppress your injuries." After he adjusted his breathing for 2 hours, suppressing his internal injuries that would not affect his foundational cultivation, he began to recount the experiences of Hongqiu, the curse of the Yusu sect, and the function of the royal tombs, sharing only what was appropriate. The curse required a sacrificial offering of 7 times 7. To date, 48 perfected foundation builders had perished, leaving only one who failed to break through to the golden core stage. Once this final individual succumbed, all disciples of the Yusu sect would be liberated from the curse, freeing them from the burden of striving for the golden core henceforth. Lu Hui's eyes were filled with confusion as he listened to Chun Xia's narrative and glimpsed the message left by Su Jingran, the former sect leader, on the wall. A profound sense of helplessness and sorrow that was difficult to comprehend. "How do you know these matters so intimately?" he inquired. Chun Xia replied mysteriously, "After entering here, I encountered the senior Hongqiu, who was left with but a remnant of his consciousness. He conveyed all the causal connections to me before finally fading away. This is the resting place of Senior Hong. Now that his spirit has been extinguished, he can no longer offer protection to anyone who finds this place." Lu Hui remained astonished and expressed his admiration. "You possess an exceptionally powerful dantian and wisdom that far surpasses ours. Coupled with such extraordinary experiences, it is truly remarkable." Chun Xia then asked about the conflict with Han Lin, seeking to uncover the secret that led to the pursuit. Lu Hui, usually composed, suddenly bristled with anger. "I joined the Yusu sect nearly 70 years ago. At that time, Han Lin was already an elder and had committed many irregularities. But that story is too lengthy. Perhaps I will share it another time." Chun Xia endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. "Brother, that tale is precisely what I yearn to hear. However, it is prudent to focus on the most pressing matters at hand." After the passing of Master Huang, Han Lin assumed the position of sect leader, leveraging his superior cultivation level. However, the disciples harbored a dislike for him. Gradually, the older elders passed away, leaving Han Lin unchallenged, his arrogance rendering even the elders mere subordinates in his eyes. About a decade ago, I noticed a decline in the spiritual energy of Mulan Peak and inquired with other elders, yet they claimed to feel nothing amiss. In your presence, I am unafraid to boast. Their qualifications are inferior to mine, rendering them incapable of perceiving the changes in spiritual energy. It is not merely Mulan Peak. The spiritual energy of the entire Yusu sect has diminished. The decrease is slight. Only someone as sensitive as I could discern it. I conducted a private investigation and confirmed that the spiritual energy was being siphoned by Huiyun Peak. Lu Hui grew increasingly animated, speaking faster. "I initially thought it was due to changes in the Earth's veins, but only recently did I discover that it was Han Lin's doing. Beneath Huiyun Peak, he has been nurturing a demonic herb, the black mandala flower, using the spiritual energy of the Yusu sect. This flower matured 3 years ago, and Han Lin fused it with Yao Xuefei, turning her into a puppet under his control." Upon hearing this, Chun Xia's pupils involuntarily constricted. Uncertain of the implications, he sensed an ominous foreboding. Indeed, Lu Hui continued, Han Lin intends to send Yao Xuefei into the Ascension Valley, manipulating her to break through to the Golden Core stage. Initially, I was perplexed by his actions, but now I comprehend that Han Lin must be aware of the curse's intricate nature and intends for Yao Xuefei to serve as the 49th sacrifice. Chun Xia found himself bewildered. Yao Xuefei had merely reached the qi refinement stage and was far from establishing her foundation. How could she possibly break through to the Golden Core stage and trigger the curse? Lu Hui was equally at a loss, merely stating that after consuming the black mandala flower, Han Lin could compel the puppet to sacrifice its entire true energy, creating an illusion of a breakthrough that would invoke heavenly thunder. Upon hearing this, Chun Xia clenched his fists tightly, striking the air in anger. This was indeed characteristic of Han Lin. He was capable of such deeds. Years ago, he nearly succeeded in refining Chun Xia himself. The current scheme appeared even more sinister. A few days prior, when Han Lin had left for an errand, I took advantage of my superior cultivation level compared to his direct disciples to sneak in and investigate, yet I found no trace of Yao Shuafei. I had assumed my actions were discreet, but little did I know. Lu Hui sighed in resignation. What about Yao Yang? He is, unscathed, confined by forceful orders to meditate, unable to leave, and remains oblivious to the situation. Given Yao Shuafei's predicament, do you possess any means to expel the black mandala flower from her body? Lu Hui shook his head with a sigh. My knowledge is insufficient. I am unaware of how to address this. However, Chen Xia suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a similar account documented in Hong Chao's writings. Chapter 59. The familiar formula, the intricate details of the matter were meticulously unraveled by the two. Chen Xia reassured Lu Hui to focus on his recovery within the mausoleum, while he ventured out to gather intelligence. Observing Lu Hui's demeanor, he remarked with a smile, "You seem to possess a clear strategy." Chen Xia chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I have my methods to handle this. You need not worry. Simply rest easy here." The plan was straightforward. When the 12th hour arrived, they would create the illusion of a thunderstorm within the valley. If Han Lin believed that Lu Hui had perished inside, he would lower his guard, granting Lu Hui the opportunity to escape. The brilliance of this scheme dispelled the gloom from Lu Hui's face, leaving him thoroughly at ease. After departing the mausoleum, Chen Xia wielded the Mingchan sword and returned to the Yixian courtyard. At that moment, Han Lin was tirelessly stationed outside the Zhixian Valley, presenting an opportune moment for subtle maneuvers. He aimed to fully unveil Han Lin's conspiracy without revealing his own identity. The most effective method was through whispered rumors. Arriving at the outer courtyard of several apprentice disciples, he ensured that no inner disciples were present, then concealed himself in the shadows. Using his sorcery, he crafted hushed murmurs, succinctly transmitting the information to them. The sect leader was secretly cultivating demonic herbs on the Huiyun Peak, feeding them to Yao Shuafei to turn her into a puppet, enabling her to create a false pretense of breaking through to the Golden Core realm in the Shengxian Valley. Yao Shuafei was doomed. The curse of the Shengxian Valley required the sacrifice of 49 perfected Foundation establishment practitioners. With 48 predecessors already dead, only one remained. The apprentices, upon hearing the whispers behind them, sought the source of the sound but could find none. Though everyone had heard, no one claimed responsibility for the words. Most of the apprentice and servant disciples lacked cultivation and possessed weak willpower, making them susceptible to influence. Before long, this information spread from the outer courtyards of the apprentice disciples throughout the entire Yushu sect, reaching even the fearful elders who, despite their efforts to block it out, could not escape hearing it. Han Lin, blocking the entrance to the Zhixian Valley, was driven by a deep-seated hatred for Lu Hui, vowing to personally slay him. He could not fathom that someone was behind him, disseminating rumors that unveiled his entire scheme. A designated disciple rushed over, urgently reporting the rumors, causing Han Lin's complexion to turn ashen. Such a covert affair was known only to a handful of his most trusted disciples. His first reaction was to suspect a traitor among them, yet he was unwilling to believe it. It was likely that Lu Hui had divulged the matter to his own disciples. The master was being hunted, and loyal disciples were stepping forth for their master. How splendid! With a burgeoning intent to kill, Han Lin coldly commanded, "You all go and imprison Lu Hui's disciples. After their master is dead, we will decide their fate." However, the designated disciple remained composed, offering counsel. "Master, this course of action may not be wise." "Why?" "Elder Lu's disciples possess considerable strength. Our primary objective is to secure Huiyun Peak. We cannot afford to clash with them just yet. If this escalates too much, the elders will intervene, and without you, we cannot withstand them." Han Lin swiftly regained his composure, suppressing the fury within him. "Very well, let it be. Since the matter has been laid bare, I shall proceed openly. I shall observe who dares to oppose publicly. Such opposition would be futile. I will endure until tomorrow. Once Lu Hui has passed, I shall take action." After several hours of activity outside, Chen Xia learned that even the elderly members of the Yusu sect, who are on the brink of passing, are aware of Han Lin's nefarious plot. Gradually, disciples began to cluster in groups of 3 and 5, and the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Han Lin's usual authority could no longer quell the public discourse. Chen Xia could only do so much. The defenses at Cloud Return Peak were impenetrable. Unless the elders were incited to launch an assault, it was impossible to rescue Yao Shuafei. However, the elders dared not take any action. merely gazing from afar at Han Lin's figure at the valley entrance, resigned to their helplessness. Chen Xia procured some food and stealthily entered the valley to report the situation. Afterward, he departed from Jixian Valley and returned to the Yingxian courtyard to peruse Hong Chao's writings. This tome contained the experiences and insights of Hong Chou over several centuries, including encounters, reflections on cultivation, character sketches, and descriptions of landscapes, a veritable medley lacking coherence. The total word count exceeded 2 million, and he merely skimmed through it. Recalling Lu Hui's account, he vaguely remembered that Hong Chou had documented similar dark arts. Patiently turning the pages, he finally discovered, in the early hours of the morning, a description of demonic cultivators utilizing demonic drugs to harness vast amounts of spiritual energy through living vessels. In the extreme regions, certain individuals practiced dark arts, employing special demonic herbs and potions to feed others. The herbs and potions would grow within the host's body, transforming them into mere cultivation vessels. At a certain threshold, the dark arts would manipulate the victim, triggering the herbs or potions within to reach an apex of sublimation, releasing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. The dark cultivators would then absorb this energy, rapidly enhancing their cultivation. As for the victims, they could hardly withstand such a deluge of spiritual energy, leading to certain death. What Han Lin was doing to Yao Shuefei bore an unsettling resemblance to this scenario. However, unlike others seeking to enhance their cultivation, Han Lin had already achieved consummate foundational mastery. Without breaking into the golden core stage, he would not gain further power. Thus, as Lu Hui suggested, it truly seemed that he intended to reach the intensity of the golden core in a short span, triggering heavenly retribution to end the curse. This notion was indeed sinister yet ingenious. Han Lin must have been acutely aware that only one more element was needed to complete the critical number, which is why he meticulously prepared for so many years. The black mandala flower, one wondered where the old wretch obtained it, was cultivated at the expense of the Yu Su sect's ley line energy, all for this scheme. The accumulation of 2 decades worth of ley line energy was formidable. Its concentration likely exceeded that of a single jade essence. He was truly willing to invest significantly. As Chen Xia closed the book, he recalled Han Lin from decades past. Aside from graying hair and beard, he seemed scarcely changed. No, his eyes were more somber. The Han Lin he had encountered decades ago still exchanged laughter with other elders and disciples, although they did not meet often in this lifetime. He had never seen him wear a pleasant expression. Yao Shuefei may not have smiled, but her eyes radiated sunlight. This old wretch, however, possessed eyes like those of a dead fish, filled with malice. Indeed, you remain unchanged in your demeanor. Chen Xia let out a cold scoff directed at the wall. Donning the outer robe of the sect leader, nothing had altered. Cultivators, in their pursuit of treasures, may resort to conflict and even employ unscrupulous tactics. But such actions are directed outward. To sacrifice the disciples of one's own sect for personal gain is a behavior that fundamentally contradicts the very essence of the sect's existence. A sect is meant to protect the weak and support the strong. Should the principle of the survival of the fittest prevail within the sect and become the norm, sacrificing the world for the benefit of one individual, it would no longer be deemed a sect. The actions of Han Lin towards Yao Shuefei are akin to using individuals as furnaces to concoct pills, ultimately rendering them as mere husks. Why does a familiar and pungent scent linger? What difference is there between this and the attempts made years ago to refine Chen Xia alive? That old man surely possesses a tome, likely imparted by the same master. A bold thought suddenly crossed my mind. Indeed, a rather plausible one. In the darkness, the corners of my mouth could not help but curl into a smirk. Chapter 60. From conspiracy to open strategy, the Yu Su sect endured a night filled with oppressive clamor. As dawn broke, it had nearly been 12 hours. Chen Xia swiftly entered Jixian Valley, retrieving Lu Hui and instructing him to position himself at a distance from the valley's entrance, just within Han Lin's line of sight. Master Han, if I were to step forth and admit to my foolishness, would you be inclined to forgive me? Lu Hui implored Han Lin, striving to adopt a tone of desperation. It had taken considerable effort for Chen Xia to persuade Lu Hui to personally beg for mercy. Originally, he had crafted an elaborate speech, yet when the moment arrived, only these 2 sentences escaped his lips. Poor Lu Hui. As expected, Han Lin showed no intention of granting him clemency, coldly retorting, "It is too late. The entire Yu Su sect is now aware of your transgressions, and you must face death." Lu Hui sighed in relief. Had he truly been set free, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Thus, he added, "What do you intend to do? I assure you, I shall not cause any trouble, if that pleases you. You will undoubtedly cause chaos." Han Lin's voice was so frigid it sent shivers down one's spine. "There is no need for further discourse. You know I do not trust you, and you must die." As the 12 hours elapsed, Chen Xia unleashed a spiritual talisman, conjuring a dark and ominous cloud. He then employed a technique of lightning, striking Lu Hui with genuine force. Fortunately, the disparity in their cultivation levels mitigated the lethality of the blow, yet the pain was undeniably real. Lu Hui let out a cry and dashed deeper into the valley. Chen Xia continued to bombard the rocks at the valley's mouth, his display immense and formidable. Those outside the valley could not glimpse the depths. Mere commotion at the entrance sufficed. Han Lin's taut visage relaxed, even revealing a semblance of joy. In the distance, the elders stood at the thresholds of their respective sanctuaries, shaking their heads in dismay. If one's strength is insufficient, one should refrain from attempting to administer justice. Yu Weiming murmured, his voice barely audible to the nearby disciples. The elders, having not conferred, independently chose to adopt the same course of action. As the leader and the mightiest among them, Han Lin's decision was straightforward. As for his use of forbidden techniques, the consequences were his alone to bear, irrelevant to the others. Originally, the sacrifice of a single individual would yield a golden core. Now, 2 were to be sacrificed, doubling the toll. Yet, such a loss was negligible for a grand sect. The continuous exertion of spells drained Chen Xia's vital energy significantly, compelling him to maintain this for merely half an hour. Subsequently, he utilized a lightning talisman to create a small thunder zone, sustaining it for the duration of a tea's brewing time, allowing himself to recuperate before resuming his magical onslaught. From the vantage point outside the valley, one might be led to believe that the interior was engulfed in terrifying turmoil. The disciples of the Yusu sect suddenly found themselves engulfed in a sense of despair, caught in both helplessness and frustration, perceiving life as devoid of meaning. At that moment, Lu Hui felt the curse upon him truly take effect. Sheltered within the tomb, he was safe from its grasp. The ominous clouds within the valley were real, yet the lightning could not descend. This was due to the fact that only Chen Xia remained within. The curse had been lifted from him, for a single curse could not be employed twice. Listening to the distant rumble of thunder, Lu Hui pondered, the talismans were scarce. It was impossible for such a storm to endure for so long. In the realm of qi cultivation, once one surpasses the middle stage, the ability to wield spells, albeit briefly, becomes possible. My estate lacks an abundance of spiritual talismans. Could it be that he has exhausted his entire stock? I was deeply moved, touched by his willingness to invest so heavily for my sake. Chen Xia, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He merely wished to perform his role to the fullest. To eliminate a foundation establishment practitioner should not be so effortless, should it? Having traversed to this day, I had never exerted myself to such an intense degree in spellcasting. Today, it was indeed a test of my limits. Little did he know, if not for the vast reservoir of energy within his dantian. Utilizing the dantian's vital essence in such a manner would have led to his demise in less than half an hour. In this age, no one had ever witnessed such a dantian capable of cultivation. No one could fathom that once successfully cultivated, its endurance would far surpass that of a foundation establishment. Thus, the thunderous roars within the valley of Immortal disciples persisted for over 2 hours before gradually abating. Chen Xia, nearly fainting from exhaustion, sat down to meditate and recover for half an hour before he swiftly returned to the welcome Immortal Academy. Stealthily approaching a vantage point to observe the valley's entrance, he discovered that Han Lin had already departed. A heavy stone lifted from his heart. He had been deceived. The next step was to await the elder's execution of his nefarious scheme. I continued to disseminate rumors within the Yushu sect, preemptively revealing Han Lin's forthcoming intentions, suffusing the atmosphere with a palpable tension. Unbeknownst to Han Lin, he pondered the source of these rumors and how they seemed to possess an uncanny insight into his plans. Every suspicious figure flickered through his mind, yet he hesitated to suspect his own disciples. Although the timing was not optimal, it was also not unfavorable, Han Lin mused. He resolved to act swiftly to prevent lingering uncertainties. Concluding the matter quickly would sever the aspirations of many. Merely 3 days had passed when a large contingent set forth from the cloud peak, heading directly for the Valley of Immortal Disciples. The three foremost direct disciples forged the path, while Han Lin trailed behind. Suddenly, Yao Shuifei, who had vanished from the disciples' sight for 3 years, re-emerged alongside Han Lin. After 3 years apart, Yao Shuifei had grown even more enchanting. The conservative attire of the Yushu sect could not conceal her exquisite figure. Yet, her complexion was alarmingly pale. Even 3 years without sunlight could not account for such a pallor. The fabric of her clothing fluttered in the gentle breeze, revealing intricate blue lines beneath her neck. At first glance, one might mistake them for tattoos, leaving onlookers perplexed by their peculiar nature. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not tattoos or stains, but rather something akin to veins that had grown beneath her skin. Yao Shuifei walked slowly, with Han Lin attentively accompanying her, akin to a doting grandfather taking his granddaughter on a leisurely stroll. It was apparent that her steps were somewhat unsteady, as though every footfall sunk into mud. Yet Han Lin refrained from offering support, opting instead to match her pace. Following closely behind was nearly the entirety of the inner disciples from Cloud Peak, 5 on either side, maintaining a tight formation regardless of the uneven terrain, guarding Han Lin and Yao Shuifei. The entire procession was shrouded in silence, solemn as though attending a funeral. Other disciples of the Yushu sect were left dumbfounded. Were those rumors indeed true? Elder Li Jiwei, unable to contain himself any longer, wielded his sword and positioned himself in front of the crowd, exclaiming loudly, "Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? Could you provide us with some explanation?" The group halted, and Han Lin, casting a cold and piercing gaze at Li Jiwei, replied nonchalantly, "What I intend to do. Have you not already heard?" Han Lin held disdain for explanations, and even more so for invoking pathos to elicit sympathy. He was acutely aware that his actions would unlikely garner genuine support from the majority. Thus, he resolved to proceed without seeking anyone's consent. Li Jiwei's mouth fell agape in shock. Could it be that the rumors were indeed orchestrated by the sect leader to gauge the reactions of the crowd? You truly intend to sacrifice her? Han Lin's indifferent gaze drifted over Li Jiwei's head, landing on the distant Ascension Valley. With a hint of impatience, he commanded, "Step aside." "But, sect leader, I cannot allow you to do this." With a sharp crack, Li Jiwei was sent soaring through the air, landing heavily a yard away. A mere insect attempting to stop a cart, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. "Humph." With a wave of his hand, Han Lin signaled for the group to continue their journey. Chapter 61. The Sacrifice of Yao Shuifei, bearer of the demonic flower Li Jiwei. A practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, was sent flying by a single strike from Han Lin, yet he emerged relatively unscathed, which could be seen as a gesture of consideration. Should he continue to voice his objections, his fate would be all too predictable. Watching Han Lin lead Yao Shuifei away, Li Jiwei lowered his head and silently rose to his feet. A multitude of disciples gathered, all enveloped in a heavy silence. The elders, unable to feign ignorance, also arrived, following Li Jiwei closely behind Han Lin to witness the unfolding events. Han Lin smirked disdainfully, leading the group onward. At that moment, the entire Yushu sect was steeped in an eerie stillness. Chen Xia, mingling among the crowd, sensed the shock and fear emanating from those around him. The onlookers, too intimidated to utter a word, were rendered entirely devoid of combativeness, making them easily disregarded. Yao Yangyi was conspicuously absent. Today marked the day of his sister's demise, and he was under strict surveillance. Any hint of rebellion would have led to his immediate death. Soon, they reached the mouth of the valley, where Han Lin halted and abruptly turned to the throng of disciples, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The curse of the Ascension Valley, which has tormented the Yushu sect for thousands of years, may finally come to an end today." His voice, though not loud, resonated through the air with his qi, reaching even those who had not come to witness the spectacle. This curse, a matter of 7 times 7, could be entirely lifted by the sacrifice of 49 golden core practitioners. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of all present, not due to the novelty of the revelation, but rather the confirmation of long-held rumors. I have diligently sought a suitable solution for everyone, allowing one person to enter and invoke the heavenly tribulation to hasten the end of the curse. From this day forward, we may cultivate in peace, free from any lingering fears. A disciple from the inner sect sighed beside Chen Xia, So that is it. If we do not proceed thus, the sect leader becomes the 49th. Self-preservation is human nature. It is understandable, another disciple chimed in agreement. Chen Xia observed the disciples' faces, noting their calm demeanor. While he could not delve into their thoughts, he surmised they shared similar sentiments. This matter is not up for discussion, nor do I seek your understanding, Han Lin arrogantly declared. The previous 48 sacrificed elders, were they not wronged? Yao Xuefei's sacrifice is inconsequential in the grand scheme. Cease your pretense. You shall reap the rewards of the sacrifices made by the 49 ancestors. A sparse few echoed their approval, mindlessly affirming Han Lin's words, while the majority remained silent. Their silence was not indicative of dissent, but rather a moral quandary. Sacrificing others for personal gain was an unethical act, not something to be proclaimed openly. Yet, in the current circumstances, to remain neutral was tantamount to opposition. Han Lin's disappointment was palpable. Humph, a gathering of hypocrites. He sneered, casting a contemptuous glance over the assembly before turning to Yao Xuefei with authority. Go. Yao Xuefei responded like a marionette, murmuring an obedient "oh" as she stumbled toward the Zhixian Valley. All eyes followed her retreating figure, the silence thick enough to suffocate. Stop! Don't go, sister! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from behind, prompting the crowd to instinctively part, allowing Yao Yangyi to roll and scramble forward. However, he was seized by a direct disciple of Han Lin, preventing him from reaching Yao Xuefei. Sister, wake up. He has hypnotized you. Do not go in. Yao Xuefei, upon hearing Yao Yangyi's desperate cry, turned her head in confusion, gazing at her brother as if she did not recognize him. You should proceed. Pay him no mind. Han Lin stated coolly, his eyes half closed. Yao Xuefei turned and continued on her path, soon entering the valley. No. Han Lin has planted the black belladonna within you. Once you enter, the demonic herb will unleash a torrent of spiritual energy, misleading you into a false breakthrough of the golden core realm, provoking heavenly retribution. And you will perish. Yao Yangyi shouted in anguish. He had been imprisoned by Han Lin for 3 years, publicly claiming to be in seclusion for cultivation. Today, upon returning to Yunfeng, he found it nearly deserted and took the chance to escape. Assuming others were oblivious to Han Lin's scheme, he boldly exposed it. Han Lin's hand trembled slightly, barely suppressing the urge to kill. In front of so many disciples, he sought to refrain from acting too ruthlessly. It was already disgraceful for his sister to perish on his behalf. If he were to kill her brother as well, it would severely tarnish his reputation. The accusations made by Yao Yangyi were shocking, yet the crowd feigned expressions of surprise. Yao Yangyi paused for a few seconds, surveying his surroundings, and suddenly realized, you all knew from the start? A direct disciple scolded him. How dare you speak the master's name so brazenly? So what? Yao Yangyi retorted. Han Lin, if you have the ability, then kill me as well. The disciple seized Yao Yangyi and hurled him away. He rolled upon hitting the ground and shouted, Are you members of the Yushu sect, a sinister cult? Not even the past masters and esteemed elders dared to act in such a manner. Only you, Han Lin. Think yourself so clever. Another direct disciple struck at him, but he nimbly dodged, weaving through the crowd until he was caught by the back and flung into the valley. The disciple gasped in shock and shouted, Come out and face your doom. Realizing he had entered Zhixian Valley, Yao Yangyi cursed in despair, If you have the guts, come in here. Several direct disciples swung their swords, directing sword energy into the valley. Yao Yangyi quickly retreated to a safe distance, furiously spitting towards the outside, before turning to pursue his sister. Sister! Sister! He ran far along the path within the valley, but saw no sign of Yao Xuefei, and came to a halt. Feeling lost, suddenly, someone emerged from the grass ahead, and upon closer inspection, it was Chen Xia. While Yao Yangyi was entangled with Han Lin, Chen Xia had stealthily entered Zhixian Valley and led Yao Xuefei into the tomb. He had not anticipated Yao Yangyi's return and was now compelled to search for him. Brother Chen, why did you come in? To save you and your sister. Chen Xia replied. Yao Yangyi was moved to the brink of tears. Brother Chen, our friendship does not warrant such risk. This place is not for you. Chen Xia patted his shoulder. I did not expect you to come, fortuitously. Perhaps you can be of assistance. He grasped Yao Yangyi's arm tightly and said, There is no time to explain. Close your eyes. Why? Just close your eyes. Yao Yangyi, bewildered, obediently closed his eyes, only to be swept away by a fierce gust of wind. As he landed, He heard Chen Xia's voice, "Open your eyes." Upon doing so, he beheld a large tomb before him, with a familiar figure gazing up at him. "Elder Lu? My goodness, are you not deceased?" "A specter." Chen Xia patted his shoulder from behind. "Do not panic. They are all living souls. No one is dead here. This is the burial ground of the Grand Master of Hongzhou from millennia ago, a place that can withstand heavenly thunder. Your sister is safe, rest assured." It was impossible to elucidate everything in mere moments, urging him to remain calm. Yao Yangyi saw his sister lying in a corner of the tomb and moved to approach her. But Chen Xia halted him. "It would be best if you do not touch her." "Why?" he inquired. "It is difficult to explain. If you do not wish for her demise, refrain from any rash actions." Yao Yangyi stood a distance of 10 feet from his sister, whom he had not seen in 3 years. Her face remained as expressionless as ever, a serene visage in the past now resembling that of the deceased. That old wretch is truly malevolent. Chapter 62. The Shortcut of the Demon Path. Forbidden yet exhilarating. As the formation concluded, Lu Hui raised his hand, and Yao Xuefei floated into the air, descending into the array. This formation was designed to soothe the mind and alleviate the suffering of those within it. "What should I do?" Chen Xia succinctly articulated his plan. "Wait for Han Lin to activate the puppet and trigger the explosion of the demonic flower within your sister. When the flower erupts, a powerful surge of spiritual energy will be released. The 3 of us will do our utmost to siphon off this energy until it reaches a level she can bear." Yao Yangyi inquired, astonished. "What can we do by absorbing this spiritual energy?" "Why, we shall cultivate our techniques." Chen Xia chuckled. "Would we waste such an opportunity? This is spiritual energy. Han Lin has been siphoning it from the Yushu sect's ley lines for over 20 years. Just imagine how much there is." Yao Yangyi was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Lu Hui laughed. "Surprised, are you? Your sister is akin to a colossal spiritual stone, an inexhaustible source. This is a method of cultivation from the demon path," Chen Xia remarked with significance. Lu Hui hastily interjected. "In urgent times, we must act pragmatically. Do not let this become your primary focus." Yao Yangyi exclaimed loudly. "If it involves feeding Han Lin the black mandala flower, I see no wrongdoing in that." "Nonsense," Lu Hui retorted vehemently. "By doing so, you would be no different from Han Lin. Let us not discuss this further." The 3 stood silently behind the formation, awaiting Han Lin's activation of the demonic flower. The strategy devised by Chen Xia was the most perilous yet the most reliable. The risk lay in the uncertainty of whether they could contain the eruption of spiritual energy within Yao Xuefei. Failure would mean death for them all. However, it was preferable to recklessly charging into the return cloud peak to rescue her. Chen Xia had heard that the spiritual energy within Yao Xuefei was meant to mimic that of the golden core, and he dared not hoard it all for himself. Otherwise, he would be the sole beneficiary of this energy. With Lu Hui's involvement, he felt a twinge of sorrow, knowing that Lu Hui, being at the mid-stage of foundation building, would undoubtedly absorb more than he would. The primary goal was to save her, hence he refrained from overstepping. Including Yao Yangyi would increase their chances of success. The black mandala flower resided within Yao Xuefei, but was under Han Lin's control. She had lost her self-awareness, functioning merely as a puppet. After a brief wait, Yao Xuefei suddenly emitted a sound, her body levitating, as she expelled a swirl of blue gas, an eerie sight indeed. "Sister." Yao Yangyi felt a pang in his heart. Han Lin activated the black mandala flower, prompting them to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy and refine it into their own true energy. The 3 hurried into the formation. Lu Hui and Yao Yangyi grasped one of her hands each, while Chen Xia pressed both hands against Yao Xuefei's back to stabilize her. The formation, provoked by the blue gas, emitted a series of ethereal white lights, enveloping the 4. Yao Xuefei rhythmically expelled the blue gas, and Chen Xia understood, explaining, "This is a spell of demonization. These final wisps of blue gas represent the last remnants of demonic energy. Once expelled, what remains within her will be pure, untainted spiritual energy." As the demonic energy overflowed, subtle currents of true energy flowed uncontrollably through her body, and the 3 focused on sealing her major acupoints to forcibly regulate the flow. The 3 individuals were enveloped in a pure, ethereal energy, a sensation far more exhilarating than meditating in the elder's spiritual chamber. This was merely an appetizer. The main course was imminent, Chen Xia cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than Yao Shuefei's body trembled. An immense torrent of true energy surged through her limbs, akin to a dam bursting. The area where Chun Xia's palm met her back felt insubstantial, as if he were touching a massive cloud of cotton. The sheer intensity of the true energy caused his hand to tingle. Soon, the sensation spread to his wrist, as though an ant were crawling upwards. In a blink, millions of ants seemed to swarm his arms, creating an overwhelming itch from his chest to his back. Chun Xia, this is not spiritual energy, it is true energy. Lu Hui discerned the anomaly. The spiritual energy was not so concentrated. This was refined true energy. Indeed, you are correct, Chun Xia responded, astonished. The text had not mentioned this, yet it was logical. Directly absorbing true energy bypassed the refining process, a far superior method. However, his body appeared unable to withstand it. All of Chun Xia's pores opened wide, enveloped by the overflowing true energy, which continuously surged into his dantian. Compared to his body, his internal organs felt remarkably comfortable. He perceived himself as a dual structure, his exterior scorched by fierce flames, while his interior basked in a gentle spring breeze. Oh no, Lu Hui frowned, beads of sweat suddenly forming on his forehead. My body has not fully recovered. I cannot bear this immense true energy. He quickly released his grip and leaped outside the formation, attempting to stabilize the overwhelming true energy. Boom! Yao Yangyi was struck by the powerful true energy and, unable to withstand the force, fell backward, his head colliding with the ground. In an instant, all the pressure surged toward Chun Xia, who felt as if his flesh might abandon his internal organs. Do not flee. The process of her true energy eruption is fleeting. We must assist in absorbing it, or she will perish. Gritting his teeth, Yao Yangyi rushed back, seizing his sister's hand once more, his eyes rolling back momentarily. Thus far, only a minute had elapsed. Suddenly, Chun Xia sensed his dantian boiling over. Controlling it became impossible, and an overwhelming force erupted from his dantian, ricocheting throughout his limbs and internal organs. With a deafening roar, the tomb trembled. Yao Yangyi, standing too close, was thrown back by the tremendous force unleashed from Chun Xia's body. Brother Chun, you have broken through a barrier. Yao Yangyi lay on the ground, unable to believe his own words. What an impressive commotion. What level have you attained? Chun Xia replied nonchalantly. I have just broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement. Hurry, no time for idle chatter. Now at the 9th level, his capacity to absorb true energy had increased further. Lu Hui and Yao Yangyi were both incredulous. After years apart, how had this young man cultivated himself? He had always been unassuming, yet suddenly surged several levels. Such an abundance of true energy was a waste to ignore, and it could also facilitate breakthroughs. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hui disregarded his lingering discomfort and began absorbing the true energy he had just taken in, hastily jumping back into the formation. Meanwhile, Yao Shuefei's body lay still as a puppet, yet it was evidently swelling. Quickly absorb it. Yao Yangyi, trembling with fear, was at a loss for words, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Chun Xia had already absorbed to the utmost extent. A flicker of trepidation arose within him. In order to create the illusion of a breakthrough into the golden core stage, Han Lin's true energy must be astonishing. Had he underestimated the situation? This was a notion of his own making, and failure was not an option. Otherwise, he would have no face to show to the world. At that moment, he felt utterly disconnected from the external world, yet his internal perceptions surged intensely, as if his organs were floating in the void. Chun Xia, I sense that the true energy is rushing toward you. You're absorbing it even more fervently than I am, Lu Hui remarked, bewildered. How can a foundation establishment practitioner absorb more than one in the qi refinement stage? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It was due to the immense capacity of Chun Xia's dantian. Indeed, this was the reason. Chun Xia understood that he was gradually separating from the external world. His skin and muscles could no longer withstand the strain, followed by his internal organs. Yet the dantian shone radiantly, emanating a golden light. No, I must stabilize myself. Otherwise, this body will collapse. And what use is a solitary dantian? After a brief period of absorption, Lu Hui furrowed his brow again and released his grasp. This won't do. My body has been gravely injured by Han Lin. I need to take it slow. A tremendous tremor erupted from Yao Yangyi's being. Apologies, but I too have reached a breakthrough. though I am only at the 4th level of qi refinement. Goodness, why is the demonic cultivation method so exhilarating? Yao Yangyi said with a grin. Lu Hui sighed, shaking his head, and shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, Chun Xia was oblivious to their commotion. His body had become more swollen than Yao Xuefei's, as if his flesh were on the verge of abandoning him, aspiring to ascend first. Chapter 63. The deceptive scheme. How has Chun Xia changed so drastically? Exclaimed Yao Yangyi, his face stricken with astonishment. Stop. Let go. Lu Hui urgently cautioned. However, Chun Xia's ears were nearly severed from his head, his eyes obscured by swollen eyelids. His mind remained lucid, though the external world eluded his sight. Instead, he perceived an internal clarity, as if his organs were tumultuously churning in a vast ocean. All sensations vanished, leaving only the dantian, a voracious sponge greedily absorbing an immense quantity of vital energy. Golden light illuminated the dantian, majestic and solemn. As long as the dantian remained intact, the internal organs would not suffer harm, and the flesh would eventually mend itself. At this juncture, only 2 minutes had elapsed. The dantian erupted like a volcano, surging once more. Right before Lu Hui and Yao Yangyi's eyes, Chun Xia broke through again. He had achieved the foundational stage. If the distinctions between the upper, middle, and lower realms of the qi refining stage were akin to traversing a ravine, then the chasm between the qi refining and foundation establishment stages resembled an infinite river. Ah! Chun Xia's contorted mouth emitted a muffled cry. Lu Hui and Yao Yangyi were both thrown back by the force. This tremor resonated even beyond the confines of Zhixin Valley. Han Lin, who had been waiting at the valley's entrance, finally heard this sound. Though faint, it signified the beginning, alleviating half of his anxious heart. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yao Xuefei, suspended in the air, opened her eyes in astonishment. Sister, you're awake? Han Lin exclaimed. That old rascal Han Lin tricked you into consuming the black mandala flower, leaving you in a dazed state. We must help you absorb the vital energy to prevent you from being overwhelmed. Yao Yangyi wished he could succinctly explain the situation. Ah! Yao Xuefei moaned in pain, clutching her head. She beheld her swollen form, and a flood of memories surged forth, prompting a cry of anguish. Do you remember? Lu Hui inquired with concern. Yao Xuefei's expression was one of torment, both physical and emotional. She had placed her unwavering trust in the sect leader and master. Han Lin had compelled her to consume the black mandala flower. Initially aware, she had gradually succumbed to the flower's enchantment and forgotten. Let us not waste time, Chun Xia urged. She has regained consciousness, but she remains in peril. Following his breakthrough to the foundational stage, her flesh and bones re-established themselves, and Chun Xia returned to his human form. The group hastily took their positions, continuing to absorb the vast reserves of vital energy. Before long, Lu Hui also reached a breakthrough. Foundation establishment, 7th layer. He declared, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. To save a life while simultaneously advancing one's own was a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Yao Yangyi also ascended to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage, invigorated by the achievement. Sister, today you are truly a colossal spirit stone. Yao Xuefei slightly opened her eyes and suddenly spoke. Enough. This vital energy belongs to me. Leave some for me. Though she had been unable to control her actions, her awareness was not entirely obscured. She was well aware of the actions taken by the three. As the immense vital energy within her body was siphoned away, she regained her autonomy. For over 2 decades, Han Lin has extracted the spirit energy from the earth, cultivating the black mandala which can refine true energy. Such immense wealth lies before us. How can one resist the temptation to partake? With a swift gesture, he pushed aside the hands of the three and redirected the true energy, sinking it into his dantian. The black mandala flower regarded her entire being as a reservoir for true energy, existing in chaotic disarray, but at this moment, the meridians were finally aligned. With a resounding boom, Yao Xuefei broke through her previous boundary, ascending to the 8th level of qi refinement. The tomb returned to tranquility, with everyone experiencing an elevation in their ranks. The blue markings on Yao Xuefei's neck had vanished, the demonic flower completely resolved, and her mind restored to normalcy. Now regaining her clarity, her bright eyes were shrouded with a layer of resentment. Lu Hui inquired with a smile, "Do you wish to seek revenge on Han Lin? Is that not feasible?" She retorted, "Of course not. What level of cultivation do you possess? Lu Hui calmly doused her fiery ambitions with cold reality, stating, if I cannot defeat him, you are hardly a match for even his fingertip. Yao Shuefei fell silent, the fire of vengeance intensifying in her gaze. After Lu Hui's breakthrough, his injuries had largely healed, and he eagerly asked Chen Xia, is it time for us to leave? Chen Xia, his face flushed, softly replied, just a moment. Everyone assumed he was preparing for their departure. At that moment, Yao Yangyi approached the remnants of the steel, curiously inspecting the inscriptions on the wall. That is the foundational technique of our Yusu sect, the Xian Yin Jinjing. Alas, it has been destroyed, and no one can learn the Xian Yin Jinjing any longer. Yao Yangyi bent down to touch the stones, filled with sorrow. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from within Chen Xia, reverberating through the confined tomb, causing everyone to collide against the walls. Just moments before, when Yao Shuefei sealed the outlet of true energy, Chen Xia had just managed to absorb enough, and with a slight adjustment, he was poised to break through. In just a few minutes, he ascended 3 levels and transcended a significant boundary, an unimaginable stroke of fortune. Goodness, you've broken through again. Yao Yangyi exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly capable of such absorption? Chen Xia clapped his hands and chuckled. I was merely at a low level. Had I established my foundation first, I wouldn't have called you all to join me for the energy from Yao Shuefei. Eating alone, Yao Yangyi shouted, you could do something like that. Lu Hui couldn't help but laugh. Although he had only advanced 1 level, he was immensely pleased with his breakthrough to the higher realm of foundation establishment. Yao Shuefei was less than pleased, murmuring, so, you regard me merely as a grand elixir? The 3 fell silent, and Yao Yangyi earnestly expressed his gratitude to Chen Xia. Today, I owe you for rescuing my sister. Chen Xia humbly replied, it was a strategy devised in collaboration with Elder Lu. It was all Chen Xia's idea. I contributed very little, Lu Hui interjected, unwilling to take undue credit. The Yao siblings had just emerged today and were unaware of Lu Hui being pursued by Han Lin, their expressions revealing confusion. Oh, you two are still unaware, Chen Xia suddenly realized and began to explain. Elder Lu had long sensed a depletion of spiritual energy in Mulan Peak, only to later uncover that it had been siphoned away by Huiyun Peak. After conducting a clandestine investigation for quite some time, he discovered that Han Lin was the perpetrator. A few days prior, seizing the opportunity while Han Lin was away, he stealthily infiltrated Huiyun Peak and learned of Yao Shuefei's imprisonment. As a consequence, he found himself pursued and driven to Zhixian Valley. Yao Yangyi, perplexed, inquired, how then were you rescued? Chen Xia intended to elucidate, but suddenly realized that the explanation would be lengthy, and there were more pressing matters at hand. He hastily replied, let us discuss this later. If you 2 siblings are unharmed, come with me to attend to a matter. Yao Shuefei, with caution, asked, what do you intend to do? Chen Xia exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hui, both sharing a conspiratorial smile. While that old rascal Han Lin possesses his own cunning schemes, I too have devised a plan under the guise of deception. We are now at the final and most crucial step. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Chen Xia's eyes. Simply rescuing you is insufficient. The matter remains unresolved, and we cannot allow Han Lin to escape unscathed. Lu Hui stroked his beard, enigmatic and inscrutable. Yao Shuefei, with a smile in her eyes, declared indignantly, for these 3 years, my mind has not been entirely lost. The pain of the black belladonna flower-esque corruption is unforgettable. If I could have the chance to slay him with my own hands, I would be eternally grateful to you. Chapter 64. The success of the scheme. Chen Xia, accompanied by everyone, departed from the tomb and hastened towards the valley's entrance. Lu Hui, still burdened by the curse, was destined to face genuine lightning strikes and could only resort to the use of magical artifacts. Xia hoped to stave off the impending danger for a while longer. The siblings from the Yao family emerged, gazing at the surroundings with a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. Their astonishment palpable. Chen Xia urged them to a nearby spot at the valley's entrance, where he began to conjure clouds and summon thunder. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the entire valley entrance, creating the illusion from the outside that the entire Zhixian Valley was being bombarded by thunder and lightning. After ascending to the foundation establishment stage, Chen Xia wielded his spells with greater ease, and the lightning appeared more robust. Standing at a distance, Lu Hui defended against the fiery wrath brought on by the curse with his artifact, occasionally releasing bolts of lightning to enhance the ambience. Outside the valley, Han Lin, having waited a little longer than expected, began to doubt the efficacy of this approach. Suddenly, he beheld the swirling clouds and the flashes of lightning within the valley, his eyes widening in delightful surprise. The scheme devised by the sect leader had succeeded. A wave of joy erupted among his direct disciples, who shouted in exhilaration. The tension on Han Lin's face relaxed, a hint of a smile emerging, which quickly coalesced into unrestrained laughter. The onlooking disciples, witnessing the resolution of the situation, joined in the jubilant cheers. The 7 elders exchanged complex glances, instinctively forming a line to congratulate Han Lin. Infinite Heavenly Venerable, the sect leader's stratagem is truly remarkable. Without even glancing at them, Han Lin kept his gaze fixed on the valley entrance, a smile of delight permanently etched on his face. Due to the curse, he could only perceive a dim view of the valley's entrance, shrouded in darkness and tumultuous sounds, an ineffable spectacle. Is this the heavenly tribulation of the Golden Core? He pondered. It doesn't seem that formidable. What do you know? This is not the true. Han Lin swiftly silenced the indiscreet disciple with a sharp reprimand, admonishing against meddling with heavenly secrets, a fool's errand. The crowd fell silent once more, recognizing that it was not yet time for celebration, and they prudently held back their flattery. After a little over half an hour, Chun Xia and the others decisively ceased their efforts. Although they had conjured an imposing spectacle akin to that of the Golden Core stage, the Qi refinement stage bodies could not sustain such an illusion for long. Even deception must align with reality. Subsequently, he escorted the trio back to the tomb, stealthily returned to the welcome Immortal Academy, and blended back into the crowd to observe the situation. The attention of all the disciples was fixated on the entrance of the ascending Immortal Zhixian Valley, leaving no one to notice the sudden appearance and disappearance of an individual. Chun Xia maneuvered to a position not far behind Han Lin, squeezing into a densely populated area. The thunder and lightning within the valley ceased for 10 minutes, while those outside remained in anxious anticipation, hesitant to utter a word. A collective uncertainty loomed over them. Today's display of heavenly thunder seemed less potent than the strikes experienced a few days prior under the leadership of Liu. What could be the cause? The valley returned to a clear blue sky, an obvious sign that the tribulation had concluded. Elder Shang Pu cautiously inquired, "Sect leader, has it ended?" Han Lin furrowed his brow, initially reluctant to respond. However, given the elder's stature and the flattering demeanor, he felt compelled to acquiesce with a grim nod. After 2 decades of meticulous planning, he had finally succeeded, yet his face bore no trace of triumph. A troubling question lingered in his mind. If the thunder tribulation of the Golden Core stage was so formidable, how could one possibly vanquish a Golden Core? Yu Weiming cautiously inquired, "Does the sect leader believe that the power of this thunder tribulation is insufficient?" Elder Yu, perceptive as ever, grasped the gravity of Han Lin's thoughts and posed a query. His junior brother opined that an authentic Golden Core thunder tribulation would undoubtedly be far more potent. Yao Xuefei, being merely at the Qi refinement stage, could not withstand a full-fledged Golden Core thunder tribulation. With unwavering confidence, Yu Weiming provided his explanation. Chun Xia sighed in relief, pondering how such a straightforward concept could elude their understanding for so long. Their inexperience was evident. He almost felt compelled to offer a reminder himself. That makes sense, Han Lin mused thoughtfully. All the perfected foundation establishment cultivators, upon facing the Golden Core tribulation, exerted their utmost effort until the full wrath of the heavenly Tao was unleashed. How could Yao Xuefei endure until the very end? Indeed, well said. The crowd echoed in agreement. A sudden clarity washed over Han Lin, dispelling his earlier doubts and lifting his spirits, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Master, with the curse of the Ascension Valley lifted, might we not bypass it to achieve our Golden Core?" A perceptive disciple posed a rather astute question. Han Lin promptly dismissed this notion. Breaking through in the Ascension Valley is a tradition of the Yusu sect. For millennia, our Golden Core cultivators have emerged from there, and I aspire to stand alongside our esteemed ancestors. The ceremonial significance of the Golden Core breakthrough is paramount. I yearn to ascend in the Ascension Valley, heralding the resurgence of the Yusu sect. This historical significance far surpasses the mere value of the Golden Core. Another astute disciple raised a question that piqued everyone's interest. Then, Shall we have unrestricted access to the Ascension Valley? Han Lin did not refute this idea, but instead countered with a question of his own, asking the gathered disciples who among them would dare to venture inside. To his surprise, not a single soul volunteered, resulting in an awkward silence filled with forced smiles. Chun Xia inwardly lamented the precariousness of the situation. This was the most challenging aspect of their entire scheme. Should they send someone in to investigate, only to emerge bearing the Azure Dragon mark? His elaborate ruse would only be half successful. Perhaps it is best to let it be. If we can rescue the Yao siblings and Lu Hui, it wouldn't be a total failure, he consoled himself. Han Lin, however, did not pressure anyone to undertake such a futile endeavor. He took a few gentle steps forward, gazing at the valley entrance, suddenly overcome by a sense of yearning. The onlookers assumed he would step inside, yet he remained still. The Ascension Valley had loomed as a daunting presence over the Yu Su Sect's foundation establishment cultivators for millennia. Its influence still resonated. Cultivators held a profound belief in destiny and placed great emphasis on ritual. He did not wish to tarnish the solemnity he felt within. After pausing for a moment, he turned and walked away, preparing for the affairs surrounding his golden core breakthrough. The disciples of Yinfeng returned in a flurry, leaving behind a few elders and some remaining disciples who lingered to savor the recent events. As for the matter concerning the Yao siblings, it is best left unmentioned. Instead, preparations for the grand banquet to celebrate the Master's impending breakthrough to the golden core stage should take precedence. The elders felt a twinge of regret, as if the long-cherished rules had been so easily cast aside. With the situation having unfolded as it did, there was no point in preventing it beforehand or seeking accountability afterward. They exchanged a few words before dispersing. Chun Xia was certain that Han Lin believed Yao Shuefei had triggered the golden core tribulation. Under the cover of night, he returned to the burial grounds of Zhexian Valley to report this development. Our scheme has succeeded. Han Lin is convinced that the curse has lost its potency and is preparing to break through to the golden core. The group was filled with exuberance. Yao Yangyi lamented, "It is a pity I cannot personally dispatch this old man." Lu Hui teased, "Go ahead, do you dare to take action?" With a chuckle, Yao Yangyi could only respond with a sheepish smile. That evening, Chun Xia led the three of them to a secluded courtyard, the Ancient Courtyard, which had long been neglected, ensuring there was little concern about unexpected visitors. Lu Hui set up a formation to obscure their presence. Unless a formidable expert approached, they would remain undetected. They were eager to witness firsthand how Han Lin would meet his demise. Chapter 65. Han Lin's demise. In the Thunder Tribulation, Han Lin commanded that from this day forth, the Yu Su sect would seal its mountain, prohibiting any personnel from entering or exiting. All disciples within the sect, including Chun Xia, set aside their tasks to join the patrol team, encircling the Yu Su sect like an impenetrable fortress. Everyone knew that Han Lin had waited for decades, and the breakthrough to the golden core was imminent, though the exact timing remained a mystery. Days passed, and after completing his patrol, Chun Xia returned to the welcome Immortal courtyard to rest. Suddenly, he spotted a figure in the sky, soaring swiftly on a sword towards the Zhexian Valley. Han Lin had finally chosen an auspicious day to venture alone into the valley, unnoticed even by his most trusted disciples. The old man, filled with suspicion, feared that someone might be plotting against him. Although the curse had lost its power, the heavenly tribulation was very real. He could only face it alone, with no one to assist him, and the mere absence of interference was a form of help. Standing in the courtyard, Chun Xia gazed into the distance, ears attuned and heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Hui and his companions, hidden indoors, sat in silence, not daring to make a sound. Before long, the Zhexian Valley echoed with the resounding rumble of thunder, prompting all disciples to hide in place, reluctant to witness the event or become entangled in its consequences. Observing from the courtyard, Chun Xia noted that the intensity of the lightning and the volume of the thunder were reminiscent of the day with Yao Shuefei, and he couldn't help but commend himself on his expertise in deception. Simultaneously, within the valley, Han Lin felt a surge of confidence. Such a gentle thunder tribulation was hardly terrifying. Yet, he understood well that this was merely an appetizer. Before him lay an array of magical artifacts and talismans, capable of withstanding the thunder tribulation with ease. After years of preparation and endurance, he had finally succeeded through the means of a nefarious sect spell. The moral dilemmas and tarnished reputation mattered little. What counted was the preservation of his cultivation. As the thunder grew fiercer, magical artifacts began to shatter, reduced to mere dust. Talismans ignited, obliterating the protective formation. Han Lin found it peculiar. The commotion was intensifying, strikingly similar to the tribulation faced by Master Huang in years past. Impossible. He must be mistaken. This was merely the standard thunder tribulation. As a remarkably gifted powerhouse, with a will as unyielding as iron, how could he falter? No matter how many low-grade artifacts there were, they paled in comparison to his indomitable body, which would withstand the onslaught. The earth trembled as darkness enveloped the Jixian Valley, rendering visibility non-existent. Colossal flashes of lightning darted through the storm clouds like a frenetic drumbeat. Crashing down upon Han Lin, he sensed something amiss. Impossible. How did this resemble the thunder tribulation encountered by Huang Lanxin all those years ago? This was indeed a double-edged assault. Standing in the welcome Immortal courtyard, Chun Xia beheld the thunder tribulation unfolding before him, his heart filled with astonishment. Was this truly the heavenly thunder of tribulation? How terrifying! He too would eventually face this trial. To withstand it was to become a golden core immortal, while failure would result in nothing but ashes. Cultivating immortality was an act of defiance against the heavens, provoking their ire. Practicing qi and establishing a foundation would elicit minor anomalies in the world, serving as the heavenly decree's warning. As the golden core formed within, one's lifespan would inexplicably increase by hundreds, marking the true emergence of an immortal, and thus the heavenly tribulation would commence. Chun Xia recalled that just over 10 days ago, he was merely cultivating his qi, and now he had advanced to the foundation establishment stage. The golden core was surely not too distant. With the opportunity to gain early insight into the terrifying nature of the golden core tribulation, he felt it was worthwhile. Han Lin, I owe you a movie ticket. At that moment, Han Lin within the valley felt a surge of fear as he gradually retreated towards the valley's entrance. Lightning struck him incessantly, rendering him unable to take flight. He could only rely on his agile movements to evade. He managed to dodge some of the strikes, as the thunder and fire were not entirely accurate, hitting him only 8 out of 10 times. Struggling to reach the valley's mouth, he burst forth, only to find the entire Yusu sect enveloped in dark clouds, fierce winds, and flashes of lightning. Han Lin believed that upon leaving the Jixian Valley, the double damage curse would cease. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao was unyielding, showing no inclination to debate. The power of the tribulation remained undiminished, and he could scarcely endure it. Instinctively, he longed to return home to seek comfort from his mother. The elders, noticing Han Lin's intent to break through, gathered in the main hall, exuberantly discussing the sect's promising future. When they were taken aback to see Han Lin fleeing from the valley, mouths agape. Could the sect leader truly not withstand even the ordinary tribulation? The first place Han Lin sought refuge was the nearest ancient courtyard. Beneath the onslaught of the tribulation, nothing remained unscathed. Several bolts of thunder shattered the courtyard, causing the walls to collapse, while Lu Hui's formation proved utterly ineffective against the wrath of the tribulation. The 4 individuals could never have anticipated that Han Lin would emerge from the Jixian Valley, proving one undeniable truth. Plans often yield unforeseen circumstances. Why couldn't the old man simply die quietly inside? They fled in haste. Yao Yong, the weakest among them, lagged behind and was struck by a bolt of lightning. When Han Lin focused his gaze, he was astonished, more shocked than by the strikes of heavenly thunder. Was that not Lu Hui? And was that not Yao Shuafei? Why was Chun Xia involved? He was bewildered, yet soon realized. He had undoubtedly been deceived. Lu Hui, were you the one behind this? Naturally. The first person he suspected was the most powerful, Lu Hui, and he immediately gave chase. Lightning continued to rain down upon him, crackling and illuminating his figure, making him appear like a fearsome deity. Those who witnessed this scene were haunted by nightmares for 3 months. Tell me, why are you not dead? And why is Yao Shuafei still alive? Was that tribulation a farce? Has the curse not been lifted? Han Lin yearned to know the answers immediately. However, Lu Hui was in no mood to respond. In a bid to escape more swiftly, he tossed his sword into the air and flew away, while Han Lin pursued him on foot. Wherever he passed, buildings crumbled, halls collapsed, and even the fish in the nearby stream were blasted onto the shore. The disciples of Yusu sect watched in disbelief as Lu Hui soared above, and they saw Yao Shuafei and his sibling fleeing. Were they truly alive or merely phantoms? As Lu Hui flew further away, Han Lin could not catch up. Spotting Qinxia nearby, he swiftly turned to pursue him instead. You conspired against me. Prepare to pay with your life. Qinxia, naturally unwilling to remain under the same ominous cloud, took flight in a desperate retreat. Upon reaching the foundational realm, one gains the capability to wield a sword and soar through the skies. However, such abilities require diligent practice. Unfortunately, he had found no time to train in recent days, rendering him unable to do so. Fortunately, the essence of the foundational realm had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. As Han Lin was suppressed by the tribulation, his speed could not be unleashed, allowing Qinxia to evade him and escape to a considerable distance. Han Lin turned his attention towards seeking the Yao siblings, only to find himself lost in an unknown location. The Yusu sect was in utter disarray. Those lower-tier disciples who could not evade the calamity suffered injuries from the tribulation, resulting in numerous casualties. What on earth transpired? Regrets surged within me for not having investigated thoroughly. My negligence was profound. Han Lin's roar echoed through the Yusu sect, mingling with the thunder. Li Jiwei discerned the situation and shouted, "This is not right. The ferocity of this tribulation is no different from that of Master Huang." The elders dared not approach, witnessing helplessly until Han Lin was utterly exhausted and collapsed. Stripped of the protection of his vital energy, the venerable leader of the Yusu sect, a perfected foundational practitioner who had lived for over 150 or 60 years, resembled a piece of dry wood, consumed by the final strike of lightning. Swiftly reduced to ashes, the dark clouds dispersed, and the lightning faded away. The ears of everyone present continued to ring, the sensation lingering for an extended duration. Chapter 66. Unveiling Han Lin's true nature. The ashes of Han Lin were swiftly scattered by the wind, leaving behind a charred silhouette upon the ground, resembling a scar upon the earth, a sight both haunting and stark, deterring any from approaching. As the wind unveiled the sect leader's waist token, Lu Hui descended on his sword from a distance of 10 zhang, his countenance dark and brooding, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes betraying a sense of horror. Qinxia hurriedly approached, sensing Lu Hui's unusual demeanor, and anxiously inquired if he was injured. Lu Hui stared vacantly at the remnants of Han Lin's ashes, choking on his words as he lamented, "Han Lin deserved his fate, yet I find no joy in his demise under such circumstances." Was he terrified by the might of the thunder tribulation? Qinxia reassured him, stating that a normal thunder tribulation was not so fierce. In truth, Qinxia was equally shaken by the sight of Han Lin's death, though not to the extent of Lu Hui. Pointing at the blackened ground, he scolded, "You old rascal. Wouldn't it have been better to die honorably in Zhixian Valley, where no one would witness this tragic end?" Who would have thought that he could still sway others' resolve in his final moments? Lu Hui, roused from his gloom, swept away his sorrow and remarked, "This man strayed from the righteous path, always resorting to dubious means. He met a fitting end." "Well said," came a voice from afar, Li Jiwei. Other elders soon floated over, and disciples gradually gathered around. Qinxia, undeterred by the ashes of Han Lin, stepped forward to retrieve the sect leader's waist token and handed it to Lu Hui for safekeeping. Li Jiwei, having been struck down by Han Lin, felt a deep sense of indignation, harboring no sympathy for Han Lin's demise. "Elder Lu, what transpired? Why are you unscathed?" inquired Shangpu. "Huh. Yao Shuefei was said to have been struck down by lightning. Why should my fate be any different?" Lu Hui replied with a smile. The elders, perplexed, demanded an explanation. "It was Qinxia who saved me." Lu Hui hesitated, glancing at Qinxia. The secrets of Zhixian Valley were numerous. Whether they could be divulged was for Qinxia to decide, especially since Lu Hui himself was unclear on the matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at Qinxia in disbelief. "You saved Elder Lu and the Yao siblings as well?" Yu Weiming questioned, observing the aura around Qinxia. Markedly unlike that of an ordinary qi refinement disciple, steady, robust, and brimming with vitality. With Han Lin's death, the curse was lifted, and the long-buried secrets of the Yushu sect, lost to the annals of time, must now be revealed. Standing upon a high vantage point, Qinxia began recounting the tale of Hongqiu. The revelation of the curse's origin in Zhixian Valley left all present in a state of shock. Hongqiu had left a backdoor for disciples in Zhixian Valley and erected a stone tablet, providing future cultivators with clues concealed within the sect leader's dwelling, visible only to the sect leader and those at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. For millennia, successive perfected Foundation establishment cultivators had utilized this scant information to enter Zhejian Valley. If they could unlock the mechanism within a single day, they would encounter Hong Chao's spirit and receive his protection. Upon hearing that the stone inscription of the Xian Yin True Sutra had been destroyed by the backlash of the formation, they were all filled with profound sorrow. Without the sacred text of profound words, the Yushu sect finds itself devoid of hope for transcending the realm of golden elixir. However, the Yushu sect has long accustomed itself to life without the sacred text, thus the absence of hope has not significantly increased their suffering. It has merely extinguished their aspirations entirely. This part of the narrative is unequivocally true. Chen Xiao wishes for the tale of Hong Chou to be passed down, a curse that originated with him and concluded with him, leaving the judgment of merit and demerit to the hearts of the people. As for the events following his entry into the tomb, what he witnessed and acquired cannot be divulged. It suffices to say that Hong Chou, utilizing his final vestige of strength, lifted the curse upon him, and the azure dragon mark upon his body had long since vanished. Moreover, he bestowed upon Chen Xia the privilege of freely entering and exiting the tomb, though this statement is half truth, half illusion. Chen Xia took advantage of this privilege to usher Lu Hui and the siblings Yao Shuefei into the tomb in succession, creating a false scene of lightning strikes to deceive Han Lin. Only then did everyone grasp the sequence of events, greatly admiring Chen Xia's cleverness. The tomb of Senior Hong Chou has sheltered numerous disciples, enabling them to successfully break through to the golden elixir stage. With the curse now lifted, the tomb serves no further protective purpose. Hong Chao's spirit has been extinguished, rendering the tomb a mere sepulchre. It is Chen Xia's desire that others cease to disturb him. Although these words were not spoken by Hong Chou, they reflect Chen Xia's own sentiments. While Hong Chou regarded life with such nonchalance, he naturally would not concern himself with an empty tomb. Nevertheless, Chen Xia felt that such a magnificent senior deserved dignity. Lu Hui had previously analyzed that the tomb exists within a space that is partly real and partly illusory. Its entrance is affiliated with the Yushu sect. Yet even if one were to dig beneath the ground, unearthing it would be impossible. Chen Xia harbors concerns that future generations, upon becoming powerful, might, out of sheer boredom, seek to locate and desecrate this relic. The elders collectively agreed, pledging to never allow disciples to disturb the former Master Hong Chou. Li Jiwei, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How did you rescue Yao Shuefei after she consumed the deadly mandrake, which would cause her body to produce an overwhelming amount of true energy, triggering a heavenly tribulation?" To this question, Lu Hui responded calmly, "We assisted in siphoning away the true energy, preventing her from exploding." "Oh, and after siphoning the true energy, what did you do?" Shang Pu seemed to have a realization, his eyes widening. Lu Hui smiled. "Naturally, we absorbed it to enhance our own cultivation. I am now at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, Brother Shang." "Ah." Shang Pu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The other elders also stared in astonishment, their envy and jealousy barely contained. The observing disciples were equally shocked, unable to mask their expressions. At this juncture, Lu Hui sought to expose Han Lin. "You all should now be aware of the demonic flower, the mandrake." Han Lin secretly set up a formation beneath the base of the returning cloud peak, intercepting the spiritual energy from the earth for over 20 years to nurture the demonic flower. Have I not previously mentioned that the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual cave has diminished? Shang Pu exclaimed in shock. 20 years. No wonder that demonic flower possesses such immense true energy. Does that mean you have essentially consumed a great treasure? Noting that Shang Pu's focus was misplaced, Lu Hui quickly corrected him. "Brother Shang, we were also compelled to absorb that true energy. The issue lies not here, but rather in Han Lin's meticulous scheming. More than 20 years ago, he had already prepared to sacrifice a life. This individual, heedless of the lives of his fellow disciples, has chosen a path of malevolence." The expression on Shang Pu's face gradually returned to its natural state as he awakened from profound regret. This is the essence of fate. Consequently, everyone saw Han Lin's true nature clearly. The slight gratitude they once felt transformed entirely into a chorus of condemnation. Li Jiwei, the eldest among them, recalled Han Lin's numerous indiscretions throughout his lifetime and could not help but exclaim, "This man, intent on taking shortcuts and endangering the lives of others, ultimately finds his efforts futile, a clear manifestation of the cosmic order that does not indulge in partiality." Casting a glance at Chen Xia, he chuckled. "Do you know why Han Lin has always harbored animosity towards you?" The older disciples shared a knowing smile, while the younger ones appeared bewildered, questioning what was humorous about this. With Han Lin's demise, has someone finally dared to discuss the past? Chen Xia chuckled inwardly and sincerely replied, "I, as a junior, am unaware. I humbly request your guidance." The one he despised most was indeed Chen Xia, but not you. Rather, it was another disciple named Chen Xia, who was both blind and lame and stooped with age. Chapter 67. The villain of returning Cloud Peak. Chen Xia, 70 years ago, inadvertently seized the millennium-old mountain ginseng that Han Lin had tirelessly sought. However, Chen Xia did not steal it. He found it entirely by chance, utilizing his unique abilities. Thus, Han Lin's animosity towards him lacked justification, and the notion of refining Chen Xia into medicinal ingredients was even more absurd. The name Chen Xia remained a thorn in Han Lin's heart, a topic no one dared to touch. With Han Lin now deceased, there were no longer any reservations. Among the older disciples, this incident became a source of amusement. Calmly, Chen Xia listened to the tale of his entanglement with Han Lin and inquired, "How was this matter resolved in the end?" When Han Lin went mad, intent on refining Chen Xia, Master Huang and Elder Yang Yun intervened to thwart him. Other elders, witnessing the Master's intervention, also chose not to remain passive and sided with Master Huang. Eventually, Han Lin pursued Chen Xia, but was unable to catch him. As you know, the speed of the spiritual steed is not easily matched. Ultimately, nothing significant transpired, and once Han Lin regained his composure, tranquility returned. Indeed, it was merely a matter of muddling through. An elderly inner disciple remarked, "At that time, there was a peculiar occurrence. 3 outer disciples perished outside the mountain gate. It remains uncertain whether it was connected to this incident or if someone sought personal vengeance amidst the chaos. Despite thorough investigations, the truth could not be uncovered, and it ended inconclusively." Chen Xia noticed a flicker in Lu Hui's brow as he listened nonchalantly. Given the tumult of that day, it was not unusual for such a muddle to arise. No wonder Lu Hui could remain unscathed atop the mountain, having tidied up the aftermath neatly, transforming the deaths of Zheng Wen and his companions into a cold case. Yu Weiming chuckled, if only 70 years ago, that Chen Xia had not stumbled upon Han Lin's millennium-old mountain ginseng, allowing him to reach the foundation-building stage sooner, he might have perished before the master, and none of this would have unfolded. Upon reflection, Chen Xia realized this held a kernel of truth. It was unexpected that, 70 years later, he had inherited such a significant calamity. Fate has its own design. Fortunately, the old fool, overly confident in the smooth execution of his schemes, hastily sought a breakthrough, leaving room for error and ultimately paving his own path to destruction. Had he remained composed and compelled an unfortunate disciple to explore, the outcome might have been vastly different. Li Jiwei slapped his thigh, pointing at Chen Xia with a grin. "So, in this lifetime, isn't Han Lin's rise and fall tied to you, Chen Xia?" In the early stages, he soared effortlessly, rapidly advancing in cultivation, only to ultimately falter at your hands. Chen Xia shrugged. "What does that have to do with me? Do not draw forced connections." Yet, inwardly, he mused that there was indeed some merit to the statement. Lu Hui, reminiscing about Chen Xia from 70 years ago, felt a twinge of sorrow and murmured, "I wonder how that Chen Xia is faring now. Is he still alive?" What was he thinking? When he entered the sect, he was already 60. With 70 years having passed, could he still be at the foundation-building stage? That elder Chen Xia had endured a tragic life, stumbling upon fortune, gaining cultivation, yet remaining unambitious, merely wishing to spend his days in the Yushu sect until the end of his days. Regrettably, an unforeseen incident led to the consumption of Han Lin's precious treasure, nearly resulting in Han Lin using him as material for alchemy. The spiritual steed carried Chen Xia away, returning alone, while his whereabouts remained a mystery. Severely injured, he managed to cling to life even after consuming a millennium-old mountain ginseng. But given the passage of so many years, he should have long since attained enlightenment. Lu Hui's body quivered, and tears suddenly glistened in his eyes, which he quickly wiped away. Chen Xia discerned Lu Hui's deep gratitude for the medicinal gifts received back then. Without those herbs, how could he have swiftly advanced in his foundation building amidst the sparse spiritual energy of the southern heavens? However, the memory of him having slain 3 fellow disciples, a matter entangled with the blind Chen Xia, was a delicate subject best left unspoken. The fact that you can still cherish his virtues justifies my gift of 3 bottles of medicine. Chen Xia felt a surge of emotion as the group reminisced about their encounters with Han Lin when, suddenly, sounds of conflict and exclamations erupted from a distance. It turned out that several of Han Lin's most trusted disciples had located the Yao siblings, enraged that they had survived the Jixian Valley and had deceived Han Lin. They sought to kill them in retribution. The Yao siblings resisted while making their way toward Chen Xia. "Stop!" Lu Hui thundered, soaring through the air on his sword to intercept Han Lin's 3 disciples. Chen Xia, not having mastered sword flight, sprinted toward the fray. These 3 were Han Lin's most trusted disciples, complicit in all his endeavors. As Lu Hui confronted them, the elders emerged to shield the Yao siblings, allowing Chen Xia to close the distance. "They are innocent victims. How dare you attempt to kill them?" Lu Hui rebuked the trio. The leader, a loyal confidant of Han Lin named Yu Cheng, stood at the 9th level of Qi training, among the elite of the inner disciples, unperturbed by the elders' reprimand. "The sect leader, a pillar of the Yushu sect, has been perished by your actions. We, disciples of the Yushu sect, are trapped here, unable to expand our capabilities, living in destitution, precisely due to the long absence of a golden core cultivator. His successful breakthrough would benefit all, yet you have brought about his demise. How can you bear such a burden?" His argument held merit, rendering the attendees silent. Observing this, Chen Xia hastily interjected. "Your master has strayed into the path of demonic cultivation. Even attaining the golden core, his presence may not necessarily be a boon for the Yushu sect." Indeed, Li Jiwei, prompted by Chen Xia's words, stepped forward to counter. "Your master has strayed not once. Just moments ago, we discussed the Chen Xia from 70 years ago. And now I must unveil your master's past. 10 years prior, a newly initiated inner disciple named Su Zhaofeng returned to Yunfeng, having meditated for a year, only to claim he had succumbed to demonic deviation. I caught a glimpse of his body from afar and found it peculiar, but I did not investigate further. Reflecting upon it now, could it be that he was taken by Han Lin for fusion with the black mandala flower, resulting in failure and death?" Unexpectedly, Yu Qing scoffed. "And so what? My master has cultivated the black mandala flower for 25 years without finding a suitable candidate. You remember only Su Zhaofeng, but what of another Xiao Xian?" Among the onlookers, many disciples had been initiated for over 2 decades and certainly remembered the 2 young disciples who had met with untimely deaths. Several of them were friends of the deceased, and they were instantly filled with rage. It was revealed that Han Lin had been conducting experiments on his disciples. Such cruelty raised questions about his suitability to be the sect leader. Fortunately, he had not succeeded in breaking through to the golden core stage. Otherwise, one could only imagine the lengths he might go to in pursuit of cultivation. Indeed, the golden core was inherently malevolent. Could the nascent soul be redeemed? Yu Cheng, witnessing the rising tide of indignation, found himself increasingly enraged. "Silence, you hypocrites!" he bellowed. "The sect leader is ruthless, bearing the brunt of scorn. If he were to achieve the golden core, would you not benefit as well? Stop pretending to be virtuous before me. You do not lack the courage. You simply lack the knowledge of unorthodox methods." His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the crowd, his voice trembling with hysteria. Yet, their response was met with even greater disdain. "You are a petty individual, assuming others share your nature. One is tainted by the company they keep. And Han Lin's character is truly deplorable." The crowd, stirred by emotion, vehemently countered Yu Cheng's assertions. Chapter 68. Eradicating Evil. Yu Cheng and his companions, 3 voices raised in defiance, were met with the ire of their fellow disciples, yet they remained undeterred, shouting fervently, "It was you who caused the demise of Master Han. Surely, that cannot be false. I shall demand justice for Master Han and vow to avenge him." These 3 were truly obstinate, fiercely loyal to Han Lin. And even as the surrounding disciples itched to retaliate, they showed no signs of retreat. Lu Hui declared, "It was I who orchestrated Han Lin's downfall. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me." However, being mere Qi refinement practitioners, Yu Cheng and his companions dared not engage with Lu Hui, coolly responding, "Very well. Since Elder Lu wishes to bear the brunt of it all, we shall hold the true culprits accountable. Though we cannot defeat you today, we shall repay this debt in due time. They provocatively added, alternatively, Elder Lu, you may choose to take advantage of your superior cultivation and eliminate us with a single strike. A gentleman should not be trifled with. Despite recognizing the taunt, Lu Hui found himself unable to act against them. The other elders felt similarly constrained. Beyond these few elders, the inner disciples lacked the foundational strength to easily contend with the likes of Yu Cheng, especially considering that they had no desire to kill the three. Such internal strife was a burden the Yushu sect could ill afford. Li Jiwei interjected, Han Lin's actions were indeed outrageous. As his direct disciples, you were compelled to follow him. Even if you assisted him in many endeavors, we can overlook the past. Yu Weiming frowned and added, we may overlook the past, but you must face the wall in reflection for 10 years. Chun Xia could not help but marvel at the long-standing tradition of the Yushu sect to seek reconciliation, deeply ingrained in their very essence. The two disciples who had been used as pawns had died in vain. Had it not been for Yao Shuefei's rescue, they too would likely have been forgiven. No, had Han Lin successfully broken through to the Golden Core stage, this incident might have even been celebrated as a great achievement. Thus, Chun Xia raised his voice. Elders, this is inappropriate. These three are Han Lin's confidants, deeply entrenched in his schemes, and they cannot be trusted to remain within the Yushu sect. These individuals had committed numerous misdeeds alongside Han Lin and likely acquired many nefarious techniques. Releasing them would only allow them to inflict further harm. Words of caution were futile. They must be eradicated completely. This remark prompted the elders to reconsider, with Shang Pu furrowing his brow and questioning. Has Master Han taught you many sinister techniques? Yu Cheng and his companions could not suppress their scornful laughter. Techniques are judged solely by their efficacy, devoid of notions of righteousness or wickedness. Such distinctions belong to a bygone era of narrow-minded thinkers. They produced several spirit stones. Holding them aloft, can you discern which of these stones were granted by the sect, which were deceitfully obtained, and which were seized? Yu Cheng glared menacingly at Chun Xia, ominously stating, we all know that our master harbors deep resentment towards someone named Chun Xia, and yet you bear the same name. You conspired alongside us in the Shangxian Hall. I shall ensure your demise. Chun Xia replied coolly. You may consider me as that illustrious and noble predecessor who shares your name. Bah! Yu Cheng nearly spat in his face. That was a blind, hunchbacked, crippled beggar. Mind your words. Chun Xia chuckled innocently. I have never encountered him, yet if he can instill hatred in Han Lin for a lifetime, he must be an exceptionally remarkable man, rare in this world. The elderly disciples, despite knowing the inappropriateness of the occasion, could not suppress their laughter. Yu Cheng bellowed. It is a disgrace for someone like that to join the Yushu sect. How dare you embellish the truth? I shall surely slay you. Chun Xia's disdain reached its pinnacle as he retorted, you harbor no sense of fairness or justice. To you, everyone but yourself is less than human. Individuals such as yourselves truly do not deserve to remain in this world. Yu Cheng, weary of trivial discourse, provocatively inquired, do you dare to duel me? His two companions erupted in raucous cheer, just as you did with Wang Fu, one-on-one, to the death. Yao Yang, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. These fools could not discern that Chun Xia was of the Foundation establishment realm. No, why does Chun Xia's aura feel so heavy? He had been feigning all along. It is inherently challenging for one of a lower cultivation to perceive those of a higher realm, especially when one is deliberately concealing their true strength. Chun Xia awaited this moment, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, seeking a justification to eliminate them. Since he professed to uphold fairness and justice, he could not simply dispatch a person with a single stroke. Even if they were heinous, it was necessary to first expose their crimes and then administer justice accordingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Cheng took the initiative to speak, so it was no longer his fault. With a smile, he replied, what is there to fear? Lu Hui paused, turning to regard him meaningfully, the implication in his gaze unmistakable. You certainly embody fairness. Chun Xia shrugged slightly, indicating that it was their demand, leaving him with no choice. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yu Cheng, fearing an elder's intervention, quickly asserted, this is a matter between Chun Xia and myself. Do not interfere, esteemed elders. In his heart, he considered all four of them foes, but since Lu Hui was of the Qi refinement realm and beyond his ability to contend with, He sought to manipulate the situation with words. The Yao siblings remained silent, hiding behind the elders, while only Chen Xia, audaciously pressing forward, seized the opportunity to eliminate one of them. Chen Xia, wary of the elders' potential obstruction, proclaimed loudly, "The folded Immortal Valley has its sanctuaries, and I have long identified one, though I have not disclosed it to Han Lin. Elder Lu was saved by me, as was Yao Xuefei. I am the principal architect of Han Lin's demise. If you wish to hold me accountable, you have indeed found the right target." Yu Cheng was taken aback. Then, summoning all his strength, he bellowed, "So you are the mastermind. You deserve death." The disciples who had arrived later stared in shock at Chen Xia. "What merit do you possess to wield such power?" Yet the elders were already well aware. Particularly, several had discerned that Chen Xia's aura was not inferior to their own, realizing that these three could not prevail against him. At this juncture, they had no desire to expose the truth. Eliminating Han Lin's influence would indeed bring greater stability in the days to come. Losing a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would eventually be compensated by new talent in the years ahead. Chen Xia exchanged a glance with Yu Weiming, who decisively tossed out a mat. This scene was all too familiar to Chen Xia. As soon as the futon ceased its expansion, he leapt into it, beckoning the three of them with his fingers. "If you possess the courage, come at me all together." The elders present were left speechless, finding his arrogance excessive. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng was taken aback, wondering why he seemed eager to meet his demise. With delight, he jumped into the futon, followed without hesitation by his two junior brothers. It was 3 against 1. Like 3 fingers grasping a rice snail, how could they possibly falter? To even mention Wang Fu is exceedingly inauspicious, Chen Xia remarked, shaking his head. "Indeed, I am also avenging Wang Fu," fearing that prolonged hesitation would lead to unforeseen consequences. Yu Cheng abandoned even the basic formalities of a duel and immediately struck. Slap, slap, slap. Within a single exchange, all 3 lay prostrate. Blood dripped from the tip of Chen Xia's sword, and the onlooking disciples barely comprehended the unfolding events before witnessing the trio on the ground. You have already reached the foundation establishment stage?" Chen Xia no longer concealed his aura and nodded indifferently. "How infuriating. You truly are insidious." Chen Xia responded with a cold smile. "Do you not uphold the doctrine that the strong are revered? To be vanquished by a stronger opponent is merely fitting. Is it not?" "Huh." Yu Cheng's eyes filled with confusion, as if the reasoning held some validity. And then, they fell. Chapter 69. Lu Hui becomes the sect leader. Chen Xia, with an exaggerated flourish, effortlessly dispatched 3 practitioners of the Qi refinement stage with a single strike, causing the onlooking disciples to tense in astonishment. His exceptionally large dantian granted him an overwhelming advantage over his peers. Those at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment were slightly inferior, while even those at the 4th layer needed to muster their utmost resolve to surpass him. Likely around the level of the 3.5 layer of foundation establishment, Yu Cheng and his companions were tragically outmatched, succumbing to their own blindness. Fortunately for them, Chen Xia chose not to create a bloody spectacle in front of so many witnesses, granting them a swift and peaceful demise. Yu Weiming felt as though he had just set out his mat, yet before he could prepare for the unfolding drama, it concluded, leaving him helplessly retracting his mat. The bodies of the 3 were left to several outer disciples for handling. With Han Lin deceased, and his 3 direct disciples also perished, no one remained to advocate for Han Lin. "It has been decades since anyone visited the Return Cloud Peak. We must conduct a thorough investigation this time," Chen Xia suggested. Yu Weiming recalled an important matter and addressed the other elders. "Let us not rush. With Han Lin dead, the Yusu sect requires a new leader. Who do you believe is most suitable to helm our sect?" Chen Xia interjected, "The selection of a leader is not urgent. We should first head to Return Cloud Peak to quell any dissent and eradicate any illicit evidence." Shang Pu, however, supported Yu Weiming's perspective. Return Cloud Peak is the residence of the sect leader. It is best for the new leader to oversee the investigation there. The others exchanged glances, and Li Jiwei smiled, saying, "I believe Elder Lu is the most fitting choice. He possesses the highest cultivation level and is known for his integrity." As we all can attest, Lu Hui was about to humbly decline when Chen Xia impatiently tugged him towards Return Cloud Peak, declaring, "It's settled. Let us hasten." "No. There is no need to rush." Lu Hui momentarily forgot that Chen Xia also possessed foundation establishment strength, and he was unexpectedly dragged away. As he departed, the others followed suit. First, they would investigate Return Cloud Peak, and then address the matter of leadership. Lu Hui continued to feign modesty along the way. Chen Xia spoke resolutely. If it were a normal circumstance, we would all behave ourselves and follow the established procedures. But in urgent matters, we must act pragmatically. Do not decline this responsibility. The group echoed their agreement, pressing forward, urging Lu Hui towards Return Cloud Peak. With a resigned tone, Lu Hui suggested, "Would it be acceptable for me to fly over on my sword?" Chen Xia relented, allowing Lu Hui to lead the way, while the other elders followed suit towards Return Cloud Peak. Only Yu Weiming remained behind, curiously inquiring, "You cannot fly on a sword?" "I only just broke through to Foundation establishment a few days ago and have yet to begin my studies," Lu Hui replied, the disbelief evident in Yu Weiming's voice. "There is no shame in it. I too took 3 whole days to learn. You should practice more." This was clearly a boast. Afterward, he flirtatiously winked at Chen Xia before soaring off on his sword. "I have learned to fly on a sword, but I refrained from drawing attention," Chen Xia muttered behind them, though no one heard him. The Yusu sect comprises numerous peaks, each inhabited by disciples. The disciples assigned to the elders' peaks are not necessarily their direct students. As if enveloped in the ethereal mist of Lanfeng, the residence of Lu Hui stands. Yet apart from his direct disciples, none hold any connection to him. The spiritual cave of Huiyun Peak is regarded as the most esteemed, serving as the sanctum for the sect leader's cultivation. Since Han Lin ascended to the position of sect leader, even the disciples allocated to Huiyun Peak have been subjected to the oversight of Han Lin's trusted direct disciples. Over time, they have all become extensions of Han Lin, exuding an air of superiority. However, following Han Lin's demise, those standing on the mountainside, provided they possess sight, can behold everything laid bare before them. Thus, when all the elders arrived on their swords, the disciples from other peaks surged forth, while the disciples of Huiyun Peak remained meek and motionless. The elders commanded the disciples of Huiyun Peak to assemble, and Lu Hui announced the resolution. All disciples from Huiyun Peak, having closely followed Han Lin for many years, were significantly influenced by him. Henceforth, they would face the wall in contemplation of their misdeeds for 3 years. Should anyone have committed inappropriate acts, they were permitted to confess. As long as their transgressions were not excessive, the sect would offer them a chance for redemption. Simultaneously, it was mandated that others refrain from discrimination against the disciples of Huiyun Peak. The overarching principle was to avoid drastic measures, striving to heal rather than to purge. The disciples of Huiyun Peak raised no objections. Subsequently, Lu Hui instructed the remaining disciples to remain still, taking only the elders with him to search Han Lin's secret chamber. Chen Xia and the Yao siblings stood with the other disciples on the mountainside, observing the unfolding events. "You should join us," Yu Weiming urged Chen Xia. "Aren't the elders the ones conducting the search?" Shang Pu swiftly grasped Yu Weiming's intent, chuckling, "You've already reached the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, barely meeting the elders' requirements. Given the current vacancy among them, your considerable contributions surely merit the position." He insisted on accompanying Chen Xia. The sect leader's residence was situated on a sunlit plateau halfway up the mountain, a place unfamiliar to many who had not ventured there for decades. The secret chamber was not a concealed structure. It lay nestled in the backyard of the leader's abode, appearing as an ordinary room. Yet it could only be accessed with the sect leader's waist token. Lu Hui brandished the token before the door, which creaked open, allowing him and the others to enter. Inside lay a passageway flanked by a series of small rooms filled with numerous tomes authored by predecessors of the sect. There was also an alchemy room and a training chamber. One particular room contained a bed adorned with quilts typically favored by female disciples, embellished with trinkets that only young women would cherish. Chen Xia touched it lightly and remarked, "This is where Yao Shuefei rests." Everyone was taken aback. It was not a place for secluded cultivation, but rather reminiscent of imprisonment. In the final small room stood a black stone tablet, instantly recognizable as the sect leader's decree stone. However, the sight before them left everyone astounded. The tablet had been shattered into fragments. Lu Hui picked up a piece of the broken stone, observing that all inscriptions had been obliterated. Who did this? Was it Han Lin? Why would he resort to such an act? A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, for the decree stone contained vital information passed down through generations, preserved by the sect leader for millennia. Chen Xia picked up several black stones, and began to assemble them. Don't waste your time, even if you piece it together. The inscriptions will remain illegible, Li Jiwei said in bewilderment. Undeterred, Chun Xia continued, and, halfway through, discovered the cause of the fracture. It was not the work of Han Lin. This stone had been erected by the esteemed Hong Chou. After Han Lin's demise, the requisite number was fulfilled, the curse lifted, and the stone cracked of its own accord, rendering the inscriptions unnecessary for preservation. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating how Chun Xia could be so certain. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Since it was already shattered and the words obliterated, they felt no inclination to pursue the matter further. They exited the room, leaving only Lu Hui and Yu Weiming, who continued to observe Chun Xia as he patiently reassembled the sect leader's engraved stone. This was not a stone of the Xianyan true classic, thus it could be moved with relative ease. Once arranged, he temporarily adhered it using a spell. Now, let me see what it reveals, Lu Hui said as he took out the sect leader's waste token and placed it upon the stone. However, the stone responded with utter silence. Alas, it has fulfilled its purpose, refusing to reveal itself to anyone, Yu Weiming lamented. Lu Hui, unconvinced, attempted several more times. The secrets of the Yushu sect, preserved for millennia and known only to the sect leader, remained shrouded in mystery. Chun Xia quietly caressed the stone. Reveal your story. The damaged stone began to display its inscriptions. Chapter 70. The Desolate Master in the Secret Chamber in front of the stone tablet. A lengthy passage delineates a singular truth. A sect requires but one golden core throughout a lifetime. Hong Chou, with unreserved eloquence, underscores this notion repeatedly. To uphold the prestige of the Yushu sect, it is imperative that only one golden core presides, while others, irrespective of their aptitude, serve merely to fill the void. Should the master disregard this decree and, swayed by personal sentiments, divulge secrets to those close to him, Hong Chou curses him with a fate of interrupted celestial paths, destined for untimely demise. As Chun Xia perused these words, a chill enveloped him, pondering the mental state of the individual who erected this stone. The subsequent text expounds upon the rationale behind such a doctrine. Hong Chou accentuates that fortune is a significant factor in cultivation. Those of superior talent who do not ascend to the role of master become mere sacrifices. A considerable portion of the narrative revolves around this theme, and Chun Xia, already aware of the outcome, merely glanced through it. The following passages delve into obscure clues regarding the search for tombs, shrouded in complexity that eludes Chun Xia's comprehension. Even with knowledge of the unlocking mechanism, the content remains enigmatic. Two disconnected verses from the Xian Yan Jinjing appear, yet fail to identify the mechanisms within the Zhexian Valley or connect coherently with the surrounding text. An astute mind might infer it to be a spell or command. Chun Xia felt a tinge of disappointment. Hong Chou's intent seemed rather mundane, merely cloaked in mystery due to its focus on the master. Successive masters were aware of a potential escape route within the Zhexian Valley, yet few could be safeguarded, and the secret remained closely guarded through the ages. Thus, for many years, only the master had the chance to evade disaster, while others were consigned to fill the void. Take Su Jingran, for instance, who, alongside his junior disciple, represented the pinnacle of the Yushu sect, yet only one achieved golden core status. The cruel irony lay in the fact that while the junior disciple diligently trained with fervor, hastening his demise, Su Jingran was acutely aware of this truth but remained powerless to intervene. Human hearts are tender. Who does not cherish a good friend? For decades, a heavy weight must have pressed upon Su Jingran, and the tragic failure of his junior disciple, leading to death and dissolution, only compounded that burden, an irrevocable regret. Throughout history, countless such tales have unfolded. In truth, Hong Chou's extensive writings boil down to a singular principle. The master must sever emotional ties and prioritize the sect's future, caring only for oneself and not for others. The master's duty is to cultivate a sufficient number of exceptional disciples, selecting the best to inherit the mantle of golden core, while the rest are destined for the Zhexian Valley. This ideology, for disciples of the rectified path, is akin to a paradigm shift. As children entering the sect, they are taught to be virtuous, yet upon assuming the role of master, they must learn the art of ruthless sacrifice. Chun Xia comprehended Hong Chou's rationale. For the sake of the Yushu sect's legacy, someone must play the villain. However, Han Lin, who had always favored the darker paths, upon becoming master and encountering Hong Cho's admonitions, would only descend further into moral ambiguity. At the very bottom of the stone tablet, 10 characters resembling tadpoles were inscribed, evoking the semblance of a spell, yet devoid of any guidance. Chen Xia could not fathom what other mechanisms might require activation within the Jixian Valley. Confused, I silently recited the words several times, forcing myself to remember them. Just then, the spell's duration expired, and the stone tablet shattered with a resounding crash. Yu Weiming and Lu Hui were both disheartened, fearing they had permanently missed out on crucial information. Chen Xia mused that it might be better for them not to know the content, lest it cause them distress. As Chen Xia fiddled with the sect master's token, the others reached the end of the tunnel, where a door stood, locked against their attempts to open it. They called for Lu Hui. Holding the sect master's waist badge, Lu Hui managed to unlock the door, revealing a vast, empty space beyond. The ground was littered with fragments of spiritual talismans, severed strands of red silk, and scattered traces of medicinal wine, all indicating the long-term presence of a formation. It was the very formation that had stripped Yao Xuefei of her consciousness, Chen Xia explained. Li Jiwei, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "This kid seems to know everything. I suspect you might have been involved." "I'm merely guessing. You should judge for yourself," Chen Xia replied coolly, thinking it best to refrain from displaying his knowledge and allow them to investigate on their own. The formation had been destroyed, leaving little to uncover. The sect master's residence was not expansive, lacking any additional chambers, a fact the elders found hard to believe. Li Jiwei remarked, "Is the secret chamber of the sect master so meager? It resembles the abode of a pauper, utterly devoid of valuables." Shangpu rolled his eyes in response. "Do you truly think we are here to treasure hunt? This is our home," Li Jiwei retorted, rolling his eyes again. "Your home is impoverished. We are at least a sect. Let us put aside the matter of treasures for now. Where exactly is the place where Han Lin siphoned the spiritual energy? Can you all truly sleep at night without locating it?" Chen Xia reminded them. Lu Hui concurred with Chen Xia, having sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy had not risen since Han Lin's demise, suggesting that the formation responsible for siphoning the energy might still be operational. Only then did the elders become alert. Li Jiwei left to interrogate several of Han Lin's direct disciples, while the rest meticulously searched the cramped secret chamber. Chen Xia approached a peculiar stone, realizing there was another space behind it, accessible only via magical transportation, and he pondered, given the sect master's residence is so meager, it must be abnormal. Han Lin likely concealed all valuables in that hidden space. The walls bore no clues on how to access it. Was there a large cave within the inner depths of the Cloud Return Peak? Why had no one ever discovered it? Having raised suspicion with his earlier comments, he decided to remain silent this time and observe how they would uncover the truth. Li Jiwei's inquiries yielded no results. Han Lin was notoriously suspicious, and who could possibly know the secrets of the sect master's chamber? The individuals most likely privy to such knowledge were, ironically, the three whom Chen Xia had eliminated, including Yu Cheng. Lu Hui knocked around with the sect master's waist badge, but to no avail. "I refuse to believe the secret chamber is this simple. It must conceal something," Lu Hui lamented. Shangpu also questioned, "After all these years, Han Lin forbade us elders from setting foot in the Cloud Return Peak merely to guard this empty room?" Yu Weiming cradled his chin in contemplation, pondering, indeed. Over the years, where have all the elixirs crafted by Han Lin gone? Li Jiwei suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "Could it be that his direct disciples have taken their share?" Shangpu scoffed. "Do you truly believe that Han Lin's creations could be so easily divided among his disciples? To him, those disciples are naught but mere servants." After much deliberation, as dusk approached, the group found themselves at an impasse. The elders, aware of Han Lin's recent demise and the multitude of affairs the sect had to address, reluctantly decided to abandon their search, resolving to return another day. They all harbored hopes of uncovering something of value within the secret chamber of the sect leader's residence. The years of repression had been arduous, and they sought some form of compensation. Chen Xia, having been invited by Lu Hui, temporarily took residence at Huiyun Peak, avoiding the remote Inxian courtyard, with plans for further arrangements in a few days. The direct disciples of Mulanfeng swiftly relocated as well, resulting in a steady flow of personnel between the two peaks. It was evident to all that Chen Xia was destined to become an elder, and he was met with great deference at Mulanfeng. That night, Chen Xia settled into Huiyun Peak, yet sleep eluded him. The inscriptions on the stele commanded his thoughts, the 10 characters in their peculiar script lingering vividly in his mind. Suddenly, in the depths of the night, he sprang up, realization dawning upon him. I have deciphered the incantation behind those 10 characters. Chapter 71. The true secret chamber of the sect leader Chen Xia deftly evaded the patrolling disciples of Huiyun Peak and boldly entered Lu Hui's chamber. At the entrance, a protective formation was in place, rousing Lu Hui from slumber. Chen Xia you, he began, only for Chen Xia to hush him, gesturing for him to follow into the secret chamber of the sect leader, signaling for him to unlock the door. With a heart full of suspicion, Lu Hui remained silent as he opened the door to the secret chamber. The duo stepped inside, making their way to the expansive final room. Approaching the wall, Chen Xia instructed Lu Hui to retrieve the sect leader's waist token. Do you wish to become the sect leader? Lu Hui remarked with a sardonic twist of his lips. Yet he complied and produced the waist token. Grasping the token, Chen Xia pressed it against the wall and recited the 10 ancient characters. In an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursed through the room, revealing a circular phantom door upon the wall. Ah, I was right. This is indeed the incantation. Chen Xia exclaimed with delight. Lu Hui, both astonished and indignant, retorted, How do you know this incantation? Who is truly the sect leader, you or I? Are there any secrets of the Yushu sect that you remain unaware of? With a playful grin, Chen Xia replied, If it weren't for the necessity of the sect leader's waist token to activate this incantation, I would have preferred to keep it to myself. How delightful it would be to hoard it all. Lu Hui sighed in resignation. I believe you would do just that. This is indeed the true secret chamber of the sect leader. We must enter swiftly before those old men discover us, Chen Xia urged, and with that, he dashed into the phantom door, vanishing in a flash. Lu Hui shook his head with a sigh, following closely behind. The two were transported into a cavern where the walls were as if sculpted from stone, forming a winding passageway 2 zhang wide. Numerous symbols were etched into the rock, which served to isolate this space from the outside world. At the base of the wall stood several shelves lined with an array of potion vials. After some time, they managed to uncover dozens of vials, most containing low-grade qi gathering pills suitable for those in the qi refinement stage, though there were also some higher-tier elixirs. This is the Huaxing pill, optimal for those in the foundation establishment stage, Lu Hui identified. And this is the Xianming pill, also for foundation establishment. And, wow, this is the Changxiu pill, meant for those in the golden core stage, though there are only 5. It must have been prepared by Han Lin for his impending breakthrough to golden core. Having been in the sect for 70 years, Lu Hui's extensive knowledge allowed him to quickly discern the nature of each elixir. Poor Chen Xia, despite his lengthy cultivation journey, had little opportunity to study such advanced knowledge and could only recognize them upon touch. Indeed, the Yushu sect proved to be a frugal establishment. Even the sect leader at the peak of foundation establishment possessed only this meager stock. Chen Xia felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, relieved that those old geezers were not present to claim a share, or else they would all be left with mere scraps. Lu Hui was displeased by such remarks. What is wrong with the Yushu sect? When Han Lin faced the Thunder Tribulation, he undoubtedly brought many elixirs, all of which were reduced to ash by the Thunder Fire. These are merely what remained. Chen Xia's curiosity was piqued further. The high-tier elixirs were certainly for Han Lin. But the existence of these qi refinement elixirs raises an intriguing question. Han Lin established his foundation a century ago. What could be the reason for stockpiling low-grade elixirs? I have heard that Han Lin rewards obedient disciples, and these must be the prizes, though their source is rather dubious. In our Yushu sect, we rarely concoct such things. Now that Han Lin is deceased, these matters remain unverified. Ultimately, it is of little consequence. They can be distributed. The eyes of Chen Xia and Lu Hui were fixated on the few bottles of premium elixirs, their intentions quite apparent. Let us divide them fairly. I can see you drooling, Lu Hui chuckled. Chen Xia grinned and inquired, I was worried you might say these are sect assets and should be confiscated. I am not that kind of person, Lu Hui scoffed. Confiscation simply means I would hoard them all for myself. You could do that. Chen Xia reprimanded sternly. Lu Hui, now serious, stated, I possess the sect master's token, and you have the incantation. Splitting them evenly is quite reasonable. He then adopted a grave expression and insisted, But you must divulge the incantation to me. All right, I'll write it down for you immediately. It is the sect master's secret and should not be monopolized. Extending a finger, he inscribed 10 characters resembling tadpoles on the stone wall. Lu Hui committed them to memory, and with a swipe of his hand, the markings vanished. The two divided the elixirs into 2 roughly equal portions. The most precious among them was the Changxiu Dan, suitable for those in the Golden Core stage. Chen Xia claimed only 2. Lu Hui had already reached the Foundation Establishment stage, and he hoped to attain the Golden Core soon, becoming a pillar of the sect, thus justifying his taking an additional 1. The Changxiu Dan is most effective when consumed post-Golden Core formation. Even at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, much spiritual energy would be wasted if consumed prematurely. They decided to store them for later use. As for the elixirs meant for the Qi refinement stage, they had no use for them. Chen Xia generously suggested, "You may give these to promising disciples, like Yao Shuafei. Of course, do it discreetly." Lu Hui was at a loss for words. "I am already the sect master. I need to clandestinely distribute elixirs to the disciples? There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through." "You are right. The greatest fear is of leaks." After dividing the elixirs, Chen Xia was in high spirits. They had split 7 bottles of Foundation Establishment elixirs, uncertain of how much they might elevate their cultivation. This cave was small, and it was hard to imagine such a secretive place being so confined. The two searched for clues throughout. Chen Xia, while exploring, quickly discovered another entrance to a different space. To avoid overshadowing Lu Hui's dignity as sect master, he refrained from mentioning it and pretended to search. Lu Hui, holding the sect master's token, circled the walls. Chen Xia knew he was taking a longer route and patiently waited. "Are you truly going to leave the Yushu sect?" Lu Hui suddenly inquired, as if casually. Chen Xia, feeling a twinge of reluctance, responded honestly, "It is quite difficult for me to cultivate here. Yet how did you manage to break through to Foundation Establishment in less than 10 years? "It was fortune, not effort," Chen Xia replied candidly. Lu Hui halted, turned to face him, and with a tone of skepticism, remarked, "You must have consumed numerous Qi awakening pills to embark on your Qi refinement journey. It was due to half a Huafeng Dan that you advanced to the middle stage of Qi refinement. Having broken through the Foundation Establishment stage due to absorbing the true essence of Yao Shuafei, these occurrences can indeed be deemed as fortuitous opportunities. But your ascension from the Qi refining stage to the upper Qi refining stage, was it not achieved at the Yushu sect?" Chen Xia gaped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth for a considerable time. "Please provide an explanation. As a respected elder, why are you so intimately aware of my cultivation journey? Are you monitoring me?" "Your peculiar behavior piqued my interest," Lu Hui replied, his brow furrowed. "Typically silent, yet upon making a move, you achieve consecutive breakthroughs, which is rather unreasonable." Resigned, Chen Xia had no choice but to confess, "I should have mentioned that I encountered Master Hong Chou." His words trailed off as he calmly regarded Lu Hui. Ah, Lu Hui understood. This too was indeed a stroke of fortune. It seems this benefit was bestowed by Hong Chou, which is rather exasperating. Thus, do you comprehend now? My standing within the Yushu sect is solely attributed to a series of fortunate encounters, rather than my own efforts, which I find insurmountable. The expression of resignation on Chen Xia's face was genuine, devoid of pretense. If one could cultivate diligently, who would desire to create turmoil? Lu Hui remained silent, turning away as he walked a short distance, pressing the sect leader's token against the wall and reciting an incantation. A shadowy portal once again materialized on the mountainside, and a flicker of joy illuminated Lu Hui's countenance. Chapter 72. How could there be a book of dark magic? In the next cavern, the space was distinctly different from the previous one, though of comparable size. Here lay various magical artifacts and swords. Wow, are these the treasured relics of the Yushu sect? Lu Hui exclaimed joyfully. Chen Xia sighed, feeling that Lu Hui would likely not share the artifacts and swords with him, and thus felt no excitement. Indeed, upon hearing his sigh, Lu Hui gravely remarked, "These are the property of the sect. Do not harbor any thoughts of claiming them. Those who understand me, like Lu Hui, are few. The elixirs were clearly crafted by Han Lin, so I was willing to share those, but these are different." Chen Xia couldn't help but retort, "I haven't even mentioned it, and you sound like a miser." Lu Hui responded with utmost seriousness, "I do not intend to hoard them. Now that I am to become the sect leader of Yushu, these artifacts represent the accumulated wealth of the sect over the years. I cannot give them to you." I truly do not desire them. Do not overthink it. I understand, Chen Xia replied, resignedly expressing his sincerity. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Hui extended 3 fingers, shaking them slightly. All right, I will give you 3 pieces. Take them. Not even one. Chen Xia gently waved his hand. These are public assets of the Yushu sect. What do you take me for? Lu Hui sighed, personally took 3 artifacts, and forcefully placed them into Chen Xia's hands. These few pieces cannot be more. He insisted, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. This is something you insisted on giving me. I will not feign politeness. Chen Xia accepted the artifacts. Lu Hui snorted softly, as if seeing through Chen Xia, and heaved a sigh of relief. The two examined all the artifacts, but Lu Hui furrowed his brow again. I remember the Yushu sect had 3 5th-grade artifacts, our treasured possessions. Where have they gone? Artifacts possess grades, with those below 3rd grade being considered inferior. Yushu sect disciples could only forge low-grade items. Due to a prolonged shortage of materials, acquiring even these lower-grade artifacts is no easy feat. 5th-grade artifacts are regarded as the sect's treasures, illustrating the poverty of the Yushu sect. Could they have all been taken to Zhixin Valley by Han Lin? Chen Xia speculated. Lu Hui chuckled bitterly. Generations of disciples heading to Zhixin Valley to break through to the Golden Core must bring a substantial number of artifacts. Success means retaining some, while failure results in everything turning to ashes. He spread his hands in lament. You see, I have inherited such a mess. If I ever wish to break through to the Golden Core, I will have to start from scratch. Chen Xia felt no sympathy. Come on. You are at least the sect leader. I possess nothing. This cavern yielded no remarkable treasures. And the two were skeptical that the leader's secret chamber consisted of merely these 2 small caves, so they continued their search. Not long after, Lu Hui discovered another entrance. Upon entering, it revealed yet another small cavern, housing a dozen or so ancient texts. The two were curious. The Yushu sect had a library, so why were their books hidden here? As they skimmed through, they found that all the texts discussed sinister and unorthodox practices. Among them was one detailing how to utilize demonic herbs to transform the human body into a vessel for cultivating vast amounts of spiritual energy. The two exclaimed in astonishment. Enough, stop looking. I intend to destroy these books, Lu Hui declared resolutely. Chen Xia, however, disagreed and asked earnestly. Let me pose a question. Are these texts the secret manuals authored by the esteemed predecessors of the Yushu sect? Lu Hui ran his fingers over the cover and asserted. This paper bears the protective spells of the Yushu sect. It is undoubtedly our property. Since these are tomes recorded by the illustrious forebears of the Yushu sect, how can you so casually obliterate them? Are these not inherently malevolent? Did the ancient sages truly remain oblivious to their wickedness? Chen Xia urged him to ponder, noting that the predecessors must have had a purpose in documenting these spells. What purpose? Lu Hui's brows furrowed. You don't wish to learn them, do you? Let me enlighten you. Han Lin's path is one of no return. Even if he survives this time, he cannot escape the consequences of his actions. His fate will not be pleasant. Lu Hui's eyes widened in warning to Chen Xia against harboring any impure thoughts. To be a virtuous person, one must understand the nature of evil. A righteous individual seeking to thrive must comprehend the methods of the wicked. You may never employ such tactics, but ignorance is not an option. I believe this is precisely why the predecessors of the Yushu sect left these texts behind, Chen Xia patiently elucidated. A flicker of enlightenment sparkled in Lu Hui's eyes, as he began to see the merit in this perspective. The ancients possessed a more pragmatic mindset. They upheld their principles and refrained from misusing forbidden knowledge, earning admiration. Yet, he hesitated. What if another like Han Lin were to emerge in future generations? Who, besides the sect leader, will have the opportunity to learn from these texts? Chen Xia advised him to choose a suitable successor, ensuring the knowledge would not be lost. Lu Hui relented, saying, Very well, I shall refrain from destroying them, but you must not peruse them either. He concluded by gathering the manuals and placing them back on the shelf. I had no intention of studying them. Chen Xia replied with an open-handed gesture. I merely believe that the works left by our predecessors should not perish in our generation. Lu Hui tapped the manuals and stated solemnly, These books undeniably belong to the Yushu sect, yet they bear no signatures. It remains uncertain whether they were penned by the predecessors, or perhaps even by Han Lin himself. That is a contentious point. The two then ceased their discussion regarding the manuals. The cave around them was stark and empty, far cleaner than the previous two they had encountered, leaving them puzzled as to what treasures the Yusu sect might have had worth safeguarding. Perhaps, in a more prosperous era, this place had been brimming with riches. Lu Hui continued his search for the next possible entrance, while Chen Xia, feeling lethargic, merely stood by and observed. If I were to leave the Yusu sect, where should I go? Lu Hui remained silent, seemingly unhearing. I am earnestly seeking guidance. What sort of place do you desire? Lu Hui replied with impatience. Naturally, a location abundant in spiritual energy. Then you should head to Zhongzhou. Is that not evident? Lu Hui's tone was decidedly frosty. He was unaware of just how little Chen Xia understood of this world. In his past life, he had lived over 60 years, mostly begging for sustenance and peace, never venturing beyond familiar confines. After spending decades in a confined space, upon his rebirth, he found himself once more ensconced within the Yusu sect, having spent both lives within this singular circle. Only the names of the 6 southern kingdoms are known: the state of Chu, the Firefly Kingdom, the Sun Kingdom, the Fish Kingdom, the Kingdom of Radiance, and the Boat Kingdom. The specific locations of these nations remain a complete mystery. It is known that the state of Chu shares its borders with the Kingdom of Radiance. The state of Chu is reputed to be the place with the thinnest spiritual energy in the world, while the Jade Void sect is situated in a remote corner of Chu, distanced from other sects and seldom interacting. Essentially a congregation of low-level practitioners indulging in their own pursuits. Chen Xia has indeed heard of the Central Continent, a place exceedingly far away. Lu Hui clearly disdains this topic, having turned in circles within the small cave before opening a phantom gate and stepping through without a word. This time, however, it was not a cave, but a narrow tunnel. As they proceeded, the passage grew increasingly constricted, winding downward until it could accommodate only one person. Ultimately, they were left with but a single opening, necessitating a crawl to advance. The Master's secret chamber could not possibly have any other exits. Something peculiar was undoubtedly afoot. Without hesitation, the two of them squeezed through, crawling for a distance of 2 zhong, before plummeting rapidly into a profoundly deep cavern. The height was approximately 6 or 7 zhong. Had it not been for their foundational cultivation, they would surely have met a disastrous fate. Chapter 73. The true cultivation ground of the sect leader. The two individuals rose from the ground, astonished by the vastness of this cavern, which surpassed the previous ones in size. Even the foundation establishment practitioners, with their keen eyesight, could not discern the edges of the cave. Lu Hui produced a luminous pearl, casting it into the air, where it hung above them, illuminating the entire cavern with its radiant glow. The ceiling soared to an impressive height, and their point of descent was merely on one side of the cavern's wall. The walls were inscribed with numerous talismans, exuding an air of solemnity. As they ventured further into the cave's depths, Chen Xia sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, far greater than that of the spiritual veins on the mountain. I understand now. This is the source of the spiritual veins of Huiyin Peak. Lu Hui exclaimed with excitement. The spiritual energy flowed through the cave, originating from the earth's veins, gathering in this location, some even seeping through cracks to circulate to other peaks, giving rise to the Yushu sect. Advancing further, they encountered a natural stone pillar upon which rested a mat, a lamp, and a small table. As they approached, Lu Hui's sect leader's token unexpectedly emitted a radiant glow, igniting the lamp with a brilliance that surpassed even the luminous pearl. Lu Hui retracted the pearl, surveying his surroundings and realizing with exhilaration. So this is the true cultivation ground of the Yushu sect's leader. Chen Xia promptly seated himself on the mat. Allow me to test this. Let us see how concentrated the spiritual energy is at this spot. He began to circulate the Xianyan Sutra, and immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, permeating his body. His internal true qi swelled, resonating with the external spiritual energy, refining into true qi and sinking into his dantian. For practitioners at the qi refinement stage, the dantian could only store gaseous true qi, whereas after foundation establishment, it could be compressed into a liquid state. Since acquiring the Xianyan Sutra and cultivating at the Yingzhan courtyard, he had felt something, albeit akin to the discomfort of holding back gas. At this moment, however, he felt as if his body were a sponge, every inch of his skin absorbing the spiritual energy, an unparalleled sensation of comfort he had never experienced before. Lu Hui quietly awaited the conclusion of Chen Xia's practice, coolly remarking, "That's enough. You've overstepped, as I am the sect leader, all right? I haven't had a chance to try it even once." Let me stand up and give it a go," Chunxia replied, allowing him the chance to experience it fully. It became evident that true sensation and cultivation could only be realized within the realm of the Yushu sect's spiritual energy source, prompting a reflective thought in Chunxia. Alas, this place was reserved for the sect leader. One could hardly monopolize another's territory. Furthermore, merely feeling the spiritual energy might not suffice. Seated on the mat, Lu Hui appeared ethereal, and his expression revealed that he was experiencing far greater delight than Chunxia. "Truly remarkable," Lu Hui exclaimed after concluding his practice. "I assure you, even after reaching the golden core stage, sitting here will not make one feel the spiritual energy is sparse." Chunxia silently mused, "Then make good use of this place and reach the golden core stage swiftly." The thought of the impending storms of uncertainty in the future filled him with a sense of melancholy. To cultivate to the golden core stage within a sect, why seek hardship elsewhere? Yet, how could a golden-scaled fish be mere pond material? "Yushu sect, you are unworthy of me. Chunxia, I have a suggestion. Why not stay here? In this place, we share it together. The area of specialized training belongs to the sect leader, and Lu Hui is willing to share it with him, demonstrating great sincerity. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly declined." Chunxia, with his introspective gaze, surveyed his dantian, yet he remained resolute, smiling as he said, "I am merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. There is no need for such melodrama." Lu Hui replied earnestly, "I am not jesting. I genuinely hope you will stay. We have forged a bond akin to life and death, and I see a bright future for you. We are destined to cultivate to the golden core stage, and the Yushu sect is in dire need of your talents." Chunxia never doubted that he could reach the golden core stage within the Yushu sect, even in a remote place like the Yingxian courtyard. Enduring for a century until the end of his foundational lifespan would surely lead him to achieve the golden core. If his dantian were not so expansive, perhaps he would not entertain such lofty aspirations. However, with such exceptional aptitude, is merely attaining the golden core truly all he could hope for? "I must level with you," he continued seriously. "Staying in the Yushu sect, we can both aspire to the golden core, but Yuan Ying is beyond our reach, let alone transcending to the divine transformation and ascending to the heavens." Lu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Yuan Ying and divine transformation? To aspire for ascension? Wasn't the golden core the utmost hope for disciples of the Yushu sect? In all of southern heaven, no one had ascended in millennia. "I had not considered such distant ambitions. That is too nebulous," he conceded. Suddenly, Lu Hui's expression became solemn, and he trembled as he spoke. "You are right. My qualifications are ordinary, and reaching the golden core is already my limit. Your talents are extraordinary, and you should not be confined here." Chunxia perceived genuine concern in his gaze, which warmed his heart. In his past life, he had been a beggar, living under the disdain of others. In this life, coming to the Yushu sect, he still faced discrimination, with few truly considering him a friend. "Why don't we both venture to the central continent and leave this small place?" Chunxia suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hui responded, "I am now the sect leader. How can I leave? If I had such ambitions, why would I have joined here in the first place?" This statement reminded Chunxia that if the sect leader could not leave, how could the elders? Thus, the elders of the Yushu sect must also remain. Each person's circumstances differ, and so do their desires. Lu Hui had actively chosen to join the Yushu sect, his qualifications not being exceptional enough to seek higher demands elsewhere, and the distance was far too great. It was better to stay at the Yushu sect. Had it not been for the 3 bottles of elixirs Chunxia gifted him back then, he could not have established his foundation so swiftly. The Yushu sect was more than sufficient to encompass all his aspirations. Each person has their own ambitions, and one cannot impose their will upon another. Chunxia did not wish to dwell on this matter further, and reminded Lu Hui that the cave had yet to be fully explored, and they were uncertain if any treasures remained. Lu Hui rose and continued deeper into the cavern. This cave was immense, seemingly hollowing out the entire Huiyun Peak. Suddenly, they perceived a faint sound approaching rapidly from the darkness. "Be careful," Lu Hui and Chunxia exclaimed almost in unison. A long vine emerged from the darkness with tremendous force, striking the ground with a deafening roar as the 2 individuals deftly dodged its assault. They unleashed their sword energy into the abyss. Within the darkness, spiritual energy swirled violently, and countless vines lashed out with overwhelming power. Illuminated by the glow of the luminous pearl and the sword energy, they discerned a monstrous entity ahead, shrouded in a mass of darkness, its form adorned with innumerable tendrils. These appendages were peculiar, devoid of flesh and blood, resembling a heap of withered branches. Simultaneously, several of these lifeless limbs hurled towards them, only to be severed and swiftly retreating to the ground, bizarrely merging back into the pile, seemingly endless. The realization struck. This was the black mandala flower cultivated by Han Lin. Chun Xia suddenly awakened to the truth, exclaiming in indignation. Han Lin was indeed malevolent, nurturing such a creature in the most secretive depths of the Yushu sect. Lu Hui, both astonished and enraged, felt a seething hatred, his grip on the sword tightening as he prepared to strike with unmatched valor. Initially believing that Han Lin had fed the black mandala flower to Yao Shuefei, thus harvesting its dark essence, he was taken aback to discover its continued existence. Fed by the spiritual energy of the Yushu sect for over 20 years, its strength was likely formidable. We must proceed with caution, Chun Xia advised. Lu Hui, filled with a cold disdain, declared, "Today, we shall eradicate it." Having reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, his power was considerable, and though Han Lin could control it at the 9th level, Lu Hui believed he too was capable. Chapter 74. The Enchanted Herb. In the hidden chamber, the mass of branches appeared as chaotic as a woodcutter's bundle, lacking any discernible head. Each limb resembled a sharp sword, striking swiftly with formidable force, leaving both combatants with aching arms. The situation grew increasingly dire. Armed with but a single sword, they faced an unending multitude of gnarled limbs that, upon severance, would simply rejoin, rendering their efforts futile. As they floundered in disarray, the balance of power shifted unfavorably against them. Something is amiss. With your foundation established, how can you struggle against it? That's absurd. My struggle is still superior to yours. Lu Hui believed Chun Xia was mocking him. No, I mean, you are at the 7th layer of foundation, while Han Lin is merely at the 9th. The disparity between you two shouldn't be so vast. Why can he coexist with the enchanted herb while you toil so? What exactly are you implying? Is this the time for ridicule? Lu Hui responded with discontent. Chun Xia erupted in frustration. Have you lost your mind? What I am saying is that Han Lin does not control the enchanted herb through merely a sword. He must possess a method. We need to search the books. Realization dawned upon Lu Hui. We must return to the chamber and scour those texts. There must be a solution. As they retreated while fending off the assault, they reached the entrance. Unexpectedly, a branch from the enchanted herb lashed out from behind, ensnaring Lu Hui's waist and lifting him off the ground. In a flurry, he was engulfed by the multitude of dead branches, abandoning Chun Xia and retreating rapidly into the depths of the cave, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Frustrated and anxious, Chun Xia contemplated pursuing but hesitated, recognizing that two could not conquer it, and one certainly could not. What were the intentions of that sinister mandrake herb? Did it intend to consume Lu Hui? It was a pity that Lu Hui had yet to officially assume the role of sect leader. Time was of the essence. He needed to delve into the texts, hoping Lu Hui could endure. He rushed toward the entrance, only to be taken aback as he neared it. The opening towered 6 or 7 yards above, and his earlier fall had nearly cost him his life. There were no handholds on either side, and he had no rope. While the physical prowess of those in the foundation stage surpassed that of the Qi training stage, they were still not capable of leaping such a height. In a moment of desperation, he drew the Mingchan sword. I have long mastered the method of sword control. Though I have not practiced it, I can only attempt it now. Sword control is an innate ability of sword cultivators. The sword, as the progenitor of all weapons, possesses spiritual energy when of high quality. The teachings of the sword immortals advocate for a unity between the individual and the sword, allowing one's consciousness to resonate with the blade, thus enabling manipulation and various miraculous feats. To unleash sword energy and fly upon the sword is a skill beyond the capacity of those below the foundation stage, who lack sufficient true energy to activate the sword's flight. This particular sword, being of the 5th tier, brimming with spiritual energy, had become even more extraordinary after being possessed by Hong Chou. Had he not been concealing Lu Hui and the others to avoid drawing attention, he would have practiced sword flight long ago. Now he had no choice but to make do. He cast the Mingchan's sword into the air, aiming for it to hover precisely 1 foot above the ground, its blade laid flat. In this step, previously practiced while hiding in the ancient courtyard, and under the guidance of Lu Hui, it was executed with relative ease. He stepped onto the sword, summoned his true energy, and infused it into his legs, allowing his movements to become light and agile, ensuring minimal pressure on the sword body while maintaining a firm grip. Next, he enveloped the sword with his consciousness. All these actions had been successfully tested at the ancient courtyard. However, the final step had yet to be tested. At this moment, he directed his consciousness to control the Mingchan's sword, commanding it to take flight. As he moved, the sword trembled, unable to support his weight, and he promptly fell. Hurriedly getting back up, he repeated the previous steps, stepping onto the sword, controlling it to soar. The Mingchan's sword emitted a thunderous roar akin to a tractor, deafening and startling him. This cacophony was due to his lack of proficiency. Despite its unpleasing sound, it indeed took flight. Unexpectedly, he found it difficult to maneuver, as it darted erratically in the air before plummeting from a height of 5 zhang. Had it not been for his foundational skills in establishing a base, he might have sustained serious injuries. After 2 more attempts, he collided with the surrounding rock walls. He realized that during sword control, a calm mindset was essential. His impatience had led to his failures. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he gradually stepped onto the sword again. After all, Chen Xia was an exceptionally gifted individual. Failure is the mother of success. Ultimately, he managed to approach the cave entrance, leaping up and extending his hands to brace against the cave wall, climbing his way out. In haste, he reached the bookshelves and found the tome, skimming through its contents. Indeed, the book provided a detailed account of over a dozen types of magical herbs, including the control techniques for the black mandala flower. It covered the flower's origins, habits, cultivation methods, incantations, formations, and precautions in exhaustive detail. With no time to spare, he located the control method, gathered all the books, and turned to leave. It turned out that this flower required a profound bond with a person. Previously, Han Lin had used his own blood to create a formation that imprisoned it in a secret chamber. Now that Han Lin was deceased, the formation could no longer hold it, allowing the black mandala flower to roam freely. What he had observed earlier were the withered branches of the flower during its growth, which had become its protective weapons. In truth, its true form lay hidden within that bundle of deadwood, minuscule and difficult to detect. It had not yet fully matured, and the cave's abundant spiritual energy provided an ideal environment for its growth. Fortunately, Lu Hui was not alone today. Had he obtained the incantation from elsewhere and ventured into this place later, he would have surely faced dire consequences. The intent to abduct Lu Hui was to merge with him, gaining greater power and undoubtedly transforming into a more peculiar form. He hoped it was not too late. Chen Xia dashed back into the cave, illuminating it with the Mingguang technique. Indeed, at the farthest end of the cave, he discovered a colossal mass of withered branches resembling the size of a room, housing the black mandala flower. Lu Hui was ensnared within the deadwood, his eyes tightly shut. Fortunately, his cultivation level was sufficient to withstand the situation. The black mandala flower had not yet matured, merely rendering him unconscious from the toxic fumes without claiming his life. Armed with the knowledge from the medicinal human technique, Chen Xia felt capable of confronting it alone. The black mandala flower, still immature, possessed limited intelligence. Otherwise, Chen Xia would have been faced with a formidable demon. The incantations recorded in the art of herbalism are specifically designed to counteract this type of malevolent flora, inducing a state of disorientation and sluggishness, thereby revealing its true form. Chen Xia exerted considerable effort to locate its essence, which turned out to be a segment of root, pulsating rhythmically akin to a heart. With a clear target in sight, he proceeded with calm determination. After reciting the incantation a dozen times, he finally struck the root. A piercing scream resonated in his ears, and the surrounding dry branches surged towards him. In haste, Chen Xia summoned a protective talisman to shield himself from the onslaught. The root writhed in desperation, dragging Chen Xia through the cavern in chaos. He dared not release his grip, continuously chanting incantations at the tip of his sword, causing the root's movements to grow increasingly sluggish. The dry branches ensnared him tightly, countless thorns piercing the talisman, which succumbed to destruction within mere seconds. Chen Xia swiftly channeled all his inner energy into the sword's tip, his incantations flowing incessantly. The root of the black dachira flower, being its core, was pinned down by the sword and unable to escape, controlled by the spell, while the surrounding tendrils writhed chaotically. Die! With Chunxia's furious shout, the skin of the root ruptured, and the surrounding dry branches burst apart, falling to the ground like lifeless serpents. Chapter 75. The afflicted disciple Chunxia exerted himself to break free, the tip of his sword still poised upon a segment of tree root, retreating several paces in haste. The withered branches did not converge to attack. Instead, they flailed erratically upon the ground, as if the force that had controlled them had dissipated. To his astonishment, he discovered that beneath the bark of the root, there glimmered a red-hued entity, devoid of any malevolent aura, instead radiating with a vibrant spiritual energy akin to that of a rare herb. The pages of the pharmacist's art spoke of the black mandala flower, noting that its roots are a highly coveted spiritual medicine, cultivated for over 20 years, with potency rivaling that of a millennium-old ginseng. As the tip of the Ming Chan's sword pried open the bark and excavated the core, it resembled a glowing iron fragment, exhibiting crystalline properties. He intended to store it in the eightfold pouch, only to find dark red sap oozing from the core, trickling down the blade until it was absorbed halfway by the sword's edge. A wave of terror surged through him, for he recalled Hong Cho mentioning that certain rare herbs could gather spiritual essence and souls. Could it be that the lingering obsession of Hong Cho within the Ming Chan sword was drawing the essence from the root of the black mandala flower? With Hong Cho reduced to but a wisp of consciousness, the journey to reclaim his spirit would be arduous. However, if this root proved beneficial, it might first manifest as a sword spirit. The Ming Chan sword could no longer be evaluated by mere standards of rank. Gradually, the root desiccated, devoid of any sap, shriveled like a piece of deadwood. Unsure of its medicinal worth, Chunxia cast it into the eightfold pouch. It then occurred to him that Lu Hui was still trapped beneath the pile of withered branches, and he hastily rescued the unconscious Lu Hui from the debris. Suddenly, he perceived a foul stench emanating from the branches, realizing that both he and Lu Hui had inhaled a considerable amount of toxic fumes. Recalling a passage in the pharmacist's art that stated the black mandala flower was highly poisonous, yet could be rendered harmless when incinerated to ash, he rose to gather all the withered branches into a pile. With a flick of his hand, a small flame erupted from his palm, igniting the heap in an instant. Once the black mandala flower had been reduced to ashes, he scooped some of the residue into an empty vial and administered it into Lu Hui's nostrils. He then took a portion for himself, swallowing it down with difficulty. Returning to the pile of ashes, he continued to collect, filling several large vials. Lu Hui soon regained consciousness, startled to see a figure in the cave diligently sifting through ash. He stealthily approached, only to frighten Chunxia in the process. It was then he realized that the black mandala flower had been vanquished. "You've saved me once again," exclaimed Lu Hui. Chunxia chuckled. "It was your own doing. Had you truly destroyed those books earlier, we would both have perished here." He lifted the book and shook it. As you can see, this pharmacist's art is indeed a dark art, capable of causing harm, yet it can also rescue those ensnared by such malevolence. Lu Hui sighed repeatedly, inquiring about their current actions, and bent down to assist in sifting through the ash. As they gathered the remnants, Lu Hui's gaze drifted to the depths of the cave, and he suddenly froze. To his astonishment, the three precious fifth-grade magical artifacts of the Yusu sect lay precisely where the black mandala flower had recently thrived. In a hurried rush, he approached, only to discern that it was a remnant of an ancient formation. The three fifth-grade magical artifacts were intended as the focal points of the array. A glance revealed that all three artifacts were dim and marred by cracks. Alas, Lu Hui let out a deep sigh, feeling utterly powerless to critique Han Lin any further. As Chunxia approached and beheld the artifacts, he surmised the reason for Lu Hui's despondency and sympathetically remarked, "You truly resemble a self-made sect leader. Look, your home has been completely ruined." Lu Hui's countenance turned an even deeper shade of green. Bending down to retrieve the artifacts, the moment his hand brushed against one, a sudden explosion of white light erupted, causing both men to instinctively retreat a few steps, fearing another mechanism had been triggered. The artifacts continuously emitted a radiant glow, which ultimately coalesced into a humanoid form. Fixing his gaze, Lu Hui could not help but exclaim, "Su Xiaofeng, how is it you?" Su Xiaofeng stared at them in bewilderment and sighed. So, I have perished. Lowering his gaze to the ground nearby, where the ashes of the black mandala flower lay, he joyously exclaimed, "The demonic herb is dead? Then, has he also met his end? We have slain Han Lin. The Yushu sect is now led by Elder Lu." Chen Xia hurriedly responded. A look of joy instantly illuminated Su Xiaofeng's face as he bowed to Lu Hui, saying, "Thank you, sect leader Lu, for avenging me. What on earth has transpired?" Lu Hui inquired, astonished. The joy on Su Xiaofeng's face vanished in an instant, and he wept. "That scoundrel Han Lin fed me to the demonic herb." Fed. Lu Hui felt a chill envelop his body, a sensation he had just recently experienced. "Before my demise, a fragment of my obsession lingered, attaching itself to that fifth-grade artifact, thus allowing me to endure until today, though I am on the brink of dissipating," Su Xiaofeng choked out. Perhaps sensing time was fleeting, he quickly suppressed his sorrow, eager to reveal the truth to the members of the Yushu sect. The black mandala flower originates from the land of despair. It was procured by Han Lin from one known as Yunfeng Shangren, who belongs to a mysterious demonic organization. Both men gasped in shock. Han Lin had concealed his connections so deeply, holding the position of sect leader while also being linked to a demonic faction. "Do you know anything else about Han Lin?" Chen Xia inquired. Since Su Xiaofeng had already perished when Chen Xia entered the sect, he was unfamiliar with him and regarded him with a puzzled glance, deeming him inconsequential. He then turned back to Lu Hui and said, "Han Lin cultivated the black mandala flower on behalf of Yunfeng Shangren, while the demonic flower was for Han Lin's use. The ultimate spiritual herb belonged to Yunfeng Shangren." "Spiritual herb? Where can one find such a thing?" Lu Hui questioned. "The black mandala flower is a demonic plant. Its cultivation process is wicked, requiring the consumption of human flesh and blood. Yet, upon maturity, its roots transform into a spiritual herb." Chen Xiao's heart sank. It turned out that the roots were indeed the spiritual herb, though not yet fully matured. He never anticipated it was meant to mend souls. "Now that you have slain Han Lin, be wary of when Yunfeng Shangren comes to claim the spiritual herb. You must exercise caution." Lu Hui furiously denounced Han Lin. That old rascal, who would weaken the sect for his own selfish gain in pursuing the golden core, proving himself to be utterly self-serving. The demise of a member has drawn a formidable adversary to the sect. The black mandala flower, cultivated upon the spiritual vein of the Yushu sect, has now been incinerated. What shall we do? After a moment's contemplation, I resolutely declared, "The demonic flower is destroyed, and the medicinal herb remains unripe. It cannot be retrieved. And even if it could, it would not be offered to him. Should we find ourselves unable to prevail, we can seek assistance from other sections. Surely, they will not stand idly by while the forces of darkness assail us." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xia felt a slight sense of relief. In any case, the root has been lost, and I hope that under Lu Hui's leadership, the Yushu sect can exhibit such resilience. Su Xiaofeng remained silent, his eyes revealing a profound sense of nostalgia, gradually dimming in the play of light until he ultimately vanished. He has completely disappeared. Lu Hui stood there dazed, a wave of uncontainable sorrow washing over him. The death of a person is akin to the extinguishing of a lamp. Suffering becomes meaningless. The two meticulously searched the cave, but found no ominous entities. Naturally, no treasures were uncovered either. The 3 fifth-grade magical artifacts had become mere remnants. Lu Hui felt an even deeper sense of sorrow. The Yushu sect had lost all its valuable possessions, reduced now to a pitiful state of both poverty and weakness. Reflecting upon Han Lin, despite his malice, he had at least achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Here I am, a mere 7th level foundation establishment practitioner, burdened with the responsibilities of a sect leader. Perhaps it would be best not to take on such a role. Chapter 76. Retaining you as an elder after some calculations. The two of them each acquired several dozen usable elixirs, a few magical artifacts, and several vials of black mandrake powder. Chen Xia was fortunate enough to obtain a root of black mandrake, while Lu Hui received a longevity elixir. It was difficult to determine who benefited more from their endeavors. Upon emerging from the cave, they made their way directly back to the sect leader's residence. Chen Xia candidly stated that the dozen or so books were carefully selected by Han Lin and were not to be returned until thoroughly read. Lu Hui remained silent, offering no objections. The following day, Lu Hui convened the elders and meticulously conveyed the details of the matter, deliberately omitting the fact that the elixirs had been divided between the two of them. To substantiate his claims, he led the elders into a secret chamber, allowing them to witness the truth with their own eyes. While it was unnecessary to reveal the true secret chamber of the sect leader's residence, Lu Hui chose to do so nonetheless. The disciples of the Yusu sect could hardly contain their fury towards Han Lin. Even those who had originally planned to return to Yunfeng, upon hearing of the events, experienced a profound realization and felt no lingering compassion for Han Lin. The succession ceremony for the sect leader of the Yusu sect was scheduled for a month later. The sect's strength had waned with each generation, and the cultivation level of the sect leaders had diminished over time. As a long-established sect, their grandeur remained evident. Various sects from the Chu kingdom dispatched several elders on spirit steeds to deliver messages, motivated by a desire to avoid appearing inferior to other sects in this seemingly trivial matter. The smaller sects did not hold Lu Hui in high regard. Their attendance was merely a courtesy due to the reputation of the Yusu sect. Generally, the sects in the Chu kingdom maintained little contact with one another, only engaging in interactions during significant events such as the succession of a sect leader. During this month, Chen Xia found himself quite occupied. He needed to read and comprehend the several volumes of meticulously chosen scriptures by Han Lin, while also making time to practice sword control. The Yusu sect, isolated in the southern skies, faced a scarcity of resources. In ancient times, it was a place teeming with golden elixirs. Now, it had elders at the foundation establishment level. This decline was primarily due to the depletion of spiritual energy, leaving the sect's survival reliant upon the remnants of the Earth's spiritual veins. After the destruction of the black mandrake flowers, the concentration of spiritual energy returned to a normal state, which was indeed positive news for the disciples of the sect. However, for Chen Xia, it bore little significance. The concentration of spiritual energy in the secret chamber of the sect leader at Yunfeng was merely on par with this. Even though he possessed a vast dantian and had access to the sect's supreme technique, the Xian Yinjin Jing, his cultivation speed was only comparable to that of an ordinary disciple. In terms of speed alone, he could not even match Yao Yanyi, let alone someone as exceptional as Yao Xuefei. Several elders, including Yu Weiming, had privately suggested that he take on the position of an elder to guard the Mulan Peak, but he firmly declined. He did not shy away from expressing his reasons. Everyone was astonished. The Yusu sect currently had no golden elixir cultivators, and yet those at the foundation establishment level could serve as elders. Their strength was undeniably lacking. However, they did possess a spiritual vein, the only one within 1,000 miles, which was a significant advantage despite its shortcomings. His refusal to accept such an opportunity was difficult for others to comprehend. To occupy a spiritual vein meant that one's cultivation speed would surpass that of other inner sect disciples. While his physique was indeed unique, the enhancement provided by the spiritual vein would allow for a gradual ascent to the golden elixir stage without issue. Many found it hard to accept his rationale. Would leaving the Yusu sect truly lead to finding a better place? The world of martial arts is fraught with peril. Venturing to a place like Zhongzhou, establishing a foundation is of little significance. Upon witnessing his unwavering resolve, the crowd ceased their insistence. In the case of someone like Chen Xia, possessing a few elixirs, they could not be squandered. Initially, upon hearing Lu Hui mention that those vials of elixirs were meant for practitioners at the upper foundation level, he felt the disparity of his own lower foundation cultivation was too great, deeming it wasteful to consume them. However, he soon recalled that his vast dantian resembled an endless abyss, incapable of being measured by the same standards as others when it came to consuming elixirs. Thus, he could not resist the temptation and ingested a huashing dan. To his surprise, no spiritual energy was wasted. It was entirely absorbed into his dantian without causing even the slightest ripple. During the qi refinement stage, the true energy within the dantian is gaseous, only becoming dense and nearing a liquid state upon reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement. At this point, Chen Xia's dantian had transformed into a boundless ocean. Within a few days, he had consumed all elixirs suitable for those at the upper foundation level. The spiritual energy of dozens of elixirs was refined into a liquid state, occupying a small portion of his dantian. This demonstrated that while consuming high-grade elixirs was beneficial, it was not significantly impactful. If those at the lower foundation level were to consume them without wasting a single trace of spiritual energy, they could easily elevate their cultivation by a layer. Han Lin had suppressed his level for decades, hoarding these elixirs, half of which were now squandered by Chen Xia. On that day in Jixin Valley, the true energy he absorbed from Yao Shuifei was sufficient for 3 or 4 individuals to break through to the foundation level. He had initially intended to save the Changshu Dan for a time when his cultivation was higher, but driven by an inexplicable impulse, he could not help but swallow one. To his astonishment, he found that he could fully absorb it without any waste. He lamented inwardly that, at present, merely being at the lower foundation level, he needed elixirs of the Golden Dan realm to feel any effect. How was he to cultivate? After consuming 2 elixirs, he finally filled his dantian and broke through to the 3rd layer of foundation, and that was all. Upon ascending to the peak of Yunyun to break through, he was discovered by Lu Hui, who inquired about his progress. Chen Xia had no choice but to admit that he had consumed all the elixirs in the secret chamber, resulting in only a single layer of advancement. It seems you are truly unsuited for cultivation within the Yushu sect. It is a waste of talent, Lu Hui remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, the tone ambiguous between mockery and sincerity. Chen Xia could only respond with a bitter smile. The higher one's cultivation, the more advanced the sustenance required. Lu Hui ultimately understood Chen Xia and supported his decision to seek opportunities in Zhongzhou, while cautioning him to remain vigilant. For such places are rich in spiritual energy and teeming with adept practitioners, where being at the foundation level does not equate to being a master. Soon, the auspicious day for Lu Hui's succession ceremony arrived. 10 elders from various sects of the Chu kingdom attended, all arriving on their flying swords, each possessing at least the cultivation of the 8th layer of foundation. Among them was Elder Liang Zixin from the Longyan sect, the strongest sect in the Chu kingdom, who was even at the Golden Dan realm. Yu Weiming and the others felt that the presence of other sects bore an air of intimidation, yet they found it inappropriate to voice their concerns. Even Lu Hui found the ceremony rather dull, as all the distinguished guests surpassed him in cultivation, compelling him to endure and complete the proceedings. Following the ceremony, there was a banquet to accompany the esteemed guests with drinks. Chen Xia, as an inner disciple, sat outside the main hall, when suddenly Yu Weiming and Li Jiwei approached him and, in the presence of numerous disciples, once again proposed that Chen Xia be appointed as an elder. The implication of the 2 men was clear, with so many prominent figures from various factions present today. Chen Xia felt it would be exceedingly disrespectful to decline. He was taken aback by Elder Yu's unexpected maneuver, leaving him in an awkward state of uncertainty regarding how to respond. After some back and forth, Yu Weiming, growing somewhat irate, raised his voice slightly. "Young brother, we mean well. Though the Yushu sect may lack abundant spiritual energy, we lead a comfortable life." Li Jiwei also imparted his wisdom. "In truth, the southern sky is quite satisfactory. Though salt is scarce, one does not suffer from thirst." Chen Xia could only respond vaguely, pondering his next words. However, Yu Weiming was not so easily deceived and insisted on a definitive answer. Liang Zixin, observing this scene with great curiosity, inquired of Lu Hui. "This young junior possesses the strength of an elder at such a tender age, yet seems reluctant. What could be the reason?" Lu Hui candidly reported that Chen Xia aspired to develop in the vast lands of Zhongzhou. Upon hearing the mention of Zhongzhou, Liang Zixin could not help but burst into laughter, remarking on the considerable ambition displayed. Not only would the elders of the Yushu sect likely look down upon him, but it was probable that other sects from the state of Chu would do the same. The assembly set down their cups, gazing at Chen Xia in astonishment. Just as Elder Yu and Elder Li endeavored to persuade him with soft persistence, Chen Xia was suddenly beset by dizziness, struggling to catch his breath before collapsing to the ground. The 2 elders were left in a perplexed state. "If you do not wish to agree, just say so. What is this charade?" Chapter 77. No pretense. Truly poisoned. Yu Weiming and Li Jiwei cast dissatisfied glances at Chen Xia as they returned to the main hall, their expressions far from pleasant. Despite their sincere intentions, the situation had devolved into chaos. They hurriedly apologized to the esteemed guests at the main table, stating, "Our junior, Chen Xia, possesses a rather peculiar temperament. I hope you will not take offense." Liang Zixin laughed heartily, encouraging the 2 elders not to be too anxious. "Youngsters have their ambitions, let them explore." It is only through facing challenges that they learn. An elder from another faction stroked his beard and remarked, "A place with even more abundant spiritual energy is the Central Continent. It is the most coveted land for cultivators, albeit with fierce competition. Here, one can become an elder with merely foundational cultivation, yet in the grand sects of the Central Continent, foundational practitioners are merely considered senior disciples of the inner sect." Another elder spoke candidly, adding to the conversation. Lu Hui, unable to bear the ridicule directed at Chun Xia, interjected, explaining that Chun Xia's unique constitution rendered conventional cultivation methods ineffective, thus prompting his desire to seek greater opportunities elsewhere. Liang Zixin replied nonchalantly, "Many possess excellent aptitude. One should not aim too high. Being adequate is sufficient. Good aptitude is merely one aspect. Luck plays a crucial role as well. As a golden core cultivator." Every word he uttered resonated with authority, earning nods of agreement from the assembly. Yu Weiming, valuing talent, bore no malice towards Chun Xia and conceded, "I do not intend to thwart his aspirations to seek a place with richer spiritual energy. I merely hope he remains discreet in the Central Continent and refrains from recklessly competing for precious resources, for that could be perilous." "Indeed," echoed the elders who had come to witness the event, all voicing their agreement, sharing a silent understanding. In the world of cultivation, prudence is paramount. Treasures, though enticing, may not rightfully belong to you. One should avoid the folly of seeking lamb while attracting trouble. Do not take my words amiss. I offer this counsel out of goodwill, for it is the way of survival. The elderly, having endured much with average talent, spoke words of caution, their experiences having rooted them in fear. The crowd soon noticed that Chun Xia lay motionless on the ground. Yu Weiming gestured to the other disciples to assist him, but they panicked, exclaiming, "Elder, Chun Xia has truly fainted." Several rushed forward to assess the situation, finding Chun Xia's eyes tightly shut, his breathing faint, and his pulse imperceptible, indicating he was not merely pretending, which sent them into a frenzy. At that moment, Lu Hui, seated at the main table, suddenly collapsed as well, his eyes closing and body trembling, succumbing to unconsciousness. The banquet descended into disarray as several elders from the Yushu sect hurriedly carried the two into the back of the hall for diagnosis and treatment. Could it be that someone had poisoned the wine? The assembled elders, realizing this possibility, were filled with alarm, quickly checking themselves but finding no issues. Elder Liang Zixin of the Changyan sect, the most powerful among those present, did not remain idle. He examined the two and furrowed his brow, stating, "They must have been afflicted by some peculiar poison." Just as he pondered the nature of the toxin, both Chun Xia and Lu Hui opened their eyes in succession, exclaiming in unison, "It is so cold." The onlookers stared in shock as the two trembled like grains of chaff, continuing their shivering for the duration of a tea's brewing time before gradually calming down. As the two regained consciousness, they simultaneously pondered the cause of their predicament. Could it be the poison from the black mandrake flower? Hadn't they consumed its ashes to detoxify? Both were thoroughly perplexed, as this scenario had not been mentioned in the tome Pharmaceutical Arts. Their conversation left the visiting elders bewildered, while the disciples of the Yushu sect took 3 steps back in fear. "It seemed you were aware of the reason behind this?" Liang Zixin expressed his dissatisfaction. Such antics during the grand ceremony were quite disruptive. Yu Weiming hastily recounted the matter of Han Lin cultivating black mandrake flowers in the Master's secret chamber, allowing everyone to grasp the situation at last. As Elder Yu softly narrated the tale, Lu Hui and Chun Xia focused their energies to expel the toxins within. The onlookers watched in silence, and upon completing their efforts, Lu Hui inquired of Chun Xia whether it had been effective. Chun Xia shrugged, a wry smile on his face. "I sense a rogue wisp of gas within me, careening about. Wherever it strikes, the true energy there dissipates." Lu Hui's expression darkened. "I feel the same. Alas, it appears we are doomed," lamented the disciples of the Yushu sect inwardly. "I have heard of such a cursed herb." Liang Zixin spoke up. Lu Hui earnestly requested, "Elder Liang, please enlighten us. How can we still be poisoned after consuming the ashes of the black mandrake flower?" Chun Xia, equally bewildered, lamented the incomplete knowledge within pharmaceutical arts, which could lead to dire consequences. Liang Zixin informed them that in ancient times, the black mandrake flower was favored by practitioners of dark cultivation. Its entire being is toxic. When reduced to ash, it only alleviates a portion of the poison. failing to eradicate it entirely. If the toxin is not expelled from the body, it will gradually damage one's foundation, hindering further cultivation. In severe cases, one may regress to the state of a mere mortal. The disciples of Yushu sect felt their spirits plummet upon hearing this. After a series of setbacks, they had finally acquired a fair-minded leader, only to encounter this calamity. Was fate truly intent on extinguishing the Yushu sect? Lu Hui urgently inquired about remedies to eradicate the toxin. Liang Zixin replied, I am not well versed in this matter, but perhaps our esteemed apothecary Sun Shi of the Changyan sect might possess the knowledge. It would be wise for you to accompany me to Changyan sect and consult him. I believe, out of camaraderie, apothecary Sun Shi would be inclined to assist. Lu Hui, with a rueful smile, addressed the elders Yu Weiming and the others. There is no other option. I shall accompany Elder Liang. You may deliberate upon the affairs within the sect. The elders could only nod in agreement. Lu Hui hurried back to his quarters to prepare a token of gratitude. A visit to Changyan sect would necessitate an audience with their leader, requiring a suitable gift. Seeking aid from Apothecary Sun, she demanded not just one, but 2 gifts. The Yushu sect was growing increasingly impoverished. Just as he finished arranging the offerings, Chun Xia mysteriously entered, insisting on 2 bottles of elixirs suitable for the qi refinement stage. What do you intend to do with these? To gift them. To whom? Do not concern yourself. I may not return and cannot burden you entirely with favors. After securing the elixirs, he hurried to meet the siblings Yao Shuefei, presenting each with a bottle. Why are you sending me elixirs for no reason? Yao Yangyi had yet to comprehend the situation. Yao Shuefei sighed softly and, taking a step closer, gently inquired, Are you truly not planning to return? Huh. Yao Yangyi was momentarily taken aback, and a shadow of sorrow crept onto his face. It's not that I want to return, but rather that it may take many years. Chun Xia hurriedly clarified, I will undoubtedly remain a disciple of the Yushu sect. The position of elder will eventually be mine. Yao Shuefei, though unconvinced, did not display overwhelming sadness. Her gaze bore a profound understanding of the world, revealing an air of resignation. Although Central Continent is splendid, reaching it is no simple feat. The journey is long and fraught with peril. I sincerely hope that once you have dispelled the poison, you will arrive there safely. She expressed with genuine goodwill. Chun Xia smiled, waved farewell, and departed. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned back, grinning as he asked Yao Shuefei, Why do you always seem so serious? I encountered a mishap during my training in childhood, resulting in facial paralysis, she explained. Oh, why? Chun Xia responded, feeling regretful for inadvertently touching upon a sensitive subject. Yao Shuefei conveyed her emotions solely through her eyes, which now revealed a subtle sadness. The succession ceremony for the head of the Yushu sect concluded hastily, and Lu Hui and Chun Xia rode their spirited steeds, departing alongside Liang Zixin. Chapter 78. The Valley of the Medicine King of Changyan sect. The world is vast. Focusing solely on the 6 nations of the southern sky, there exists the state of Chu, the state of Yinghua, the state of Yang, the state of Yu, the state of Mingguang, and the state of Zhou. Chun Xia is unfamiliar with any of them, knowing only their names. The Yushu sect, located in the southwestern corner of the state of Chu, is the most remote sect among the cultivators. Having existed in this world for over a century, Chun Xia has never ventured beyond the confines of southern Chu, and even the true expanse of the state of Chu remains a mystery to him. The nearest sect to Yushu is slightly weaker, situated a straight distance of 1,300 miles away. Although the Changyan sect is not the most distant, it still lies 5,000 miles away. So far that even a golden core cultivator would not fly there on a sword. They would need to ride a spirit steed. If it were not for the pressing timing of the auspicious day for the succession ceremony at Yushu, Liang Zixin would have preferred to ride a common horse, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. Senior Elder Liang, what is the Central Continent like? Chun Xia idly inquired during their journey. I visited the Central Continent during the latter part of my qi refinement phase, Liang Zixin replied, a complex expression crossing his face, filled with both longing and trepidation. What is it like? Those who venture there are essentially gambling with their lives, Liang Zixin said with profound significance. Oh, why is that? I seldom hear people speak of the Central Continent. Is it truly terrifying? There, the law of kings does not apply. Liang Zixin exhaled deeply. The Central Continent is the source of the Earth's veins, abundant in spiritual energy, nourishing all things, and teeming with people, many of whom possess the aptitude for cultivation. In that realm, there are no mortal courts, only various celestial dynasties, sects, and noble clans, all controlled by cultivators, yet there are frequent disturbances from demons and monsters. Little friend, the central continent is ideally suited for those with exceptional talent to cultivate. However, one cannot expect to cultivate peacefully for an entire year, as one might in our southern sky. Since you have been to the central continent, why did you return? Qianxia asked. Liang Zixin's expression darkened. As if the inquiry was rather intrusive, yet he answered, "It is not easy to survive there. I successfully established my foundation and reached the mid-foundation stage, but I was constantly embroiled in conflicts with the sect. Of the 10 Qi refinement disciples who entered with me, only 2 or 3 remain. Seizing an opportunity during an assignment, I left and never returned, coming back to my roots in the southern sky, rejoining the Changyan sect, and smoothly progressing to the Golden Core stage, ultimately attaining the position of elder." Liang Zixin held his head high, clearly proud of his journey. Qianxia gleaned valuable information. Indeed, advancing in the central continent is easier, and one enjoys relative freedom of movement, with no one troubling them in the southern sky. A stretch of treacherous land, 500 miles wide, separates the southern sky from the central continent, reminiscent of the vast treacherous lands of the extreme domain, where various peculiarities thrive, deterring good souls from venturing there. Scattered throughout the treacherous lands are patches of pure soil, providing respite. Without these sanctuaries, no one in the Qi refinement stage would dare to enter. In the past, the southern sky and the central continent were one, allowing free passage. However, at some point in history, spiritual energies became chaotic and peculiarities emerged, leading to a near isolation of the two regions. Mortals are unable to traverse between them. The cultivators of Zhongzhou are generally disinclined to squander their time in the spiritually barren lands of the southern heavens, and similarly, the practitioners from the 6 nations of the south are not particularly fond of engaging in competition. Qianxia was eager to hear Liang Zixin recount tales of his travels in Zhongzhou, yet Liang Zixin was reticent, often evasively deflecting the conversation, which clearly indicated his lack of success there. It is only natural to ponder, if one were thriving, how could they possibly return? Truly, it seems like a wanderer's yearning for home, a leaf returning to its roots. Qianxia chose not to probe into the sensitive matters. While Lu Hui was also disinterested, he requested Elder Liang to provide an overview of the Changyan sect, though his true interest lay in understanding Sun Shi. Liang Zixin, however, did not elaborate, merely assuring them, "The medicine king Sun Shi will undoubtedly aid you, though he possesses a rather peculiar temperament and tends to overlook others, so it would be wise to avoid posturing before him." This was manageable. When seeking assistance, one must adopt an appropriate demeanor, so long as one refrains from insulting their parents. All else may be endured. The duo exhibited occasional spasms, sweating, and chills several times a day, each episode lasting about the duration of a tea session, after which they would return to normalcy. Having fallen from their horses a few times, they dared not travel too swiftly and took over 10 days on their spirit steeds to reach the Changyan sect. Upon sighting the majestic mountain gates, the towering halls, and the endless array of residences, Qianxia could not help but exclaim, "Look at this sect." One cannot help but feel dwarfed in comparison. Lu Hui, feeling somewhat sheepish, also recognized that as a sect leader, he paled in comparison to even an elder of this sect, humbling himself completely. Liang Zixin personally invited sect leader Lu Yuanjun to meet them, presenting a gift that turned out to be a mere third-grade magical artifact, which made him feel rather embarrassed. Fortunately, the leader of the Changyan sect was not concerned about the modest gift. Lu Hui clarified the situation regarding Han Lin, which incited Lu Yuanjun's ire. He personally examined their conditions and confirmed, "Indeed, you have been poisoned, and it is an extraordinary toxin. Only the medicine king Sun Shi possesses the expertise to save you, for he is well versed in the poisons of the A2. He promptly instructed Liang Zixin to escort them to the Medicine King Valley where Sun Shi resided. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, Liang Zixin halted, appearing somewhat anxious. "Sect leader Lu," he began, "ahead lies the Medicine King Valley, and I must clarify some matters first." Noticing his unnatural demeanor, Qianxia sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Although Sun Shi was within the Changyan sect, he was not actually one of them. Indeed, Liang Zixin's words left them utterly astounded. He was originally from Zhongzhou and had likely encountered some trouble there, seeking refuge in the state of Chu, using the Changyan sect's territory to cultivate herbs and concoct elixirs. He charged for his medical services. With a sigh, Liang Zixin remarked, "I noticed the gift you presented to the sect leader was rather meager. What do you intend to offer the medicine king Sun Shi?" Lu Hui hurriedly produced 2 gifts, 2 elegantly carved jade pendants, both third-grade magical artifacts. One could summon fierce winds, while the other could unleash wooden spikes as an offensive attack. Liang Zixin, feeling awkward, inquired, "Do you have any spirit stones with you?" To which Lu Hui, startled, exclaimed, "Is this not enough? I had thought the Changyan sect would provide free treatment out of camaraderie. I also brought 500 spirit stones." Ahem. Liang Zixin awkwardly cleared his throat and began, "I shall speak on your behalf, but—" He left his sentence unfinished and continued to walk ahead. Chen Xia, in disbelief, pondered how the esteemed golden elixir elder of Changyan sect could find himself at a loss for words before Sun Shi. Just how formidable was this apothecary? The two entered the valley of the apothecary with trepidation. After traversing several miles, they arrived at a stream where a cluster of houses lay, with numerous disciples engaged in weeding, fertilizing, and cultivating medicinal herbs. The trio ascended the stone steps along the riverbank, arriving at the largest of the structures, where 2 disciples stood guard at the entrance. Upon recognizing Liang Zixin, they hurriedly whispered to someone behind the door. "Elder Liang Zixin of Changyan sect requests an audience with the apothecary." "Come in," a frail voice resonated from within. The disciple lifted the curtain, and Liang Zixin stepped inside, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. Junior pays his respects to the apothecary. Chen Xia and the other companion followed suit with their salutations. Inside the room sat a gaunt old man upon a mat, his eyes closed and countenance serene, exuding an air of tranquil detachment from worldly affairs. "This is the leader of the Yushu sect, and this is the elder. They have been poisoned by the black mandrake flower and have come to seek the apothecary's healing." Upon hearing this, Sun Shi's eyes flew open in shock. "What? The black mandrake flower?" His voice trembled with astonishment. Chapter 79. I possess a benevolent appearance, yet do not engage in charity. Sun Shi promptly examined Chen Xia and his companion, confirming that they had indeed fallen victim to the poison of the black mandala flower. "At this moment, your symptoms manifest several times a day, indicating the early stages of poisoning. In 2 to 3 years, at most 5, you shall lose all your cultivation and be reduced to mere mortals." Sun Shi provided an accurate assessment, prompting Lu Hui to urgently seek assistance. He laid out the gifts they had brought, yet Sun Shi did not spare them a glance. "My dear fellows, this sort of malevolent creature is exceedingly rare. I can indeed provide treatment, but—" Sun Shi smiled benevolently. "The cost of such treatment is exorbitant. I cannot offer my services without charge. This amount is insufficient." The apothecary inquired about the appropriate sum, urging him to specify a figure. Liang Zixin chimed in, 20,000 spirit stones. Sun Shi did not hesitate, directly stating a figure that made Lu Hui feel as if the sky were collapsing upon him. The entire annual income of the Yushu sect barely exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. Was this not akin to a death sentence? "Senior, this price is rather steep. Might it be possible to—" Lu Hui began, but Sun Shi interrupted him with a smile. "Lu Daoist, I am not extorting you. This malevolent creature is exceedingly rare, and the medicines required for treatment are equally precious, not sourced from the 6 nations of the southern sky. I cannot risk my own ruin to save you. What would become of my apothecary valley? How could I continue to assist others in similar predicaments? I do not seek profit. The costs are simply that high. Even in the central continent, treating ailments caused by such malevolent entities would require thousands of spirit stones." As a golden core elder, Liang Zixin brought the sect leader of Yushu, only to be confronted with such a staggering price, leaving him to ponder if he had unwittingly become a broker. Noticing Lu Hui rendered speechless, he proactively spoke up. "Senior son, while I understand your position, this price remains excessive. Not to mention Yushu is a small sect. Even in my Changyan sect, few can afford such a sum." Upon hearing the term small sect, Lu Hui felt an overwhelming sense of shame and quickly grasped Liang Zixin's hand, saying, "Elder Liang, I believe that Senior Sun does not propose such a price arbitrarily. There must be reason behind it." Chen Xia inquired, "Might it be possible to arrange a credit system? We have a reputable sect and would not default on this debt." "Indeed, a credit arrangement could work. I shall vouch for them." A booming voice suddenly resonated from outside. With a flick of the door curtain, Lu Yuanjun entered. The group hurriedly rose, ushering Lu Yuanjun to the seat of honor. Chun Xia exhaled with relief. With the Changyan sect's leader as a guarantor, this matter seemed settled. Sun Shi sighed and addressed Lu Yuanjun. "Sect leader Lu, it is not that I am unwilling to extend courtesies. As a healer, I have witnessed many perish before me, unable to save them." Upon hearing Sun Shi refer to Lu Yuanjun as sect leader, Chun Xia felt a tightening in his chest. Realizing the conversation was not proceeding from a disciple's perspective, Lu Yuanjun smiled. "Sun Daoist, you have always been benevolent. This esteemed individual is the sect leader of our state of Chu. For the sake of preserving the Daoist lineage, perhaps you might consider offering a discount." Yet Sun Shi offered no concessions. "Sect leader Lu, do not be deceived by my gentle appearance. I do not engage in charity. In this world, one is born and another meets their demise, all dictated by fate, and I cannot defy the heavens. In the southern realms, where the spiritual essence is scant, even a single spiritual herb struggles to thrive. Yet, they have succumbed to the poison of the magical flower. Such is the nature of destiny, is it not? For the sake of these two, I have drained my entire fortune. Has my compassion not transformed into a tree without roots, a stream without source? Perhaps it is best to abandon charity and engage in commerce instead, though I truly have not profited." Lu Yuanjun, witnessing Sun Shi's complete lack of courtesy, was not angered but rather chuckled, concealing his embarrassment. Liang Zixin, accustomed to such situations, observed with wide-eyed astonishment alongside Chun Xia and Lu Hui. What was the origin of this Sun Shi, that even two golden core cultivators offered no respect? Sun Shi pondered briefly before stating, "Very well. What you possess is insufficient for healing, but I can provide you with a medicinal bath to prevent the toxin from manifesting for 3 months. During this time, it would be prudent for you to gather the necessary spirit stones and return. Otherwise, this shall be your fate." Pausing for emphasis, he added with a smile, "Understand this clearly, it is 20,000 spirit stones per person." Both men gasped in shock. It seemed that falling ill was akin to courting death. Was this not a matter of life and death? A total of 40,000 spirit stones. With wealth comes life. Without it, there is none. Lu Hui nodded without hesitation. "Let us proceed with the medicinal bath then." Sun Shi instructed them that the bath would require 3 days, with 1 hour of soaking each day, and commanded his disciples to escort the two to their guest quarters. Lu Yuanjun, feeling quite embarrassed, exchanged a few more words with Sun Shi before leaving awkwardly. In the guest room, Chun Xia inquired of Lu Hui, "How will you gather 40,000 spirit stones? Will you sell the Yushu sect?" Lu Hui, troubled, chuckled wryly. "That would require finding a buyer. Little did I expect this black mandala flower to be so troublesome." He sighed, conceding, "You are correct. There is a reason the elders left behind the pharmaceutical human technique. It is a pity that the elders, in their ignorance, copied incomplete works, leading to such exorbitant expenses." Chun Xia lamented, his hands brushing against every object in the room, hoping to glean useful information about Yaowang Valley. Lu Hui exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? I've noticed you have a habit of touching everything." "I am merely inspecting the cleanliness of these items," Chun Xia retorted. "This is an ordinary room. It is unlikely one would uncover treasures here." After half an hour, several disciples brought in 2 large barrels, placing one in each of the guest rooms. Chun Xia stopped one disciple and asked, "What is the background of this Sun Yaowang? Even your sect leader treats him with utmost respect?" "We are disciples of Yaowang Valley, not of Changyan sect. The Yaowang assists Master Lu in refining numerous high-grade elixirs each year. Should we not show him respect?" The disciple proudly puffed out his chest. Chun Xia was taken aback. Establishing one's own sect within Changyan sect was indeed impressive. In the southern regions, where spiritual herbs are rare and elixirs difficult to concoct, those above the golden core realm seldom have access to pills. Han Lin, after many years, had managed to refine only 5 Longxiu pills. Changyan sect was significantly larger than Yushu's sect, so it stood to reason that obtaining elixirs would not be an easy task. For the esteemed master Lu Yuanjun and elder Liang Zixin, Sun Shi is akin to a father figure, truly deserving of reverence. Shortly thereafter, the disciples presented a medicinal concoction, which was poured into a tub, prompting the two to hastily disrobe and immerse themselves. As they plunged into the water, Sun Shi approached. instructing them on the method of absorbing the medicinal properties. They began to cultivate their inner energy, drawing the essence into their bodies, blending it with the vapor of the medicine, while mastering the subtle infusion of the magical concoction within themselves, encapsulating and stabilizing it. The two diligently followed Sun Shi's teachings, submerging themselves in the tub, earnestly practicing their techniques. The water soon cooled, yet they remained immersed for a full 2 hours, reluctant to rise. Through his unique abilities, Chun Xia was able to discern the remnants of the medicinal herbs floating in the tub. He even identified the substances fully dissolved in the water, gaining a general understanding of the formula, albeit lacking precise dosage information, rendering his findings somewhat futile. Among the ingredients, there were some exceedingly rare herbs he had never encountered before. It was only when the disciples urged them to vacate the tub that they reluctantly emerged. "This has been the most extravagant bath of my life," Chun Xia remarked with self-deprecating humor. The bitter expression on Lu Hui's face was unmistakable. Reflecting on the bestowed magical artifacts and the additional 500 spirit stones, his heart ached as if pierced by a knife. Chapter 80. Aiming to find a bargain at the Immortal Market, the two spent 3 days soaking in the medicinal baths at the Valley of the Medicine King. And the unwelcome sensations that had plagued them daily had indeed dissipated. Although Sun Shi bore a darker complexion, his healing prowess was undeniable, leaving Chun Xia at a loss for words. Within the confines of the valley, they were not permitted to roam freely, confined instead to the front and back of their guest quarters, where their eyes beheld nothing but cultivated medicinal herbs. In stark contrast, the herbal fields of the Yusu sect appeared almost trivial. It was no wonder that the entire Long Yin sect held Sun Shi in such high esteem. Readily donning the mantle of the Medicine King, his skills were truly remarkable. After 3 days, Sun Shi, without a hint of hesitation, urged them to depart, insisting that if they wished to survive, they must immediately gather funds. Lu Hui's spirits were somewhat dampened as he steeled himself to approach the gates of the Long Yin sect, intending to bid farewell to Liang Zixin and express gratitude for Lu Yuanjun's fair negotiations. To his surprise, both Lu Yuanjun and Liang Zixin were preoccupied with their own matters and could not spare a moment to meet him. "They must feel awkward meeting us," Chun Xia remarked languidly. Lu Hui, however, replied with a light-hearted tone, "In truth, I too would feel awkward meeting them. This is for the best." As they departed from the Long Yin sect, Lu Hui suddenly inquired, "How much is a spirit steed worth?" He had heard it was priced at around 1,000 spirit stones per horse. "Even if we sold all the spirit steeds of the Yusu sect, it may not suffice," he mused. "What if we sold all the magical artifacts in the secret chamber?" Chun Xia suggested. It then struck Lu Hui that the Changxiu pills were also quite valuable, potentially fetching several thousand spirit stones. However, the more they calculated, the heavier their hearts became. Was this what it meant to be a profligate heir? To squander the entire fortune of the Yusu sect merely for a chance at survival? Was such a life truly fulfilling? Only 10 miles from the Long Yin sect, they spotted a small town ahead. Recalling that it was the Immortal Market organized by the Long Yin sect. The Yusu sect also hosted a market, but due to its remote location, it was limited to internal transactions. As the most powerful sect in the kingdom of Chu, the Long Yin sect naturally boasted the largest market, which was open to the outside world. A few days prior, when they had accompanied Liang Zixin, Elder Liang had specifically introduced them to the opportunity to visit, yet they had lacked the inclination, preoccupied only with resolving their afflictions. Suddenly, Chun Xia recalled his unique ability, which was ideally suited for uncovering hidden treasures. He promptly proposed a visit to the Immortal Market. Lu Hui mistakenly assumed that he intended to sell the spirit steed immediately, thinking it a reasonable plan, as prices might be more favorable there. Selling the steed and riding a mundane horseback would not be a significant loss of time. "I did not suggest selling the spirit steed. I merely wish to see if anyone has crafted high-quality materials into inferior magical artifacts. Talismans and elixirs are tangible and precise, leaving no room for error. However, magical artifacts may indeed suffer from mistakes. The creation of a magical artifact requires materials, which vary in quality. There exists a slim chance that some individuals, lacking discernment or skill, might end up crafting a third-grade artifact as a first-grade one." Lu Hui stared at him in astonishment. "You might as well ask the heavens to rain spirit stones upon you. What harm is there in us taking a look?" The Immortal Market of the Long Yin sect resembled a small town, Any cultivator was welcome to enter. The town consisted of a single crossroad, and the two split up to explore. Chun Xia began at the first shop, his hands never idle, seeking to grasp any magical artifact within reach. Hope, though somewhat elusive, remains a flicker of possibility until extinguished. Within this marketplace, one finds a lang of individuals, disciples of the Changyan sect, wandering practitioners, and members of various other sections. The Changyan sect is tasked with ensuring the safety of the area and mediating trade disputes, levying a fee on each transaction. Lu Hui, adhering to the orthodox methods of artifact appraisal, first inspects items with his gaze, and should he express interest, he proceeds to handle them. Should he decide against a purchase after examination, he must exert considerable effort to articulate his reasoning, making the process rather arduous. In contrast, Chun Xia engages with every item, regardless of its quality, offering critiques that appear valid, thereby intimidating sellers who recognize him as a master of artifacts. After half an hour of this, Lu Hui found himself weary, opting to refrain from further examination of artifacts and instead meander aimlessly through the marketplace, seeking to broaden his horizons. Meanwhile, Chun Xia diligently inspected each stall, almost as if conducting a market audit, eager to touch every item on display. The wares in the marketplace were indeed splendid and diverse, further highlighting the humble offerings of the Yushu sect. Yet, despite their efforts, no opportunities for fortunate discoveries emerged, leaving Chun Xia somewhat disheartened. Arriving at the heart of the marketplace, a spacious crossroads where itinerant vendors congregated, they encountered an array of miscellaneous goods. Here, sellers often presented only one or two items, making it easier for Chun Xia to handle them. Without needing to inquire, he could discern the quality and magical attributes of these artifacts merely by touch. Can this pitiful bowl truly be an artifact? One might ponder. Yet, it radiated spiritual energy, thus qualifying as such. However, some individuals are cunning, infusing objects with energy that dissipates after a short period. Amid the stalls, a heated dispute arose, drawing a crowd. A young disciple of the Changyan sect was engaged in a quarrel with a middle-aged wandering practitioner over a ceramic bowl. Chun Xia pressed forward to observe, witnessing the middle-aged man brandishing a cracked bowl, exclaiming, "I found this bowl in the tomb of an ancient, immortal master." Immediately, someone in the crowd challenged his claim. If it were crafted into an artifact, it would be whole. Any defect indicates it's damaged. The middle-aged man retorted defiantly, "I never claimed it was pristine. It is indeed an artifact, albeit one that may be used only a few times before it is utterly destroyed. 10 spirit stones is not an unreasonable price." The young disciple scoffed, "I wouldn't outright deny its utility, but it certainly won't serve a second purpose." Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "It's a one-time use." The middle-aged man, though angered, refrained from further argument, pointing at the young disciple and declaring, "If you won't buy it, why make such a fuss?" The young disciple, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "What difference is there between this and fraud? This is the Changyan sect's market. We cannot allow you to tarnish its reputation." Under the collective admonishment of the crowd, the middle-aged man grew timid, muttering, "If it won't sell, then it won't sell. I shall take it back. Is there something else I can sell?" His other hand clutched several potion vials. The young disciple sneered, "Those elixirs may not be genuine either." Outmatched, the middle-aged man sighed and prepared to depart. Chun Xia, driven by an inexplicable impulse, extended his hand and said, "Do not depart just yet. Allow me a glimpse." The middle-aged companion glanced up at him, discerning that he was not from the Changyan sect. Though youthful, his demeanor was amiable, and he handed over the battered bowl. "This is a bowl I use for alms," he explained. "I am Lung Yin, a great cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage, who has transformed from a celestial being into a beggar over the span of a decade. To commemorate this period, I crafted it into a magical artifact capable of withstanding sword energy and spell assaults." Chun Xia was momentarily taken aback. A bowl for alms. Suddenly, memories of a similar bowl from his previous life flooded back, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Those who often begged knew that a bowl for alms could not be pristine. Would one receive food with a fine bowl? The magical artifact crafted by a great cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage must have been of high quality in its time. It was uncertain from which era Long Yin hailed, but it surely must have been quite distant. If it had been used, its spiritual energy would have greatly diminished. Regardless of the perspective, it appeared to be an object of little value. Upon inspecting the bottom of the bowl, he was astonished to discover an inscription. I have wandered through the mortal realm for so many years. The celestial timing eludes me, and the seasons are out of harmony. I can no longer unleash my full potential. Chen Xia was instantly taken aback. This was, in fact, a long-forgotten magical artifact. Chapter 81. The Dust-Covered Treasure. The term dust-covered is a concept within the realm of magical artifacts. Once an artifact is successfully crafted, it remains usable until its spiritual energy dissipates. Some potent artifacts, having circulated in the mortal realm for extended periods, may encounter various obstructions that hinder their inherent power, akin to being shrouded in dust, hence the term dust-covered. Chen Xia had gleaned some knowledge on crafting artifacts during his fragmented studies at the Yusu sect. Although he lacked the materials to practice, he understood how to remedy the dust-covered state of an artifact. As he feigned inspection, he assessed. This bowl is indeed an artifact, but it appears quite aged, its power nearly extinguished. The middle-aged gentleman chuckled. I told you the truth, didn't I? The young disciple from the Changyan sect, displeased with Chen Xia's dismantling of their claims, retorted, if you say it's an artifact, then buy it. It's merely 10 spirit stones. Chen Xia laughed. Why would I purchase a half-damaged artifact? The middle-aged gentleman's face flushed with embarrassment. If he wasn't selling, why speak so much? Moreover, revealing its provenance only made it harder to sell. Chen Xia, instead of returning the broken bowl, remarked seriously, though it holds little value, it can serve as a talisman. The middle-aged gentleman saw a glimmer of hope and timidly inquired, would you like to buy it? I sense that you are not of ill intent. This item has likely remained unsold for quite some time. How about this? If you are willing to part with it for 5 spirit stones, I shall take it. The middle-aged gentleman grimaced. 5 spirit stones is far too little. Alas, it is merely a piece of refuse. What more do you desire? Chen Xia pretended to return it. Sell it. The middle-aged gentleman decisively exclaimed. Lu Hui, drawn by the commotion, approached and slapped Chen Xia on the back, discontented. We are in dire need of spirit stones. Why are you frivolously purchasing items? The middle-aged gentleman urged. You agreed to buy. You cannot back out now. The young disciple from the Changyan sect sneered. Look at you, trying to argue with me. Hurry and produce the spirit stones and purchase it. Chen Xia produced 5 spirit stones and took the bowl. The middle-aged gentleman seemed to have shed a heavy burden, laughing joyfully. The young disciple had no retort, leaving in a huff. What on earth are you doing? Lu Hui asked, exasperated. Are you engaging in charity? Chen Xia hastily pulled him aside and whispered, this is a dust-covered artifact. It holds substantial value. Oh, you managed to find such a thing? The two continued their leisurely stroll through the Immortal workshop, purchasing some medicinal herbs, spending 5 spirit stones, and then swiftly departing. Nearby, they located a pharmacy, exchanged a bit of silver with the proprietor, and commenced boiling the herbs. Once prepared, they immersed the broken bowl in the concoction. Subsequently, the two alternated in channeling their true energy into the potion. It required little, yet it needed to be sustained for an hour. They could distinctly feel the bowl, as if shedding its layers like bamboo shoots, gradually releasing a surge of power. Ultimately, a brilliant and gentle light erupted, enveloping the entire room in an indescribable atmosphere of tranquility. The radiance swiftly converged as Chen Xia held the broken bowl in his hands. It had been shrouded in dust for 3 millennia, yet now it could be freely displayed. Newly inscribed with additional text, he handed the bowl to Lu Hui for appraisal. Lu Hui's hands trembled, his eyes widened with astonishment, and his heart raced fervently. Upon receiving it and examining it closely, he lowered his voice and exclaimed, this must be at least a 6th-grade magical artifact. Cradling the bowl as if it were a newborn, he treated it with utmost care. Chen Xia, taken aback, remarked, you must be cautious. Do not be overly extravagant. Lu Hui's eyes glistened with tears, his teeth chattering in excitement. Junior brother Chen, I must confess, I have never seen a 6th-grade magical artifact in my life. The few 5th-grade artifacts from the Yushu sect, which I had the fortune to witness during Elder Huang's time, pale in comparison to this bowl. This artifact could undoubtedly serve as a sect-defining treasure. Suddenly, Lu Hui burst into tears. I feel like a prodigal, such a magnificent item. Yet I must sell it. Seeing his naivety, Chen Xia couldn't help but chuckle. He inquired about the potential price of a 6th-grade artifact. I believe it must be worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones, as even 5th-grade artifacts fetch over 10,000. Chun Xia laughed heartily, feeling confident in their prospects. He understood the value of lower-grade artifacts. A 1st grade would be worth between 20 to 40 spirit stones, while a 2nd grade ranged from 80 to 120. 3rd-grade artifacts represented a significant leap, valued between 500 to 800. Higher-grade artifacts were beyond his experience, and none had been crafted by anyone in the Yushu sect. His own sword was 5th grade, but a cultivator would never part with their finest sword. Thus, while Lu Hui was willing to sell his spirit steed, he made no mention of his sword. During the day at the Xianfang, Chun Xia focused solely on lower-grade artifacts, as they were the only ones from which he could profit. Lu Hui, however, was captivated by the more expensive treasures. A few 4th-grade artifacts were priced between 2 to 3,000 spirit stones, and 5th-grade artifacts were likely to be close to 10,000. Therefore, a 6th-grade artifact would not be sold for less than 40,000 spirit stones. That entire night, Lu Hui found it difficult to sleep, opting instead to practice until dawn. Meanwhile, Chun Xia slept soundly, contemplating how everyone would be saved, and thus, how could he not enjoy a restful slumber? The following day, the two ventured to the Xianfang, deciding to first inquire about prices at various shops. The Xianfang, established by the Changyan sect, was a gesture of respect and gratitude for Elder Liang's guidance, leading them specifically to the Changyan sect shop. Present at the Xianfang that day was Su Gang, a steward of the Changyan sect, whose cultivation was comparable to Lu Hui's. In high spirits, Lu Hui stood tall and confident, ready to present his artifact. "Pray, tell me the worth of this magical artifact." With a sense of assurance, his voice rang out robustly. Su Gang immediately noticed the broken bowl, sensing the abundant spiritual energy within it. As he gently lifted it, a humming sound filled the air, causing him to gasp in astonishment. "What price do you wish to sell it for?" Chun Xia interjected from behind. "Please offer an honest price. I am eager to hear." Su Gang observed that the two individuals before him possessed considerable prowess, indicating they were not mere ordinary disciples. However, instead of stating a price, he inquired about the origins of the cracked bowl. "Esteemed ones, this item is indeed remarkable. From whence did you acquire it?" Chun Xia chuckled softly. "Senior, we neither thieved nor pilfered. It was an accidental find. Please, do not hesitate to propose a price. If it does not suit, we shall seek alternatives next door." At that moment, the young disciple from the previous day entered, and upon spotting the bowl, he gasped in astonishment. "Su Gang, this shattered bowl is severely damaged. Someone showcased it yesterday, and it was purchased by this person. Do they dare to come here and perpetrate a fraud?" He turned, casting an accusatory glare at Chun Xia and his companion. Su Gang's expression instantly transformed into one of stone-like shock. "You saw it yesterday? Why did you not procure it then? It is merely a broken bowl." The young disciple, perplexed, stammered in fear. With a heavy sigh, Su Gang lamented, "Alas, I have allowed such a valuable treasure to slip through my fingers on my own territory." He raised his hand and gently slapped his own face. The young disciple, in a panic, fell to his knees. "Su Gang, what is amiss? Did I err in my judgment?" Many were present at the time, and none else noticed any irregularity. Su Gang seemed to ignore his words, staring blankly at the cracked bowl, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart bleeding within. Chapter 82. Overnight wealth. The disciple kneeling on the ground was thoroughly intimidated by Su Gang's increasingly dark expression. Casting a glance at the broken bowl, then at Chun Xia, whose face radiated an arrogance so profound that it could scarcely be concealed by a lid, he lowered his head, too fearful to raise it again. "Senior, please provide an offer," Chun Xia urged with a smile. The origins of the broken bowl had been unveiled, rendering any further inquiry by Su Gang unnecessary. With a deep sigh, he declared, "Very well, I will offer 30,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this price, Lu Hui felt a tremor of excitement within him. It was gratifying to confirm its worth was indeed in the tens of thousands. However, it fell short of his ideal valuation. Just as he contemplated making a counteroffer, the kneeling disciple suddenly crumbled, exclaiming, "Wasn't it purchased for merely 5 spirit stones?" In disbelief, he sprang up, inching closer to Su Gang's hand, eager enough to gouge out his own eyes to scrutinize the broken bowl. "Su Gang, could there be an issue?" The young disciple was on the verge of tears. "It's just a broken bowl. That fellow from yesterday sold it to me for 5 spirit stones." Su Gang leapt 3 feet into the air, bellowing, "How much?" "F5 spirit stones. The young disciple stammered, trembling as he extended a hand. Su Gang was taken aback. 5 spirit stones. He confirmed that the unit following 5 was neither 10,000 nor 1,000, but merely pieces. A surge of anger welled up within him, and with a swift motion, he struck. The sound of a slap echoed, and the young disciple was sent sprawling outside the door. Spending day after day in the Immortal workshop, unable to comprehend anything, yet missing such a significant treasure, begone. The young disciple knelt at the doorway, weeping, too frightened to rise. Lu Hui, unable to bear the sight, refrained from intervening, recognizing it as a matter for the individuals involved. After venting his frustration, Su Gang regained his composure. As a steward of a prominent sect, he adjusted his demeanor, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Lu Hui. I apologize for the display. Please forgive the folly of my disciple, who failed to recognize such a valuable item. This is not directed at either of you, so please do not misunderstand. Let us speak candidly. 30,000 spirit stones. What do you think? Chen Xia shook his head in disapproval. That's insufficient. The price must be higher. He reached for the broken bowl. I question whether you truly understand its value. What do you take this bowl for? The doubt cast upon his expertise irked Su Gang, who clutched the broken bowl tightly. Esteemed guests, I cannot elucidate the bowl's origins, but it was crafted by an ancient immortal master, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, and possesses formidable power. Its grade is at least 6. I am offering you a price based on its 6th grade valuation, though I am open to negotiation. Su Gang's words displayed both his professional discernment in identifying artifacts and his sincerity. The harshness he had shown towards the young disciple moments prior seemed to contrast starkly with his current gentleness. He sighed and shook his head once more. The Immortal Workshop receives numerous visitors daily, and occasionally, there are a few who lack discernment and fail to recognize the true value of items. My failure to seize this opportunity is regrettable. However, I harbor no jealousy towards you both. We each rely on our own abilities, with no theft, deceit, or trickery, just honesty and transparency. Chen Xia gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his straightforward nature. Despite feeling enraged at a disciple who had leaked a significant treasure, he did not unleash his fury upon others. His grievances were clear-cut, embodying a person of genuine character. Chen Xia softly stated, 60,000 spirit stones. This price left Lu Hui profoundly shaken to his core. He was unwilling to accept 30,000 spirit stones. 40,000 was his absolute minimum. Yet he yearned to propose 45,000. His aspiration was to heal the ailment and return home with an additional 5,000 spirit stones, which represented the pinnacle of his ambitions. To his astonishment, Chen Xia proved to be remarkably resolute, further expanding his horizons. Su Gang exclaimed, impossible. Your price is far too exaggerated. Chen Xia, exhibiting a more professional demeanor, countered, the creator of this bowl, I estimate, is close to the tribulation stage in cultivation. An extraordinary individual, and it is a treasure that can recognize its master. I suspect that upon recognizing its master, it may yield even greater power. Were it not for our urgent need for spirit stones, we would never consider selling it. This declaration was a heartfelt truth from Chen Xia. If it were not for the necessity of survival and the hope of salvaging their cultivation prospects, how could they bear to part with such a precious artifact? Though they had possessed it for merely a day, they had already developed a profound attachment. Su Gang's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands in respect and remarked, Friend, you are indeed a master. I am Su Gang. May I inquire your name? Chen Xia was momentarily taken aback. Was it customary to verify identities during a transaction? However, since Su Gang had introduced himself, there was no reason to dismiss his courtesy. Lu Hui interjected, We are disciples of the Yushu sect. I am Lu Hui. And this is Chen Xia. Having arrived at a prestigious sect, Lu Hui was aware of the need for modesty and did not wish to adopt an air of superiority. Unexpectedly, Su Gang was already aware that the Yushu sect's leader had come to Changyan's sect to seek treatment, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. So it is the esteemed leader Lu of the Yushu sect and Elder Chen. My apologies. No wonder you could stumble upon such a great opportunity. Chen Xia had no desire to ingratiate himself. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he inquired, What price do you consider appropriate, Senior Su? Given the circumstances, further haggling would only serve to diminish their dignity. Su Gang pondered for a moment before extending 5 fingers. How about 50,000? Excellent. Chun Xia agreed readily. Outside, the young disciples who overheard this price instantly collapsed to the ground. This incident would mark one of the most painful failures in their lives. Even a failed breakthrough would not evoke such distress. Chun Xia handed the broken bowl to Su Gang, who generously produced 50,000 spirit stones, along with a small six-fold pouch. At the moment the transaction was completed, Lu Hui felt a heart-wrenching pain. Simultaneously, Su Gang's cheek twitched slightly, as if his soul were departing from his body. Following the completion of the trade, the two hurriedly exited the Immortal workshop. Lu Hui, filled with emotion, remarked to Chun Xia, "I've heard that you often immerse yourself in the library at the Yushu sect, acquiring many true skills." Chun Xia found himself unable to explain, resorting instead to a mysterious expression, stating, "Disciples of the Yushu sect have a tradition of viewing talismans and magical artifacts as mere trifles. It is not as you perceive. It is merely due to our remote location, where suitable materials are scarce, leaving us with little opportunity to practice." Lu Hui defended the entire sect. Subsequently, unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Today, I have come to understand the true meaning of overnight wealth." Chun Xia chuckled heartily, seizing the moment to suggest, "Your words have reminded me. Why not embark on a journey around the world together, mingling with other celestial sects? Such opportunities may still arise." Lu Hui fell into a contemplative silence. As the leader of the Yushu sect, he had conducted the succession ceremony, with numerous prominent figures from various sects present to witness. How could he abandon his sect so thoughtlessly? The two mounted their spirit steeds and galloped toward the valley of the Medicine King. Upon encountering Sun Shi, they presented 40,000 spirit stones before him. Sun Shi's countenance twitched in surprise. "I did not expect you to wield such influence, managing to gather so many spirit stones in just a day. Could it be that Master Lu lent you these?" Chun Xia grinned, affirming, "You are indeed correct. The spirit stones belong to Master Lu, but they were not borrowed. They were earned." Sun Shi could only respond with a chuckle. "In that case, I shall assist you in purging the demonic poison." He informed them that to eliminate the poison, they would need to wait until the effects of the medicinal bath had concluded before commencing. For the next 3 months, they would be required to perform menial tasks alongside the other disciples in the Valley of the Medicine King. The two dared not utter a word of dissent and could only acquiesce. Chapter 83, Wealth Can Cure. Without ambiguity, the master and elders of the Yushu sect had been under the vigilant scrutiny of Master Lu Yuanjun while seeking medical treatment at the Changyan sect. The number of immortal sects in the state of Chu was inherently limited, and as the most formidable sect within the realm, there existed a moral obligation towards the other sections. The circumstances of the cultivation world in Chu diverged significantly from other regions, with few sects and even fewer cultivators. The scarcity of resources, coupled with its position at the southernmost tip of the southern sky, rendered significant troubles virtually non-existent. Each individual dutifully accepted their fate, tending to their modest plots of land, embodying a true spirit of disengagement from worldly strife, albeit with little promise of advancement. Upon hearing that Sun Shi intended to employ the two as laborers for a month, both Lu Yuanjun and Liang Zixin found themselves somewhat unsettled. Although the Medicine King was not affiliated with the Changyan sect, the Medicine King Valley lay within its territory. Such news, if disseminated, might lead others to perceive the Changyan sect as oppressive towards smaller sections. Liang Zixin personally ventured to the Medicine King Valley to propose that Lu Hui and the others stay temporarily in the guest quarters of the Changyan sect. However, to his surprise, both declined the invitation courteously. Lu Hui harbored no embarrassment in undertaking labor. Rather, he was concerned about displeasing Sun Shi. Having served as an elder in the Yushu sect for an extended period, enjoying a life of comfort, he found no fault in returning to the agrarian lifestyle to savor the joys of farming. As for Chun Xia, his motivations were distinct. The medicinal herbs cultivated within the Medicine King Valley were, for him, largely confined to the pages of books or the sight of dried products, leaving him devoid of a tangible understanding. His recent explorations around the valley allowed him to encounter new herbs, each revealing the most detailed descriptions, proving far more effective than the tedious study in the library. Most significantly, he had managed to pilfer several medicinal formulas. Each day, the Medicine King Valley attracted visitors seeking treatment, including both cultivators and affluent merchants. Those who offered spirit stones were attended to directly by Sun Shi, while those who paid in silver were treated by several disciples. Chen Xia admired their medical skills and yearned to learn. While direct apprenticeship seemed improbable, he devised a method of clandestine learning. Neither Sun Shi's prescriptions nor those of the disciples were shown to others. However, the herbs prepared for patients were always wrapped in paper. Once wrapped, they were not given to the patients, but rather handed over to the disciples responsible for preparing the medicines. During the cooking process, the paper would be discarded. At this juncture, Chen Xia would discreetly collect the paper, revealing the story behind it, which would display the entire formula and dosage. He secluded himself in the guest quarters, diligently transcribing these formulas. In a mere fortnight, he had amassed over 20 different prescriptions. Consequently, when Liang Zixin approached them, inviting them to the Changyan sect, they both politely declined in unison. Left with no alternative, Liang Zixin reported back to Lu Yuanjun that both individuals were earnest and heeded the medicine king's words. Given the circumstances, Lu Yuanjun deemed it inappropriate to press further. After their ailments were treated, he intended to bestow a selection of gifts upon them as a token of camaraderie. As patients in the waiting area, Sun Shi unreservedly employed Chen Xia and Lu Hui as laborers, treating them with no semblance of formality. They were assigned tasks daily by the managing disciples, directed to wherever assistance was most needed. While Lu Hui's thoughts remained a mystery, Chen Xia felt immense satisfaction. Soon, the Medicine King's Valley was thoroughly explored. After 2 months, a fellow practitioner arrived at the valley's entrance, his steps heavy and faltering, pausing intermittently before the door of Sun Shi's chamber. The younger man, Yang Fengyan, weakly implored for the Medicine King's salvation, his voice barely audible, uttering 10 words while gasping for breath 3 times. Chen Xia, who was brewing medicine next door, noticed the visitor and, filled with concern, stealthily emerged to observe. Yang Fengyan appeared to be around 40, his complexion ashen and sallow, akin to parched earth, a sight both alarming and pitiable. He identified himself as a wandering cultivator from the nearby Mingguang kingdom, grievously injured in a battle. His internal wounds severe and seemingly beyond remedy. His long journey of 1,000 miles to seek treatment underscored Sun Shi's formidable reputation in the vicinity. To fully restore him to health would require 4,800 spirit stones. Sun Shi, exhibiting a benevolent demeanor in the face of a dying patient, revealed this staggering figure with an air of professionalism, devoid of any exorbitant pricing. Yang Fengyan retrieved a 10-fold pouch and respectfully presented the required sum. Very well. With wealth comes healing. I shall not be remiss, Sun Shi declared, swiftly taking the spirit stones and leading him to the inner hall. It was revealed that such grave injuries necessitated the guidance of true qi to clear the meridians. After a brief interval, another disciple escorted Yang Fengyan out. Although his complexion remained pale, the lifelessness had dissipated. He was shown to a guest room for rest, conveniently adjacent to Lu Hui's quarters. Shortly thereafter, Sun Shi delivered the collected herbs to the brewing room, where Chen Xia took the initiative to prepare the medicine for Yang Fengyan. Naturally, the prescription fell into Chen Xia's hands, and he recognized its immense value for treating such injuries. However, Sun Shi, while utilizing the same formula, adjusted the dosages slightly, a testament to his expertise in targeted treatment. Chen Xia, lacking formal medical training, could only infer the rationale behind the variations in dosage. The alchemical recipes remained constant, yet the prescriptions for healing transformed endlessly. He had never systematically studied medicine, having only absorbed knowledge in a haphazard manner, which left him contemplative. He did not aspire to be a great healer. Rather, he sought to acquire readily available prescriptions to replicate for his own use. Once the medicine was ready, Chen Xia personally delivered it to Yang Fengyan. The latter discerned that Chen Xia was at the foundational level of cultivation and not clad in the garb of a medicine king's disciple. Yet he was surprised by the personal delivery of the medicine. I too have come to seek the medicine king's treatment, Chen Xia introduced himself, mentioning he had been serving as a menial laborer for 3 months, with just 1 month remaining. Yang Fengyan smiled knowingly as he accepted the medicinal broth and drank it in 1 gulp. Thank you. Immediately after consuming the potion, his countenance appeared significantly improved, which astonished Chen Xia. How will your injuries be treated? What did the medicine king advise? Chen Xia inquired. Daily clearing of my meridians and consuming the medicinal brew for 3 days, along with applying a poultice. This is the method, Yang Fengyan replied, not fully comprehending the intricacies involved. Eager to learn as much as possible about Sun Shi's medical knowledge, Xia proactively proposed to assist in clearing Yang Fengyin's meridians. Sun Shi, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "You merely wish to surreptitiously learn my technique for clearing meridians." With a single statement, he laid bare Xia's intentions, extinguishing his aspirations in the process. From the following day, the disciple responsible for task allocation no longer permitted Xia to work in the pharmacy. Xia's attempts to outsmart others had proven futile, as he had not anticipated the high vigilance of Sun Shi. It was truly difficult to reconcile the gentle visage with the pettiness and avarice he exhibited. Consequently, he was assigned to the most remote area of the Yaowang Valley to cultivate medicinal herbs. During his time as a probationary disciple at the Yushu sect, he had never endured such treatment. However, with his life still in their hands and reliant on them for his detoxification, he had no choice but to endure. One day, after toiling throughout the day, he sat down on a large stone at the edge of the medicinal field to rest. Out of boredom, he muttered to the stone, "Reveal your story." To his astonishment, a segment of text appeared on the stone's surface. "Once, someone used sorcery to forcibly insert a scroll into my belly. Years have passed, yet no one has been able to find it. Who could possibly clear my name?" Xia was taken aback. He hastily jumped off the stone and examined it closely. It was a solid mass without any visible cracks. It seemed that sorcery had created a concealed space within the stone to hide the item. This stone was indistinguishable from others, and no one would suspect anything lay within. Looking up, he noticed that a large portion of the mountain had collapsed. It became clear to him that these stones had tumbled down from the mountain a mere few years prior. Chapter 84. The art of controlling the earthly wretches. At this moment, a few individuals were still gathering herbs in the vicinity. Xia promptly took action, patiently waiting until evening when the disciples of Yaowang Valley departed for dinner before approaching the stone. With a firm press of his hand, the stone split apart effortlessly, a feat easily accomplished by one in the foundation establishment stage. Upon prying it open, he discovered an object wrapped in black cloth within. To his astonishment, it was a magical artifact capable of concealing spiritual fluctuations. Hastily unwrapping it, he found a tome inscribed with the ominous title, "The Art of Controlling the Earthly Wretches." The very title suggested malevolence. Beneath it lay a letter and a peculiar, intricately designed plaque made of gold. He first perused the letter. "To the Ascendant of Yunfeng," it began. Upon reading these words, Xia was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily stalling. A not-so-distant term surfaced in his thoughts. This letter was addressed to none other than the Ascendant of Yunfeng. The black mandala flower seeds purchased by Han Lin originated from this individual. However, could it be a case of a name shared by coincidence? In the vast realm of cultivators, it was not uncommon for names to repeat. As he quickly skimmed through the letter, it was penned by someone named Li Yong, expressing gratitude to the Ascendant of Yunfeng for imparting methods for rapid cultivation enhancement. The letter made no mention of the demonic herb, appearing instead as a heartfelt correspondence between friends. Yet, as Xia read on, a sense of dread engulfed him. A method for rapid cultivation enhancement? Aside from the demonic path or the reckless consumption of elixirs, such an expedited technique seemed implausible. Flipping through the art of controlling the earthly wretches, he broke into a cold sweat after merely a few pages. To his dismay, this tome detailed solely demonic spells. It described the utilization of peculiar beings produced by the earthly wretches, employing human bodies as fertile fields to harvest spiritual herbs. Astonishingly, there were as many as 13 types of similar species documented, including the black mandala flower. Each species was meticulously detailed, outlining their characteristics, methods of restraint, and means of causing harm, far surpassing the information found in the art of medicinal puppetry discovered in the secret chamber of the Yushu sect. Setting aside the others for the moment, he meticulously read the sections concerning the black mandala flower, and to his delight, discovered remedies included within. The toxin emitted by the black mandala flower could be suppressed using its own ash after incineration, though it could not be completely cured. This indicated that the ancient disciples of the Yushu sect had indeed encountered the black mandala flower, but had failed to discover a true antidote. Upon seeing the detailed formulae inscribed within the book, Xia felt a pang of despair. Had he obtained this tome earlier, would he have needed to spend 40,000 spirit stones? That sum represented several years' worth of income for the entire Yushu sect. However, upon closer examination of the medicinal ingredients, he noted that 7 or 8 of them were decidedly not native to the southern sky region, likely exclusive to the central continent. With this realization, he felt somewhat relieved. Nonetheless, he identified an issue. The medicinal bath provided to them by Sun Shi 2 months prior was not documented in relation to the black mandala flower. Was this yet another incomplete manuscript? Time was of the essence, and with dinner approaching, he could not afford to linger, lest he arouse suspicion. Quickly stow the items into the 8-fold bag and raise my gaze to the surroundings. 3 objects, tightly wrapped in black cloth and magically embedded within the rock, are undoubtedly of great significance. This place lies deep within the Valley of the Medicine King, near the foot of the mountain. On either side, there are sheer cliffs, and it is evident that these rocks have fractured from above and tumbled down. A cursory glance reveals a considerable quantity, originally part of a substantial mass. As I approached the stones, I stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. I had fallen alongside Wang Dingyu, who was now resting his left foot upon me. Rather than remain atop the mountain exposed to the wind, it seemed preferable to lie flat upon the ground. Wang Dingyu had acquired a name, and it was apparent that he had plummeted from the cliff along with the rocks. It was clear that this was not a mere coincidence due to an earthquake. He had undoubtedly been cast down by someone. The power required to sever such a large boulder should not be underestimated, indicating that the assailant's capabilities exceeded the foundational realm. It appears that the individual named Wang Dingyu had obtained these 3 items, which were of great importance to someone. He had been pursued to this location and cast over the precipice. Yet, why were these items concealed within the fallen stones? A moment's contemplation brought clarity. After being thrust from the cliff, Wang Dingyu had cleverly concealed these objects within the rock. The ability to wield such magic suggests that Wang Dingyu's cultivation level is also formidable. The pursuers would never suspect these stones, for they had been shattered by him from the cliffside. A heinous incident had transpired in the Valley of the Medicine King not long ago. Chun Xian never anticipated that after 2 months in the valley, he would uncover a murder. The unfortunate Wang Dingyu had likely offended someone, and the case remained unsolved. He was certain that the inhabitants of the valley were aware of the situation. If Wang Dingyu and his assailant were disciples of the Changyan sect, they were undoubtedly not ordinary inner disciples. Conversely, if they were not affiliated with Changyan sect, the items he concealed must surely be connected to them. Regardless, the Valley of the Medicine King has existed for decades, and Sun Shi could not be oblivious to these events. It seems that Sun Shi operates a private dojo within the Changyan sect as an outsider, indicating a complex relationship between the 2 parties. Thus, it raises the question, does Sun Shi know the person atop Yunfeng? It is difficult to ascertain. However, Lu Yuanjun of the Changyan sect, a formidable golden core cultivator, is known for his righteousness. If Sun Shi were nefarious, he would not remain undetected. Chun Xia returned to his guest room with a composed demeanor, choosing not to disclose this matter to Lu Hui for the time being, nor did he initiate any investigation. Through 2 months of living in the valley, he observed that the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King maintained a strict silence and exhibited a deliberate aversion to outsiders. In the ensuing days, he sought opportunities to learn the evil earth control technique. His intention was not to harm others, but rather to safeguard himself. The malevolent entities described within the evil earth control technique were profoundly sinister. The black mandala flower, during its growth, required human beings as fertilizer. The 2 low-ranking disciples of the Yushu sect were offered to the demon flower by Han Lin. This particular type of demonic herb is accompanied by 2 other varieties. In addition to this kind, there are 4 types of demonic flora that must be cultivated within a human body, exhibiting a growth mechanism reminiscent of cordyceps. Beyond the plant kingdom, there exist demonic creatures as well. These entities are the favored means of cultivation for demonic practitioners. After perusing this tome, Chun Xia couldn't help but exclaim his relief that such things are only produced in the abyssal lands, which are situated far from the central continent. Moreover, the central continent is separated from the southern heaven by several hundred miles of lesser abyssal lands, making transportation quite inconvenient. Although the lesser abyssal lands are also referred to as the abyssal lands, they do not yield these cursed entities. Chun Xia finally comprehended why the golden core cultivators of the Chu kingdom would rather remain in the spiritually barren southern heaven than venture into the central continent. Just like the realization of that fragment of stone, while the view from the mountaintop is splendid, the winds are fierce. It is far more agreeable to lie flat upon the ground. Through this book, he has gained considerable insight into the outside world. As he plans to venture into the central continent in the future, this knowledge will prove invaluable. Furthermore, this is merely a glimpse into the vastness, a mere tip of the iceberg. After studying the secrets for 3 days, he suddenly discovered that the final demonic entity, the dark red centipede, contained a recipe. It turned out to be the very formula for the medicinal bath that Sun Shi had provided them. That medicinal bath, however, was not intended for healing. Chapter 85. The apothecary regards you as Medicants. The dark red centipede, a venomous creature from the realm of desolation, possesses the sinister ability to conceal itself upon a host, gradually siphoning their vital essence. During this insidious process, it emits hallucinogenic toxins, rendering the victim oblivious to its presence. Nurtured for a decade, it matures into a potent elixir. 2 months prior, through his unique abilities, Chun Xia meticulously transcribed the formula for a medicinal bath. However, he remained unaware of the precise dosages and the true efficacy of the concoction. It has now become evident that the purpose of the 3-day medicinal bath was not merely to suppress the black mandala flower, but to transform the human body into a suitable habitat for the dark red centipede. Yet, an extraordinary reaction ensued. Employing poison to combat poison, the formula possesses the remarkable capability to eliminate other toxins. If his comprehension is accurate, the toxin from the black mandala flower afflicting Lu Hui has been eradicated, albeit replaced by another venom. It dawned upon him that their retention as menial laborers in the Apothecary Valley was a precaution against their departure. He pondered whether the food they consumed daily harbored other toxins. Overwhelmed by frustration, he recalled how, 2 months ago, he had deciphered the medicinal bath's formula through his exceptional abilities. Regrettably, his limited knowledge left him unaware that the unfamiliar herbs were, in fact, toxic substances from beyond the southern skies. Who could have anticipated that such innocuous names belonged to poisonous entities? Should not a true toxin bear a more ostentatious title? Furthermore, he had observed that the medicine Su Shi administered to Yang Fengyan exhibited similar effects, albeit suited to another type of toxin. Fortuitously, his reverence for the apothecary's medical prowess led him to surreptitiously document numerous prescriptions. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely demise. His heart raced with urgency. These revelations must be conveyed to Lu Hui at once. Thus, he led Lu Hui to a secluded spot and posed a question. During your long tenure as an elder, have you ever heard of someone named Wang Dingyu? Lu Hui, taken aback yet intrigued, replied, there is indeed an elder by that name in the Changyan sect. Chun Xia, astounded, realized that Wang Dingyu was indeed a member of the Changyan sect and held the rank of elder. What about Li Yong? He inquired. He is also an elder of the Changyan sect. What of it? Lu Hui's confusion deepened. Chun Xia frowned. Wang Dingyu is dead. Are you aware of this? I have heard he went missing, Lu Hui responded. How do you know so much? Is it not obvious? The sects of the Chu kingdom are few in number, and the elders even fewer. Naturally, I have heard tales. Lu Hui's suspicion intensified. What exactly are you trying to convey? In that moment, Chun Xia's pupils constricted. He had deduced the fate of Elder Wang. This elder must have uncovered the secret between Li Yong and Master Yunfeng and procured evidence, leading to his demise. It is highly probable he was disposed of as mere compost. A cold sweat broke out upon his back. The Apothecary Valley was not a sanctuary for healing, but a veritable slaughterhouse for fellow practitioners. Thus, it seemed that this Su Shi was likely to be Master Yunfeng. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lu Hui, noticing his ashen complexion, shook his shoulder anxiously. Chun Xia pushed Lu Hui's hand away, frowning deeply. Master, we are in trouble. She revealed the matter concerning Wang Dingyu to Lu Hui while producing the letter. Upon seeing the characters Yunfeng Shangren, Lu Hui's brows immediately shot up. Where did this come from? Chun Xia replied, it sprang forth from a stone. This statement was not a fabrication. However, the letter was written by Li Yong. How could you know about Wang Dingyu? Lu Hui was filled with suspicion. It's complicated to explain. May I refrain from doing so? Chun Xia awkwardly inquired. Lu Hui fell silent, recalling how this young man had known many secrets during his time at the Yushu sect, secrets even the sect leader was unaware of. It seemed this was the boy's exceptional talent, a mysterious gift. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from the Valley of the Immortals and seized the opportunity from Hangzhou? That tomb had eluded countless masters throughout the ages, yet this lad had discovered it with ease. What I find inconceivable poses no mystery to him. Very well, I shall not inquire further. Lu Hui nodded. I trust you. His gaze was sincere and pure. Chen Xia felt somewhat moved. All right, master. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Lu Hui chuckled, playing games like a child. And you still have the spirit to be mischievous. Choose one. Then let us hear the good news. Chen Xia wore a pained expression as he said. The black mandala flower on us was actually eliminated during the last medicinal bath. Seeing his distressed visage, Lu Hui's heart sank. This was the countenance of good news? Hesitantly, he asked, what about the bad news? The medicine used in the bath is another form of poison. What poison? A toxin that makes our bodies ideal for nurturing dark red centipedes. Lu Hui's face was a mask of confusion. What is that? It is a demonic creature from the land of despair. It can inhabit a person and use their body as a spiritual field. After 10 years, we will perish. And it will mature into a spirit medicine, Chen Xia elaborated. Lu Hui stared wide-eyed, nearly incredulous. Isn't this what they call the medicine man technique? Using humans as medicine. Are you certain? I am quite sure. How do you know? Chen Xia gazed at him meaningfully, remaining silent. Thus, Lu Hui began to panic. He asked directly, what shall we do? Chen Xia pondered. For now, we must find a way to save ourselves. I suspect there is an antidote in Sun Shi's inner chamber. We need to devise a means to enter. Lu Hui hesitated, asking, even if there is an antidote, would you recognize it? I would, Chen Xia replied resolutely. Lu Hui contemplated and suggested, shall we not seek out Master Lu and clarify this matter? Chen Xia hesitated. I am uncertain whether Lu Yuanjun and Liang Zixin are aware of this issue. Lu Hui inhaled sharply. If the sect leader of Changyan sect was also involved in harming his own elders, the situation would be exceedingly grave. The scandal of the Chu Kingdom's celestial gate trembles with seismic intensity. Based on my interactions with Liang Zixin, he does not strike me as a malevolent individual, remarked Lu Hui. However, appearances can be deceiving, and it is premature to draw conclusions, Chen Xia cautioned him. Moreover, it was Liang Zixin who facilitated our arrival here, making the situation all the more perplexing. Lu Hui fell silent. After all, our acquaintance with Liang Zixin is rather superficial. Furthermore, it is established that Li Yong has a collaborative relationship with the person from Yunfeng, namely Sun Shi. The machinations that Sun Shi has nurtured within us are unlikely to manifest immediately. Should we inexplicably perish a decade hence, who would suspect him? By then, Sun Shi could infiltrate the Yushu sect and discreetly abscond with the dark red centipede, leaving no trace. Lu Hui trembled with trepidation, gritting his teeth. Let me ponder whether there is a chance to access the inner chamber. As long as Sun Shi is absent, those few disciples should pose no challenge. Chen Xia added. This matter could also benefit from Yang Fingyin's assistance. Oh, Lu Hui was intrigued. Though the three had indeed grown rather familiar over the past few days, it had not yet reached such an extent. After all, the medication he ingested was another form of poison, yielding effects similar to ours. Lu Hui felt as if he had turned to stone. Has Sun Shi lost his mind, recklessly eliminating so many individuals without fear of exposure? They resolved to seek out Yang Fengyan, for an additional ally would only enhance their strength.